Stop making a scene. Ling Yu quickly went to turn off the device on her body. During this gap, Shanor escaped from his capture with astonishing agility. If you don't call the authorities, Ling Sheng, see you later, Shanor said with a smile and swiftly jumped out of the window. That was the 5th floor. Ling Yu suddenly thought of this problem and hurried to the window to see. He found that the woman's light skill was still on par with his own, relying on various methods to land lightly like a feather. Shanor smiled at him before disappearing into the night. Impressive. Ling Yu couldn't help but marvel. No wonder even a powerful snake spirit couldn't match this woman. Is she really Qin Yushuang? Probably not, right? Has she undergone plastic surgery during this time? Or is tonight her true appearance? He wanted to talk to Qin Mingyu about this, but didn't know how to bring it up. When Ling Yu walked out of the room, Nangong and Li Puchang, along with a few other men, who were up to some mischief, were waiting outside the door. Master, impressive. Nangong gave Ling Yu a thumbs up quietly. He really wanted to interview how Ling Yu had tormented Miss Shanor, what unique martial arts he had used to make Miss Shanor unable to bear it. Even he, a renowned philanderer, had to admit defeat. Ling Yu smiled bitterly. He didn't have time to deal with him now. The manager of the Heaven Nightclub came over with some people. Mr. Ling, did you tie up Miss Shanor's entourage? The manager asked politely. Ling Yu shook his head. It was something Mo Shuiqian had done. It had nothing to do with him. However, soon the manager discovered that Miss Shanor was missing. This could be a big deal. They couldn't let Ling Yu leave like this, so they decided to call the police. Ling Yu had no choice but to inform Yishao Lai for help. Even so, he still had to go to the police station. When Ling Yu boarded the police car, Mo Shu, who was sitting on a black Corolla at the entrance of the Heaven Nightclub with Zhao Wuji, couldn't help but say, "What a ridiculous saint. With such a big reputation, she couldn't even take down a man." Zhao Wuji didn't agree but mocked, "Aren't you the same? Although you are ugly, your reputation in the Jianhu is mighty." Ha ha. Mo Shu laughed heartily, gesturing at his chest with his hands. "Even as mighty as I am no match for that woman. She really made it easy for that guy Ling Yu tonight." Zhao Wuji, you keep giving money to the Holy Fire Organization, can't even seduce the saint herself, ultimately letting that man enjoy it. Ha ha, you're too kind to Ling Yu. Shut up. Zhao Wuji coldly interrupted, his eyes no longer gentle as before, and said, in a cold and intense tone, "The Holy Fire Organization is unreliable. I won't let that man have it easy. The Holy Fire Organization has taken so much of my money. Sooner or later, they will have to pay it back to me." Mo Shu rolled his eyes and suddenly felt immense pressure. It looked like he would have to go head-to-head with Ling Yu with real swords. Working with Zhao Wuji was troublesome. On the other hand, when Ling Yu emerged from the police station, it was already past 1 o'clock in the morning. At 11 o'clock, he had called Qin Mingyu, telling her he would be back late and not to worry, but didn't mention what had happened. As Ling Yu steps out, Nangong emerges from a luxury car, excitedly calling, "Master, what are you doing in Yun City?" Ling Yu frowned. "Ha ha. Look at your expression, Master, you seem not too welcoming." "Of course not. Get lost." Ling Yu directly told him to leave. If it weren't for Nangong tonight, he wouldn't have almost been taken down by Shanor. "Ha ha. I can't just leave, unless Master leaves with me." Nangong was stuck to him like gum. The Piku Dao competition in Nanzhou is starting next month, and it's happening in Dongcheng. "Master, you promised me something, have you forgotten?" Thinking about this, Ling Yu felt annoyed. Initially, in the ancient town, he had indeed made a deal with Nangong over a few thousand people's livelihood concerns. Unexpectedly, this kid was now specifically coming to Yun City to find him. "Isn't it not starting yet? Let me make it clear. I'll fight 3 matches at most for your Nangong family. I don't have that much time." Ling Yu stated directly. "Ha ha, 3 matches are enough. After all, it's not an individual match but a family honor match." Nangong wanted Ling Yu to confirm it in person. Of course, he also wanted to gossip a bit. "Master, who is Miss Shanor after all? What did you do to her?" Ling Yu glared at him, feeling annoyed. "She's probably the Holy Fire Organization saint, targeting you. If you keep being a ladies' man, you will eventually die under a woman's skirt." Ha ha. As the saying goes, even if you die under a peony, it's still romantic. "If I could die on the bed of Miss Shanor, who is as beautiful as a fairy, it's worth it." Nangong Wu, knowing the truth, still wasn't afraid. It's a pity Miss Shanor didn't fancy him tonight, but he acknowledged defeat to Master Ling Yu. Off you go. Take care of yourself. Ling Yu didn't want to gossip with Nangong's family and the Holy Fire Organization to avoid getting involved. He had his own things to deal with. Even though he had happened to help Nangong Wu tonight, he didn't plan on it. When he returned home to Qin's residence, it was almost dawn. Ling Yu dozed off on the sofa for a while, feeling a warm blanket covering him. He slightly opened his eyes and saw his wife's face filled with a divine charm. If you're tired, rest a bit before going to work. I'll have Ziwan drive me, Ling Yu said. Not tired. Let me take you. Ling Yu quickly got up. I still slightly bloodshot. His wife treated him so well, he wanted to reciprocate the kindness. Ling Yu also felt the dumbass's attitude. Her lips curled up slightly with a sweet curve, but she quickly retracted it, as if worried about being seen. A bit later than usual, today Ling Yu returned to the company at 8 o'clock. Passing through the pantry, she overheard some female employees whispering, "Hey, do you know what happened at the Heaven Nightclub last night? That guy was amazing. In front of Nangong's young master and Su's young master, he snatched the courtesan. Yes, I can't believe our Chia gang group has hidden such a ladies' man." Originally not intending to pay attention, Ling Yu, upon hearing about Chia gang group and Heaven Nightclub, suddenly stopped. Hehe. Do you guys not know? I heard that man is our President Qin's rumored husband. The one who sends President Qin to work every day. That's him. No way. President Qin is married. You don't know yet? I heard he got into the Chia gang group through President Qin's arrangements, right? No wonder. A peak ladies' man. He can conquer even President Qin who has androphobia. It's not surprising if he conquers any other women. But how could a smart woman like President Qin fall for such a scumbag? A group of female employees in the tea room were discussing more heatedly, even silently mourning for Ling Yu. In the hearts of the employees of Chia gang group, Ling Yu seemed to be a godlike figure, so they naturally felt indignant about such matters. Until a female employee suddenly felt a cold chill behind her. She turned around to look back and was instantly frightened. Qin General. Upon hearing this, the other female employees were also stunned. When they turned around and saw Ling Yu, they quickly stood up straight and then hurriedly bowed their heads to greet Qin General. They were all terrified. Discussing emotional matters about General Qin was unexpectedly caught by General Qin himself. They were definitely in trouble now. During work hours, it is not allowed to discuss matters unrelated to work in the tea room. Understood. Ling Yu did not explode in anger. Just coldly said, General Qin, we understand. Then hurry back to your posts to work. Yes. Yes. General Qin, we will go back immediately. Several women quickly lowered their heads and scurried away from the scene. Ling Yu took a deep breath, finally steadied her heart, prepared to act as if nothing had happened, and returned to her office. But when she turned around, she saw a familiar face. Big sister. Standing before her was a fashionable woman slightly taller than Ling Yu, and quite beautiful, calling out to Ling Yu with a smile. Langni, when did you return to the country? Ling Yu was quite surprised. This was her fourth-rank sister, who had not returned to the country for over a year, and unexpectedly grew taller. In Qin's generation, there were 4 daughters, Ling Yu, Qin Yushuan, both of whom were daughters of Qin Ruxian. The third, Qin Ruhan, was the daughter of Ling Yu's youngest uncle. Her parents had passed away in an accident when she was born, so she directly called Lin Fei her mother, although she was not actually Lin Fei's biological daughter. As for Qin Langni, she was the daughter of another deceased uncle of Ling Yu, just 1 month younger than Qin Ruhan. However, both in thought and character, she was much more mature than Qin Ruhan, especially now, standing in front of Ling Yu. Ling Yu couldn't help but see her as a woman of similar age, rather than a little sister. I took the 6 a.m. flight to Yun City Airport, then came to the company with my senior from it. Qin Langni spoke, blending the Dragon Kingdom language with a foreign one. Luckily, Ling Yu was fluent in multiple languages, so she easily understood her. But for others, they might not have understood what she was saying. Hearing her mention her senior, Ling Yu's heart skipped a beat. The next moment, the man she had anticipated indeed appeared. Ling Yu, good morning. You seem to be in average spirits today. A tall and handsome man walked up behind Qin Langni. It was none other than the self-proclaimed most handsome CEO of Yun City, Li Yejian. Why are you here? A hint of unfriendliness showed on Qin Mingyu's face. This was their competitor from Chiagang Group, who had caused her trouble in the business world many times. How could she welcome him to her company? Liu Yejian, however, smiled handsomely. I went to the airport this morning to pick up Qin Shimei and then came to find you. Find me? Qin Mingyu frowned even slightly more. The employees of Chiagang Group around them all voyed to watch the scene from a distance. Actually, before Ling Yu appeared, the people in the Yun City workplace thought that Liu Yejian and Qin Mingyu were a natural match. However, due to the competitive relationship between the two companies, it was hard for them to come together. Today, the rare visit of CEO Liu to Chiagang Group surely implied there was something going on between him and General Qin. Well, Mingyu, I have always liked you. Liu Yejian suddenly said this sentence, almost causing Qin Mingyu to freeze on the spot. This was Liu Yejian, not Liu Hedan. That she was always the Ice Queen CEO. Quickly recovering her composure, she coldly smiled. Is Mr. Liu kidding? But let me remind you, those who like me often do not have a good ending. Do you want to follow in your brother's footsteps? Come on, big sister. Don't treat Mr. Liu with that attitude. I think he is your Mr. Right. Okay. Qin Langyi immediately interjected. He's much more reliable than Ling Yu. Handsome, wealthy, knowledgeable, and most importantly, won't go looking for a lady at night, causing the employees of the company to gossip. I feel embarrassed for my big sister. Qin Langyi, shut up. Hearing this, Qin Ruhan, who appeared out of nowhere, walked up to Qin Mingyu and silenced Qin Langyi. Just like the relationship between the two sisters Qin Mingyu and Qin Yuxuan, Qin Ruhan and Qin Langyi had also been at odds since childhood. Oh, it's you. This little bean sprout. So you haven't grown taller, have you? Qin Langyi saw Qin Ruhan and her eyes were somewhat disdainful. I heard you've worked at Chiagang Group for a year, but it seems you haven't achieved much. With your abilities and vision, I'm really afraid you'll influence big sister if you stay with her. Due to their age difference, Qin Langyi had admired Qin Mingyu since childhood, thinking of her as a female genius and a perfect match for Liu Yejian. Even more so, now that she knew her big sister had married an insignificant man, even causing several aunts to leave the Qin family, she was naturally very angry. Today, with Liu Yejian coming to Chiagang Group, she definitely didn't want to miss this opportunity. Mingyu, can we talk? I think the Liu family and the Qin family may be able to turn their swords into plowshares, which would greatly benefit both families. Liu Yejian didn't further escalate the confrontation, but rather made a moderate request. Qin Mingyu, however, coldly laughed, rejecting him from miles away. Can we still talk about cooperation? The Liu family is a solid business partner of the Zhao family in Yun City. There have been so many incidents before. Do you think we can put aside our prejudices and grudges? Of course we can. Liu Yejian was sincere. Businesses are all about interests. And I will also consider you. We can talk about anything. Although these words were not loud, they were still heard by the employees who were eavesdropping from afar. It was so romantic. Some female employees felt breathless, comparing him to Ling Yu, who would go to see top escorts at night. CEO Liu was indeed the rightful male lead. I'm sorry, I have other matters to attend to. If you want to discuss cooperation, please make an appointment with my secretary. Qin Mingyu still refused Liu Yejian, then turned and left the scene. Qin Ruhan made a grimace at Qin Langyi and coldly said, a woman who invites trouble into her own home. Qin Langyi completely ignored Qin Ruhan, treating her like an ignorant little kid. Back in her office, Qin Mingyu sat alone in her chair, looking at the computer screen, but her mind was in chaos. Of course, she believed that Ling Yu wouldn't cheat on her, but such matters spreading in her own company would cause a big stir in Yun City soon. Now that even Qin Langyi had returned to the country and opposed Ling Yu's entry into the Qin family's camp, it was clear that there was one more strong opposition. Qin Mingyu felt a bit weary and didn't want to confront her family over this marriage issue every day, but she would never give up Ling Yu. This damned feeling. After Ling Yu dropped off Qin Mingyu at work, he returned to the Shangshan department himself. Wow, bro, you were amazing last night. Li Pu Chang had been waiting for Ling Yu to come back to work early in the morning. When he saw Ling Yu, he was extremely excited. It didn't feel like a superior-subordinate relationship, more like a fan meeting their idol. No, more like a small person meeting a great hero. In Li Pucheng's eyes, the man who took down the goddess for the Chiagang Group in front of numerous young masters was nothing short of a hero. There were 3 other women in the department who were secretly watching the two of them chatting. Obviously, their heroic deeds from last night had already spread throughout the company early in the morning. As for the source of the news, that was unclear. Seeing that Li Pu Chang was about to talk about last night's events in public, Ling Yu quickly covered his mouth and pushed him into the office. As soon as Ling Yu let go, Li Pu Chang immediately excitedly said, "Was it fun last night?" "Tut tut." With his eyes shining and saliva dripping, Ling Yu was speechless and could only tell him the truth. "That woman is actually an assassin. I almost didn't make it." "No way. An assassin?" Li Pu Chang widened his eyes in disbelief. "Does she have a grudge against you?" "Not originally." Ling Yu shrugged and said, half seriously, half jokingly, her target was probably super rich guys like Nangong and Su Guangliang. "It was because I disrupted her rhythm that she wanted to kill me." "Ah, I see." Li Pu Chang, not a fool, immediately clapped his hands and said, "I knew it. A talented and ethereal woman like her. How could she be working in a nightclub for selling? She must have other motives." Ling Yu found that Li Pu Chang was easy to talk to and didn't seem like the secretive type. Taking advantage of the conversation, he asked directly, "Li, how did you approach Qin Zimai and acquire her shares?" Qin Zimai did not trade her shares through the platform, so the two must have had private contact. Unexpectedly, Li Pu Chang replied readily, saying, "She was my father's junior in school. My father took over her shares and arranged for me to work here to gain business experience." "She was your father's junior?" Ling Yu was shocked to hear this response. He always thought that Li Pangzi was at least in his 30s, but Qin Zimai was only in her 40s. Saying that he and Qin Zimai were classmates, Ling Yu might have believed, but when he mentioned that his father and Qin Zimai were of the same generation, it seemed unbelievable. "Yeah. What's with that expression? I'm only 24 this year." Li Pu Chang shrugged, looking surprised. "Hehe." Ling Yu could only force a smile and said, "Well, you really look a bit older, including your physique." It was clearly a middle-aged and overweight physique. Who would have thought he was only 24? Especially considering how experienced he seemed last night, Ling Yu would have guessed he had been a nightclub regular for over 10 years. Saying he was 42 would even seem young. Ha ha. Man, talent and money are what matters. Looks and physique don't matter at all. Li Pu Chang seemed unconcerned, showing himself as a very approachable person. Ling Yu couldn't relate him to being the mole, but still tried to probe directly. "You said you're from Yanjing. Do you know Zhao Wujin?" "I know him," Li Pu Chang replied frankly. Ling Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. This guy really was related to Zhao Wujin. But Li Pu Chang continued, "One of the 4 young masters of Yanjing, the wise and respected Wujin. Who doesn't know him?" "Unfortunately, he doesn't know me." "Ha ha." Ling Yu, but looking at his demeanor, he didn't seem like he was lying. It appeared that he and his wife had been too suspicious. After chatting with Li Pu Chang for a while, Ling Yu left the Shangshan department and headed to his independent office to visit Lin Fin and his cousin. Unexpectedly, as he passed the main hall, he met a man and a woman. The man was about the same height as Ling Yu, tall and handsome, dressed sharply, with a very impressive presence. The woman had a larger frame, wearing Nike flat shoes, and was about 175 centimeters tall. She was talking enthusiastically with the man, showing obvious interest in him. Ling Yu stopped in his tracks. The two of them also stopped. "What are you doing here?" "Liu Yejian." Ling Yu frowned and asked directly. This was the #1 commercial rival of the Chiagang Group's Cloud City, and he was leisurely strolling around the Chiagang Group. What was going on? "Who are you? What's it to you?" The woman immediately defended Liu Yejian coldly when asked by Ling Yu. On the other hand, Liu Yejian wore a charming smile and took the initiative to extend his hand to Ling Yu, saying, "Ling Yu, hello. Nice to see you again." Ling Yu coldly smiled. "I remember we're not friends, right? Last time we met, I even slapped you. Now you're being so magnanimous, making me suspect you have ulterior motives." The last time they met was outside the Yunshan community, where Ling Yu slapped Liu Yejian a few times due to an assassination attempt on Qin Mingyu. He didn't believe Liu Yejian would be so magnanimous, suspecting that he was a smiling tiger. Before Liu Yejian could respond, his companion Qin Langni seemed to hear something unbelievable, staring at Ling Yu intently. "So you're Ling Yu? You actually hit my senior." Her gaze seemed as if Ling Yu had committed some heinous act. In her eyes, Liu Yejian was a prodigy, an overbearing tycoon, the prince charming in a woman's heart. In contrast, Although Ling Yu looked good, why should he be compared to Liu Yejian? What right did he have to hit Liu Yejian? Qin Langyi couldn't accept this fact. That's right. Ling Yu didn't know who Qin Langyi was, as her appearance bore almost no resemblance to Qin Mingyu and her sisters. He hadn't expected her to be the little sister mentioned by Qin Mingyu, because her style was similar to Li Puqing's, looking much older. You bastard, she dared to admit, and Qin Langyi wanted to strike directly. If it were Liu Heading, he might be laughing behind, enjoying the show. Even if Qin Langyi couldn't beat Ling Yu, it would still disgust him. But Liu Yejian gently held her back, calmly smiling. Langyi, it's normal for men to duel over a woman. I won't let a woman fight my battles. Qin Langyi stopped, feeling even more charmed by Liu Yejian. Ling Yu chuckled inwardly. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. This Liu Yejian and Zhao Wujin were the same type of hypocritical gentleman. Ling Yu, you asked me why I'm here earlier. I'll tell you now. Liu Yejian wasn't embarrassed by Ling Yu not shaking his hand, and reached out again. I'm here to pursue your wife. Since you're my senior, please enlighten me and let me know some of Mingyu's interests and hobbies so that I can take care of her better in the future. Ling Yu was slightly taken aback, then he laughed. He knew that this Liu Yejian was more difficult to deal with than someone like Liu Heading, but he didn't expect him to be even more shameless than his younger brother. To openly pursue someone else's wife like this, he dared to say to his face. This was definitely the most humiliating challenge Ling Yu had ever received in his life. Crack! Ling Yu slapped Liu Yejian across the face again. This scene came too suddenly. Liu Yejian turned his face aside, and did not react for a moment. Qin Langyi was completely stunned. Hearing about Ling Yu hitting Liu Yejian before, she found it hard to accept. Now, seeing Ling Yu hit Liu Yejian with her own eyes, she felt as if her world was falling apart. How could this happen? Why would there be such absurd and dark things in this world? Ling Yu didn't care at all about Qin Langyi. He had no idea who she was, so why should he care about what she thought? As the saying goes, since Liu Yejian couldn't beat him anyway, he might as well just take action, indifferent to the consequences. To have someone as despicable as you, who actively seeks to be beaten up, as the antagonist, this is truly rare. Ling Yu coldly said. Liu Yejian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression filled with anger and looking quite strange. Security! Security! Come quick! Qin Langyi rushed to support Liu Yejian, shouting loudly. In the next moment, 3 or 4 security guards swiftly arrived. What happened? The leader of the security guards, Zhao Xiaobo, asked. Coincidentally, Ling Sitang was with him at the moment. Beat this bastard up and then take him to the police station. Qin Langyi commanded loudly. Zhao Xiaobo was momentarily confused. Ling Sitang was also at a loss. How could they possibly lay a hand on Ling Yu? It was impossible. They would never do it, so they could only maintain their stunned expressions. Act now. Do you dare not to listen to me? Qin Langyi was furious and almost wanted to resort to violence. Who? Miss, who are you? Zhao Xiaobo asked in a fluster. What is your position in Tiagang Group? Why haven't I seen you before? Qin Langyi sneered arrogantly and proudly stated. I am Qin Langyi, the 4th miss of the Qin family. Ling Yu was taken aback by this revelation. She was Qin Ruhan's sister. Ah, another anxious-looking woman, referring to herself as Qin Ruhan's aunt. Ling Yu almost believed it. No. No. Zhao Xiaobo continued to wave his hands. I am asking about your position. Do I need a position? This is my family's company. Qin Langyi shouted loudly, thinking that this security captain must be out of his mind. Or perhaps his brain was not functioning properly. Was her title as the 4th miss of the Qin family not enough? So, miss, do you actually have no position in the company? Zhao Xiaobo continued to inquire. No, can't you understand plain language? I command you to beat this guy up right away. Qin Langyi was on the verge of losing her mind. However, Zhao Xiaobo still didn't make a move. How could he possibly lay a hand on his own big brother? This is the deputy director of the business department of our Tiagang Group. We can't possibly touch him. Besides, what has he done wrong? Zhao Xiaobo pretended to be flustered. He hit young Master Liu. This is unforgivable. Qin Langyi was already stomping her feet, showing no sign of a ladylike demeanor. Is that so? Zhao Xiaobo looked at Ling Yu. It is. Ling Yu nodded. I see him as a threat to our company's secrets, so I wanted to kick him out. Since you are here, you can do the job for me. All right. Zhao Xiaobo readily followed Ling Yu's instructions without hesitation. How dare you guys? Qin Langyi was even more enraged. What kind of security guards did Qiagang Group have? Were they planning a revolt? Despite her growing frustration, Zhao Xiaobo and Ling Sitang followed Ling Yu's orders, giving her the feeling of being unable to reason with them. On the other hand, Liu Yejian had a better grasp of the situation than Qin Langyi. As a prominent figure in the Liu family enterprise, he was like a deity there. Unfortunately, this was Qiagang Group, and he had to face the consequences of taking on Ling Yu. He knew he had made a mistake today. He shouldn't have provoked Ling Yu here. He didn't expect this rough man to resort to violence in the company. But a true man could bend and stretch, and he vowed to settle this score one day. After Qin Langyi and Liu Yejian were kicked out, Ling Yu was not in a good mood. First, he accidentally offended a woman from the Qin family. Secondly, Liu Yejian openly declared his intention to pursue Qin Mingyu. Ling Yu didn't know what he was up to, but this guy might continue to bother him in the future. On the other hand, Qin Mingyu seemed a bit distracted at work today. Before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling Yu had already offered to drive her home. Ling Yu was puzzled by his wife's unusual silence. Mingyu, what's wrong? You seem quite preoccupied. Ling Yu asked proactively. Qin Mingyu finally looked at Ling Yu. Seeing his honest expression, she hesitated to ask what was on her mind. She didn't want to doubt her husband. What's wrong? Ling Yu inquired again, sensing that his wife had something on her mind. He knew what kind of woman Qin Mingyu was and understood that her deep concerns were a sign of something troubling. What did you do at the Heaven nightclub last night? The whole company is gossiping that you spent the night with a hostess. Qin Mingyu decided to address the issue. Ling Yu was slightly surprised, but he remained composed and decreased the car speed before responding. I did indeed spend time with her, but it wasn't a night of intimacy. Mingyu, do you not believe me? Ling Yu asked. If I didn't believe you, I wouldn't be asking you. Qin Mingyu bit her lip in rare defiance and continued pressing. So why did you do it? Ling Yu was about to explain, but suddenly realized he couldn't reveal the truth to his wife. If Qin Mingyu found out that he was doing it for Nangong, combined with the events in Countrywide, she would surely figure out his identity. What? You can't say. Qin Mingyu was disappointed by his response, finding it quite uncomfortable that her husband was keeping secrets from her, especially when it involved another woman. I can say, but I'm afraid you won't believe me. Ling Yu sighed slightly. I suspected she was Qin Yushuan, so I went to find out the truth. What? Yushuan? Qin Mingyu was indeed shocked, but her gaze at Ling Yu became more furious. She knew Qin Yushuan. Even if that woman didn't seek her sister's favor, she would never stoop to being an escort at a nightclub. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Ling Yu sighed. So, was that Yushuan? Qin Mingyu asked coldly. This was the first time she felt suspicious and doubted Ling Yu's words. She suspected he was lying to her. Just because he didn't respond right away but hesitated for a moment before coming up with an explanation. When it comes to appearance, that's not it. Ling Yu answered candidly. However, Qin Mingyu was not an ordinary woman. She immediately asked again, so what you're hiding is, you can still judge that she is Yushuan based on other aspects. Do you suspect she had plastic surgery? Ling Yu hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. Then how did you determine that she is Qin Yushuan? From what detail? Qin Mingyu's beautiful eyes became increasingly cold. This scene was so similar to a wife questioning her husband who had come home late. Ling Yu never expected to experience such treatment one day, and he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. The Ice Queen was becoming more down to earth, unlike when they had just gotten married, and she didn't care about anything. From the place on her body that was bitten by a snake, Ling Yu continued to be honest. As expected, Qin Mingyu's gaze became even more furious, sharp as if it could slice Ling Yu in two. She had seen photos and videos deliberately sent to her by someone with a grudge, so she knew very well which part of Yu Shuang's body had been bitten by a snake. Hearing this now brought up both new and old animosities. So, she helped you undress last night? Ling Yu also knew that this matter was beginning to spiral out of control. Forget it. I won't ask any more. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Qin Mingyu took the initiative to put a stop to it. She clearly understood that pushing further would only widen the crack between husband and wife. Since she chose to trust Ling Yu, why tear apart their marital bond with unnecessary doubts? Ling Yu breathed a sigh of relief, sweat beads forming on his forehead. Being interrogated by his wife felt terrible. Mingyu, I'm sorry. I won't go to those kinds of places no matter what in the future. Ling Yu apologized obediently. Apologize for what? I allowed you to go. Chen Mingyu turned her face away, silently looking out the window. Ling Yu also felt uneasy, realizing he had made a terrible decision last night. Married men, no matter the reason, should never visit such places of temptation. It would undoubtedly cause trouble for their wives. Ling Yu had wanted to talk to Chen Mingyu about Qin Yuxuan, but seeing his wife's bad mood, he ultimately chose not to continue. Let's first go to the Yunzun Hotel. When the car arrived near the Yunbai business district, Chen Mingyu suddenly spoke. Okay. Ling Yu nodded without asking why. Why don't you ask me why I'm going there? Chen Mingyu took the initiative to speak again. Is it a business matter? Meeting with a client? Ling Yu guessed the truth immediately. Chen Mingyu was a bit displeased with how easily he could figure it out, feeling like he understood her too well, gradually losing that sense of mystery. They hadn't even been together for half a year. Could the itch of the 7-year mark be starting for them already? A man invited me to meet there, Chen Mingyu said, intentionally. She wanted to see Ling Yu jealous. It seemed like it had been a while since this man had gotten jealous for her. Surprisingly, Ling Yu didn't show any jealousy and calmly asked, would it be inconvenient if I accompany you? Chen Mingyu pursed her lips slightly, giving him a cold glance, showing slight irritation. You can wait for me in the car then. After saying that and exiting the car, she was worried Ling Yu might misunderstand, so she added, I'll be back soon. Oh, her feelings were truly conflicting. She wanted to see Ling Yu jealous for her, but she also didn't want further suspicions between them, as a couple, causing her to feel uncertain. Okay. I'll wait for you. Ling Yu nodded, watching Chen Mingyu walk into the hotel with a chilly presence. He also noticed that there was a subtle change in their emotional connection, feeling a bit anxious. This change was definitely related to what happened when he had gone to the Paradise nightclub last night. Regret was now pointless, so he needed to find time to consult his emotional strategist, Guan Ruru, to figure out what to do next. He genuinely cared for Chen Mingyu now. Seeing his wife angry and willing to cold shoulder him made him feel uncomfortable. On the other side, Chen Mingyu arrived outside a presidential suite on the top floor. Standing there was a middle-aged man in tang attire, about 50 years old, with his eyes closed, exuding a strong sense of skill. Miss Chin, Master Nangong has been waiting inside for quite some time. Please go in. The middle-aged man spoke without opening his eyes upon hearing movement. Chen Mingyu nodded slightly and went straight in. Inside, Nangong was lounging with his legs up on a table, playing a mobile game and excitedly exclaiming, Go around, use the ultimate move. Darn it, do you even know how to play? But as soon as he saw Chen Mingyu, he immediately set aside his phone. With a beautiful woman present, one should prioritize her over a game. That was the principle for a playboy like him. Hello, Master Niece. Nangong greeted with a smile. Nangong young master, please show some respect. I am not your niece. Chen Mingyu stared directly at him with cold eyes, not giving the young master any face, asserting her status above his. If not for the business collaboration between the Chiagang group and the Nangong family, she would not have been there to see him. Ha ha, my master risked his life to save you in country. Why isn't it appropriate for me to call you niece? Nangong said deliberately. He wanted to test if the secret of who his master was had been revealed to his niece. But it seemed that his master had hidden it well. Till now, his niece still did not know that the man who saved her in country was her husband. Young Master Nangong, if you invited me here just to say these things, then I'll take my leave. Chen Mingyu showed no mercy and turned to leave directly. Ah, Miss Chin, don't let a joke end the conversation. Nangong hurriedly blocked her way. Of course, Chen Mingyu was not that kind of person. In the past, the Chiagang group had overcome difficulties, thanks to the Nangong family stepping in to solve technical, refining issues at critical moments. But now her mood was terrible, and Nangong still called her niece, a behavior she couldn't tolerate. After taking a deep breath, Chen Mingyu asked again, Young Master Nangong, why did you summon me here? It's like this. Nangong got straight to the point. Do you know about the upcoming South China Peak Martial Arts Tournament? Although Chen Mingyu wasn't interested in such competitions, she nodded. These non-commercial martial arts tournaments were far more prestigious than those televised dance competitions or boxing championships. The big names participating were from the top families and forces in Longguo, unreachable by ordinary people. Qin Chiagang had represented the Qin family in the past, showcasing his strength on the stage and gaining fame. Having by law guarding the Qin family had kept them safe for 30 years, allowing the Qin family to develop safely in the business world. On the contrary, some commercial families in Yun City faced constant threats, such as kidnappings and assassinations due to the lack of skilled protectors, eventually falling into ruin or bankruptcy after a brief period of prosperity. Qin Qiagang had once told Qin Mingyu that the Qin family needed to maintain its leading position in Yun City, with business operations as the foundation, but skilled individuals were the family's security guarantee. That's why when Ling Yu had defeated the assassins for the first time, protecting her and Qin Ruhan's safety, she understood why her grandfather had chosen such a husband for her. Miss Qin, it's good that you know. I represent the Nangong family, here to invite the Qin family to form an alliance. Nangong was stated his purpose. An alliance? Qin Mingyu looked slightly surprised. In the business world, she would be very willing to ally with the Nangong family, as they were one of the top financial conglomerates in the Dragon Kingdom. But when it came to this martial arts contest, she had never participated in one and didn't truly understand its significance and allure, so she wasn't very interested. Exactly, as long as the Qin family can bring in by law and Ling Yu to join my Nangong family, help the Nangong family win the title of martial god family, then the Qin family will be a family protected by my Nangong family, and no one in the southern continent would dare to mess with the Qin family. Nangong was spread his hands, showing excitement and passion. If the Qin family agreed to ally with the Nangong family, it would be easier for his master to fight for them. With Bai Lao and Ling Yu on their side, the Nangong family would be unbeatable in the competition. However, sorry, I'm not interested. Qin Mingyu directly refused. First of all, she really didn't want to participate in this kind of game. Secondly, no matter how it sounded, Nangong's words implied that the Qin family would become a subordinate of the Nangong family. The prestigious Qin family, the leading family in Yuncheng, although not on par with the top 4 families in Yanjing, was not willing to be a follower to others. Why? Nangong didn't expect Qin Mingyu to refuse so decisively and excitedly said, "Considering my master and my previous help to you, can't you give us a bit of face?" The more he said, the more resistant Qin Mingyu became. She directly said excuse me and left coldly. She had already almost forgotten about what happened in country Y. So why did Nangong have to show up in Yuncheng at this time? When he mentioned his master, the images of them underwater embracing tightly came to her mind. That man had even kissed her. She didn't know if Ling Yu had kissed other women, but she knew for sure that she must have been kissed by other men. Whenever she thought about it, she felt a thorn in her heart. Nangong's words only made her more confused. Up to now, she still hadn't figured out who the mysterious shareholder was that purchased shares of Qiagang Group that day, saving the company. Was it Nangong or his master? Why did they help her and the Qin family? Did Nangong's master really like her? Ah, General Qin. Qin Mingyu arrived at the hall and quickly headed towards the door, while the hostess behind tried to call out to her. As Qin Mingyu was in a hurry, some things even fell out of her bag, but Qin Mingyu seemed entranced and didn't hear the calls behind her, going straight to the Maserati at the door. Inside the car, Ling Yu had just been discussing relationship issues with Guan Rou, but when he saw Qin Mingyu come out, he quickly put away his phone. "Mingyu, what's wrong? Everything okay?" Ling Yu noticed something off with his wife and asked with concern, "What could be wrong with me?" Qin Mingyu coldly retorted. Ling Yu trembled slightly. Why was his wife so cold today? What happened just now? Nevertheless, he said, "If everything's fine, shall we go home now?" Seeing him so calm, Qin Mingyu's emotions finally burst out, excitably saying, "Ling Yu, how can you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that other men might take advantage of me?" Ling Yu was a bit at a loss. The iceberg lady was saying such things. "If I arrange to meet a man at a hotel, you're not jealous at all?" Qin Mingyu questioned coldly. She even doubted whether Ling Yu was a normal man. Any husband who truly loved his wife wouldn't be so relaxed about her meeting men alone, right? Just as Qin Mingyu was about to continue questioning, a large hand suddenly reached out towards the back of her head. Qin Mingyu was taken aback and couldn't continue what she was going to say. The next moment, Ling Yu firmly held the back of her head and pulled her towards him, directly kissing her soft crimson lips. Qin Mingyu was dumbfounded. Her cold gaze widened. This man, what audacity! Ling Yu didn't close his eyes either. He was nervous too. This was the solution Guanro had just told him about. When the couple's relationship was not harmonious, the husband had to be a bit domineering and forcefully kiss his wife. In fact, what Guanro said was about solving relationship issues among lovers, claiming that no problem couldn't be solved with a kiss. But considering the identities and relationship between Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu, she modified it to say that no issue couldn't be resolved with a forceful kiss. This move worked wonders, and Qin Mingyu temporarily quieted down. Outside the car, the hostess picked up the items Qin Mingyu dropped and hurried over to return them to the general, but seeing the scene, she was shocked. Oh my! The well-known ice-cold female CEO of Yuncheng was kissing a man in the car. Quite the spectacle. What are you looking at? At this moment, the general manager, who had arrived to see Qin Mingyu off, finally reached the scene. He quickly pulled the indiscreet pretty hostess back. The general and her husband were being intimate in the car. Was it something we mere mortals could peek at? Totally out of line. You jerk. After a moment of daze, Qin Mingyu pushed Ling Yu away and reprimanded him coldly. Do you know how many rivals you have? Do you know how many men lust after me, ready to take advantage of me? Swoosh. Ling Yu was unreasonable again, pulling Qin Mingyu back and forcefully kissing her once more. This time, he closed his eyes. Qin Mingyu's heart was pounding, her emotions in turmoil, but gradually, she also closed her eyes. The general manager and the pretty hostess outside were left dumbfounded. They never expected that the general's husband was so fierce. So the eye-spurred beauty liked this kind of overbearing man. For a while, as Qin Mingyu couldn't continue her outburst, Ling Yu let go of her, and excitedly said, "Of course, I'll be jealous. Any man who dares to covet you, to have ill intentions towards you, I will eliminate him like I did with Lin Baihu." Bringing up this matter finally dissipated the anger that had been building up in Qin Mingyu's heart. Right? How could this man not be jealous? He had already taken care of Lin Baihu for her. Mingyu, just tell me, which other man dares to have ill intentions towards you? I won't let him off. Ling Yu spoke with a sense of urgency. Finally feeling relieved, Qin Mingyu hastened to say, No one. Now she regretted it. What if Ling Yu found out about what happened in Country Y and went to settle the score with the Wolf King from the northern region? No matter how strong he was, he couldn't possibly be more powerful than the northern region war god, right? So, with Ling Yu so agitated now, she didn't dare to be honest. Really none? Ling Yu confirmed once again. Really none. Qin Mingyu replied with feigned calmness. At this moment, where was the iceberg female CEO? She was just a wife afraid of her husband knowing the truth. Well then, let's go home. Ling Yu also breathed a sigh of relief, starting the car, thinking that Guanru's method was indeed effective. There's no problem that can't be solved with a forceful kiss. If there is, then do it twice. After all, it's all about heartbeats. Now, the iceberg lady shouldn't doubt his love for her anymore, right? Maserati continued towards the Qin family estate. Don't think that I'm not angry anymore, and everything is fine. Qin Mingyu spoke again on the way, sighing softly. What happened last night has spread throughout the entire Chia gang group. My fourth sister Qin Langni has returned to the country, and she knows about this. She will definitely talk about it at home. Ling Yu nodded and responded, It doesn't matter. As long as you believe me, as long as you're not in a bad mood, nothing else will affect me. He didn't marry Qin Langni, so why should he care about what she thinks? Qin Mingyu, however, coldly stared at him and said, But it can affect me. They are all my family. I hope you can gain their approval. Understand? Ling Yu finally looked at Qin Mingyu and nodded after a moment. Yes. Since he chose to stay at the Qin family estate, he needed to gain the approval of the Qin family. Otherwise, how could he live peacefully here with Qin Mingyu? The two arrived back at the estate. When parking, they found nearly 10 luxury cars in the front parking lot, like a small luxury car exhibition. Have aunties all returned? Ling Yu looked slightly surprised. Not only the aunts, but tonight it seems like the entire Qin family is gathering. Qin Mingyu speculated, feeling pressured. Today was the day Qin Langni returned to the country, and she must have summoned everyone back. Looking like this, not only a few aunts and elders, but also uncles and some cousins must have come. As expected, just as the couple got out of the car and walked towards the villa, Qin Ruhan hurriedly ran towards them from the villa entrance. Sister, it looks like tonight is not good. Qin Ruhan gasped. The aunts and those women like Qin Langyi are all urging Grandpa to bring out the heart of the sun and restart the development of new energy products for commercial use. Everyone is waiting for you to make a decision when you return. Upon hearing this, Qin Mingyu's beautiful eyes immediately chilled. She knew Qin Langyi's return would cause trouble, but she didn't expect it to be related to the heart of the sun. Ling Yu quickly followed Qin Mingyu inside, wondering why Qin Langyi returned to the country at this time. Was it a coincidence, or did someone make her come back? Was there a conspiracy behind the scenes? Qin Mingyu entered the grand living room and found the whole Qin family had indeed gathered. Qin Zimai had also returned. Not only the four aunts, but also the two uncles had come. Several cousins and Qin Langyi sat together, looking quite close. Lin Fei also sat quietly beside. Except for Qin Yuxuan, almost the entire Qin family had gathered. Mingyu is back. Mingyu, you've come at the right time. Upon hearing the voices, Qin Han immediately stood up and smiled as she walked over. We're discussing whether we should bring out the heart of the sun and invest in commercial development and profit. Qin Mingyu immediately looked up at Qin Chang'an, whose suggestion is this. What does Grandpa think? It was Langyi's suggestion. Qin Hanshu said. Grandpa said, he'll wait for you to decide. As expected, Qin Mingyu immediately looked at Qin Langyi. Qin Langyi also looked at the couple, glanced at Ling Yu, gritted her teeth, and decided to ignore the scumbag Ling Yu for the time being. Elder sister, I just told everyone. Qin Langyi immediately showed off her business skills learned abroad. The Chiagang group has just gone through one business strike after another. While we have been struggling, not only have we resolved the bankruptcy crisis, but have further improved supply chain and business cooperation. Moreover, there's been a significant influx of new funds, stock prices have risen, and market confidence has reached its peak. At this moment, as decision makers of the group, we must launch a new and shocking product, conduct a new round of financing, rapidly expand the market, further grow the group, and elevate it to a new level. Ling Yu felt a natural aversion as she spoke in a mix of fluent and broken dragon language and foreign words. And does she had any ulterior motives in asking the Qin family to bring out the heart of the sun for commercial use? Initially patient, Qin Mingyu directly turned to Qin Chang'an at the end. Grandpa, what do you think? In fact, Qin Mingyu had secretly established a development department when the heart of the sun was brought back. All equipment and technology were prepared, waiting for her to officially start the research and development tests with just one command. She hadn't told any of the family members except Qin Chang'an until a few nights ago. She listened to Qin Langyi's theoretical ideas about business practices without argument. However, she only followed her grandfather's advice on decision-making. Ha. Mingyu, didn't I tell you a few nights ago? Grandpa's old and doesn't want to bother anymore. From now on, let you and Ling Yu handle the affairs of the Qin family and the Chiagang group. Qin Chang'an had decided to wash his hands off these matters. Mei Jiali had been massaging his shoulders all along, not daring to speak out of turn. Qin Mingyu suddenly felt a heavy burden. While she had been managing the Chiagang group before, she had her grandpa's protection. With him gone, the invisible pressure instantly multiplied several times. Come on, elder sister, this is a decision made by the family after discussion, and you should respect and follow our decision. Qin Langyi continued to pressure Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu, still ignoring her, turned to Qin Hongyi and Lin Fei. What do you think? Qin Hongyi immediately said, I think Langyi is right. It's time for the Qin family to grow stronger. She also held 6% of shares in the Chiagang group and was a respected elder by Qin Mingyu, so her words carried a lot of weight. Qin Mingyu then turned to Lin Fei. Although Lin Fei had no shares in her hand, she had always considered the heart of the sun as Qin Rulong's legacy. As the primary inheritor, she had been attached to the heart of the sun for 20 years. Therefore, Qin Mingyu had to listen to her opinion. Mingyu, I don't want to influence your decision. You don't need to consider my opinion. Ling Fei neither agreed nor disagreed. With no one opposing, Qin family and the Chiagang group decided to release the heart of the sun for commercial development. This businesswoman knew that not utilizing the resources at hand would be foolish, even if it carried great risk. Ling Yu and Qin Ruhan both felt extremely repulsed. They believed that this woman would take credit for bringing immense benefit to the Qin family and the Chiagang group. In case of any mishap, she could easily shift the blame by citing problems but the details and absolve herself of responsibility. Just as Qin Ruhan was about to speak up for Qin Mingyu spoke up. Langni, I am not following your opinion. If it had just been your suggestion, I would have refused without hesitation. But since this is a decision supported by the Qin family, I will not oppose it. Qin Langni was stunned for a moment and stopped her exuberance. Ha ha, Qin Langni. Why is your face so big? Qin Ruhan couldn't help but sneer when she saw Qin Langni like this. What's your position and role in Tiagang group? Why should your older sister listen to you? She's giving you face, but actually implying that you shouldn't put on airs. She had seen many people like this before. Especially on some free platforms, there are a lot of people like this. These people are actually very naive, not very knowledgeable, but they like to give advice and teach big shots how to do things, as if their IQ is higher than Einstein and they studied Confucius at the age of 3, Laozi at 5, and Zhongguosi at 7, and wrote Zuo Zhuan at 10. In reality, they are just clowns. Qin Langni was already embarrassed, but now she was completely embarrassed and angry. Qin Ruhan, you are trying to sow discord. Just wait, now that I've returned, I will eventually become your superior, you talentless person. She knew about Qin Mingyu's prestige in the Qin family, and she had always idolized Qin Mingyu since she was young, so she didn't dare to confront her, and could only vent her anger on Qin Ruhan. Come at me. What are you afraid of? Qin Ruhan, this little pepper, was not afraid of Qin Langni's theoretical arguments, and retorted directly, what's the use of learning multiple foreign languages? The business world speaks through strength and experience, not armchair theorizing. Do you think talking like this gives you style? If that's the case, I can even speak an alien language. Are you afraid or not? All right, you two sisters, stop arguing. Qin Hanshu quickly intervened. The four Qin sisters had never gotten along since they were young, and it was unexpected that Qin Ruhan and Qin Langni, both 20 years old, would start quarreling as soon as they met. They really hadn't matured. Ha ha, I won't argue with such an immature person like her. I came back to revitalize the Qin family. Qin Langni remained self-assured. She didn't care how the family viewed her, as she had received her education abroad and believed in bravely and confidently showing her true self. Her gaze landed on Ling Yu, and she immediately changed the topic. Big sister, you can ignore other matters, but there is one thing you must listen to me about. Qin Langni pointed at Ling Yu. This scumbag isn't worthy of you. It's widely known that he goes to nightclubs to find girls. You must divorce him and stop embarrassing our Qin family. With these words, the refined members of the Qin family couldn't contain themselves. Qin Zaimai hadn't spoken the whole evening, as she had given up her shares and was determined to not interfere with the fate of the Qin family. But now, witnessing this scene, she couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Qin Hanshu and the other sisters also recognized that Qin Langni's personality was too ostentatious and were not fond of her. Sometimes, people like her were seen as clowns without their knowledge. But tonight, they needed to use Qin Langni. She said things they wanted to say but couldn't express themselves. The topic opened up, and Qin Qinji immediately spoke coldly. Impressive. Cheating in the marriage so soon. Qin Jinzi, who rarely spoke much, couldn't help but address Qin Chang'an. Father, is this the man you chose for Mingyu? We are all losing face. Ling Nafei was also very disappointed in Ling Yu. Originally, she wanted to control the Qin family through him and Mingyu, but this man actually did such a thing. It's not just shameful for himself, it would also affect Mingyu's position in the family. Qin Chang'an still didn't say anything. First of all, he didn't believe Ling Yu was that kind of person. Secondly, he felt he was truly old, and the feelings between his daughter and son-in-law were for them to solve. He had done what he needed to do and said what he needed to say to the couple. As for what Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu would do next, it was up to them. Don't misunderstand Ling Yu. Qin Mingyu finally spoke up, unable to let Ling Yu explain himself, as the situation was hard to explain. Her single sentence was more effective than 1,000 explanations from Ling Yu. When a wife allowed her husband to have extramarital affairs, what more could be said? The whole Qin family was shocked. All right, big sister. You don't have to keep protecting this scumbag anymore. Love affairs are confusing, and we all understand. Qin Langni appeared to know the truth and said confidently, you are the heir of our Qin family. Your marital matters don't just concern yourself. Well, I'm making the decision in this matter. A vote from the whole family in favor of the divorce of you and Ling Yu. Please raise your hands. After Qin Langni finished speaking, she raised her right hand directly. Although Qin Zimai didn't say anything, she was the first one to follow suit. Qin Qingji and the other sisters didn't hesitate either. Qin Honshu sighed and reluctantly raised her hand. Once they all raised their hands, how could their family members not follow suit? In the end, only Lin Fei, Qin Qianggong, and Qin Ruhan remained, and whether they expressed their opinions had become unimportant. Big sister, look, no one in the Qin family supports your marriage. Tomorrow, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get a divorce. Qin Langni decisively sealed the decision. One would think she was the head of the family. In reality, she was the youngest among the Qins. Langni, that's enough. Qin Mingyu finally got angry, reaching the limit of her patience with her younger sister. Seeing her older sister's frosty gaze, Qin Langni, who had always felt good about herself, shivered slightly and dared not continue speaking for the moment. Aunties, didn't you promise last time that as long as Ling Yu and I could resolve the crisis of the Chia Gang group, you wouldn't oppose us being together? How can you change your minds now? Qin Mingyu countered. Qin Honshu sighed and didn't respond properly. Finally, Qin Zimai coldly snorted. At first, we did promise that if that man could resolve the crisis of the Chia Gang group, we wouldn't object. But did he manage to do that? Qin Qingji added. Exactly. The cooperation with the Nangong family was negotiated by you yourself, Mingyu. The stock market was stabilized by everyone in the Qin family, including that mysterious shareholder. And the 10% increase in the group's profits, which you helped achieve, how is it his issue from start to finish? Qin Mingyu fell silent. Ling Yu was even more helpless and smiled bitterly. In fact, he had supported the Qin family in the two previous matters behind the scenes. Without those two achievements, the third one would never have been possible. Unfortunately, he couldn't reveal any of this. Frustrating. Just watching his wife stand up for him, knowing she was willing to confront the whole Qin family for him, Ling Yu was moved yet pained. Now, with his wife silent, he finally couldn't help but step forward and ask, "What exactly do you all want me to do for you to allow me and Mingyu to be together? Please state your conditions." Unable to bear it any longer, this time, he decided to shoulder the responsibility and make some visible achievements to completely shut the mouths of these women. The aunties finally stopped at that. Qin Langni stepped forward again, smiling. "Then you should listen to Liu Dashao's love declaration first. Look at the difference between you and his." After speaking, she immediately video called her myth senior. As if prepared in advance, Wei Yejian vowed in front of the Qin family to Qin Mingyu. "Mingyu, as I have always said, I genuinely like you. If you marry me, our families will join forces and surely dominate the business in Yunshan. I guarantee the total assets of the Qin family will skyrocket by more than 30% in a year." The members of the Qin family took a sharp breath. A 30% surge in total assets in a year. How bold and lofty. Did you hear that? Qin Langni stared at Ling Yu with an expression of extreme contempt and a cold smile. "You and Mr. Liu are like night and day. He is the overbearing president. And what about you? Just a scumbag looking for fun in nightclubs. It really makes me sigh. Sometimes the gap between people is even bigger than the gap between people and pigs." Qin Ruhan didn't know what Ling Yu was thinking, but she really wanted to slap this sister in the face hard. Going abroad to study. Didn't learn anything. Just learned to behave like trash, right? Ling Yu, however, didn't take Qin Langni seriously at all. Just didn't know whether what Mr. Liu said was true or false. But in the current situation, he couldn't afford to back down, could he? If he backed down, he could lose his wife in minutes. 30%. Isn't that too little? As long as Mingyu is with me, I guarantee that the Qin family's total assets will increase by 30% within half a year, and over 60% in a year. As soon as Ling Yu said this, the originally shocked Qin family members were even more dumbfounded, looking at each other in amazement. Really good at talking big, one after another. After a while, someone burst into laughter. Qin Zimai sneered. "The total assets of the Qin family are about 15 billion now. A 60% increase in a year means it will reach 24 billion next year, right?" Everyone laughed. After reaching 1 billion in assets, it took 10 years for the Qin family to reach 15 billion, and even experienced bankruptcy risk several times along the way, to increase to 24 billion in a year. Do they think reality is a game? Or brainless novels where dragons return and billions in assets appear out of nowhere? Oh, Ant 5 thinks it's not enough. Ling Yu responded seriously, do I have to reach 30 billion to be considered qualify as the Qin family's son-in-law? Let's set a price, 30 billion. Ha ha. The previously mocking Qin family women almost spewed blood. Qin Mingyu also gave Ling Yu a cold stare, wondering what was going on with this man today. It was not like his usual style, but she was angry, yet somehow a little sweet inside. This fool was provoked by Mr. Liu. Spouting nonsense here was better than being a cowardly egg who wouldn't even dare to fight back. Proving that he had a sense of crisis, he definitely couldn't slack off from now on, right? Indeed. When he said he would help the Qin family reach 30 billion in assets, Mr. Liu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He felt different from Ling Yu. He was the chairman of the Liu Corporation. He couldn't just talk nonsense, right? Ha ha. Good. Ambitious. Qin Chang'an, who had been watching the show on the side, finally applauded vigorously. After returning from the ancient town, his mindset was completely different from before, but his vision and preferences remained unchanged. But 30 billion is too much. 20 billion is enough. But my old man has an additional condition. You must help Mingyu to get the Qin family into the National Business Association within a year, become one of its permanent members, and join the ranks of those who dictate the rules of the business world. How about that? This statement caused a chill throughout the Qin family. Qin Mingyu thought that her grandfather was going to help Ling Yu, but she didn't expect him to make things more difficult for him. The Dragon Country Business Association, as the highest power in the business world, is made up of the top families and forces in the country, with only 20 members, 7 of whom are permanent members. In order to compete for power and benefits, the cliques inside engage in internal struggle, scheming against opponents, and using every means necessary, making it very difficult for external forces to join. And the Qin family was just the top family in Yun City. There were more than 30 families and forces in the country with greater assets and stronger influence. To make the Qin family a permanent member of the business association within a year was simply like reaching for the sky. Okay, it's a deal. Ling Yu didn't hesitate at all. He agreed immediately. Only he knew that this old man was actually secretly helping him. Once this agreement was reached, even if Qin Mingyu didn't have this plan before, as long as she didn't want to give up on Ling Yu, she would have to find a way to join the association. This way, Ling Yu wouldn't have to reveal his identity or confess his goals to Qin Mingyu. He could simply lead her in the right direction. The old saying goes, an old fox is not easily deceived. Ling Yu, have you gone mad? Qin Mingyu finally couldn't help it, staring coldly at Ling Yu and whispering softly, Mingyu, trust me. Ling Yu quickly held her tenderly, his eyes full of confidence and dominance. I will do everything in my power to be with you. This fool. Qin Mingyu's cheeks were burning. This man actually said such cheesy words in front of the whole family. Heh. Brother-in-law is so domineering. Qin Ruhan was the most innocent one. She didn't care whether her brother-in-law could do it or not, as long as she enjoyed seeing this scene. TSK. Just buying time. It's just a delaying tactic. Qin Langyi didn't believe that Ling Yu had such ability. The other members of the Qin family didn't believe it either. But since Grandpa had made a bet with Ling Yu on behalf of the Qin family, they had no choice. Fooled by this man again. He's really cunning. Qin Zaimai and the others sneer, but no matter what they said, it couldn't change the current situation. Ling Yu got this son-in-law probation. At least he could stay in the Qin family for half a year, maybe even a year. On the other hand, Mr. Liu hung up the video call. Zhao Weiwei, who was at the dining table with him, was very dissatisfied. Jian, you really disappoint me. Your brother has been ruined by that woman Mingyu, and you want to follow in your brother's footsteps and become that woman's lackey. Lao Mo also frowned in confusion, but he trusted his eldest son very much and knew he was not as naive as his youngest son. He must have some deep intentions. With a smile, Ling Yajian gently said, Mom, the person who caused my brother to be so miserable is not Mingyu, but Ling Yu. I took his wife away, kicked him out of the Qin family. Isn't that the best revenge for this grassroots guy? This explanation calmed Zhao Weiwei's anger slightly. However, she still said, Mingyu is not just any woman. If she becomes the daughter-in-law of our Liu family, I will definitely make her look good. Ling Yajian stood up, walked over with a smile, and gently massaged Zhao Weiwei's shoulders. Mom, don't be angry. I will find a way to bring Mingyu into the Liu family and let you educate her well. Good. Mom is waiting. Mom is waiting. Zhao Weiwei's eyes were cold, waiting for her eldest son to find a way to avenge her youngest son. Jian, come with me to the study. Lao Mo also put down his knife and fork, got up and said. Ling Yijian nodded and followed him, leaving the dining table and heading to the study. Was it Zhao Wuji who asked you to do this? After entering the study, Lao Mo immediately expressed his concern. The private conversation between the two father and son couldn't be heard by Zhao Weiwei because that woman was from the Zhao family and they didn't know which side she stood on. Lao Mo was actually very scared too, scared that the Liu family would end up like the Lin family. Although their family was similar in nature to the Lin family, who had risen through the Zhao family in the past, the Liu family had always had a firm foothold in the business world and had their own independence. In contrast, the Lin family, although General Lin was high-ranking in the military, had no place in the business world, and their fate was in the hands of others. With a single command from above, he would have to follow like a dog, subject to the whims of his master. Yes, but it doesn't have to be. Liu Yejian's answer was vague. Liu Qianqi couldn't force him to speak out his thoughts with authority, so he just reminded him, Zhao Wuji has always been using us to deal with the Qin family. I hope you can see clearly the current situation of the Lin family. Don't follow in their footsteps. After Lin Qinglong was transferred, the Lin family company was acquired. Lin Qingshuan died. Ling Nafei completely lost power in the Qin family. Lin Qinglong has disappeared from the Lin family to this day, his whereabouts unknown. The once prestigious Lin family, almost in an instant, vanished into thin air. This is the tragedy of puppet families. When they lose their value of use, they are treated as abandoned children. Dad, I understand. Liu Yejian smiled and said. Zhao Wuji also has no way to deal with the Qin family, right? If I can really marry Mingyu, with the collaboration of the Qin and Liu families, what business would the Zhao family have in Cloud City? Liu Qianqi could see the ambition in his eldest son's eyes and patted his shoulder after a while, saying, You, as the elder brother, have always been more outstanding than your younger brother since childhood. Whenever he fails, you will always make up for him. I believe this time, you won't disappoint Dad. After 9 o'clock in the evening, several aunts from the Qin family also left the Qin family estate with their families. Qin Ruhan prepared to go back to her room for a bath and sleep as usual, but she was stopped in the corridor, almost running into a brick wall. Looking up, she saw it was Qin Luoni. With a height difference of over 10 centimeters, and the distance to close, Qin Ruhan had to tilt her head up to stare at her sister. Why are you doing this? Why are you deliberately blocking my way? Hey, Qin Ruhan, I've always thought you were the worst among us sisters, but I didn't expect your judgment to be the worst too. What do you mean? Although Qin Ruhan was to sizes smaller than her sister, this little pepper was not weak at all. Hands on hips, confronting her face to face. You seem to really like your brother-in-law. Huh, don't you think you have poor judgment? In what aspect does he compare to my senior? Qin Luoni gestured with her fingers. Wealth, knowledge, appearance, or family situation. In any aspect, he's a loser. Stop. Qin Ruhan didn't bother arguing with her. She just smiled and said, Qin Luoni, if you admire your senior so much, why don't you marry him? Since you are both unmarried, it's a perfect match. Why bother coming to pester your sister? Disgusting. You. Qin Luoni was momentarily speechless. Qin Ruhan triumphantly patted her a bit, but the positions were a bit off, so it didn't quite land, but she proudly planned to go around her and back to her room. Humph. Ignorant. You focus on the details, I'll show you the bigger picture. Qin Luoni. Stop right there. Qin Luoni was not willing to accept defeat. She could accept losing in this family, but not to Qin Ruhan. Out of anger, she tugged at Qin Ruhan's clothes. Not expecting the tugging to be too strong, she ended up tearing Qin Ruhan's dress apart, even revealing her pink bra. Qin Luoni. You. Qin Ruhan quickly covered her chest, angry, turned around, and stared at her sister. Sorry. It was not intentional. Qin Luoni casually apologized and then tried to walk away. Qin Ruhan wouldn't let her go, rushing over and grabbing her. The two sisters, being of similar age, had fought a lot when they were little. Although they hadn't practiced in years, the familiar feeling of fighting still lingered. Despite being called a little pepper, Qin Ruhan was at a disadvantage physically. Moreover, Qin Luoni had spent a few years abroad learning free combat, so she was no match now. After a struggle, she was knocked to the ground by Qin Luoni. The dress that had already been torn was now more damaged, almost revealing her body. The servants who rushed over, seeing the two young ladies fighting, didn't dare to say a word, afraid of offending one side. You evil woman, how dare you bully me? Qin Ruhan felt wronged and was on the verge of tears. Come on. You started it. Why cry after losing? Loser. Qin Luoni showed no remorse, feeling proud that her years of combat training were not in vain. Ruhan, what's wrong? Ling Yu happened to be walking towards Qin Mingyu's room, passing by and witnessing the scene. His face suddenly turned cold. He didn't know the context, but seeing Qin Ruhan being treated so badly, he felt that Qin Luoni had gone too far. Brother-in-law, this woman hit me for no reason and tore my clothes. Qin Ruhan complained tearfully as Ling Yu helped her up. Ling Yu immediately turned to Qin Luoni with a serious expression. I don't care what issues you have, but as Qin family members, you are not allowed to use violence in the house, understand? Qin Luoni was slightly taken aback and then sneered. On what basis are you lecturing me? I don't acknowledge you as a brother-in-law. Ling Yu replied sternly. I don't care if you acknowledge me or not, but you must apologize to Ruhan sincerely now. What's your deal? Spare me. Qin Luoni coldly smiled and suddenly punched Ling Yu. She hadn't even settled the issue of hitting her senior in the company and now wanted to challenge him to see how tough this softie really was. Unexpectedly, Ling Yu, with one hand supporting Qin Ruhan, lightly pushed her fist away. Ouch. Astonished, Qin Luoni didn't expect him to be so skilled. However, she considered herself no pushover either, so she continued to throw punches and kicks at Ling Yu. But her few years of training were no match for Ling Yu. Her attacks were easily parried. Qin Luoni kicked too hard, lost balance after Ling Yu pushed her, and fell heavily to the ground, holding her head in pain. Qin Ruhan was delighted and quickly approached her, making funny faces. Your fighting skills are not even close to my brother-in-law's. Remember, you asked how your senior compares to him. His skills are way better than your senior's. He's more boyfriend material and more assertive. This left Qin Luoni speechless. She struggled to her feet, coldly snorted, and left. If you dare bully me again next time, I'll let my brother-in-law teach you a lesson. A violent woman who lacks grace. HMPH. Qin Ruhan taunted her sister to clarify her family status and to stop acting so superior all the time. Ling Yu sighed and ignored his sister-in-law, quickly returning to Qin Mingyu's room. So, did you discipline Luoni? Although Qin Mingyu hadn't left her room, it seemed like she had eyes that could see through walls. As soon as Ling Yu entered, she guessed what had happened outside. Sort of. Ling Yu shrugged helplessly. Anyway, she was his sister-in-law, so confronting her like that might not have been ideal. He was also afraid that Qin Mingyu would scold him for it. Langni has been without her parents since she was young. It was my fourth and fifth aunt who were responsible for educating her, but they weren't as patient as my third aunt in teaching her. So Langni is less well-mannered, but her intentions are not bad, so don't be too hard on her. Oh, I see. Ling Yu never expected Qin Mingyu to speak like this. Just moments ago, he was worried that she would scold him, but he didn't expect her to speak to him. Now he increasingly felt that he was actually the favorite of the ice-cold female heart. Mingyu, do you think Langni coming back at this time could be someone's arrangement? Ling Yu speculated. Since crossing paths with Zhao Wujin, he had become very cautious. Luckily, Qin Mingyu was also a cautious person. When she heard him say this, she not only didn't scold him for speculating recklessly but thought this fool was actually not foolish. It might be related to Willow Leaf Sword. Qin Mingyu speculated, that man is much more difficult to deal with than Liu Heda. Now openly declaring his pursuit of me, he must be brewing some plan to deal with the Qin family. Ling Yu immediately said, no matter what his plan is, if he harms you and my family, I will not spare him. The spirit of a warrior. Offend my dragon nation, and you will not escape. Now this could also apply to the family. Touch my wife, and I will make you regret it. Qin Mingyu suddenly smiled. She no longer deliberately restrained her smile in front of Ling Yu, so her smile was like a blossoming snowflake. Ling Yu was momentarily stunned. Forget about others. Why did you publicly boast tonight? Qin Mingyu suddenly glared at him in anger. Joining the Chamber of Commerce in a year and increasing the Qin family's assets by 60%. Do you think it's a joke? I wasn't joking. Ling Yu said seriously. Willow Leaf Sword is provoking me like this. Can I not fight back? What if you can't achieve it? Are you really planning to leave me? Qin Mingyu became nervous for a moment, and even though she realized her words were a bit ambiguous, she couldn't help it. We will definitely achieve it. I believe in you. Please believe in me too. Ling Yu gently held Qin Mingyu and looked into her eyes. Let's consider this a re-signing of our marriage agreement. If we fail, I will leave. This fool. Qin Mingyu's body trembled slightly. She was the one who proposed signing the agreement first. She still remembered that night when she wrote the agreement, and she had him come over to sign it. Since that night's agreement, she felt uncomfortable and went to get drunk. Qin Mingyu never dreamt that starting from that agreement, she had entangled herself into it. Now, they had to sign new agreements one after another. All right, I trust you. This time, Qin Mingyu took the initiative to kiss Ling Yu. Ling Yu was momentarily stunned and then gently embraced her waist. Tonight, Qin Mingyu was a bit lost in herself, but her mind couldn't help but think of the man from Country Y. The more she thought, the more unsettled she became. Feeling guilty for being kissed by another man in her marriage, she wanted to make it up to Ling Yu. Ling Yu also sensed her unusual behavior, similar to the night she returned from Country Y. But with his gentle wife in his arms, he gradually felt a bit out of control because of Qin Mingyu. Just as Qin Mingyu was prepared to face whatever the man had planned for her that day, Ling Yu suddenly stopped. It took a while for Qin Mingyu to open her eyes. Mingyu, you look a bit tired today. You should rest early. Ling Yu felt that Qin Mingyu was not herself today, and he hadn't taken a bath tonight. His wife was a clean freak, and he was worried that she might be disgusted if they got closer later. The main thing was that he felt he hadn't gained recognition from the Qin family yet, and their marriage wasn't stable, so it might not be the right time to take Qin Mingyu's first time. Qin Mingyu's lips curved slightly, her thoughts seeming complex, but she didn't say anything in the end. The next morning, when Ling Yu took Qin Mingyu back to Chiagang Group, he suddenly received a call from Chen Ailin. Mom, you said you gave the betrothal gifts to the Zhang family. You're going to help your cousin buy a wedding house tomorrow. Ling Yu was surprised after hearing what Chen Ailin said. Qin Mingyu, who had just gotten out of the car, also stopped and listened quietly. All right, I got it. Ling Yu furrowed his brow slightly as he hung up the phone and realized that Qin Mingyu had come back to the car window. She asked, "What's the matter? Zhang Ryu and my cousin are getting married. My mother gave the betrothal gifts to the Zhang family yesterday, but Zhang Ryu insists on having a suite as a wedding house before she agrees." Ling Yu said concisely. Qin Mingyu also frowned slightly. The cousin was clearly being led around by Zhang Ryu. But considering his care for Ling Yu since childhood and his honest nature, akin to Chen Ailin's obedient son, Qin Mingyu felt obliged to intervene. In the next moment, Qin Mingyu took out a bank card and handed it to Ling Yu. Mingyu, what are you doing? Ling Yu was slightly puzzled. There's 5 million in this card. Use it to buy a house for your cousin so he can get married peacefully. But the property must be under his name as a premarital asset, Qin Mingyu instructed. She felt that Zhang Ryu was a trickster, but with matters at this point, she had to let Ling Shutang marry her. If she couldn't get the betrothal gifts back, at least the house couldn't be taken by her when they split. No, that's my cousin. He's getting married, so I'll find a way for him. Ling Yu wanted to refuse, but seeing Qin Mingyu's determined gaze, he sighed and took the card. Buy it, and let me know, Qin Mingyu said coldly, then left abruptly. Just when they agreed on a common goal last night, now she was asking him to buy her cousin a house. This fool sided with her cousin instead of her. In the face of a common goal of 20 billion assets, what were a few 100,000? Click. What Qin Mingyu didn't know was that the scene of her forcing money on Ling Yu had been secretly filmed by Qin Langni hiding in the car. HMPH. Ling Yu, you little handsome face, always asking money from my sister, right? No matter what you use to mesmerize my sister, I'll gather evidence sooner or later, and together with the entire Qin family, I'll kick you out. Only my senior can match up to my sister. Qin Langni hid in the car, watching the video and photos she had taken, smiling contently. Qing Ruhan, you little bean sprout, daring to lie with this little white face to bully me last night. After I get rid of him, let's see who you can rely on. In her eyes, Ling Yu was just a little white face, a useless, kung fu using man who only knew how to ask women for money and bully them. A worthless man. Just as Qin Langni was soliloquizing to herself, the car window was suddenly knocked twice forcefully, startling her. Seeing it was Ling Yu, she quickly moved back and nervously asked, What do you want? Why are you here at the company? What were you secretly filming me and your sister do? Ling Yu frowned and asked. Why? Do you care? This is my Qin family's company. I can come if I want. You can't control me. Qin Langyi looked a bit flustered but pretended to be arrogant. She opened the car door, seemed proud, and walked out. Ling Yu couldn't do anything about his little sister-in-law. He couldn't just hit her, right? He could only be on guard and strategize for future encounters. At that moment, not far away, a deafening roar suddenly rang out. The whole world seemed to be shaking, as if experiencing a high-magnitude earthquake. Qin Langyi couldn't stand steadily for a moment and instinctively wanted to grab Ling Yu. But then she thought that he was the enemy. Ling Yu saw that she was about to fall, and he was ready to reach out and pull her. But when he saw that she was about to retract her hand on her own initiative, he stopped his action. Qin Langyi ultimately fell heavily to the ground because of her full buttocks, and her whole body even bounced slightly twice. Hey, are you okay? Out of kindness, Ling Yu still asked. Damn, why didn't you hold me just now? Qin Langyi loudly blamed Ling Yu. If she had known it would hurt so much when she fell, she should have held on to Ling Yu. Ling Yu innocently spread his hands. You could have held on to me just now. Since you didn't even want to hold on, why should I proactively hold on to you? There's a saying, you can't stop someone who wants to die. He didn't want to help her, only to be accused of being presumptuous later. It's better not to act. If she loves to scold, let her scold. HMPH, no class, jerk. Qin Langyi gritted her teeth. Ling Yu ignored her and just wanted to quickly figure out what had happened with the earthquake just now. The explosion sound just now seemed to come from the Research and Development Center building a few hundred meters away from the Chiag Gang Group headquarters. Soon, a group of security guards rushed out of the building. Jia Xiaobo and Ling Shitan were also among them. What happened? Ling Yu quickly stopped them, seeing their hurried footsteps. They must have received some news. They said there was an explosion at the Research and Development Center. We need to rush over to assess the situation and conduct on-site rescue. Jia Xiaobo had just finished speaking when Qin Mingyu and Xia Shaodi also hurried out, followed by a large group of people. Even the female president had to go personally, indicating that something significant must have happened. Ling Yu quickly caught up. In no time, a group of people arrived at the Research and Development Center, where black smoke billowed. The head of security at the Research and Development Center hurried over to report to Qin Mingyu. President Qin, something bad has happened. Our new product development failed, and there was a sudden explosion in the laboratory just now. Are there any casualties? Qin Mingyu asked with a worried expression. If there were any casualties, not only would the experiments be halted, but the Chiagang Group would definitely face major troubles. It's always been known not to commercialize the heart of the sun. Her father had warned thousands of times that this approach carried enormous risks, so why couldn't she resist the pressure from the Qin family? When the explosion occurred in the research lab, there was no one there. Only Miss Zhou, the project leader, hurried over to check the situation and got injured in a second explosion, the worst of all. In addition, some of the research staff nearby suffered minor injuries, but it shouldn't be life-threatening. The head of security at the Research and Development Center nervously said, "Take me to see her." Qin Mingyu didn't immediately care about the equipment, but was concerned about the staff. Whenever human life is more important than inanimate objects, outside the research lab, she saw a young woman in work clothes lying in a pool of blood. She was completely black from the explosion, looking terrifying. Two caregivers were trying to save her, sweating profusely and looking very anxious. Qin Ruhan also hurried to the scene, and seeing the situation, she immediately reprimanded Qin Langyi. "It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you instigating everyone to pressure the company, my sister wouldn't have ordered the activation of the development plan, and today's incident wouldn't have happened." Qin Langyi pushed back. "Please, what does this have to do with me? If our sister wants to increase the company's assets by 60% within a year, we have to develop new products and explore new markets, right?" Qin Mingyu heard their conversation and pondered deeply. Indeed, she was decisive. Because she wanted to achieve the 60% goal with Ling Yu, she authorized the initiation of the new product development experiment overnight. However, the experiment had been conducted before without any issues. Why did an explosion occur today? At that moment, Qin Qiangan also received the news and called to inquire about the situation. Qin Mingyu hadn't spoken a few words with him when the caregivers from the research center rushed over anxiously to report. President Chin, it's bad. This wounded person's bleeding can't be stopped. We're afraid we won't be able to wait for the 120 emergency rescue service. This. Chin Mingyu also panicked. Mingyu, you can temporarily ignore the research. You must think of a way to save the lives of the workers. Chin Chang'an was also very worried. If there were casualties due to the failed research by the Chiagang group, after the media's coverage, the Chin family would once again face a crisis, causing a new wave of major problems. Chin Langyi heard Chin Chang'an's anxious words and saw Chin Mingyu's slightly pale face, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Chin Langyi, you're a jinx. You come back, and a big mess happens right away. Chin Ruhan continued to scold Chin Langyi, believing that this incident stemmed from her actions, despite her Zhou just yesterday. Although Chin Langyi was unwilling, she didn't retort. Let me try. At this moment, Ling Yu stood up and walked to Miss Zhou's side, who was injured. Everyone looked at each other when they saw this. HMPH. Ling Yu, don't cause trouble. You'll be responsible if she dies, you know. Chin Langyi was disoriented by Chin Ruhan's words. Now, seeing Ling Yu step forward, she looked down on him even more, also thinking of secretly shifting the blame later, in case Miss Zhou really died due to Ling Yu's interference. However, Ling Yu ignored Chin Langyi and carefully examined the injured person's condition. It was severe indeed, but he had seen this type of wounded person many times in the Northlands. Many of his brothers had been injured in bombings, prompting him to study a set of first-aid acupressure techniques to stop bleeding, making him very experienced. At that moment, he poked several acupoints on Miss Zhou, then quickly rebandaged the wound. Everyone could visibly see the decrease in the speed of Miss Zhou's bleeding. The wounds that were rebandaged showed no more blood seeping out. Using the 9-yang finger technique, Ling Yu massaged the chest area of the injured person. Gradually, the injured person's breathing became steady. Oh my god, how did he do that? Yet, what kind of divine technique is this? Everyone was extremely shocked. Their eyes were full of admiration. Chin Mingyu was also surprised. She knew Ling Yu was good at medical treatment, but she didn't expect him to be this skilled. Chin Langyi blushed and paled. Seeing everyone applauding Ling Yu, she didn't know how to react. Ling Yu became a hero in everyone's eyes. If she didn't applaud, she'd stand out, but if she did, it would be like slapping herself. After all, she was the one who looked down on Ling Yu the most in the Chin family. HMPH, now you know. How much better is my brother-in-law compared to you? You clueless woman, Chin Ruhan said smugly in her ear. Chin Langyi snorted but kept her anger in check. The 120 ambulance quickly arrived and transported several of the wounded, including Miss Zhou, to the hospital. Mingyu, don't worry, they won't be in life-threatening danger. Ling Yu walked to Chin Mingyu and whispered to comfort her. Chin Mingyu relaxed a bit, but then tensed up again, instructing the head of the research center, I'm going into the lab to understand the situation clearly. We must investigate and identify the root cause of the problem. Her father had once developed the same experiment, even perfecting all the details. Now, this new product was nothing but a copycat, following all the operational details from her father's time. How could there be such a big explosion? President Chin, this is dangerous. The leader quickly advised. President Chin, we don't know if there might be a third explosion. Plus the research lab just experienced an explosion, and there could be a risk of collapse at any moment. You shouldn't enter easily. President Chin, there might still be a third explosion, and the research lab just went through an explosion. It could collapse at any moment, and it's dangerous for you to go in. Zia Shouty also tried to persuade. Yes, sister, you can just send someone in to check. There's no need for you to do it yourself. Chin Ruhan also advised. However, Chin Mingyu still had no intention of giving up. This research and development experiment is highly confidential, belonging to the core secrets of Chiagang Group. Not many people know all the details, Miss Zhou being one of them. Now that she is injured and unconscious, Chin Mingyu can only personally take action, as sending someone else in might not lead to a satisfactory outcome. Mingyu, let me go in. At this moment, Ling Yu once again volunteered. You. Others were surprised. Chin Mingyu was also slightly taken aback. Well, I have some knowledge of machines. If I can't figure things out, I can still provide you with a live connection. You can go back to the office to rest or deal with other matters, okay? Ling Yu's voice was warm. Don't worry too much. Things will be sorted out quickly. Several young women around looked at this scene, clasping their hands together and whispering, "So heartwarming." Yes, his boyfriend power is so strong, saving lives with medical skills, resolving crises for his girlfriend, and now so warm-hearted. No wonder Miss Chin is interested in him. Hearing these voices, Chin Ruhan was extremely proud. She lightly bumped Chin Langni with her shoulder and teased, "What do you think? Everyone supports my brother-in-law and sister being together. What about you, Senior Liu, who's planning to dig a wall in secret? You better come up with a solution for him soon." Chin Langni snorted and turned her head away. Her impression of Ling Yu had also improved. This man doesn't seem to be unskilled, right? Although he is highly skilled in medicine, why does he have to freeload off my elder sister? How? There must be a big problem. Is he some sort of undercover agent sent by an organization eyeing the assets of the Chin family? Highly likely. Alright, then I'll go back to the office and wait for you. Chin Mingyu indeed had many things to deal with. As the group CEO, she had more than one big issue to oversee. Okay. Once Chin Mingyu left, Ling Yu and the head of security at the research center entered the experimental laboratory. The research experiment was massive. There were many instruments, and some were even emitting smoke. The situation was indeed not optimistic, with the possibility of another explosion at any moment. The head of security dared not move forward recklessly, let alone touch the instruments. However, during Ling Yu's time in the Northern Territory, he had experienced such scenes before. Moreover, he had received military training in industrial machinery and principles, so he calmly inspected the site alone. Unexpectedly, another woman entered the room the next moment. "Fourth Miss, this place is dangerous. Your status is noble. Please don't take risks." The head of security quickly tried to dissuade her. "Humph. Move." Chin Langni pushed him aside and walked in confidently. Ling Yu wanted to dissuade her, but he found that she was indeed very familiar with the instruments here. Some operational details were even more proficient than him. Not only that, she was looking at some research drawings, highlighting the key points and even secretly taking them away. Ling Yu was surprised and even looked at this woman differently. Although Chin Langni's personality was unpleasant, her scientific research level was quite impressive. No wonder she was a MIT student. Ling Yu secretly observed her actions and areas of interest to learn more about the secrets and details of the heart of the sun, and of course, to monitor what she took and report back to Chin Mingyu later. Here, the two of them studied the situation in the research lab in silence. On the other side, Ling Ruoxu quickly received a message and transfer from Ling Yu. Ling Yu said he would be very busy these days and asked her to use this money to buy a house for their cousin. Remember, the deed must be in their cousin's name. If their mother was willing, they could also buy her a comfortable place. Upon receiving this message and seeing the amount of money transferred by her younger brother, Ling Ruoxu's emotions surged. First, she was shocked. Where did her younger brother get so much money? Secondly, there was no problem buying a house for their mother and cousin, but the issue was that their cousin had actually decided to marry John Ryu. Had he been hit on the head by a donkey, or was he trapped in a big iron gate? Ling Ruoxu glanced at Yu Tingting, who was busy in her shop. With her innocent appearance and fair complexion, she was much more appealing in Ling Ruoxu's eyes compared to John Ryu. Why would their cousin give up pursuing her and choose John Ryu instead? Was there such a huge difference in men's and women's aesthetic preferences? Did all men prefer women with a more assertive presence in bed? But their cousin surely wasn't that kind of man. Ruoxu, what's wrong? Yu Tingting suddenly looked up and noticed Ling Ruoxu staring at her figure, feeling a bit uncomfortable as she awkwardly smiled and asked, "Oh, nothing. I just think you have a great figure." With no other customers in the shop at the moment, Ling Ruoxu spoke frankly. "Ruoxu, how can you suddenly say that? My figure can't compare to yours." Yu Tingting was not being modest, as Ling Ruoxu, standing at 1.73 meters tall, with a large chest, long legs, and a perky behind, was the envy of many. It's no wonder Xia Chuanye liked her so much. A woman as attractive as her, which man wouldn't like? Hey, we both have our own strengths. Either way, we both outshine John Ryu. Ling Ruoxu walked over, affectionately holding Yu Tingting's waist. Mentioning John Ryu made Yu Tingting's expression dim slightly. Ling Ruoxu quickly asked softly, "Tingting, do you consider me as your sister?" "Of course, I do. Sister Ruoxu has always been so good to me," Yu Tingting hurriedly said excitedly. Ling Ruoxu did indeed treat her very well. Not to mention before, she was now providing her with a monthly salary of over 10,000, preparing to nurture her, and planning to promote her to store manager in the future, giving her a long-term career path. Knowing that previously she was only earning a little over 3,000 as an early childhood teacher, where else could she find such a good sister? In that case, I have a few questions for you. You must answer me honestly, okay? Ling Ruoxu adopted a sisterly tone. Yu Tingting pursed her lips and nodded. Then tell me honestly, do you like my cousin? Ling Ruoxu didn't like beating around the bush, she preferred directness. I don't know. Yu Tingting's body trembled. It took her a while before she said, I don't think so. Ling Ruoxu was stunned. If you like him, just say so. If you don't, then don't. Just be direct. Then, I guess I don't like him. Yu Tingting heaved a slight sigh. But you and he were on good terms for a while before. I thought you might have a tiny bit of feelings for him. Ling Ruoxu seemed a little disappointed. I'm sorry, Ruoxu sister. Yu Tingting's voice grew quieter. I'm a bit scheming. Actually, I considered being with him before because you and your family were too good to me. And But as she spoke, she didn't dare continue. Ling Ruoxu, however, understood everything clearly. Actually, you like my younger brother, right? Huh. WELL. Yu Tingting's face turned red. Come on. What's there to hide? We all know. Can you really conceal your feelings that well? Ling Ruoxu straightforwardly laughed. As for Yu Tingting calling herself scheming, come on. In this day and age, besides the brain-dead heroines in novels, where would you find anyone who isn't a bit cunning? Every woman has her own thoughts and wants to marry a satisfactory husband, which is normal. Yu Tingting looked at Ling Ruoxu speaking so directly, no longer beating around the bush, and confessed, saying, I just like Uncle Ziwei. To be honest, your cousin is hard to describe. I simply can't like him at all. I did consider being with him before, just to have more chances to interact with Uncle Ziwei, but when I saw him with Zhang Aryu, hey. Then it settled. Ling Ruoxu, in a professional manner, patted her chest and said, if my cousin chooses to marry Zhang Aryu even though he's a mess, that's his own fault. But we hit it off, can't let him influence our relationship, right? Yu Tingting nodded and said, yes. So let's become sworn sisters, shall we? From now on, you'll be my younger sister, and my mom will be your godmother. How about that? Ling Ruoxu asked enthusiastically. Well, that's no problem, Yu Tingting agreed. She knew she wasn't good enough for Ling Yu, so being able to see her idol every day was a kind of happiness. All right, it's settled then. Ling Ruoxu was very happy and straightforwardly said, Tingting, are you living alone now? My mom is always alone at home. I plan to buy her an apartment in the Cloud Bay community. How about you both live together with my mom? Great. That's decided. Ling Ruoxu never planned to give Yu Tingting a chance to hesitate, and directly made the decision. Yu Tingting, since there was no chance to resist, and she also didn't want to continue living alone, she could only nod her head and say, thank you, Ruoxu sister. Hey, just called me sister, now so polite. Sorted. Ling Ruoxu felt secretly delighted. If cousin wanted to marry Zhang Aryu, then marry her. If Zhang Aryu wanted to scam a marriage for a house, let her be. As property titles won't be in her name, she can live there if she wants. Later on, when she discovers that her neighbor in the luxury mansion is Yu Tingting, and her cousin still has feelings for Yu Tingting, she can't wait to see the expressions on their faces. Hey, it's going to be fun. Since the decision was made, it was time to act. The next morning, Ling Ruoxu made arrangements with Ling Shitang to take a taxi to the Cloud Bay housing development. Are you a married couple? The middle-aged driver couldn't help but ask along the way. No. Ling Shitang waved his hand quickly. You're going to buy a house, right? The driver continued to strike up a conversation. Yes. Ling Shitang quickly answered, looking honest and awkward. The properties there aren't cheap. Are you buying it for your wedding? The driver asked further. Exactly. Buying it as a wedding house. Ling Shitang answered promptly, regardless of the fact that the driver was just a stranger with no knowledge of their background. The two chatted all the way, with Ling Ruoxu not paying much attention, thinking the driver was talkative and taking advantage of Ling Shitang's courteous nature. But as they got off, the driver moved closer to Ling Ruoxu and kindly warned, beautiful lady, you're so good looking, It's a waste to marry with such a man. What are you talking about? Ling Ruoxu frowned immediately, realizing the driver was trying to play a different game. Just a reminder, nowadays many men use the pretext of buying a house to deceive beautiful women. If this old damned ugly man tricks you, what would you do with him? I also have a house and good physical condition. Get lost. Ling Ruoxu didn't let him finish and directly exploded, making the driver retreat a few steps. Holy cow, this beauty is so fierce. How shall I afford her? How shall I afford her? The middle-aged driver quickly climbed back into the car and left. Passers-by also seemed a bit stunned. This woman is so fierce. But soon someone recognized her as the Medusa of Cloud City, so her combat power was strong. All's well that ends well. What a lunatic you can meet anywhere. Ling Ruoxu muttered and prepared to walk over to the sales office with her cousin. Ling Shitang, however, felt embarrassed and ashamed, bowing his head and said self-deprecatingly, Ruoxu, why don't I look by myself? I'm so ugly that I'm afraid of embarrassing you. I'm too ugly. Cousin, what are you saying? I'm your sister. Ling Ruoxu not only disagreed but also held his hand to lead him inside. Ling Shitang still let go of her hand, looking uneasy. But people don't know. They might think it's uncalled for. I'm not comfortable. Okay. Ling Ruoxu understood that her cousin had some insecurities and didn't want him to feel uncomfortable, so she agreed to split up and let him choose, then call her over to make the payment. After Ling Shitang entered the sales office alone, he felt conflicted. This was also the reason why he chose John Ru and dared not continue pursuing Yu Tingting. Teacher Tingting is so good looking, he knew if they were together, they would attract unwanted attention. If he really was a rich man who could earn big money by himself, it would be fine. Unfortunately, he knew he was just a farmer and now an intern security guard. How could he match up to Teacher Tingting? If it wasn't for finding a mother for Ziwei, he wouldn't want a second marriage. Once inside the sales office, because he dressed so shabbily and had a rustic aura, wearing a security guard jacket, even the salesgirls didn't want to attend to him. Ling Shitan looked at the young, pretty salesgirls who warmly welcomed everyone but avoided him. Although he felt a bit uncomfortable, he wasn't angry. Blame your own appearance. Sigh. After a self-deprecating smile, Ling Shitang was left alone to look around the building. It was a bit lonely. Cloud Bay was a high-end property in Cloud City, and the sales office had its own style. The spacious lobby didn't need any introduction, with 3D models of the properties and 360-degree videos showcasing each apartment. As he walked into a small duplex, he suddenly noticed a woman in a burgundy silk dress also looking at the same property. She had her back to him, so Ling Shitang couldn't see her face, but she seemed familiar, yet he couldn't remember where he had seen her. Not being adept at striking up conversations, he just stood behind the woman to look at the property. Unexpectedly, as the woman moved, her backside accidentally bumped into Ling Shitang, who was equally not paying attention. Bang! Softly, but Ling Shitang felt an instant rush of enthusiasm. Who? The woman turned around in a panic, but upon seeing Ling Shitang's ugly face, she froze on the spot, her eyes widening. Ling Shitang, it's you. It's you. Ling Shitang was about to apologize, but upon seeing the woman, he refrained from doing so. It was Ziqian. It had to be said that this woman had become much more beautiful lately. She successfully lost weight, and now her figure looked exquisite. No wonder he couldn't recognize her earlier from her back view. Ms. Z, what's wrong? At this moment, a sales lady in her early 30s walked over with a cup of water. Her name was Yu Chunfeng, and she had just finished hosting Ziqian when she returned with a glass of water and witnessed the scene. You arrived just in time. This perverted man intentionally poked me with his belongings. Disgusting. Quickly get someone here to teach him a lesson. Ziqian pointed at Ling Shitang, glaring at him. Since their divorce, Ling Shitang had been bullying her in various ways, humiliating her multiple times. She had long wanted to seek revenge. Unexpectedly, today she finally had the chance. Ziqian, stop slinging mud. Ling Shitang didn't get angry with other women, but he immediately flared up at Ziqian. It was clearly you who bumped into me, and now you're acting like I made the first move. I've dealt with you before. Was it necessary to act like this? Hehe. The past is in the past. Now that you can't have me, you can only sneak around dripping with jealousy. What? Regretting after the divorce? Too bad. You rural bumpkins still want to touch me. Wait till the next life. All you do is sling mud. Ling Shiteng's words didn't affect Ziqian, making his veins pop out of anger. Yu Chunfeng also quickly sized up Ling Shitang. He was indeed a typical rural bumpkin, even wearing a security guard jacket. Not sure where he got the security guard outfit, but definitely not from their property. You, get out. Yu Chunfeng immediately pointed at the door, staring at Ling Shitang and said, "Our property doesn't welcome people who come in to enjoy the air conditioning and free refreshments." Ling Shitang was immediately flustered, but being soul-witted, he couldn't explain in time. Ziqian directly splashed the tea in her hand on his face. It was scalding. Ling Shitang screamed in pain, his face turning red and then black, wanting to retaliate against Ziqian regardless of everything. Unfortunately, two security guards quickly rushed over and restrained him. Hearing Yu Chunfeng's stern command again, "Get out, or I'll have security escort you to the police station." Ling Shitang was full of grievances, but he had no choice. With no money in his pocket and being held by security, he couldn't show any attitude and could only slink away. Seeing this scene, Ziqian was as happy as if she were celebrating the new year. Smirking triumphantly, Ling Shitang, "Oh Ling Shitang, who would have thought you end up like this? You must be regretting it now, right? Look how you dared to treat me back then." Hehe. Ziqian's laughter, one after another, pierced Ling Shitang's eardrums and penetrated his heart. Outside the property, a luxury car stopped. Two beautiful women immediately came forward to greet. "Oh my goodness, this is a BMW 8 Series, a modified convertible red sports car." Summer, with long hair, stepped out of the car wearing Armani sunglasses, exuding an aura of nobility and artistry. Who wouldn't look distinguished stepping out of such a cool car? "Sir, are you here to look at the properties?" The two beautiful women respectfully asked. "Yes, I heard that the sea view villas at Yunhai Bay are quite nice." Summer responded, "You have a good eye, sir. We do have a luxury villa with a scenic view that would suit you very well. Shall we take you in to have a look?" "Sure." Summer didn't hesitate and walked straight into the property area. His entourage, a chubby man, couldn't help but ask, "Sir, are you really planning to settle in Cloud City? What about East City? Won't the missus be upset? You have many friends there." "Even my father supports me, so forget about all that." Summer ignored any obstacles, as he was determined to pursue the fire goddess. That night at the party, seeing Ling Ruoxu in her evening gown looking sexy and the excitement of the fight for her, all lingered in his mind. He had finally found the feeling of love. It turned out that risking everything for a woman could be so wonderful. He did his research, and Yunhai Bay is close to Yunbai Commercial City. Settling here would facilitate picking up and dropping off Ling Ruoxu every day. He also heard from his cousin Zia Shouty that Ling Ruoxu's brother solely nurtured his marriage by picking up his wife every day. Since there was a successful case, why couldn't he follow suit? At that moment, Ling Ruoxu was still at the outermost part of the sales lobby. Beautiful and elegant, she naturally received the hospitality of the sales lady. She was being attended to by a young girl named Cao Xiao, who looked to be in her mid-20s, probably just starting her work after graduation. Although Ling Ruoxu didn't show any desire to buy property and wandered around aimlessly, Cao Xiao tirelessly explained to her cousin. Ling Ruoxu had been waiting for Ling Shitang to choose a property so she could help him make the payment. But to her surprise, she saw her cousin being pushed out by two security guards with a dark expression on his face. "Cousin, what happened to you?" Ling Ruoxu hurried over. Full of grievances, Ling Shitang finally managed to vent to Ling Ruoxu and impatiently explained his recent encounter. "What? It was Ziqian." Ling Ruoxu was also shocked to hear. Wasn't that lazy woman having trouble even affording food after the divorce? How did she suddenly have money to buy a house? Let's go reclaim the scene." Ling Ruoxu couldn't stand seeing her cousin being treated this way. With the need to vent this frustration, she was ready to go back in. The two security guards, seeing Ling Ruoxu's good looks and demeanor, didn't dare to stop her this time, seemingly anticipating a good show. "Ms. Z, this duplex villa is really good. And it's not expensive, only 7.98 million. It suits someone like you, a small socialite." Yu Chunfeng enthusiastically recommended a duplex villa to Ziqian, thinking she could afford it because of how she was dressed like a socialite. After all, they earned a commission on the sales, so they usually promoted the pricier options. Unfortunately, when Ziqian heard the price, she was shocked and immediately said, No, that's too expensive. Even if you mark it down, I still can't afford that. I was only thinking of buying that 3-bedroom duplex. Yu Chunfeng's lips twitched slightly upon hearing this. Moments ago, she thought this woman was a socialite, but it turns out she was a fake rich person. Still, she had to treat her as a client and, while less enthusiastic, still said, that one is also good, 85 SQM, in a beautiful environment, and it's only selling for 1.88 million. What? That one is also 1.88 million, Z. Keon frowned upon hearing the price. Just the other day, she had helped that ugly man Mo County Talks and had coerced him into giving her an additional 1 million, claiming it was for her son's upbringing. But now, being short of 1.88 million, she was stuck. Not someone with an opinion, she immediately said to Yu Chunfeng, "Wait, I need to make a call." "Sure thing." Although Yu Chunfeng still had a smile on her face, she was mocking Z Keon internally. Turns out she was a poor person pretending to be a socialite. Really disgusting. Z Keon had no idea what Yu Chunfeng thought of her and promptly made a call to her sister. 188,000. We have to find a way to buy it. Z Chunyan received a call from Z Keon and didn't even consider any other option, going straight to making a decision for her. "But sister, I don't have enough money for the full payment." Z Keon hesitated and said, "With the down payment, we currently have no income. I'm afraid we won't be able to afford it in the future. Why bother with monthly installments? Just call your man directly." Z Chunyan pressured her. "Dahu is about to start school soon. If we don't secure the house soon, let him attend Yunhai Bay Elementary School. He'll almost turn illiterate. Both of us sisters will rely on him to support us in our old age. So we need to figure out a way for him now." All right, sister, I understand," Z Keon replied with pursed lips. She had followed her sister out to make a living since she was in her teens, always obedient to her sister's words. And Dahu had always listened to her. To be honest, in her heart, Dahu was even dearer to her than Ziwei. Especially after the divorce, Ziwei lived with Ling Shatang, while she lived with her sister. As the two sisters talked on the phone, Yu Chunfeng listened on the side. Knowing that Z Keon couldn't even afford the monthly payments, she sneered at her, despite having just helped her earlier by driving away the construction worker. Z Keon was still unaware of how Yu Chunfeng viewed her and quickly called Mo Shu. "What? Another 1 million. Mo Shu heard her asking for money again. Of course, he was impatient. In less than a month, he had already given her 2 million. And now she was asking for another 1 million, going for a total of 3 million in a month. No matter how generous he was towards women, he couldn't bear such a spendthrift woman. "Darling, is it good or not? Remember, I gave birth to your child." Z Keon came up with another strategy. 1. Acting coy and cute. 2. Playing the son card. "Yes. Thank you, dear. I knew you were the best. Wait for me, sweetheart." Soon after, Z Keon hung up with a smile, looking like she was about to receive the money. Seeing her desperate situation of being unable to afford the monthly payments, Yu Chunfeng, who had been impatient before, now put on a smiling face and asked her, "Ms. Z, have you decided to buy this property in full payment?" Although it was just a small house, she could still make a commission out of it. "Yes, that's right. In full payment," Z Keon said confidently, "but you'll have to wait. My man is getting ready to transfer the money to me." With 1 million exceeding the WeChat daily transfer limit, she had to wait for Mo Shu to transfer it to her bank. "All right, please have a seat here for a moment, and let me know when the money comes through." Yu Chunfeng was impatient inside but maintained a pleasant facade. Buying the smallest apartment they had and yet having to struggle to afford it. Why act so posh and dressed like that? "Really? Sure. I'll let you know." Completely unaware that she had been criticized by them for a long time, Z Chunyan still felt good. "It's too late." At that moment, an angry voice was heard. The two women hurriedly looked over and were stunned. Wasn't it Ling Shatang, who had just been driven out by them? Why was he back? Before they could call security, Ling Shatang pointed at the model of the house and gritted his teeth. "I want to buy this one." "What?" Z Keon was taken aback. Yu Chunfeng was taken aback. Ling Ruoxu, on the other hand, watched the commotion with a smile. Her cousin directly challenged them, saving her the trouble. "Ling Shatang, are you out of your mind?" Z Keon immediately mocked nervously. "Do you know how much this house costs?" 188,000. Even with a down payment, it's 60 grand. Do you have the money? Even if you sold your kidney, it wouldn't be enough. Stop causing trouble here. She quickly turned to Yu Chunfeng. You better get back to work. This man is just talking nonsense. She really feared Ling Shitang would snatch the house from her. If she had to buy another one, she wouldn't have enough money. I'm not causing trouble. Ling Shitang barked with a black face. I want this one. Now. Immediately. Process the purchase for me. The more Ziqian wanted to buy this one, the more he wanted to buy it before her. Didn't this woman say he would regret it? He wanted her to see who would regret it in the end. Yu Chunfeng was stunned too at first, but then quickly realized and smiled. All right, sir, I'll handle the procedure right away. Ziqian was completely flustered and pulled her. Miss Yu, how could you do this? This house was obviously chosen by me first. So what if you chose it first? Have you paid for it? Have you paid the deposit? Yu Chunfeng's words made Ziqian flush red instantly. This woman who's buying a house is really impulsive, changing faces faster than turning pages of a book. Just now, she was flattering as Ms. Zian even helped drive away Ling Shitang for her, only to turn around and help Ling Shitang against her in a split second. Yu Chunfeng didn't care, as she had already seen through Ziqian's fake elegance, almost falling for it earlier. Regardless of who the house is sold to, she would still get her commission, right? Just then, Ling Ruoxu walked over directly, raising her hand. There's no need for you to handle the procedure, huh? Yu Chunfeng was taken aback again and awkwardly smiled. Miss, if you don't want me to assist with the procedure, how are you planning to buy the property? Can't she do it? Ling Ruoxu pointed to Cao Xiao, who had been following her all along. Huh? Yu Chunfeng was stunned. She was the intern with the lowest sales performance in the sales department. She had even criticized Cao Xiao yesterday, saying she wasn't capable at all and wouldn't understand various sales techniques. Not a chance to pass during her internship. Who would have thought she would steal the deal from her today? Well, then I'll help you with the procedure. Cao Xiao actually had no intention of competing with Yu Chunfeng, but as the customer requested, she had to comply, right? She didn't want to compete with Yu Chunfeng, yet Yu Chunfeng wanted to compete with her. Losing the commission was minor. Losing face was a big deal. Sir, I was the one who served you first. How about I show you the house first? Yu Chunfeng quickly approached Ling Shitang, subtly showcasing her own professional capabilities. That was the advantage of her advanced sales technique over the basic approach. Unfortunately, Ling Shitang was an honest person. While he enjoyed the attention, he turned his face away a bit awkwardly. Ling Ruoxu became furious at once and questioned angrily, are your 3D models and full video displays fake? Huh? Yu Chunfeng was taken aback again. How could she tarnish the company's reputation? She quickly replied, of course, they're real. If they're real, why would we need to waste time visiting the property just to buy a small house? Ling Ruoxu, hands on hips, said assertively. Quite. She actually used just 2 words. She actually said that buying a house can be done without seeing the actual property. To people around, who were also looking to buy houses, were all stunned by Ling Ruoxu's words. People are buying things worth over $1 million, like buying vegetables. It was summertime, and as he walked in, he saw quite a few people gathered around, so he also looked over and happened to see Ling Ruoxu, as well as her domineering sigh. The goddess of fire is indeed magnificent, disregarding the opinions and gazes of others, just seeking revenge as she pleases. He likes this type of woman with such a style. He couldn't help it and secretly took a photo of Ling Ruoxu at the moment. Yes. Yes. Miss, you're right. Yu Chunfeng was coldly rebuked by Ling Ruoxu and dared not argue back. In that case, why are we still looking at houses? After Ling Ruoxu coldly rebuked Yu Chunfeng for being materialistic, she once again ordered Cao Xiao, why don't you hurry up and help us with the house purchasing procedures? Okay. Cao Xiao quickly nodded politely to them, then turned to Lin Shitang and said, Sir, this way, please. Lin Shitang hurriedly followed. Ling Ruoxu, on the other hand, didn't bother and instead intentionally looked back to ridicule Ziqian. Mrs. Qian, my apologies. Since you've chosen to have an affair with other men, my cousin's new house can't accommodate a woman like you. Since you're so wealthy, why not buy elsewhere? Qian pointed at Ling Ruoxu, too angry to speak. Of course, she wanted to buy another house as well and give both Lin Ruoxu and her cousin a slap in the face. Alas, her wallet was uncooperative. Ling Ruoxu couldn't be bothered to continue engaging with her and decided to first finalize her cousin's bridal chamber. HMPH. Just a poor woman who can't even afford the monthly payments. What are you pretending to be here for if you can't even afford a house? Yu Chunfeng was also full of anger, but didn't dare to vent on the customers, so she seized the opportunity to vent on Ziqian. She felt that if it weren't for this woman just now, she wouldn't have offended Lin Shatang. If not for her, she might still be serving him. Now her commission was at stake. The blame was on Ziqian pretending to be a noble lady and deceiving her. The onlookers pointed and whispered at Ziqian, some even stifling laughter. You guys just wait, see. Qian couldn't bear the humiliation. She had no backing in the past, but now she had found her child's biological father. Could she continue enduring Lin Shitting's timid attitude? She couldn't take it. She quickly walked aside and made a call to Mo Shu. What? Another 1 million added. Are you crazy, woman? Do you think I'm a money-making machine or an ATM? Mo Shu was infuriated upon hearing this and ranted. Despite being wealthy, he had too many women seeking assistance. Besides, he believed in equal treatment, but this woman was trying to extort for million from him monthly. How could he continue aiding other mistresses? And after losing out on business with Zhao Wujin's son, and going hungry for 3 days, he couldn't bear such extravagance anymore. Darling, please, at most, I'll help detoxify you again tonight. You can vent any way you like, see. Qian continued with her old tricks. Unfortunately, Mo Shu didn't fall for it and immediately refused. No, I'll transfer you 1 million, but no additional 100,000. Ziqian was instantly anxious. She wouldn't have enough money to buy a house here. How could she vent after holding in all that anger? She felt she could lose to anyone but Lin Shatan, that old farmer. So being soft was not an option. She had to come on strong. Listen here, you little rich boy, if you don't give me that 1 million, you can forget about acknowledging your son for the rest of your life. I won't testify for you. Handle it yourself, Z. Qian threatened coldly, feeling that Mo Shu would forcibly take Wei for a paternity test, otherwise she would recognize Wei, and everyone would think he was crazy. You woman. Mo Shu also became a bit agitated. He hadn't even thought about recognizing his son. Otherwise, he would have taken action earlier. But he wasn't used to a woman being so agitated against him, especially the only woman who had borne his child. All right, this is the last 100,000. If you keep greedily demanding more, I'll expose you. Oh, darling, you're the best, Z. Qian also changed her attitude in a second. This phone chat was witnessed by Ziatia, and he shivered uncontrollably. Such a woman, compared to his fierce goddess of fire, paled in comparison, materialistic, hypocritical, and even making her ex-husband wear a green hat. A despicable woman. But Ziatia thought this was yet another topic. He was pondering how to get close to Ling Ruoxu, and with such explosive news, wouldn't it just fit perfectly? Soon, Ling Ruoxu and Lin Shatang finished their procedures and returned to the lobby. Instead of leaving immediately, Lin Ruoxu looked at other house designs. Ruoxu, are you also buying a house here? Lin Shatang asked. Yes, I discussed it with my younger brother. We plan to buy a big house here, so that he and my younger sister can live together. It's also close to my store, so I can visit often. Ah, your younger sister? Who is it? Why don't I know? Lin Shatang was surprised. Well, you'll definitely know in the future. Ling Ruoxu deliberately left him hanging, even showing a meaningful smile. This big, clumsy cousin of hers insisted on marrying someone like Zhang Aryu, but how would he face himself when he and Yuding were from different worlds, always looking down on each other? Anyway, Zhang Aryu had her own strategy, while Lin Ruoxu also had her plans. Let's see who the ultimate winner will be. Hearing her words, Lin Shatang felt quite guilty. The whole family treated him like a family member, helping with his marriage arrangements, paying the dowry, and even buying a house for his wedding. Yet, he almost couldn't even take care of Chen Ailin. Now that Lin Ruoxu was buying another house here, perhaps Chen Ailin could move in, and he could surely treat her like his own mother, cooking for her every day and washing her feet every night. Miss Lin, would you like to buy another unit? Cao Xiao overheard their conversation and quickly approached them, politely inquiring. Well, I think this 4-bedroom unit is nice, I think, humph. Till late. This time, even before Lin Ruoxu could finish her sentence, Ziqian swiftly walked over and triumphantly said, "I'll buy it, the one you're eyeing." Ling Ruoxu was momentarily stunned. Lin Shatang was even more puzzled. What had gotten into this woman? She had no job before, so poor that she came to him crying. And now she suddenly had money to buy a big house. Did she latch onto some big shot? Ziqian didn't care what they thought. She got the desired effect. She intended to retaliate. Ziqian immediately raised her hand arrogantly and ordered the person behind her, Yu Chunfen, "You, quickly, go and process the paperwork for me." "All right, Mrs. No, Madam Z." Yu Chunfeng was quick to adapt, just now mocking Ziqian, and now licking her boots like a sycophant. At the same time, she coldly glared at Cao Shao, as if to say, "What if you took a piece? I've got the big catch." "Oops, I accidentally snatched your house. Sorry. But aren't you guys rich? Buy a bigger one." Ziqian looked at Ling Ruoxu and Ling Shatang smugly. She had already scoped out the remaining units, and this was the only one under 3 million. Now that she bought this one, the remaining units were all above 5 million. Let's see how deep Ling Ruoxu's pockets are. How much can her little brother eat off them? Ling Ruoxu was actually quite upset. Ziqian's appearance disrupted her plans. Ling Yu only gave her 5 million, and now with this one being bought by Ziqian, she wouldn't be able to buy a house here today. Buying a house was not the main issue. She just couldn't stand Ziqian showing off. Ling Shatang couldn't bear it even more. He knew Ziqian very well. Letting that woman snatch this house would be to her advantage 100 times over in his eyes. Cao Shao bit her lip, feeling compelled to compete with Gestu Chunfeng, even though she usually didn't fight. After all, Ling Ruoxu had been very good to her, giving her the first commission voluntarily, and she needed to repay the kindness. Wait. Just as the two sides were about to start arguing, someone called out to Yu Chunfeng. "Manager Zhou." Seeing the man walking over, both Yu Chunfeng and Cao Shao were stunned and quickly greeted their superior. Ling Ruoxu's gaze, however, fell on the several people behind Manager Zhou. That long-haired noble, smiling directly at her. Who else could it be if not Xia Jie? How did he end up here again? Who told him she was buying a house here? Could it be her little brother betraying her again? "Manager Zhou, is there anything you need?" Yu Chunfeng quickly asked obsequiously. "This house has already been bought by young Master Xia Jie," Manager Zhou said directly. "What?" Everyone present was astonished. Ziqian widened her eyes in disbelief. Why was her luck so bad? Losing one house after another. Why? Responding, an arrogant-looking chubby man named Afu said, "Just because my young master is willing to pay 30% more." Ziqian was taken aback. She couldn't afford the inflated price of 30% on this house priced at 2.98 million, and she couldn't bear to pay the extra money. "Ah, thank you, young Master Xia Jie." The manager repeated his thanks. Yu Chunfeng was also shocked. This was a true rich and powerful young man. Just as she was wondering if she could get a commission from this deal, Xia Jie, looking at Ling Ruoxu with infatuation, said, "Let's name the property after my goddess. Her name is Ling Ruoxu." "What?" Hearing this, everyone present gasped in shock. Yu Chunfeng looked at Ling Ruoxu in amazement. Cao Shao was even envious. This was the most romantic way of buying a property she had ever seen. Ziqian was dumbfounded, staring at Ling Ruoxu with a mixture of envy, jealousy, and disbelief. What was going on? Ling Yu marrying a rich, beautiful woman was one thing, but Ling Ruoxu getting involved with a wealthy and handsome man too. How did their Ling family pray to their ancestors? How were their ancestors blessing their descendants like this? She had resorted to various tactics, even threats to finally get 3 million from Mo Chu, while Ling Ruoxu didn't even have to say a word, and a rich young man spent over 3 million to buy her a house. The wealth gap was suffocating. She was actually a bit younger than Ling Ruoxu. Why was she so far behind? Unexpectedly, the next moment, Ling Ruoxu coldly said, "Xia Jie, I don't know you. I don't need you to give me a house." Oh my god. Not only the women around her, but even Manager Zhou was taken aback. Rejecting a gift of a 3 million property? For real? In all his years in the industry, this was the first time he encountered such a woman. The chubby Afu marveled too. He could see that Ling Ruoxu was not playing hard to get. She genuinely did not want young Master Xia Jie to give her anything. "But I want to write your name." Xia Qian's conquering desire was fully ignited by Ling Ruoxu. He said excitedly, "Moreover, decades later, I want to engrave your name on the tombstone of my Xia family." Wow, how romantic. Cao Xiao and the other women were all captivated by Xia Qian's dominance. If they were in Ling Ruoxu's shoes, they would gladly accept 1,000,000 times over. "You're crazy." Ling Ruoxu coldly rebuked him and promptly left the scene. She was definitely moved, but she knew that her and Xia Qian's backgrounds were too different. No matter how much he liked her, they could never be together. She didn't want to get into another relationship with a commercial powerhouse, and she certainly didn't want to trade a moment of impulse in love for a lifetime of regret. The matters concerning the Yu family had become her nightmare. Even now, Hu Ji's lingering spirit haunted her, and she was truly afraid that this kind of torment would multiply in the future. She didn't want to go on living then. Keeping her distance from Xia Qiao was not only for her own good but also for his. Ruoxu. Unable to stop Ling Ruoxu, Xia Qiao could only instruct, "Afu, buy the house from me. Write Ruoxu's name on it." Hurriedly saying this, he directly ran after Ling Ruoxu. Afu had no choice but to stay behind and handle the purchase procedures for his young master. Just as he was processing the purchase, the phone rang. "Madam, do you have any orders?" Afu respectfully asked. "Where's Xia Qiao? Why isn't he answering my calls?" Suemei, Xia Qian's mother, was not one to mince words, and her tone always carried a sense of pressure. Reporting to Madam, "Young master just went to chase after a girl. Maybe he's too busy to answer the phone." Afu reported honestly. "Chasing after a girl?" Sumei's tone sounded a bit angry. "You mean that vixen from Yun City?" Ling Ruoxu. Reporting to Madam, "It's her." Afu answered a bit tremblingly. He thought of his mistress's current demeanor and was somewhat scared. "That boy Xia Qiao, he's already 30 years old. But he's still so rebellious, always doing things in an unconventional way." Sumei's words seemed to be directed at Afu, but they felt more like a soliloquy. "All right, I know. I won't let them be together. Listen to my orders. Quickly follow young master and report his whereabouts to me at all times." "Yes, Madam." Afu sighed long after hanging up the phone. He had been following the young master all along, trying to understand his personality. Naturally, he could see that the young master had genuine feelings for Ling Ruoxu. He also hoped the young master could win Ling Ruoxu over. However, with the madam's orders, he had no choice but to comply. He wondered what methods the madam would use to prevent the young master from pursuing Ling Ruoxu and could only hope that the madam would be gentle in her approach. Ruozu. This time, Xia Qiao pursued tirelessly after a few streets and finally gasped as he grabbed Ling Ruoxu's wrist. "Don't touch me." Ling Ruoxu quickly shook him off. She had better stamina than Xia Qiao and showed no signs of heavy breathing. Unexpectedly, when she instinctively shook him off, the exhausted Xia Qiao almost stumbled. "Hey!" Ling Ruoxu had no choice but to quickly reach out to support him, and in her urgency, she happened to embrace his waist. This scene drew a few young girls passing by to giggle. It's usually the man supporting the girl in idol dramas, so this gender reversal scene amused them. "Haha. Thank you." Xia Qiao didn't mind and even flashed a bright smile at Ling Ruoxu. Feeling a bit helpless, Ling Ruoxu let go of his hand directly and walked away. Hey, don't go." Xia Qiao finally managed to steady himself and quickly caught up, grabbing her hand again. "What do you want to do?" "I have an important matter to tell you. It's about your cousin's son. I might know who his biological father is." This time, before Ling Ruoxu could get impatient, Xia Qiao blurted out. Ling Ruoxu was indeed stunned. After a while, she angrily grabbed him and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? Little Wei's biological father is obviously my cousin. Could it be otherwise?" Xia Qiao raised his hands, looking into Ling Ruoxu's eyes with a mixture of love and fear, jokingly saying, "How about we find a suitable place to sit down and talk?" Only then did Ling Ruoxu recall Ling Yu's previous talk about Ziqian, and her mentioning that Little Wei is not her cousin's biological son. Could this be true? Finally, Xia Qiao saw Ling Ruoxu nod and felt a sense of elation he had never experienced before. It turned out that chasing after a girl was such a wonderful thing, sorrow and joy for her. At this moment, Afu was still worried about not finding the young master's whereabouts when he unexpectedly received a call from Xia Qiao. "Afu, reserve a table for us at a romantic restaurant right away." "Yes, young master." Afu received this order from Xia Qiao, feeling a mix of emotions. On one hand, he was thrilled for the young master's date with Ling Ruoxu, as this was the first time the young master took the initiative to invite a girl to a romantic restaurant. On the other hand, he knew the madam didn't want Ziachia and Ling Ruoxu together, and he had to report the young master's whereabouts to the madam. How would the madam handle this situation? About an hour later, Ling Ruoxu and Ziachia were seated at the Red Rouge restaurant. Can you tell me now, what news did you hear? Ling Ruoxu deliberately put on a cold face. She didn't want to give Ziachia a chance, even though she was already somewhat touched by him. Well, when you were processing the house purchase paperwork, I overheard Ms. Kion telling another man that there's no way she acknowledged her biological son back. Ziachia spoke politely and with words uncommon to regular people. Ms. Z should be your cousin's ex-wife, right? Could it be that their child isn't your cousin's? You. Stop talking nonsense. Ling Ruoxu quickly interrupted him. However, she had also guessed the truth but didn't want this matter to escalate. Qin Mingyu had said that as long as a paternity test was not conducted, Little Wei was undoubtedly her cousin's son, so the actual truth didn't matter at all. Ling Ruoxu was merely curious about the truth but had never thought of uncovering it. Then I won't say anything more. Ziachia quickly shut up. Anyway, his goal had been achieved. By using this matter to lure the goddess to a romantic restaurant, he had no intention of continuing this topic. Next, a man in elegant attire carrying a violin and a gift approached their table. With Ziaqian's permission, he began playing a romantic tune next to their table. Ziachia also rubbed his hands lightly to ease the tension. After all, this was the moment for his official confession. Seeing his gesture, Ling Ruoxu knew what he intended to do. Even though she had warned herself not to get involved with this man, her heart couldn't help but beat a bit faster. For all the things Ziachia had done for her, she had them etched in her mind. A woman's heart is always soft. How could she not be moved? Ruoxu, I invited you to the restaurant today because I want to tell you something. Ziachia began, looking excited. What do you want to say? Ling Ruoxu guessed what he was about to say but maintained a cold demeanor. Following his lead, she pondered how to reject him sincerely for this man to give up on her completely. But to her surprise, at that moment, a voice from the table next to them suddenly said, "We have to break up today." Ziachia quickly looked over, cursing internally. Although the restaurant's tables weren't in separate booths and they were quite far apart, they could still hear the conversation at the adjacent table. It seemed like the couple was on the verge of breaking up. Ziachia didn't pay much attention to it. The atmosphere was already set, and this time Ling Ruoxu didn't leave, so he was determined to confess. Ruoxu, I truly like you. If you're with me, I'll cherish you endlessly. Before Ziachia could finish his sentence, the woman at the neighboring table scolded her boyfriend. You once said that you would cherish me endlessly if we got together. Now it turns out all those were lies. Who would believe such nonsense? You are just a jerk. Ling Ruoxu. Ziachia. What the heck? How could this be so coincidental? Ziachia quickly continued. Ruoxu, everything I said is true. The first time I saw you, it was like seeing Venus. Your aura deeply moved me, especially your unique personality. Ling Ruoxu smiled slightly. At this point, the woman at the adjacent table continued her tirade. You said you were deeply moved by my aura the first time you saw me and that my personality was unique, but now you claim I'm not reserved. You're a walking contradiction. TSK. And began to cry. Ziachia was speechless. This neighboring table incident, was it by chance or intentional? Never mind. Seeing the woman cry so sadly, he decided not to argue with her for now. The next moment, Ziachia quickly opened the gift box, revealing a diamond necklace in front of Ling Ruoxu. A woman naturally cannot resist diamonds. Ling Ruoxu was no exception. She was instantly captivated by the necklace. Ruoxu, this necklace is for you. Ziachia said affectionately, I fell for you at first sight. If you're with me, I'll use actions to prove that I'll love only you for the rest of my life, shower you with gifts every day, and keep you happy. Oh my god. I can't take it anymore in the summer. The two at the next table are professional pot stirrers, right? And that woman, whatever I say, you pick it up right away, with such a quick reaction. Ling Ruoxu also took the opportunity to push the gift box back. It's not that she's sensitive, it's that she's experienced. Before getting married, Uji also said all kinds of sweet words to her, vowed solemnly. But unfortunately, after marriage, He gradually changed. Now hearing the words of the woman next to the table, seeing others' experiences, how can she have the confidence to believe what Ziachia says? Ruroxu. Ziachia suddenly panicked, ignoring the couple at the next table, quickly stood up and excitedly said, I swear, every word I say is from the heart. If I can't do it in the future, I'll be struck by thunder. Bullshit. If swearing was effective, you scumbag would have been struck by lightning into 18 pieces long ago. The woman at the next table also stood up excitedly, pointing at the man in front of her and scolded loudly. Before marriage, you spewed nonsense, and after marriage, you've been flirting with those women around you. Don't think I don't know. You've been fooling around with many women. Hearing this, Ling Ruoxu's eyes dimmed. Men. Many of them are like this. Uji just got divorced. Now he's with Zhang Milan. During the wedding, he even promised in front of the priest to respect her forever. The result? Actually tried to force himself on her with his mother. Such vows are indeed unreliable. Ruoxu. Don't listen to the nonsense from the table next door. Ziachia was so agitated that he wanted to bite someone. Damn it, if he wasn't worried that Ling Ruoxu would turn and leave, he really wanted to rush over and use a cloth to shut that woman's mouth tightly. Ruoxu, if you don't believe me, I can buy you a house, give you control over all of my income. I just want to be with you. Really. This time, he was already mentally prepared. But unexpectedly, this time it wasn't the woman speaking, but the man who stood up in agitation, pointing at the woman and scolding loudly. Enough, you be asterisk chi. I've tolerated you for a long time. We can break up, but the money I gave you before, you have to give it back to me. And the house was bought by me before marriage. You get the hell out of here. Don't think you can take half. If you don't return the gifts I gave you, and the money I gave you, I'll sue you. If the lawsuit fails, I'll ruin your reputation. I have plenty of money. Hearing this, Ling Ruoxu couldn't help but smile. Ziachia saw her expression and his heart felt chilly. He was about to continue speaking when Ling Ruoxu finally raised her hand to signal him to stop. Then, she sighed and said, Ziachia, I believe you genuinely like me now, but I don't believe in love at first sight. I think very poorly of myself. My temperament isn't go. My demeanor isn't great, and my background is just average. You're just after my body, right? This Ziachia was momentarily a loss for words. Of course, he was attracted to Ling Ruoxu's appearance and figure, hence the love at first sight that day. But for Ling Ruoxu to say he's only after her body wasn't right. Without waiting for him to gather his thoughts, Ling Ruoxu continued, I also don't know if the couple next door is just a coincidence or intentional, but they have given me a wake-up call. When a man likes a woman, he dares to say anything and do anything, but after the passion fades, cigarettes extinguished, getting dressed to leave, ultimately, a mismatch between backgrounds, it can't last. This Ziachia didn't know what to say. Ling Ruoxu, however, smiled at him and said, Ziachia, you have great conditions, you can get any woman you want, so it's a waste of time and effort on me. It's not that you're not good enough for me, it's that I'm not good enough for you. No matter how hard you try, it's useless. Do you understand? Ziachia. These words made him feel disheartened, even a bit desperate. Goodbye. I don't want to be in a relationship anymore. Ling Ruoxu blinked at him, not intentionally being cold like before, but with a face full of sadness, turned and walked away from Ziachia. Ziachia stared blankly at her departing figure, not knowing what to do next. Afu was also in a corner of the restaurant, watching the young master in a bewildered state, slapped himself hard. Why did he reveal the young master's whereabouts to the lady? The lady was so ruthless, she could arrange for someone to come here so quickly and ruin the young master's confession. After Ling Ruoxu left the restaurant, she aimlessly wandered the streets alone, her heart inexplicably aching. Just seeing Ziachian's painful expression earlier made her feel uncomfortable. Forget it. All this is for his own good. Ling Ruoxu could only comfort herself this way. She really didn't deserve Ziachia. He will definitely find a woman 100 times better than her in the future. It shouldn't take him long to forget about her. After what seemed like a long time, her phone finally rang. It was Ling Yu calling. Sister. Did cousin buy the bridal house? Yes. She did. Sister, what's wrong with you? Ling Yu immediately noticed something off in Ling Ruoxu's voice. No. I just feel really upset that cousin is marrying John. Are you? Mistress, Ling Ruoxu quickly found an excuse. Of course, It was a genuine feeling. Yes, I'm upset too. Cousin's choice is truly terrible. Ling Yu sighed. Then let's find a way to disrupt this marriage. We must make cousin marry you Tingting instead. Ling Ruoxu promptly suggested. Is that really okay? How do we disrupt it? Ling Yu hesitated a bit. Although he had never claimed to be a good person, he also knew that disrupting someone's marriage was a very despicable thing to do. But if cousin really ends up marrying John Ryu, he might regret it for a lifetime. For the good of cousin, he and his sister might have to play the villain role. Ling Ruoxu had long considered herself a bad woman. Everyone in Cloud City said she was a bad woman, so no matter how bad she acted, it was only natural, right? I haven't thought of a plan yet. Let's play it by ear. Ling Ruoxu confidently said. Anyway, Tingting is better than Ryu, that's a fact. Ryu doesn't truly like cousin, she just wants to scam her way into marriage for money. Sooner or later, she revealed her true colors. This statement was agreed upon by Ling Yu. Someone like John Ryu, how could she possibly have genuine feelings for cousin? So they were waiting for Ling Ruoxu to make arrangements next. For the past couple of days, Ling Yu had been working in the laboratory researching new energy products derived from the heart of the sun, as well as helping with the lab's reconstruction. On the third day, under the high regard of the Chia gang group and the Qin family, the laboratory was rapidly rebuilt. Early in the morning, Ling Yu drove with Qin Mingyu to inspect the research laboratory. In the car, Ling Yu couldn't help but ask, what major did Lanny study abroad? Her knowledge of energy and machinery seems quite professional. Being praised by the Wolf King of the North to such an extent, she was definitely an honor, because the Wolf King of the North was also an expert in these two fields, a master in military machinery and energy. However, his talents in these areas were overshadowed by his medical skills and martial arts prowess. She is majoring in energy and power engineering at MIT, and she has quite a high talent in the field of energy storage science, much more talented than me. Qin Mingyu calmly said. Lan Ni's father, who is my younger uncle, is also an expert in this field. Back then, he assisted my father in developing the 9 Talus energy diagram together. When Lan Ni was 6 years old and found out that her father died in an accident during an energy power reaction experiment, she started researching the data her father left behind. At that time, she certainly didn't understand, but she showed a strong interest, and then she started studying this knowledge from a young age. At the age of 8, she even understood some professional knowledge that only university students can learn, shocking the whole family. I see. Ling Yu nodded as he drove. No wonder that woman in front of Qin Ruhan appeared so proud. It turns out she is also a female genius in some field. She also expressed to me, at this time, she came back to the country to help me break through in the research and development of new energy products. And she said, she wanted to develop a perfect new energy storage product to open up a broad new market. Qin Mingyu continued, and she told me last night that she had already solved the problem of the previous experiment's explosion. Grandfather and everyone are coming to the laboratory today to watch her performance. Grandfather is coming too. Ling Yu, upon hearing this, was slightly surprised and a bit excited. Although his relationship with Qin Len and I wasn't good, he still wanted to see her succeed. After all, it would be advantageous for the Qin family. Just then, on the road behind them, a red sports car suddenly sped up and attempted to intercept Ling Yu's car. This was the road leading to the Chia Gang Group's research and industrial park, with few people and vehicles around. But fortunately, the road was quite wide. It was thanks to this that Ling Yu had enough room to quickly brake and change direction. Otherwise, there would definitely have been a collision with the other car. Screech, the red modified sports car, also braked abruptly, drifting and stopping at the intersection. Qin Mingyu, who was feeling a bit drowsy in the car, was startled by this sudden scene. However, she quickly regained her composure, coldly staring at the car in front. At the next moment, a very imposing woman got out of the driver's seat of the red sports car, dressed in designer clothes and with a face that looked like it had undergone plastic surgery. She looked beautiful, but her beauty lacked distinctiveness and resolution, like a social media influencer. Her figure was good, with a prominent front and raised rear, and long legs, but unfortunately, there was a bit too much space between her legs, which affected her demeanor. Get out! Qin Mingyu, you fox spirit, get out of the car. The woman was very fierce, holding a bottle of something in her left hand and aggressively flipping her golden wavy hair with her right hand due to excitement. Chen Mingyu furrowed her brow slightly, but had no intention of getting out of the car. Ling Yu also frowned and asked his wife in the passenger seat, "Mingyu, do you know her?" "I don't know." Chen Mingyu replied expressionlessly, shaking her head lightly. "Since you're in the car, I'll go out and ask her what's wrong." Ling Yu's face was somewhat grim. This crazy woman tried to intercept their car. If his reaction had been slower or his driving skills not as good, there would have been an accident. Not only that, she was also rudely cursing his wife, which was so excessive. "Get out, you shameless mistress, get out here quickly." The woman with golden wavy hair clearly didn't know the meaning of going too far, as she approached the Maserati and fiercely kicked Chen Mingyu's car. Chen Mingyu paid her no attention and even let out a slight yawn, wondering if this woman was crazy. Accusing her of being a mistress, she really didn't know her. Could it be Ling Yu's former lover? "Miss, calm down. What's the matter? Please speak nicely." Ling Yu quickly intervened to stop her violent behavior. Seeing scratches on the Maserati caused by her high heels, Ling Yu was even more angry. She cursed his wife as a mistress, so her identity wasn't Ling Yu's original partner. What a joke. Ling Yu didn't even know her. "Get lost. You lowly woman, you don't deserve to talk to me." The golden-haired woman continued to ignore Ling Yu and intended to continue her actions. At this point, Ling Yu couldn't care less about being polite. There were no security guards here, and as a husband, he couldn't let this inexplicable woman continue to bully his wife, right? He gently pushed her away. Despite this, the woman almost stumbled and fell to the ground, letting out a scream. In the next moment, she shouted loudly, "Help! There's a man beating a woman here. How shameless! Someone, come quickly!" Unfortunately, no one came despite her shouting at the time, and in the area where they were, Chen Mingyu, unable to bear it any longer, opened the car door. Ling Yu couldn't let his wife be bullied, and she couldn't let her husband be slandered, could she? "Shut up!" Chen Mingyu had been silent from the beginning, but she was as cold as ice. That cold or even made the fierce woman tremble slightly. "Who are you in the end? What do you want?" Chen Mingyu asked coldly, while discreetly surveying the scene. There was no one around, and even if there were, they would be employees from her Chiagang group. She was curious why this woman came to cause a scene here, expecting a confrontation. "Humph, who am I? I am Mr. Liu's girlfriend, Susan." The golden-haired woman shouted loudly. Chen Mingyu was slightly stunned at this and, upon looking at the woman's luxurious attire and jewelry, knew she must come from a well-off family. As a businesswoman in Yuncheng, she naturally had some understanding of the business families in Nanzhou. Combining her name, she continued to inquire, "Are you by any chance from the East City Su family?" "HMPH, is it any of your business?" Susan didn't boast, but used the Su family's influence to suppress Chen Mingyu, coldly cursing, "In any case, I am Mr. Liu's legitimate girlfriend. How shameless of you, you fox spirit, to secretly seduce my man. He openly said he wanted to pursue you and even said he wanted to marry you. You shameless wench. Miss Susan, watch your language." Ling Yu immediately reprimanded her, knowing that the Mr. Liu she mentioned was likely Liu Yejian, forcefully defending his wife. "Mingyu is my wife. Each day she is too busy working hard. How could she have time to care about your man?" Chen Mingyu remained as cold as ever, staring at Susan, although feeling quite complicated inside. Nobody would be happy in such a melodramatic situation, but having a man by her side to shield her from the storm felt somewhat good. Most importantly, Ling Yu's words were exactly what she was thinking. "Ling Yu, let's go." "Okay." At that moment, Chen Mingyu prepared to get back into the car. Ling Yu nodded and turned around. Unexpectedly, Susan continued to be unrelenting, getting up and running towards Chen Mingyu, shouting, "Fox spirit, don't run." Sensing danger, Chen Mingyu subconsciously turned around. She saw Susan pick up the bottle of transparent liquid in her hand and splash it towards her face. "Watch out." Ling Yu reacted extremely quickly, worried that this crazy woman was going to splash sulfuric acid on his wife. He rushed forward without a second thought, swiftly taking off his coat to shield his wife from the attack. Splat. The unknown liquid splashed all over Ling Yu's clothes. "Ling Yu." Chen Mingyu's heart skipped a beat, but she didn't panic. Instead, she quickly lifted her foot and kicked Susan's wrist. The bottle in Susan's hand flew out with a sound. "Ah!" Susan screamed in pain, holding her wrist. "It hurts so much." Chen Mingyu ignored her and quickly looked at Ling Yu, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" I'm fine. Ling Yu replied, quickly checking his clothes to figure out what liquid it was. Qin Mingyu sniffed a bit and figured out what it was faster than him. She then slightly smiled, then walked towards the bottle of liquid that had fallen on the ground. Humph. Qin Mingyu, you seductress. You must be using your looks to seduce me, right? I've seen women like you before, who rely on makeup. I'm going to expose your true self today and show Ling Yu your true face. Susan shouted. Ling Yu, how can there be such an immature woman? She looks to be over 20, but her mental age is probably no more than 12. Qin Mingyu ignored her and picked up the bottle of makeup remover from the ground, poured some onto her hand, and wiped it on her face. You. Susan pointed at Qin Mingyu, trembling all over. After wiping once, Qin Mingyu wiped again. She was feeling a bit drowsy in the car and was planning to wash her face before going to the lab. This way was more convenient and instantly made her feel refreshed. You. Susan saw that Qin Mingyu's appearance hadn't changed much after using the makeup remover, and she was trembling with anger. Are you trying to humiliate me? She was indeed beautiful, but that was with makeup on. Without it, she felt inferior to Qin Mingyu. Hearing her words, Qin Mingyu finally turned to look at her and coldly said, if that's what you believe, then so be it. You. Susan's chest heaved with anger, her teeth audibly grinding. Qin Mingyu paid no attention to her and got back into the car. She and the adorable fangirls of Liu Yejian had nothing more to say. Ling Yu was about to get in the car, but his eyesight was keener than Qin Mingyu's. Through the dark-tinted window of the red sports car, he saw a familiar woman. Not only that, he noticed that the car's dashcam had recorded the whole scene just now. Initially, like Qin Mingyu, he thought it was just one of Liu Yejian's cute fangirls causing a scene, but now it seemed the situation had changed. Ling Yu couldn't help but walk over and lightly tap the car window. The woman inside was slightly startled. Had he discovered her identity? But the next moment, she opened the window, revealing a charming smile. Hello, handsome Aunt Liu. Why is it you? Ling Yu asked politely. Oh, calling me aunt is too much. We're about the same age. If we go out, I could even play your woman. Liu Roshui covered her red lips and laughed. Her face was naturally fair, bordering on creamy white, and with makeup, she looked like pure white jade. She was dressed provocatively, with a deep neckline that caught attention. Her smile made her even more lively. Aunt, you're quite a joker. Ling Yu smiled casually. Were you accompanying Susan? Do you two know each other? Out of respect for Ling Qingshuan, he harbored no animosity towards this woman, even though she was with Susan today and intentionally recorded the earlier scene. Yes, we were planning to have tea together and happened to pass by here, Liu Roshui casually replied, giving away nothing and showing no signs of deception. Well, aunt, you may go on. Goodbye. Ling Yu knew he wouldn't get any useful information and didn't want to worsen his relationship with Lin Qingshuan's close relative. He quickly ended the conversation. Back in the Maserati, Ling Yu reversed a bit to make way for the other car to leave the scene. Liu Roshui watched their car, her expression somewhat complicated. In the Maserati, Qin Mingyu didn't discuss Liu Roshui with Ling Yu because they had arrived at the research center building quickly. Ling Yu, go change your clothes first, Qin Mingyu instructed as she got out of the car. Okay, I'll come find you later. Ling Yu's clothes were wet, and it wouldn't be appropriate to enter the research lab like that. Qin Mingyu nodded, already heading into the building. Ling Yu went back to the office, changed into a shirt, and then headed to the research building. He had entered with Qin Mingyu the first time, so there were no hurdles. But going in alone required various identity verification and registration checks, layers of scrutiny. Naturally, there were additional checkpoints after the lab resumed operation. Given the Qin family's plan to invest in the solar heart product development, security was tight. Inside the lab, Ling Yu found many members of the Qin family present. Qin Ruohan, Qin Langni, as well as Qin Qianggong and Bai Lao were there before him. Ha ha. Langni, Grandpa came today to watch your performance. He has always had high hopes for you. Qin Qianggong directly addressed Qin Langni. Grandpa, I won't disappoint you. Qin Langni confidently replied, wearing a pair of black-framed glasses and a lab coat, looking completely different from her usual self. Dad, don't worry. Langni will succeed. She's been a genius in energy reactions since she was a child. Qin Hanshu walked up to Qin Qianggong, smiling. Yes, she may not match Mingyu in other areas, but she has always been dedicated to this field. She even studied at MIT for 3 years. I have full confidence in her. Indeed, while Lang Ni may not excel in other areas, she's always focused on this one. After her successful completion of this new product research and development, she will take over as head of the research department and director of the new products marketing. Qin Qingji and Qin Zimai also praised Qin Langni. Qin Langni was not one to shy away from attention, and with her family's high expectations, she felt a surge of pride. Looking at Qin Ruhan, she directly said, "Qin Ruhan, remember what I said. I will soon be your superior." Big sister has agreed. Once I finish this new product development, I'll be in charge of the research department and the director of the new products market. Qin Ruhan snorted and said, "We'll see when you succeed." She might show defiance with her words, but deep down, she was anxious. She knew Qin Langni had a talent in this field, and from the company and Qin's perspective, they also hoped for her success. Was she really going to be stepped on in the company in the future? Then keep your eyes wide open and watch. Confident, Qin Langni turned and walked towards the test equipment. Inside the research lab, aside from the Qin family members, there were also a group of researchers from Nangong Group. Over the past 3 days, they had come to respect Qin Langni's theoretical knowledge and scientific experiment skills, complimenting her as a standout mid-graduate. At this moment, like the Qin family members, they were full of anticipation for Qin Langni. The laboratory is large, and everyone is standing in an idle area. Around Qin Langni are precision machines, with a total of 11 machine devices for main control units, and 12 display screens. All of these were developed based on the 9 Palace energy diagram for energy conversion kit. The sunstone is placed on a device, surrounded by a set of tempered glass and explosion-proof glass. It cannot be taken out unless the password lock is opened. It is a pure black stone with a slight sheen, different from ordinary stones, but not very eye-catching. In the center of the device is a regular energy storage container. The Qi Gang group aims to convert the inexhaustible energy contained in the sunstone into other types of energy and store it in the storage container. Because this energy is almost produced out of thin air, not from natural sources like coal and natural gas, it saves costs multiple times more than electricity. Once it is introduced to the market, it will certainly have a groundbreaking significance. It will definitely challenge some of the modern perceptions. Ling Yu is also fully focused, observing Qin Langni's experiment. In fact, over the past 3 days, he has studied these devices extensively and also gained some inspiration from Qin Langni. But watching the experiment for real is his first time. Langni, to ensure safety, adjust the conversion rate to the minimum. Qin Mingyu saw that Qin Langni wanted to conduct the test directly and quickly reminded her, "Hey, sister, it's no problem. Please trust my profession." Qin Langni is confident and wants to proceed with the test at normal power. "Don't!" Qin Ruhan quickly shouted, "If you succeed, it's called bold. If you fail, it's called reckless. I hope you succeed, but I don't want to see you taken away because of your failure." Upon hearing her words, Qin Langni stopped unhappily. However, Qin Qingji immediately reprimanded Qin Ruhan. "Ruhan, how can you talk like that? Is this the time for you and Langni to compete?" "Exactly." Qin Hongmai also assumed an elder's posture to lecture her. "If you don't have Langni's excellence, that's fine, but how can you be jealous and intentionally undermine her at this time?" Qin Ruhan looked aggrieved. She was only thinking about everyone's safety. If Qin Langni succeeds, her status in the family will likely diminish significantly. Moreover, there is a possibility that her brother-in-law might switch to someone like Liu Yejian. "Okay, I'll follow your advice and adjust the conversion rate to 1% first." Qin Langni still respects Qin Mingyu very much, and this mindset has been deeply rooted in her upbringing. However, she continued, "For this experiment, Senior Liu gave me a lot of suggestions and guidance. Can your chosen man do the same?" Ling Yu hadn't expected that even though he had been so low-key since coming in, he ended up speaking and drawing attention to himself. The aunties in the Qin family immediately glanced at Ling Yu. Though they didn't say anything, their expressions were disdainful. Qin Ruhan even covered her forehead, thinking that this was it. If Qin Langni succeeded, her position in the family could plummet. What's more, her brother-in-law might be replaced by Liu Yejian at any minute. All right, let's begin now, Qin Mingyu coldly urged. She was actually quite angry because this technology, something that could only be discussed with Liu Yejian. It's a crucial commercial secret of the Qin family. However, she had blocked the details of the 9-palace energy diagram. With Qin Langni, she probably only knew the final results of a predetermined process, and she probably couldn't replicate this process herself. Okay, I'm starting. Qin Langni didn't say much and began checking the equipment and adjusting various parameters. Everyone focused intently, their eyes serious. The failure 3 days ago had left a huge shadow on everyone's hearts. Even Qin Mingyu was quite tense at this moment. After 3 days of research, she couldn't pinpoint where the issue lay. Qin Langni claimed to know, but she didn't share specifics with her. Now she could only trust Qin Langni. Additionally, safety measures had been taken around the energy storage unit, and the power had been adjusted to 1% to prevent another massive explosion like the previous one. Bai Lao had been quiet all along, but as he stared at the sunstone, his old eyes began to shimmer slightly. Miracles will be born. After Qin Langni pressed a red button, she excitedly shouted. She then proudly glanced at everyone, and finally, she gave a smug look to Qin Ruhan. Qin Ruhan couldn't help but smile when she saw Qin Langni's current appearance. If her current expression were captured in a photo, it would definitely ward off evil spirits. Everyone looked dejected. The aunties in the Qin family sighed, feeling a shift from expectation to disappointment toward Qin Langni. In the eyes of these elder women, Qin Langni was a genius in this field and an essential talent that the Qin family could groom as their future star. Yet now she had failed like this. Mingyu, why don't you let me give it a try? I might know where the problem lies. At this moment, Ling Yu took the initiative to offer. What? The aunties exclaimed in surprise. Qin Ruhan did the same, amazed at her brother-in-law's hidden talent. Even Qin Mingyu was caught off guard. She didn't show as much surprise as the others did but looked at Ling Yu seriously and asked, "Do you truly have confidence?" Ling Yu nodded. The aunties looked at each other in disbelief. Qin Langni immediately retorted loudly, "Humph, stop pretending. Such profound stuff, even I failed. How could you possibly succeed? You won't make it, so don't think about trying your luck." Ling Yu didn't respond. Instead, Qin Ruhan couldn't resist teasing him. "What's this? It's only allowed for you to try your luck and fail, but others can't try their luck and succeed." Qin Ruhan, I've been tolerating you for a long time. Qin Langni has great learning talent, but her mind is not mature. She easily gets angered by just a few words. She started shouting and rushed towards Qin Ruhan. You have no skills yourself, just green-eyed jealousy towards me all day long, always wanting to see me fail. I'll teach you a lesson, you little person. I'm just speaking the truth. Did I say something wrong? The two sisters did not give in to each other. Stop. Qin Changong shouted angrily. Qin Mingyu, who was about to intervene, didn't have to say anything. Everyone looked towards Qin Changong. Qin Changong let out a sigh, his eyes revealing disappointment towards Qin Langni. He thought she had the talent in this area, but it turned out she failed. Failure is not a big deal. After all, in scientific experiments, failure is the mother of success. But her inability to handle setbacks was truly regrettable. Ling Yu, why don't you give it a try? Qin Changong continued. What? His several daughters were surprised. Other researchers were also quite surprised. Ling Yu is not General Qin's man and part-time driver. The deputy minister of the investment promotion department, he actually knows technical skills. All right. Ling Yu did not hesitate. With Qin Changong's approval, he immediately changed to a new energy storage container. Qin Langni deliberately acted scared and quickly fled the testing area. Humph. Qin Ruhan was right. I don't want to be taken away because of your failure. Hearing her words, Qin Qinjian and Qin Zimai also quickly retreated. Qin Hongyi and Qin Yur looked at Qin Mingyu, giving her some face, not showing any obvious reactions. Qin Mingyu was very nervous, staring at Ling Yu without looking at anyone else. She had never known that Ling Yu had this capability, but she heard that straight men are all talented in science and technology. Today she wanted to see it. After Ling Yu finished operating, he pressed the red button directly, completely opposite to Qin Langni's performance just now. One was excited and loud, the other was calm and quiet. Seeing how skilled he was, the researchers present were all stunned. Does this man really have research on energy conversion? Qin Changong also watched with great interest, feeling a sudden realization. After all, he had witnessed Qin Ruxian's success firsthand years ago. The old man was modest and knew a lot, but he hadn't said much. When he saw Qin Langni operating earlier, he didn't think anything was wrong. But now, seeing Ling Yu's changes, he thought of a possibility. At the same time, he was full of admiration for Ling Yu's behavior. Whether he succeeded or not, his performance alone proved his extraordinary ability. After Ling Yu finished operating, he pressed the red button and the energy storage container's display screen showed energy rapidly filling in, surprising everyone. How is this possible? No. Impossible. Qin Langni was stunned, looking incredulous. Qin Qingji and Qin Zaimai seemed like they turned into wooden dolls, staring at the screen displaying successful energy charging. A new energy product was made just like that. Qin Mingyu also looked at Ling Yu, unable to speak for a while. This man actually had such talent. How could he be so low-key? She thought back to when she first met him. He seemed like a simple fool who failed a blind date and got splashed by a woman. But less than half a year after marrying him, she was amazed by his talents time and time again. Even she was so surprised, not to mention her aunts. Qin Hongyi now completely admired Ling Yu. Just based on the talent he showed in this field, he deserved Mingyu. Ha ha. Well done. Qin Changong laughed excitedly. Ling Yu, you have been hiding your talents. Hearing Qin Changgong's praise, the women of the Qin family exchanged glances. The Changgong group's researchers applauded warmly, even giving Ling Yu a thumbs up. Truly a hidden talent. Yad. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Qin Ruhan was too excited, rushing over to grab her brother-in-law's arm, jumping with excitement. She had been very worried just now. If Qin Langni succeeded in the experiment, her position in the Qin family and Changgong group would undoubtedly rise, and she would definitely be suppressed by Qin Langni. Who would have expected things to turn around? Qin Langni failed, and her smart brother-in-law took over and made it work in no time. Qin Langni, what now? Still think your senior is better than my brother-in-law? He points out your failure. My brother-in-law just succeeds. Impossible is nothing. Ha ha. In her excitement, she couldn't help but taunt her old rival a few words. Qin Langni was trembling all over, unable to speak, hurriedly walking up to see what changes Ling Yu had made. Actually, this sunstone may not be from the Qin family, otherwise Langni would have succeeded just now. Ling Yu didn't hold back, directly stating his conclusion. What? Everyone was even more shocked. There are actually 2 sunstones? Qin Changong also found it unbelievable, looking at Bai Law. After all, this stone was most likely passed down by the Bagua sect, so Bai Law might know more than anyone else. But Bai Law just narrowed his eyes and didn't speak. So that's it. So that's it. Qin Langni cried out excitedly. I knew I couldn't have made a mistake. The stones are different, so the parameters are different. TCH, what's the point of understanding it now? If it weren't for my brother-in-law, you would still be in a panic. This is the difference between you and my brother-in-law. Qin Ruhan stuck close to Ling Yu. Proud. It was as if he was only her brother-in-law, not Qin Langni's. Qin Langni had nothing to say. Western education is based on the winner being the king, and might makes right ideology. Today, she had indeed lost. It seemed that Ling Yu was not the parasitic grassroots man that everyone had thought, right? But so what? He was still not as excellent as her senior. All right, let's all go back. The development of the new energy product is successful. Next is the research on its market launch. We need to hold a meeting to discuss. Qin Mingyu acted resolutely, not wanting to continue the gossip. Of course, before dispersing, she still had to praise her husband. Ling Yu, you did a great job this time. I will reward you. Brother-in-law, I suggest you ask for a private reward, not a company reward. Qin Ruhan quickly whispered a reminder, lightly bumping this fool of a brother-in-law with her shoulder. If she wasn't mistaken, he probably hadn't even had lunch with her sister yet. What are you talking about? Ling Yu was a bit uncomfortable. How could his niece say such things in front of so many people? Ha ha ha. Great, great. Qin Changong was also in a great mood, laughing heartily as he left the scene with Bai Law. He had said he wouldn't interfere in the affairs of young people anymore. If his granddaughter wanted to reward Ling Yu, that was her business. Of course, he hoped his keen eye would bring him a great-grandson from his granddaughter. Qin family manor welcomed a rare guest today. Both Patriarch Bai and Qin Changong were out, so another steward hurriedly approached Lady Lin to report, Madam, There is someone looking for you outside. Oh, looking for me? Lady Lin, who was leisurely watering the flowers in the yard, was slightly surprised before asking, "Who?" "It's Madame Liu Rishui," the steward respectfully replied. "Her." Lady Lin hesitated for a moment, then a faintly happy expression appeared on her face. After all, she was quite lonely in the Qin family manor, so it was rare for someone from the Lin family to come to visit her, even if this person was not surnamed Lin. "Please let her in." "Yes, madam." After a short while, Madame Liu Rishui slowly approached Lady Lin. "Oh, young sister, you seem so peaceful now, detached from the world, quite different from before." Liu Rishui spoke directly. "The Qin family is all out today to see the trial of the Sun Hearts product. Why didn't you go?" Lady Lin turned to look at her, self-deprecatingly saying, "I am just a woman. How can I compete with others? I'm content with living a peaceful and prosperous life. I don't want to get involved in anything else." "Is that really the case?" Liu Rishui asked with a mix of belief and doubt. Lady Lin did not answer her directly but warmly said, "Since you've come all this way, come to my room. Let's have a good chat." "Sure." Liu Rishui was willing, as she came specifically to have a good conversation with Lady Lin, wanting to understand what this woman was thinking now. Soon, the two were sitting in Lady Lin's room. Lady Lin personally brewed tea for Liu Rishui. "The tea you brewed is still the best. It has the Lin family's taste, just like King Xuan's brewing," praised Liu Rishui with a smile after taking a sip. In fact, there was a bit of an age difference between the two. Lady Lin was over 10 years older than Liu Rishui. Despite this, she still had to address the other as elder sister-in-law. Their relationship was not extremely intimate, but not bad either. Lady Lin pretended not to understand her implications and said, with a bitter smile, "Elder sister-in-law exaggerates. It's just casually brewed tea. It's been over 20 years since I left the Lin family. How could it still have the Lin family's taste? But your heart has always been with the Lin family, hasn't it? This is something everyone in both the Lin and Qin families knows," Liu Rishui continued. Lady Lin fell silent, her lips showing a trace of complexity. After a while, she finally spoke. "Elder sister-in-law, there is a saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I've long been a woman of the Qin family. It's impossible for my heart to always be with my natal family, especially when my parents have passed away. But your older brother is still around, isn't he?" Liu Rishui cut in. "Even if he's not at the Lin family now, he's still your close relative, right?" Lady Lin furrowed her brow slightly, set down her teacup, and said, "Elder sister-in-law, what is your purpose in coming to see me today?" Liu Rishui didn't beat around the bush and cut straight to the chase. "Young sister, do you really want to abandon the Lin family? Your older brother still needs our help. The Lin family cannot afford to fall apart like this." Since General Lin was suddenly transferred away from Yuncheng by the Shangfeng, the Lin family had instantly fallen apart. Lady Lin was well aware of the current situation of the Lin family, but she sighed helplessly. "I have the intention, but not the ability. What can I do as an insignificant and powerless woman?" "Young sister, now there are only the two of us. You don't need to act in front of me." Liu Rishui was known as the Fox Lady of Yuncheng, thinking she was adept at acting, only to realize she was still a novice in front of a real actress. "Don't think I don't know. In the past 20 years, you have built up a network of contacts. Many people have relied on your help and support to succeed. Yes, these people are not your relatives, but as long as you ask them for help, they will surely repay your kindness and spare no effort in assisting you." Liu Rishui directly exposed Lady Lin's cards. Lady Lin's eyelashes quivered slightly, but her expression remained unruffled. "Elder sister-in-law, you overestimate me. I did indeed help some people in the past, but they were not influential figures, and I couldn't do much, especially since I have no money." Lady Lin sighed and said, "Money is the root of power, don't you understand? Nowadays, many monarchs are actually controlled by financial conglomerates. Besides, my older brother is just a small facade in Yuncheng. The Lin family has no control over any funds. How can we revive the family without capital? That's why we have to find ways to earn big money." Liu Rishui exclaimed, "Our Lin and Liu families must join hands, break free from the Zhao family's control." Although the Liu family claimed to be the business partner of the Zhao family, they were actually under tremendous pressure from the Zhao family. If the Zhao family terminated its partnership with the Liu family, the Liu family's assets would quickly shrink. Previously, the Liu family could always make money for the Zhao family, so they thought the Zhao family wouldn't do such a thing. But now, given the abrupt abandonment of the Lin family by the Zhao family, which had always been loyal to them, they couldn't remain calm. How do we make money? I'm a woman with no money or power. How can I help you? Lady Lin sarcastically remarked. You can. Only then did Liu Rushui reveal the purpose of her visit. You are the mother of Qin Mingyu. As long as you get Mingyu to leave Ling Yu and marry Liu Yejian, the Qin and Liu families can join forces to rule Yunchang, breaking free from the Zhao family's control and potentially even dominating the southern continent or even the entire national market. As Lady Lin saw Liu Rushui's ambitious demeanor, she was slightly taken aback. There was a glint in her eye, but she continued to self-deprecate, saying, Rushui, as you can see, I am content now tending to the flowers at the Qin family, enjoying tea, and savoring life. I really don't want to interfere in the young people's relationships. It's asking for trouble. Besides, Mingyu and I have an unprecedentedly good relationship now, so why should I break her and Ling Yu up and alienate her from me again? Lin, stop pretending. Liu Rushui's emotions were finally stirred, and she stood up and said coldly, Qin family, Lin family, Liu family, doesn't everyone know that Mingyu is not really your biological daughter? Is deceiving yourself in front of me fun? Lady Lin's snow-white face instantly turned dark. If it weren't for knowing that Mingyu is not your daughter, do you think Li Heading and Lin Qinglan would pursue Qin Mingyu so vehemently? Are they fools? Don't they know that close relatives shouldn't marry? I don't understand what you're saying. Lady Lin continued to hold her ground. In many royal families today, marriages between close relatives are not an issue, and even encouraged. Take the example of Marongfu and Wang Yuyan in the past. They were cousins. Wang Yuyan loved Marongfu to death. Don't impose common people's norms on the nobility. It's ridiculous. Liu Rushui fell silent for a moment, then said seriously, Lin, I won't digress further. Let me ask you directly, are you willing to help me break up Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu, get her to marry Liu Yejian, have the Qin and Liu families join hands, and together help revive the Lin family and figure out a way to bring Dalin back? Seeing her so agitated, Lady Lin fell into hesitation and contemplation. Qin's manor. Qin Chang'an and Bai Lao returned by car. Just as they got off the car, Mei Jiali, smiling brightly, limped towards them. Mr. Qin, you're back. You must be tired. She tried to put a coat on Qin Chang'an as the weather has been unpredictable lately, fearing he might catch a cold. Bai Lao quietly observed this scene. He felt that it didn't seem like a maid receiving the master home, but more like a husband returning and his young, thoughtful wife coming to greet him warmly. Jiali, your leg hasn't fully recovered. Don't walk too much. Qin Chang'an also expressed concern. These days, Mei Jiali had been taking care of him devotedly and often kept him company in conversation. People's hearts are made of flesh, and Qin Chang'an is a kind person. Whoever is good to him, he'll be good to them. It's nothing. Mei Jiali, feeling Qin Chang'an's care, smiled even brighter. Immediately she reported, Mr. Qin, today a beautiful lady came to the manor, curing our home. Bai Lao furrowed his brows and rebuked directly, Mei Jiali, mind your words. Mei Jiali quickly lowered her head, apologizing fervently, even though she wasn't sure where she went wrong. Hey, Bai Lao, don't be so hard on Jiali. She's still a child, not very thoughtful, not so many rules. Qin Chang'an quickly stopped Bai Lao, defending Mei Jiali. As a servant of the Qin family, saying our home isn't improper. Where is the beautiful lady now? Mr. Qin, she's in the ladies' room chatting. No need for us to serve. Saying this, Qin Chang'an slightly furrowed his brows. While he had noticed the recent changes in Lin Fei, seeing them leave Qin Manor today only to have someone look for her was puzzling. Bai Lao, come with me to Lady Lin Fei's room. Let's greet our guest. Yes, sir. Bai Lao followed Qin Chang'an to Lin Fei's room. In the room, Liu Rushui was also emotional, slamming a phone on the table and saying coldly, FEI, I have a video here that needs your connections to promote CP, to hype up Liu Yejian and Qin Mingyu. As long as we get the support of the public opinion in Yunchang, Mingyu will sooner or later leave Ling Yu, and be with Liu Yejian. This. Lin Fei was a bit surprised and hesitant, not expecting Liu Rushui to have planned out the details. It seemed they had discussed and agreed upon something with the Liu family, which is why they had come to find her at the Chin family. What do you think? FEI, have you forgotten your surname Lin? Your older brother is your only family in this world. How can you stand by and watch him not return to Yunchan? Watch him die without saving him and the Lin family. Liu Rushui pressured Lin Fei once again. Lin Fei sighed softly and was about to agree, and they heard a knock on the door. Knock knock. Who is it? Lin Fei asked nervously. Madam, the master heard a distinguished guest has arrived in your room. He came to meet them. Ah, please come in. After Lin Fei agreed, the door swung open. Chin Chang'an swept in, seeing Liu Rushui and the phone placed on the table. There seemed to be something playing on the phone. Chin. Mr. Chin. Hello. Liu Rushui, upon seeing Chin Chang'an's gaze, was slightly startled but quickly put on a smile and put away the phone. Oh, it's Miss Liu. Welcome, welcome. Ha ha, coming to my Chin family. Why didn't you notify my old man in advance? Chin Chang'an joked, but his eyes were sharp. How could he not figure out that Liu Rushui found out that the Chin family would be observing experiments today, and specifically chose this time to talk to Lin Fei? From this, it was clear she was planning something unfavorable for the Chin family. Lin Fei had been with Chin Chang'an for over 20 years. How could she not know how shrewd he was? Before Liu Rushui could respond, she hurriedly declared, Fei, I won't agree to let Mingyu be with Liu Ajian. She's happy in her marriage with Ling Yu. Please go back and tell the young Liu master to give up on Mingyu. Stop coveting someone else's wife. It's unethical. Fei. You. Liu Rushui was surprised that Lin Fei would say such things in front of her. It was like a stab in the back. Ha ha. Miss Liu, as the saying goes, better to have people hit children than split families. I hope you understand that. Chin Chang'an's smile carried a hidden warning in his gaze. This was a marriage he had arranged. For Liu Rushui to act like this was going against him. Humph. Then I'll take my leave. Liu Rushui left in a huff, a result she hadn't anticipated before coming. Oh. I never thought that Lin Qinxuan is no longer here, and Liu Rushui is still thinking about breaking up Ling Yu and Mingyu. How scheming. Chin Chang'an sighed softly and glanced meaningfully at Lin Fei before turning to leave. Lin Fei's gaze followed him, then shifted towards Mei Jiali behind him. She wasn't stupid. Just now Chin Chang'an wasn't home, so how did he suddenly appear at her room's door? Surely this maid had told him. She was beginning to dislike Mei Jiali's presence more and more. That afternoon, Ling Yu was waiting in his Maserati at the entrance, as usual, to pick up his wife from work. Suddenly, his phone rang. Seeing it was Easy, he immediately answered. Boss, something big happened today. I must tell you. What happened? Ling Yu tensed up. If Easy was saying it was a big deal, it must be significant. Dao Shi was killed. What? Ling Yu was slightly surprised. He was in the middle of awaiting trial. How could he be killed? Yet, at noon today, when being transferred, someone tried to assassinate him as soon as he got off the car. Easy explained. Assassination? Sniper rifle? Ling Yu asked. No. It was to female martial artists using cold weapons. They gave Dao Shi several fatal stab wounds on the spot. This. Ling Yu found it hard to believe. Although Dao Shi's martial arts weren't as good as his, they were formidable. Who could kill him under police surveillance? Both female martial artists wore masks, one in blue and one in white. Before my men could draw their guns, they had incapacitated them. The one in white even knocked down Xia Zhu, who came later, causing Xia Zhu to get injured. Yi detailed the situation, finally sharing the key point. Moreover, they left a paper on Dao Shi's body with 4 words written on it. What words? Ling Yu curiously asked. He had a feeling these words must have something to do with him. Otherwise, why would Yi sound so grave? Indeed, the next moment, Yi spoke solemnly. To kill Ling Yu. Ling Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. If he hadn't guessed wrong, those 2 women must be from the Holy Fire Organization. They killed Dao Shi probably to prevent him from revealing any confidential information or criminal activities of the Holy Fire Organization under police interrogation. It was a common method for many organizations to eliminate liabilities, but why leave behind such a provocative message unless they held a deep-seated grudge against him? Big brother, the Holy Fire Organization has entered Cloud City on a large scale, with their swords pointing at you. You have to be careful. Although Yi believed in Ling Yu's strength, the Holy Fire Organization was not to be underestimated. so he still reminded him. After all, being cautious is like sailing a ship for 10,000 years. This is also the rule of evolve in battle. Ling Yu also knew that the Chia Gang Group's new product trial was successful, and the Holy Fire Organization and Zhao Wujik were sure to make big moves next, so he had to be on guard. At this moment, Qin Mingyu also walked out from the company building. Ling Yu immediately said, "Yizi, it's not convenient to chat in detail now. If you're free tonight, let's meet up and talk." "I've been thinking the same. How about quiet bar at 8 o'clock tonight?" "Okay." After agreeing on the time and place, Ling Yu hung up the phone. Qin Mingyu happened to be getting in the car and asked, "Whose call was that?" "Your sister. Did your cousin's wedding get arranged?" No. Ling Yu shook his head, but still naturally brought up the topic with Qin Mingyu. "The wedding house has been purchased, but both my sister and I don't want my cousin to marry John Ryu." "Me neither." Qin Mingyu said these 3 words, truly surprising Ling Yu. In his mind, the iceberg lady was like an aloof immortal, so it was unbelievable that she would care about his cousin's emotional marriage. Truly mind-blowing. If the people in Cloud City found out, their jaws would surely drop. Is this still the former aloof female CEO? Qin Mingyu, however, was unaware of what Ling Yu was thinking. Continuing, "I guess their marriage won't work out." "Why?" Ling Yu asked with interest while driving home. "Because John Ryu came in for the money and the house. Whether she gets what she wants or not, sooner or later she will leave your cousin. This is the theory where motives determine outcomes." Qin Mingyu's analysis was very business-minded, with a broad perspective and foresight. The marriage was chosen by Ling Shutang and supported by Chen Ailin. Their motive was to find a stepmother for Xiao Wei, but Zhang Ru's motive was money. With completely different motives and goals, they would eventually go in opposite directions, not to mention the interference from Ling Yu and his sister. Then Mingyu, "Why did you help my cousin buy a house?" Ling Yu agreed with the iceberg lady's words. I was puzzled by her actions. "Because he's your family, I want to improve your cousin and Xiao Wei's living standard, and I believe you guys can definitely prevent him from marrying John Ryu," Qin Mingyu said confidently. As a CEO of a group, she needed to have the ability to judge people. Ling Yu and Ling Ruoxu were both smarter than their cousin and understood what was best for him, as well as having the ability to change the outcome of certain things. As for what they would do, that was not something Qin Mingyu needed to worry about. Ling Yu smiled slightly, feeling that the iceberg lady was truly intelligent, truly living up to her title as a female CEO. "By the way, Mingyu, I have to go out tonight. Izzy asked me to learn about some cases." Ling Yu finally requested permission from his wife. "Are you close to Izzy?" Qin Mingyu immediately fixed her beautiful eyes on Ling Yu. "Well," Ling Yu smiled, "kind of. We were both warriors in the northern border, although there is a slight difference in our levels." He wasn't lying to Qin Mingyu. His level was indeed significantly higher than Yi Zhao's, but Qin Mingyu might interpret it as Yi being much higher ranked than him. "Come back home early. Remember not to drink and drive." Qin Mingyu turned her face and reminded sternly. Cold-hearted concern. "Okay." Ling Yu nodded. After dropping off Qin Mingyu at home, he headed straight to Quiet Bar. It was a large quiet bar where music was serene. Originally a place for relaxation, but due to its spacious and beautiful environment, many couples chose to have dates there, so its style gradually changed and developed into a romantic theme. Of course, it remained a good place for conversations because it wasn't as nosy as some DJ bars, while offering various drinks and packages. When Ling Yu arrived, Yizi and Ziazu were already there. Yizi waved enthusiastically, calling Ling Yu over. However, Ziazu's expression was quite unpleasant when she saw Ling Yu. Looking sulky, Ling Yu had previously irritated her multiple times, making her dislike the man, and now her brother was heartbroken because of his sister's rejection, leading him to drink heavily late at night for 2 consecutive days, which only made Ziazu angrier, feeling like her brother and sister owed each other in their past lives. Ling Yu could sense Ziazu's displeasure in her gaze, but still approached the two of them. Unexpectedly, before he could even sit down, Yizi suddenly received a call and stood up, his face becoming increasingly conflicted. After hanging up the phone, Yizi apologetically said, "Ling Yu, I'm sorry. I was supposed to discuss the case with you tonight, but I just received an urgent call from the mayor of Cloud City. He asked me to go over." "Then you should go." Ling Yu didn't want to delay Yi Zhao's official business. If the mayor was calling him at night, it wasn't a minor matter. "All right, Ziazu, you and Ling Yu discuss a few cases properly. After instructing Zia Zhu, Yizi took a few steps and remembered to turn back to remind her, "Watch your attitude. Don't be too aggressive. Big brother." "I got it." Zia Zhu was even more impatient. Why should she treat Ling Yu well? She wasn't his woman, after all. After Yizi left, the two of them sat facing each other. For a moment, neither spoke, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. HMPH. "Ling Yu, what do you mean by this?" Finally, Zia Zhu angrily spoke up, looking sulky. "Me?" Ling Yu chuckled. "What did I do? You still have that attitude." Zia Zhu was angry. "At first, it was clearly you who came to beg me to arrange a blind date between my brother and your sister. But now that my brother has accidentally fallen for your sister, and your sister doesn't give him a chance, hurting his heart repeatedly, causing him to get drunk every day, isn't the two of you deliberately doing this?" Ling Yu was at a loss for words. The situation had indeed developed to a point that he hadn't anticipated. He truly felt sorry for Zia Qian's situation. "Anyway, I don't care. You caused this mess. Clean it up yourself. And you've got my brother heartbroken every day. I'll settle the score with you." Zia Zhu leaned back with her arms crossed, turning her face away, speaking with an air of aloofness. Today she was dressed casually in black tight-fitting clothes, her hands crossed over her chest creating the appearance of two towering mountains about to burst forth. Truly a lethal weapon. Ling Yu sighed, momentarily unsure how to respond. At that moment, a man holding a large bunch of fiery red roses approached them, saying, "Sir, is your girlfriend angry? Quickly buy some roses to make her happy." Ling Yu felt a misunderstanding was about to happen. He was about to explain, but Zia Zhu had already proudly interjected, "HMTH, I'm not his girlfriend." The man chuckled, turning to Ling Yu. "See, if you don't coax your girlfriend, she's going to leave." Upon hearing the florist's words, Zia Zhu felt elated for some reason. She found that she actually wished Ling Yu would coax her. Seeing that this man always made her angry, if he could make her happy by coaxing her, that would be quite entertaining. Unfortunately, she got ahead of herself. Ling Yu waved his hand, saying, "Didn't she say it herself? She's not my girlfriend. We're not in a romantic relationship, so there's no need to buy flowers." "Thank you, you jerk." Hearing his response, Zia Zhu felt inexplicably enraged, slamming the table. "Ling Yu, are you even a man? Are you that poor? Seeing me angry, regardless of whether I'm your girlfriend, as a man, won't you buy some flowers to give me?" Ling Yu, he couldn't understand why Zia Zhu was angry. Could it be that all women like flowers? "Well, how much for one?" 100 each, sir." "What?" Ling Yu suspected that he must have misheard. Although he had never bought roses to give to a woman, he had accompanied his older sister to the New Year flower market before. A red rose selling for 10 yuan each was being sold for 100 yuan. "Excuse me, how is this any different from robbery?" But looking at Zia Zhu's expression, not only did she not find it expensive, she looked quite pleased. Making this annoying guy pay a high price for roses and give them to her made her feel accomplished. She could brag about this for 100 years. "Sir, no bargaining." The man was also quite pleased. After all, he had been selling flowers here for a long time and was experienced. As long as a woman wanted to buy it, men would buy them even if they were 200 yuan each. Fine. 1. Ling Yu wasn't short of money, but mainly because Zia Zhu was already unhappy with him. He wanted to learn some information from her and didn't want to upset her. After the transaction, the man left. Ling Yu handed the rose directly to Zia Zhu, saying, "Here, take it." "Okay." Zia Zhu was not satisfied with his attitude, but she still took the rose, looking a bit smug. In the future, she could also tell others that this man had given her roses, making him look good. "Now can you tell me what happened at noon today?" Ling Yu just saw the previous scene as a little episode and didn't pay much attention to it. He just wanted to understand the situation today, clarify the identities of the two women, and whether they were saints. Unexpectedly, the man who sold roses just now came back and said to Ling Yu, "Sir, buy some roses for the beautiful lady in front of you." Ling Yu was stunned, frowning. "Didn't I just buy one?" But the man acted as if nothing had happened and said, "Buy a few more." "Isn't the lady in front of you beautiful?" Ling Yu understood. This guy thought he was pursuing Zia Zhu and that's why he could just keep charging him like this. selling roses for 100 yuan each. With this sales strategy, he could make a killing. Looking at Zhu, who seemed happy and proud, she seemed to know the man's tactics, but purposely didn't say anything, waiting to see if Ling Yu would save face. Unexpectedly, Ling Yu didn't play by the rules and directly asked the man, "She isn't that pretty, right?" Huh. The man was stunned. Zhu's smile froze on her face. Look at her broad forehead. Her complexion isn't that good. Is she really pretty? Ling Yu continued to ask. The man selling flowers was thrown off by his straightforwardness and didn't know what to say for a moment. Dang. At this moment, Zhu suddenly got angry, slammed the table, and stood up. Ling Yu, what did you say? Am I not pretty? Do I have a big forehead? I don't look good. It's because I'm not feeling well today, you jerk. Stingy guy. The title of female Tyrannosaurus wasn't given for nothing. Easily angered and fierce when provoked, her loud voice startled everyone in the bar. The flower seller was naturally frightened by her outburst. This woman seemed quite pretty. Who would have thought she was so fierce? And yet this man still dared not buy her flowers. Was he trying to save money at the cost of his life? Ling Yu was also stunned for a moment, smirked at the flower seller, and asked, "Do you think she's pretty?" The flower seller had nowhere near Ling Yu's boldness. Looking at Zhu's fierce demeanor, his legs were shaking with fear. He could only give Ling Yu a thumbs up and say, "Man, you're smart. I won't cheat you." With that, he quickly retreated. The men and women around the bar were all drawn to Zhu's outburst. After the flower seller left, they began discussing quietly. Look, the guy at that table was even reluctant to buy the woman flowers. Huh. And he said that woman isn't pretty. I think she looks great. Look at her figure. TSK. I wonder how big that woman's mental shadow area is to date this kind of man. Ling Yu and Zhu were both keen and observant individuals, so they overheard these comments. Ling Yu wasn't bothered by them. He wasn't pursuing Zhu, and he wasn't here to date her. There was no reason for him to be foolishly taken advantage of for money. Zhu, on the other hand, was burning with rage, feeling like her face had been dishonored. Everyone thought she had a big forehead, right? It was all because of this jerk, Ling Yu. The next moment, she was so angry that she just turned and walked away, refusing to sit with this man any longer. Hey, Ling Yu found this woman unreasonable. He had already bought her a rose, so why was she still angry? Before he could say anything, she was already leaving. Wasn't everyone coming here all for nothing then? But Zhu just kept walking away. Many women, when angry, became irrational and didn't bother with so much. Right now, Zhu was just thinking that she must make Ling Yu praise her appearance compared to his sister and even have him publicly give her flowers. Just didn't expect that the next moment she felt a rush of sweetness in her throat. Her vision blackened, and she felt dizzy before collapsing to the ground. Hey, Zhu. Ling Yu quickly stepped forward and caught her before she fell. But the men and women around, not observing carefully, saw this scene and began speculating even more. Look, that man didn't buy flowers for the woman. It's like he frustrated her to faint. To cause all this over a little money. It's really not worth it, isn't it? Such an unromantic man. I wouldn't be with him either. Is his girlfriend faking fainting to force him to buy flowers? Ling Yu was speechless. Firstly, he had bought flowers. Secondly, Zhu wasn't his girlfriend, and he wasn't pursuing her. So what were all these people saying? Thirdly, how did they come up with this act of fainting? Why didn't they go write novels with their imagination? Sir, do you need help? At this time, a bar server came over to ask, "Do you have private rooms here?" Ling Yu had already realized that Zhu had fainted due to her internal injury and anger and needed urgent attention, or else it could be life-threatening. We do, but our private rooms are expensive. Each one costs 1,800. The young server didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. Listening to the discussions around, she also misunderstood that Ling Yu was being cheap, not willing to buy the rose for his girlfriend who was just playing around with him. Otherwise, that woman was energetic a moment ago. Why would she suddenly faint? Before she could finish, Ling Yu threw a gold card in front of her. Any amount will do. Arrange it immediately. Oh. Okay, sir. The server girl quickly led Ling Yu to the private room. The men and women around were astonished again. He was reluctant to buy the rose, but he was willing to splurge on the room. Are all men like this? Ling Yu didn't care what these people thought. He quickly locked the door and went to Ziazu, who was lying on the bed. The blood oozing from Ziazu's mouth, although not much, appeared slightly purplish black, indicating that her internal injuries were quite severe. Ling Yu sighed at her faint breath, which was growing weaker. This situation seemed unsuitable for taking it slow. Ziazu was wearing a black tight-fitting top today, with no buttons. Ling Yu had to lift her shirt, revealing a small bruise near her abdomen. Ling Yu continued lifting it further up, elastic and powerful. This woman was only wearing a bra. Perhaps she was afraid of too much attention, making daily movements inconvenient. Amidst a vast expanse of white snow, there were shocking black marks. Ling Yu's gaze did not focus on inappropriate areas, but rather on the bruise spreading towards her heart. It seemed that the woman at noon had struck with great force. If Ziazu were an ordinary woman, she probably would have been killed with one palm strike. Ling Yu couldn't help but marvel at the unparalleled physical quality of this violent woman. Enduring such a blow, even he would probably find it difficult, yet this woman endured until now. If she hadn't just had a sudden attack, she might have needed to use her willpower to hang on, thinking nothing was wrong. In this situation, the blockage must be released directly to let the blood flow smoothly again. Ling Yu felt that this time the violent woman was lucky. If it weren't for him, a military doctor from the northern region, who happened to be by her side, she would have most likely perished on the roadside. But he needed tools. He had silver needles on hand, but nothing else. The next moment, he called for the waitress from the bar. It was the same girl as before. "Sir, what do you need?" "I need a small knife, alcohol, and fire. Can you prepare these for me?" He needed to disinfect the silver needle and the knife to release the blockage and do acupuncture on Ziazu. However, the girl misunderstood and, after thinking for a while, assumed he wanted to have a romantic time with Ziazu. She immediately snapped her fingers with a smile and said, "Sir, I understand." Turning around, she thought to herself, these two are indeed playing games. Did his girlfriend just pretend to faint on purpose, trying to force him to be romantic with her? This man, on one hand, hesitates to send roses, but on the other hand, is willing to spend any amount of money once he's in the room. Soon, she placed a set of romantic packages on a small cart and pushed it to Ling Yu's room. When Ling Yu opened the door and saw these items, he was also stunned. 2 Western meals, a bottle of red wine, and 3 lit candles. What in the world? But the little girl didn't know what he was thinking and cheerfully said, "Sir, you have everything you wanted. The small knife, alcohol, and fire." Ling Yu thought, my goodness, what a misunderstanding. But indeed, these were the things he needed. Oh well, no time to dwell on that. Saving a life is more important. Ling Yu thanked her and pushed the cart inside, then slammed the door shut. The girl was also annoyed, muttering, "Not even a tip, so stingy." Ling Yu paid no attention to what the girl was thinking. After receiving the items, he immediately used the candle flame to disinfect the knife and silver needle. After sealing some necessary acupoints on Ziazu with the needle, he directly cut open Ziazu's wound to drain the clotting blood. Due to the lack of proper equipment, Ziazu's blood stained the bedsheet. Ling Yu couldn't care less. After considerable effort, he managed to drain the clotting blood. He then continued to stimulate Ziazu's acupoints with the needle to invigorate her blood flow. Back in the northern region, Ling Yu had dealt with many such injuries, so he was quite adept at it now. However, he faced one hindrance tonight, and that was Ziazu's incredibly fit body. The large assets in her chest kept getting in the way, making it necessary to move them aside frequently to locate the acupoints for acupuncture. It was never as straightforward as saving a man. After finally finishing the procedure, Ling Yu had to use the needle to sew up Ziazu's wound, which was partially concealed by her clothes. Unexpectedly, during the process, Ziazu suddenly woke up. Seeing her shirtless and Ling Yu working on her, she immediately exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Next, disregarding her physical condition, she attempted to slap Ling Yu. Although she had experienced love before, she was still a virgin and could not allow this man to act recklessly. Enraged, she put all her strength into the slap. Fortunately, Ling Yu reacted quickly and dodged the blow. That was a close call. If he had taken that slap, his cheek would have swollen like a pig's head. Dodging, Ling Yu said seriously, "I should be asking you what you're doing. I am trying to save you. You're biting the hand that feeds you." Ziazu then realized that her chest had been relieved of the blockage, feeling much better. She initially thought there was no need for treatment and that the clotted blood would naturally disperse after applying some stimulating oil for a few days. After all, She had dealt with injuries before during her time in the military and missions in the past. She never expected this injury to be so severe, nearly taking her life. While she knew Ling Yu was trying to help her, Ziazu still stubbornly retorted, What? Biting a green bean ice cream. I could have handled this minor injury on my own. You just wanted to take advantage of me because of my figure, right? If I didn't help you, you would have died. Ling Yu said harshly, that woman's strike hit your internal organs. I spent a long time regulating them with the silver needle. You need to rest for several days. When you return, no sudden movements. Ziazu's expression became complex, feeling angry, frightened, proud, and embarrassed all at once. She was unable to form a coherent response amidst these conflicting emotions. Knock knock. At that moment, someone knocked on the door from outside. Shortly afterward, the same waitress from before could be heard saying, Sir, please do not engage in inappropriate behavior here. We will call the police. She had assumed Ling Yu and Ziazu were a couple, indulging in intimate activities in the room. Hearing Ziazu's loud scream, she couldn't overlook it. Could it be that this man was taking advantage of the situation or pressuring her? That was unacceptable. Absolutely not. While they were welcome to enjoy romance at the bar, they couldn't break the law. So, she intervened. Ziazu quickly put on her coat upon hearing the voice. Ling Yu was preparing to open the door, but surprisingly, the young waitress opened it with a key when there was no response. Witnessing the scene inside, she was left in shock. Ziazu was disheveled, with a large blood stain on the bedsheet. Heavens, what were you two doing just now? Why is there so much blood? The girl exclaimed in surprise. Playing is fine, but must it be this extreme? Ziazu blushed while Ling Yu remained unaware of her assumptions. Seeing the girl's shocked expression, Ling Yu reassured her. Don't worry, I will compensate for the bedsheets. I am not talking about that. The girl continued, you couples need to be careful. I just warned you earlier. How did it turn into this? Finally understanding why Ziazu had screamed, she marveled at the man's audacity. Was he always this rough with first-time women? Shut up. Ziazu hurriedly interjected. Ling Yu may have been dense in certain matters, but she was not. We can play as we please, none of your business. Ziazu retorted, irritated. The waitress could only shake her head, sighing in resignation. Some women, despite being beautiful, couldn't respect themselves. She wondered what Ziazu saw in this man. Was it his looks, his money, or the rough treatment she seemingly enjoyed? After Ling Yu settled the bill for the romantic dinner and the bedsheets, the two of them finally walked out of the bar. Ziazu had been feeling very awkward, keeping her head down and not speaking, always feeling like some people were looking at her strangely. Ling Yu, on the other hand, remained unbothered and calm as usual. After they walked out of the bar, Ling Yu took the initiative and said, Ziazu, you just had surgery. It's inconvenient for you to drive. Let me take you home. Ziazu gritted her teeth and pridefully said, HMPH, I've never let a man escort me home at night. Well then, I suggest you take a taxi. Goodbye. Ling Yu was about to leave. Hey. Wait. Ziazu hurriedly called out. What is it? Ling Yu turned back, expressionless. However, Ziazu's chest was heaving noticeably, clearly holding back emotions. Fine. I'll make an exception this time, and let you take me home, she said, thinking of it as a favor. After all, despite her fiery temper, her looks, figure, and family background were all top-notch. No matter which city police station she worked at, she was undoubtedly a beauty, and many men pursued her. Having someone escort her home was something many men dreamed of. Ling Yu, however, said, okay, the fare is 6 yuan per kilometer, plus the various expenses just now, you have to pay me back, you. Ziazu was very angry. It wasn't that she couldn't afford it or didn't want to pay, but it was the first time a man had asked her to foot the bill. She had always had her expenses covered by men when she went out with them, although in the end, she would split the bill with the other person, but now a man was demanding that she take care of the bill, and this was a first for her. What? I just saved your life, didn't even charge you for the treatment, just let you cover the expenses here. Is that too much? Ling Yu deliberately taunted. After the incident with Lin Qingshuan and Lunana, he didn't want to get too close to any woman other than Qin Mingyu. He felt that Ziazu should dislike him a bit more. He didn't want her to have any positive feelings towards him. HMPH, here you go. Ziazu sullenly agreed. She wasn't ungrateful, despite her dislike for the man in front of her. He had indeed helped her a lot and even saved her life. All right, get in the car. After receiving the money, Ling Yu headed towards his Maserati. Xia Zhu got into the car, sulking and not wanting to talk. However, Ling Yu took the initiative and said, "Your physical condition is quite good. If you master the use of internal strength, your skills will definitely improve by leaps and bounds." Internal strength. Xia Zhu's eyes suddenly lit up. Yizi had mentioned it to her before. She just couldn't grasp it. "Yes, the internal strength of an external martial artist," Ling Yu said calmly. "With your long-term training, your body is already in the condition. You just need to grasp the key. If you have time, let Yizi teach you." Yizi was also an elite member of the Northern Border Valve, and if it weren't for his serious injuries, his strength would be very powerful now. Xia Zhu pursed her lips. The instructor hadn't taught her before, despite her lack of understanding. Now, with the instructor being so busy with official duties, where would he find the time to teach her? She thought Ling Yu was much more free. Besides shuttling his wife around, she wondered what else he could be doing. But she couldn't bring herself to ask Ling Yu to teach her. If she did, wouldn't that mean he became her master? No way. Absolutely not. She hated him and his sister. Neither of them were good people. If you improve your skills, it will be beneficial for future cases. At least you won't be nearly killed by women from the Holy Fire Organization. Ling Yu didn't know what she was thinking and continued to speak. "Humph. Next time I see that woman, I'll definitely take her out with one shot." Xia Zhu replied to save face. She was a champion in women's combat sports. Didn't she have any dignity? Speaking like this, Ling Yu didn't feel like continuing the conversation. However, Xia Zhu thought that the man had saved her and decided to give him some important news. "Hey, Lin Qingshuan may not be dead yet." "What? What did you say?" Ling Yu was immediately excited, stopping the car and turning to look at her, asking anxiously, "Explain clearly, is there any new development in the case?" Xia Zhu, however, coldly snorted, "Don't you already have a wife? Why are you so concerned about other women? Please tell me clearly." Ling Yu shouted. Lin Qingshuan was his confidant, his best friend of the opposite sex, with a very special place in his heart. He couldn't accept Xia Zhu beating around the bush on this matter. What's your attitude? Your expression is a bit intimidating." The hot-tempered Xia Zhu was feeling a bit wronged, but reluctantly said, "We found some clothing fragments and hair with hair follicles at the halfway point, and after identification, it was indeed hers." "What?" Ling Yu's eyes widened as he said, "Does that mean that Qingshuan might still be alive?" This conclusion, even he couldn't believe it. He knew better than anyone about Lin Qingshuan's physical condition. Without his medical skills, she could die at any time. Moreover, falling from such a height, who could save her? But without finding Lin Qingshuan's body for a day, he couldn't confirm her death, at least maintaining 1 in a million hope. Seeing how concerned Ling Yu was for Lin Qingshuan, Xia Zhu couldn't help but coldly snort again. What a lousy man. Clearly having a wife, he was still so caring towards other women. If he were just a jerk, caring about beautiful women would be understandable. But he was playing both sides. Wasn't she attractive? What gave him the right to treat her so poorly? Frustrated, Xia Zhu recalled to things Ling Yu had said before. First, she wasn't as pretty as his sister. Second, she had a big forehead. It was so aggravating. Despite having a bad temper, she had plenty of suitors throughout her life. How could she feel so inferior in front of this man? "Why aren't you talking?" Ling Yu couldn't help but call out as Xia Zhu remained silent. He was waiting for the conclusion from the police station since they were the first to discover the scene. "What can I say? Legally speaking, she can't be determined deceased yet, so the case can't be finalized. Are you satisfied with that answer?" Xia Zhu said irritably. Ling Yu had guessed she would say something like that, but he still wanted her to say it. Ling Yu restarted the car, taking Xia Zhu home, but didn't say another word, his mind filled with various speculations about Lin Qingshuan. Suddenly, Xia Zhu, being proud and coquettish, said, "Captain Yi instructed that since people from the Holy Fire Organization are targeting you and trying to kill you, I have to provide 24-hour protection for you." Ling Yu, did he really need a severely injured woman to protect him? What was Yi up to? What's with that expression? Xia Zhu felt irritated seeing his face. "Look down on us, huh? My martial skills might not be as good as yours, and my abilities might not be as great as yours. But at least we are professionals in this field, also legally armed. Moreover, It's our duty. You are a witness in another case, and we are responsible for protecting your safety. Officer Zia, there's really no need for this. Just focus on healing your injuries first, Ling Yu said calmly, trying not to hurt the policewoman's pride. But Zia Zhu was still agitated. You are looking down on me. Just wait and see. I will save your life one day and make you see me in new light. Ling Yu thought to himself, forget it. He just can't communicate with this woman. It's fine. Ling Yu still sent her back home. Zia Zhu lived in a suite in a small neighborhood. Living conditions were quite good, truly living up to her background as the daughter of a wealthy business family. Ling Yu couldn't help but feel that the Zia family was a peculiar one. The three young members of the family could easily live a luxurious life, but they all refused to inherit the family business. They worked regular jobs, pursued arts, and some even engaged in frontline battles against dangerous criminals, risking their lives. This family, there's something fishy about them, or perhaps they're toxic. I'm leaving. After dropping her off at the neighborhood, Ling Yu turned to leave. You can't leave, Zia Zhu shouted loudly. Her voice was not small, catching the attention of the security guards in the neighborhood. The security guards, usually bored, liked to discuss which woman in the neighborhood was the most beautiful. In the end, they unanimously agreed that Zia Zhu, the policewoman, with her hot figure and pleasant appearance, was the flower of their neighborhood. Especially with her exceptional ball handling skills, they all fantasized about being fouled by her once. Getting hit by the ball, that would be thrilling. However, because Zia Zhu had only recently moved to Yan City, they were not familiar with her, and were always curious whether she had a boyfriend. They had never seen a man accompany her home before, so they wondered if she was single. Some security guards even joked about absurd possibilities. What if she liked security guards? But they never expected that today they would finally see a man send her home, and not only that, she wouldn't let him leave. Ling Yu turned back, furrowing his brows. Is there something else? Of course, you can't leave tonight, Zia Zhu said solemnly. Damn it. The security guards in the security booth were heartbroken. Their goddess not only had a lover, but also loved him crazily. To them, it seemed like a disappointment. A few security guards sighed, and seeing Ling Yu driving a Maserati, they could only lament the harsh reality of the world. You jerk, if something happens to you, don't regret it. Zia Zhu was furious. Other men would be delighted to receive her protection, but this man looked disdainful. The Saint Fire organization was powerful, had sent a challenge to kill him, and yet he seemed so indifferent. The probability of him dying was high. Zia Zhu always believed that a person with Ling Yu's personality, if a character in a novel, would not survive longer than 2 episodes. She was worried that he might be attacked and killed tonight, and Captain Yu would surely hold her accountable. However, Ling Yu didn't care about Zia Zhu's thoughts, nor did he know what Yi was thinking. He just turned and left. Returning to the Qin family manor, he entered Qin Mingyu's room, and it was 11 o'clock at night. What did Captain Yi say to you? Qin Mingyu, preparing to rest, asked as he walked in. Oh, it wasn't Yi, it was Zia Zhu. Ling Yu didn't hide anything from Qin Mingyu. Yi suddenly had something to attend to and asked Zia Zhu and me. Zia Zhu was injured by a strong hand from the Saint Fire organization and suddenly fainted. I spent a lot of time treating her. Qin Mingyu, upon hearing this, frowned slightly. She didn't have a good impression of Zia Zhu and disliked her constantly clinging to Ling Yu. The last time, she had gone to Ling Yu for case solving, as if she had specifically targeted Y country. Did that woman really have feelings for her husband? Mingyu, what's wrong? Ling Yu noticed her ambiguous expression and asked quickly. It's nothing, Qin Mingyu said coldly. What did she say to you? Knowing that this man was a gynecologist and not considering treating women a big deal, Qin Mingyu didn't want to get angry because of it. Okay, she didn't want to get jealous either. She said that Lin Qingshuan might not be dead. They found torn clothes and her hair DNA on the mountainside. What? Qin Mingyu was also quite surprised to hear this. Yes, so I plan to go and see for myself tomorrow, Ling Yu continued. Qin Mingyu, who was just trying not to get jealous, suddenly felt a pang of jealousy. This man still couldn't let go of Lin Qingshuan. Sure. Mingyu? Ling Yu asked again. He respected his wife, had no male chauvinism, and wasn't afraid of being ridiculed. Of course. Qin Mingyu admitted to feeling jealous, but didn't show it. She saved us. If she's not dead, you must find her. Even bring her back to life. Great. Ling Yu smiled knowing his wife had a broad mind. Early the next morning, After sending Qin Mingyu to work, Ling Yu did not go to the company but called Yi. Okay, I'll arrange for Zhu to take you to the scene. Why her again? Ling Yu subconsciously said. He didn't know that Zhu was at Yi Zhao's office at that moment and heard his voice over the phone, which made her extremely angry. As soon as Yi hung up the phone, she declared angrily, Captain Yi, I request to withdraw from protecting this man. Withdraw. Yi chuckled when he heard her. Snow. There's no one around now, and you used to be my student. There are some things I'm not afraid to discuss with you directly. Do you think I assign you this task out of selfishness? Zhu couldn't understand and blurted out, Captain Yi, the only thing I can think of is that you intentionally assigned this task to me to temper my temper, making me unable to get angry even at the most annoying man. You are naive. Yi immediately interrupted. Do you not know how capable Ling Yu is? I assigned you to protect him because I want you to learn from him that he's not just proficient in martial arts, he also specializes in meridian medical theory. He can heal your injuries and maybe even guide you to breakthrough in martial arts. I gave you this assignment to take care of you, so you better make the most of this opportunity. Captain Yi, I understand. Zhu had always admired Yi, but at some point, her previous intense admiration seemed to have faded. Yes, it was after Ling Yu appeared. She used to think Captain Yi's martial arts were unparalleled, only to hear him say that someone else's martial arts were unmatched. Of course, she knew Ling Yu's martial arts were unparalleled, having seen his sharpshooting and his scenes of killing enemies left and right. But she couldn't bring herself to admire him. It's despicable. Now that Captain Yi said that, she could only keep pestering him. No, she meant she would be there to protect him 24/7. On the other hand, Ling Yu didn't care much. His only goal was to secure information about Lin Qingshuan. If Yi said he was busy, then Zhu would just be Zhu. He'd manage somehow. Soon, he arrived at the police station. Zhu was about to get into his car, and Ling Yu didn't unlock the door. Instead, he opened the car window and said, Officer Zia, this car belongs to my wife, and she doesn't like other women getting in. So, it's better if you drive yourself, right? You. Zhu's face turned red with anger, and after a while, she gritted her teeth and said, Fine. You wait. Sooner or later, Ling Yu would have to look at her with admiration, even worship her, submit to her, and praise her beauty. Humph. Ling Yu didn't care about her thoughts. After experiencing the matters with Lin Qingshuan and Luna, he had to keep his distance from women other than his family. It was his responsibility to his wife and to himself. Soon, both of them were driving to the back entrance of the Lin family's villa. The once solemn Lin family villa now looked empty, with the gate tightly locked, giving the feeling of an abandoned place. Ling Yu didn't know where that Lin Qinglong fellow had gone. It had been a long time since he tried to bother his wife. Had that #1 rival given up on his wife and moved on to other women? If that was the case, it would be a good thing. Since the place where Lin Qingshuan was spotted was halfway up the mountain, the two of them needed to take safety measures to descend on a rope. Officer Zia, your body hasn't fully recovered. How about you tell me the general location, and I'll go down to check? Ling Yu suggested reasonably, but Zhu didn't appreciate it. She coldly snorted, Are you underestimating me? I've been through rigorous training as a policewoman for years. Resting for a night is more than enough for this minor injury. With that, she continued with safety measures and decided to descend first. Ow. This. Ling Yu was just concerned about her as an injured person, never expecting to trigger her prideful nature. Oh well, if she wanted to go, she could. After all, it was her life. Ling Yu quickly followed after her. Initially, Zhu was leading, but she realized that Ling Yu was catching up gradually. Worried about being overtaken and mocked by him again, she hastened her speed. Hey! Don't push yourself too hard. Ling Yu shouted to her as he noticed her struggling. He knew better about her condition than she did. Just yesterday, she had surgery. Could she afford to be reckless today? The more he tried to stop her, the more Zhu felt triumphant. HMPH. Look down on me. Will you? When it comes to rock climbing, this officer is 100 times better than you. Zhu thought Ling Yu was stopping her because he couldn't keep up with her pace. And the more she felt that way, the faster she wanted to go to leave him behind. To her surprise, every time she picked up her pace, Ling Yu matched it, and he was getting closer and closer. This guy is pretty good at this. Zhu was already very tired, but her competitive spirit made her continue increasing her speed. Hey, stop. Please stop. Ling Yu's voice kept calling from above. Zia Zhu felt victorious. This guy couldn't catch up now, right? Wasn't his shouting a sign of admitting defeat? She just kept going. But in the next moment, there was a cracking sound from above. The rope tied to her body had broken due to the intense rubbing against the sharp rocks. The sudden turn of events caught Zia Zhu off guard, and she plummeted downward rapidly. Fortunately, with her experience and agility, she managed to grab onto a rock with her hands. Unfortunately, the rock was polished smooth over the years by water dripping over it, making it very slippery. Due to the sudden, intense pain from reopening her wound due to excessive force, her hands lost their grip, causing her to fall even further. Even the strongest of women would scream in such a situation. The impact of her body hitting a protruding rock was excruciating. Damn it! Ling Yu had no choice but to jump down directly, his feet braced against the cliff to hasten his descent. Luckily, the distance between them wasn't far, and he swiftly caught Zia Zhu. The weight and impact made Ling Yu's safety rope almost unable to hold both of them. In this situation, to protect Zia Zhu, Ling Yu had to shield her from the impact using his body, and the rope was pulled back. Smack! Ling Yu's right arm was hit by the mountain rock, leaving it numb. The unconscious Zia Zhu was irrationally aggressive, adding significant pressure, making it hard for him to catch his breath. Hey! Officer Zia, wake up! Ling Yu endured the pain, gently patting Zia Zhu's cheeks with his left hand. But this woman had fainted. What a hassle! Ling Yu furrowed his brows. She was showing off her strength for what? Clearly, she was severely injured and behaving as if she were in a climbing competition. Now they were hanging halfway up the mountain. What should they do next? The worst part was Ling Yu's safety rope seemed to be on the brink of giving way. Thankfully, it was daytime, and there was still some light filtering through from above. After assessing the environment, Ling Yu saw a small cave not far off that could barely accommodate both of them. In the next moment, he single-handedly carried Zia Zhu and carefully descended toward the cave. After a period of climbing, they finally reached the ground unharmed. But Ling Yu's safety rope had worn off due to the extra weight and friction, rendering it practically useless. Ling Yu lay Zia Zhu down, tossed the worn-out rope aside, and quickly checked her condition. She was still breathing, and her fainting seemed more due to intense pain and recurring internal injuries, so it wasn't life-threatening. Ling Yu noticed blood seeping from her chest and had to remove her uniform to rebandage her wound. She only wore a chest band, but her clothing showed off her figure. While her form was impressive, the injuries were unappealing to Ling Yu. Without bandages or medical supplies, Ling Yu could only press a few acupoints on her and tear off his shirt to create a makeshift bandage for her. After tending to her wounds, Ling Yu examined his injuries. His right arm was heavily swollen, making it difficult to move. It would take several days to recover. Suddenly, Zia Zhu fluttered her eyelids and saw a shirtless man in front of her. Feeling chilly and seeing him, she immediately sat up abruptly. You pervert! Are you trying to take advantage of me in this state? Zia Zhu reflexively slapped him. Many men had tried to take advantage of her beauty and body in the past, and some of those men were now probably pushing up daisies. Little did she know that this man was removing her clothes multiple times today. Did he wish to join the ranks of those men? All right, since that's the case, I won't meddle further, Ling Yu said, then really intended to leave alone with the rope. Hey, Zia Zhu was annoyed. Is this man serious? If she could go down by herself, she would have done it a long time ago. Why does she have to wait for him? Does this police officer have no pride? Just a few arrogant words and you won't follow me. What's wrong? Ling Yu then climbed back using the rope. In fact, he had known Zia Zhu's situation early on. If she had the ability to climb down, he wouldn't have had to climb up the mountain and jump down. Who would have thought? At this critical moment, she still wanted to save face and endure suffering. HMPH, since you're already here, I can't let you come here for nothing. Reluctantly, I'll accept your help, Zia Zhu said arrogantly. You should be grateful. I have never accepted help from any man before. Ling Yu chuckled. This side of the woman was a bit similar to someone in his family. However, he still thought the one in his family was much cuter. Ling Yu directly tied the rope around her, but he didn't use any protection for himself. What are you doing? Zia Zhu was quite surprised. She had just criticized this man for being rude, and now he was risking his life to protect her. Still need to ask. Just don't want you to die from stubbornness, so Captain, you won't ask me for a corpse if that happens, Ling Yu said casually, instantly dispersing Ziazu's grateful emotions. What a sharp-tongued man. How did Qin Mingyu set her eyes on him? Can't we both be tied together? Ziazu said stubbornly. This police officer isn't Koe and doesn't have any reservations about male-female interactions. You don't? Ling Yu was surprised, then laughed directly. Then who does? The woman who almost slapped me twice while I was saving you still says she doesn't have reservations about male-female interactions. Woman who says one thing but thinks another. You. Ziazu pointed at him angrily. All right, this is fine. It would be uncomfortable being tied to you. You're too big. Ling Yu spoke truthfully. Even Qin Yushuan isn't as big as her. He wondered what she had eaten to grow so big. He didn't want to die from suffocation. You. Ziazu was so angry she was about to spew blood, gritting her teeth and saying, then just wait to fall to your death. Ling Yu paid no attention to her because Ziazu was still very weak. After securing her safety measures, he suddenly instructed her, hold on to me. What? Ziazu couldn't believe her ears. You want me to hold you? Have you lost your mind? Who do you think you are to me? Shut up. Ling Yu quickly interjected before she could continue. Because of the injuries to my right arm while saving you during the day, I can't hold you while going down. So you'll have to hold me. In fact, when they were going down earlier, he wanted to find 2 sets of ropes, but unfortunately, he only had 1 set in his trunk. Besides, even if there were 2 sets, Ziazu, in her current state, couldn't go down alone. Ziazu suddenly felt vulnerable, putting on a look of grievance. Fine, I'll hold you. Why are you so fierce? She had never held a man before, even when she was supposed to be Zhao Wushan's girlfriend. Now, seeing that this man had saved her life, she decided to let him have some advantage. Ling Yu hadn't thought of it this way at all. When she held him, he couldn't help but frown and say, don't hold too tight. I told you, you're too big and it's hard for me to breathe properly. You. Ziazu was about to be infuriated for the 3rd time. She was actually quite regretful about why she was so big. Although men liked it, she didn't, and often found it inconvenient, especially in fights. After being scolded by Ling Yu, she decided that once she got back, she would undergo surgery or reduce her size a bit. Despite Ling Yu warning her not to hold too tight, Ziazu couldn't help but hold on to him tightly as they descended. Ling Yu had no choice but to endure the jealousy of this different kind of man. Unexpectedly, as they descended a short distance, the phone in his pocket rang. Ling Yu didn't want to answer it initially, but considering the time, it must be his wife calling, so he stopped and took out his phone. It was indeed Qin Mingyu. Ling Yu, why haven't you come home yet? It's already 11 o'clock. Qin Mingyu sounded a bit worried and a bit angry. This man, once he got busy with Lin Qingshuan's affairs, completely forgot about his wife at home. He didn't even call to check in. Mingyu. Ling Yu quickly explained the situation to his wife. I'm not done here yet. I forgot about the time. Why are you still so busy at this hour? Qin Mingyu asked with confusion. Before Ling Yu could respond, Ziazu became impatient. Ling Yu, is this the time for you to be intimate with your wife? I'm almost out of strength to hold you. What? On the other end, Qin Mingyu's beautiful eyes turned cold. Ling Yu, are you alone with Officer Zia now? She had been polite and hadn't mentioned anything about holding each other. Even so, through the phone, Ling Yu could almost feel his wife's icy expression at that moment. Shut up. He quickly glared at Ziazu, signaling her not to speak out of turn. Ziazu was very dissatisfied, but she pouted and looked like a little victim, which was quite different from her usual proud and domineering demeanor. If her colleagues and admirers could see her now, they would surely be shocked. Is this the Officer Zia who is usually bold and fierce, ready to attack men at a moment's notice? Ziazu really didn't mean it just now, and now that she felt Ling Yu's anger, she knew she had done something wrong, jeopardizing their relationship. She hated Qin Mingyu. Yes, but she hadn't thought of resorting to such a low tactic. Ling Yu saw her expression and knew she realized her mistake, but he couldn't be bothered to scold her, so he quickly went down. Meanwhile, Qin Mingyu hadn't slept well all night. Ling Yu not returning home was one reason. On the other hand, before she fell asleep, she received a message from Lin Fan. It's more like Lin Fan sent her a report rather than just a message. As a close friend of Ling Yu, Lin Fan cherishes the position that Qin Mingyu provided for her, as well as the power given to him by Qin Mingyu, and the help of Zhao Xiaobo and Ling Shitang. He diligently collected various information in Tiagang Group. Today, He made a report for Qin Mingyu. Although the report didn't have clear evidence, there were a lot of related data indicating that there were many spies in the research department of Chiagang Group. They leaked a lot of data from Chiagang Group, including Qin Langyi. She even provided relevant experimental data to Liu Yejian. Even though without the heart of the sun, these data have little effect on outsiders. Who knows? These are all trade secrets. I really don't know what Qin Langyi is thinking. Qin Mingyu doesn't think she wants to betray the Qin family. Could it be she is truly just admiring Liu Yejian and doing such ignorant things that harm the interests of the Qin family? The next morning, Ling Yu still hadn't returned home. Qin Mingyu had Ziwang come to escort her back to the company. Ziwang hadn't escorted her in a long time because she didn't inform him in advance last night, so he was a bit late to pick up Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu was also running late for work compared to usual. Before reaching the company, she received an urgent call from Zia Shaodi. What? Thugs are attacking our research building. Qin Mingyu's face instantly changed in shock. She had always known that once the Heart of the Sun was put into commercial use, there would definitely be thieves eyeing it. But she had only been wary of thieves, never thought there would be armed robbers. Ziwang, quickly take me to the research building. Ms. Qin, this could be dangerous. Shouldn't we wait for the police to handle it? Although Ziwang didn't know the current situation over there, upon hearing Qin Mingyu say armed thugs were attacking the research building, he believed the situation must be extremely dangerous. How could the young miss herself risk going in? No, I must go to protect the Heart of the Sun. Qin Mingyu had made up her mind. The Heart of the Sun was not only the Qin family's treasure, but also an heirloom left by her father and passed down to her by her grandfather. She had to protect it. Although the Heart of the Sun was heavily protected, these bandits were coming ferociously. She was the only one who could disable the defense system, so she had to go in person. Alright then, Ziwang had no choice but to comply. Outside the research building, things were indeed chaotic. There were even explosions in several places, and many people lay in pools of blood, their fates unknown. Walls were destroyed, blood staining the ground and walls. It was clear the thugs had broken in forcibly. Qin Mingyu's face grew paler and paler. Although she held a high position of power and had experienced a lot, this was the first time she had seen such a scene. Ms. Qin, you must not go in. Over a dozen thugs have already entered inside. They are ruthless and dangerous killers. Captain Zhang Qingping, covered in dirt and bloodstains, quickly advised Qin Mingyu. It looked like he had fought with the thugs. Behind him were over 20 security guards from Chiagang Group, including Zhao Xiaobo and Ling Shitang. They also didn't want Qin Mingyu to go in. They had just witnessed how dangerous those thugs were. They were definitely a large international organization, not petty thieves. I must go in. Qin Mingyu remained steadfast in her decision, commanding loudly, Ziwang, Captain Zhang, take a few men with me inside. I will reward you afterward. Well, Ziwang and Captain Zhang were Qin Mingyu's most trusted confidants, naturally loyal to her. However, the situation was indeed dire. Regardless of rewards, they were concerned about Ms. Qin's safety. As her most trusted people in the company, they could only protect her with gritted teeth in this perilous situation. The other security guards were just employees earning a wage. In real danger, only a few would dare to step up. All right, Zhao Xiaobo, you take a few men with me to protect Ms. Qin inside. Yes, Captain. Zhao Xiaobo didn't call Ling Shitang. He knew Ling Shitang was Qin Mingyu's relative. In such dangerous circumstances, if something happened to him while on duty, they would have a hard time explaining to Ms. Qin, and Ms. Qin would have a hard time explaining to her in-laws. Captain Zhao, why not call me? Although I may not be as skilled, I will definitely sacrifice myself to protect Ms. Qin. Ling Shitang was also anxious after not being chosen, volunteering himself. Qin Mingyu had always been so good to him and his son, assigning work and even giving money to him to buy a house. He felt immense gratitude, and this was a rare opportunity to repay her. There's no time. If you want to go, then go. Zhao Xiaobo didn't waste time with him, as Qin Mingyu had already entered with Captain Zhang and Ziwang. They had to quickly catch up. Got it, Ling Shitang said, and decided to follow them inside. In his simple world, he believed in repaying kindness with kindness. He used to feel inferior, thinking he was insignificant and couldn't repay Qin Mingyu. Perhaps this was a rare chance. Not far from the Chiagang Technology Park, there was a deserted national highway surrounded by small hills. At this moment, above the hills, a woman in blue hurried to report to the woman in white. Holy lady, our forces have penetrated into the Chiagang research building. The police are expected to arrive in 3 to 5 minutes, but according to our reports, to destroy the advanced protection system and steal the heart of the sun, it will take at least another 20 minutes. The woman in white, wearing a veil, listened to the blue-clothed woman's report. Her eyes showed a slight sense of concern as she asked, "Has Qin Mingyu arrived?" "Yes. Should we take the opportunity to kill her?" asked the blue-clothed woman. As a confidant of the Holy Lady, she naturally knew about the relationship between the Holy Lady and Qin Mingyu. "No need. If I wanted her dead, she would be gone by now." The woman in white instructed, "Send people to blow up the road to delay the police's arrival, and also take out some Chiagang personnel. Scare Qin Mingyu into voluntarily surrendering the heart of the sun, saving us the effort." "Yes, Holy Lady." The blue-clothed woman immediately arranged it. The woman in white's eyes shimmered with a triumphant glint as she muttered to herself, "Qin Mingyu, you've bullied me so many times. Now it's my turn to bully you." On the other side, Izzy led his team towards Chiagang group, looking serious. He had just tried to contact Ling Yu and Ziazu on his phone, but both were unreachable. Was it a signal issue or low battery? Suddenly, a series of deafening noises resounded from the front. The police car he was in suddenly came to a violent halt as it hit a massive bump. Izzy grabbed onto the handrail and, after seeing what had happened, was filled with shock and anger. He quickly opened the car door and ran out. In front of them, the bridge leading to the Chiagang Technology Park had been blown up. Damn it! The Holy Fire Organization truly lives up to its status as a major international group. This game they're playing is massive. It's excessively reckless. Izzy spat, a mix of anger and excitement. Since returning from the northern border, it had been a long time since he had dealt with such ruthless characters. Today, he couldn't help the boiling of his blood. Yanjing, inside a high-rise building, Zhao Wenjin was looking at business documents when Su Yingku urgently knocked on the door and walked into her office, exclaiming, "Miss, a major incident is happening in Cloud City, and the Chiagang group is being invaded by thugs." Zhao Wenjin was momentarily surprised, then after some thought, she immediately stood up nervously and instructed, "Arrange a helicopter immediately. I want to fly to Cloud City." "What? Miss, is that really necessary?" Su Yingku looked puzzled. "What does this have to do with us? Just listen to me." Zhao Wenjin didn't have time to explain. She was Zhao Wuji's younger sister, and he had always said her intelligence was not beneath his. She had already guessed that behind this incident, her brother must be manipulating it. With her brother's intelligence, using the Holy Fire Organization to help him steal things was not difficult. She was worried that her brother would face the Wolf King of the North again today, and there might be a danger to his life. She couldn't let her only dear brother get into trouble. Even if it meant risking her frail body, she had to save her brother. Su Yingku had no choice but to follow Mrs. instructions. Meanwhile, at the Chiagang Group's research building, Qin Mingyu and others had entered and were about to head towards the elevator. Dang, dang. Suddenly, two gunshots rang out, startling Zhang Qingping, who immediately shouted, "Quick, take cover. Protect General Qin." Zi Wang quickly shielded Qin Mingyu, hiding in a corner, using the wall as cover, while they stood in front of Qin Mingyu. Then Zhang Qingping whispered, "I need someone to distract them and take them out." As the head of the Chiagang Group security team, Zhang Qingping's strength was exceptional. As a retired Special Forces soldier, he had experienced the front lines of battle. However, their biggest problem now was that they were not police officers, they did not have guns, and the other side did. "I'll do it." Zi Wang volunteered immediately, instructing Zhao Xiaobo, "You guys protect General Qin." "Okay." Zhao Xiaobo and Ling Shitang immediately shielded Qin Mingyu with their bodies. Qin Mingyu's face was cold and beautiful, and she remained silent for a moment. She was worried about the situation in the research lab. Had the Sun Core been stolen? If only Ling Yu, that idiot, was here. With his skills, they might not be in this predicament. But when she tried to call Ling Yu again, she still couldn't reach him. Where on earth were that idiot and Ziazu? Meanwhile, on the other side, Ling Yu and Lin Qingshuan had actually reached the bottom of the mountain early in the morning. However, Ziazu was weak, and Ling Yu, after a long day, needed some rest, even for an Iron Man. After resting for 2 hours, Ling Yu carried Ziazu out of the valley. During this time, Ling Yu had checked his phone, but there was unstable signal halfway up the mountain, and once they reached the bottom of the valley, There was no signal at all. He had no idea what was happening at Chiagang Group. Seeing a small hill on the opposite side of the valley, Ling Yu couldn't help but ask Zia Zhu, who was still quietly sleeping on his back, if the police had searched over there. Zia Zhu, feeling comfortable lying on Ling Yu's back, said, "Why search there? If she fell off the cliff, she couldn't have fallen so far, could she? Maybe someone rescued her. We should see if there are other people down here to ask." Ling Yu spoke calmly. He didn't want to argue with Zia Zhu. He just wanted to find out what had happened to Lin Qingshuan, dead or alive. "If you're not tired, I can accompany you to search today. You're the one carrying me after all," Zia Zhu said boastfully. Ling Yu thought it over. It wasn't easy to come down here, and he had already informed his wife of the situation, so he might as well go search. However, he was unaware that at that moment, outside the Chiagang research building, Qin Mingyu was trying to call him again. Upon realizing she couldn't reach him once more, she knew she couldn't rely on Ling Yu, that idiot today, and had to solve things by herself. "The others stay here to assist Zi Wang in taking out the thugs. Cousin, Zhao Xiaobo, you to come with me to climb the stairs." When Qin Mingyu gave the order, Zhao Xiaobo, who was guarding her, was surprised. Climbing the stairs was just as dangerous. No, maybe even more dangerous. Ling Shitang didn't hesitate and immediately nodded, "All right." As long as Qin Mingyu gave the order, he, an honest person, would face the danger without question. Qin Mingyu's expression was cold than serious, leading the way up the stairs. She knew that with Zhang Qingping and Ziwan helping to draw the fire and attention at the elevator, the other side might have a weaker guard on the stairs. This was called striking the east while leaning to the western military strategy. Qin Mingyu, known for her fearlessness in the business world, was now protecting the foundation of the Qin family, and she had no choice but to fulfill this duty. As she had anticipated, they didn't encounter any guards while climbing up to the third floor. Only when they reached the third floor did they finally see two men armed with guns at the corner. Their clothes bore the emblem of a flame, identical to those she had seen in countrywide members of the Holy Fire Organization. Qin Mingyu quickly retreated to the corner, and Zhao Xiaobo and Ling Shitang dared not move a muscle, their breathing shallow. They had never experienced such a situation before. When they had signed up to be security guards at Chiagang Group, they had only expected to deal with some small-time gangsters, maybe bully a few thugs. They never imagined they would face armed men. Now, under the pressure of protecting the beautiful female CEO, they were both nervous and excited, bodies tense. Unable to speak, Qin Mingyu took out her phone to text, "Who's willing to go to the other stairwell to draw their attention?" After reading these words, Zhao Xiaobo encouraged himself inwardly, recalling the previous scene when he and Ling Yu had executed the mission to drive away Lord Shang. He felt that if he had to die, he might as well do it while showcasing in front of the beautiful CEO. It was time for a little soldier like him to guard the beautiful CEO to the death. However, without him knowing, while he was still mustering up courage, Ling Shitang had already silently taken off his shoes and tiptoed towards the other stairwell. Qin Mingyu also took a deep breath, removed her 3 centimeters high heels, held them in her hand, ready to use them as weapons in battle. Zhao Xiaobo was nervously swallowing saliva, thinking that at a time like this, having Ling Yu around would be great. How could he let the female CEO personally engage in such danger? At the same time, outside the technology building entrance, a man rode a motorcycle, speeding to the scene, skidding to a stop at the entrance. "WH, who are you?" At the entrance, Qin Ruhan and Zia Shaodi were already standing here with dozens of security guards and male staff from the Qiangan Group. Upon seeing this man wearing a helmet, Qin Ruhan trembled and called out shakily. With her older sister absent, she was determined to protect the Qiangan Group, but she was also afraid of these gun-wielding thugs. The other Qiangan Group employees also looked ready for combat. They were not afraid of just one person on the other side. Some of them were just shifting their legs backward uncontrollably. "Miss Jin-san, it's me." Luckily, the next moment, the man removed his helmet, revealing a handsome face with a scar. It was Yizia, who was known as the Jade-Faced Beast, the captain of the Yun City Police Station. "Oh, Captain Yi, you finally arrived," Qin Ruhan exclaimed excitedly. The savior had finally come. "Just you alone. Where are your subordinates?" Zia Shaodi quickly walked up. Her steps hurried. After they both breathed a sigh of relief, they began to feel puzzled. Qin Ruhan even craned her neck, looking behind Yizia, a somewhat cute sight. "Miss Sen, no need to look. The bridge was blown up. My subordinates are taking a detour, so I came ahead alone, Yizia said, jumping down directly from the motorcycle, his movements swift and decisive. Very heroic. Captain Yi, please go inside quickly to help Manager Chin and ensure her safety. Zia Shaodi quickly briefed him on the situation. They had gathered dozens of people at the entrance, wanting to rush in to help, but they hadn't had the chance yet. All right, don't do anything rash. The other side has guns. It's important to prioritize your safety. Wait here for my subordinates to come support you. Yizia left those words behind, holding his gun with both hands, and rushed in like a gust of wind. He was also anxious. He actually liked Qin Mingyu, but because she was his sister-in-law, he had been suppressing his feelings. Today, no matter what, he had to protect her for his big brother. Meanwhile, in the research laboratory on the 5th floor, there was a sudden violent explosion. Dang! The flames soared, and thick smoke billowed out of the doors and windows. The entire building was trembling. Damn it! It was not easy for Qin Mingyu to stand firm. She realized that the other party must be trying to blow up the protective glass to forcibly take the heart of the sun. Quick! She had to catch up quickly. At the same time, there was a commotion in the corridor on the other side, followed by gunshots. Qin Mingyu knew that Ling Shitang must have rushed out to divert the attention of the 2 members of the Holy Fire Organization. She hurried to catch up. When she saw what was happening on the 3rd floor corridor, she was shocked. Ling Shitang had been shot in the arm, covered in blood, in excruciating pain. But this honest man did not utter a word. Die. The 2 Holy Fire thugs raised their guns, wanting to give Ling Shitang a quick death, their eyes numb, disregarding who he was. This behavior reminded Qin Mingyu of the thugs in Country Why Heartless Murderers. Before they could shoot, Qin Mingyu, who had quietly taken off her shoes, silently approached them from behind and viciously struck their heads with her high heels. Oh! 2 cries of pain rang out simultaneously. The high heels had embedded into the back of their heads. Jia Xiaobo, who arrived later, was shocked by the scene. Truly, behind every man was a woman. Ling Yu's boss's wife was not to be trifled with. It's you who should die. Qin Mingyu, taking advantage of the situation, used her taekwondo skills to ruthlessly kick both men in their vital spots. The 2 men fell to the ground with groans. However, Qin Mingyu was not Ling Yu after all. Even with a surprise attack, she did not have the ability to kill with one strike. A man lying on the ground could still slowly raise his gun towards her. Qin Mingyu's beautiful eyes widened, realizing it was a bad situation. Next moment, the man fired. Dang! At the same time, a burly figure stood in front of her, a spray of blood blossoming like a flower in front of her. Cousin! Qin Mingyu's heart raced. Luckily, she was not a woman who blanked out in such situations. Swiftly, she kicked the gun out of the man's hand while taking advantage of the distraction. This. Seeing the gun fall in front of him, Zhao Xiaobo, noticing another man making a move, acted without thinking, picked up the gun from the ground, and rushed over to shoot the 2 men lying on the ground several times. No. Zhao Xiaobo fell into madness, shooting and shouting, his mind blank. He had never killed anyone. Not even in front of the most unforgivable thugs. Enough. Calm down. Only when Qin Mingyu's command came did he stop. Turning around, he realized that Ling Shitang had fallen into a pool of blood. Qin Mingyu crouched beside him, anxiously calling out, "Cousin, hang in there. How are you?" Ling Shitang panted heavily, his forehead sweating from the pain. However, this honest man didn't cry out. He knew that shouting would only bring trouble to Qin Mingyu. Now, hearing Qin Mingyu's concern, he forced a smile and said, Miss Qin, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me." He knew that Qin Mingyu had important things to do and couldn't waste time on a small fry like him. "You're so silly. It was so dangerous just now. How could you do that?" Qin Mingyu sighed and said. She continued to hold his wound, trying to stop the bleeding. "Ha. Our Ling family has a tradition. The grace of a drop of water shall be repaid with a gushing spring. Miss Qin, your kindness to both Wei and me is as heavy as a mountain. I can give my life for you." "All right, stop talking. Save your energy." Qin Mingyu was touched, her tear ducts almost stinging. She had always thought Ling Shitang had few qualities beside his honesty. Ugly. Dull. Even when it came to choosing a wife, he didn't know how to do it. But she had never expected that this man had a heart of gold. saying it was easy to repay kindness, but how many could do it in reality? In today's society, many people had become ungrateful, even turning on those who had helped them. Remembering someone's kindness was already rare, let alone being willing to give their life in return. In the next moment, hearing movement from upstairs, Chen Mingyu ordered, "Zhao Xiaobo, help him stop the bleeding, then call for help. I'll go up alone." Zhao Xiaobo's mind was still a bit blank, not knowing what to say for a moment. Chen Mingyu going up alone was too dangerous. Nevertheless, Chen Mingyu had already picked up a gun from the ground and, barefoot, started up the stairs. Since her grandfather had entrusted the heart of the sun to her, she absolutely could not let anyone take it away. Chen Mingyu cautiously reached the 5th floor. Fortunately, there were no other thugs on the way, but 2 guards were still stationed at the entrance of the laboratory on the 5th floor. As for inside, it was unknown. Hailing from a prestigious family in Yun City, Chen Mingyu had also trained in marksmanship, but this was her first time facing a real battle. Luckily, she was vigilant and launched a surprise attack. With 2 shots, she successfully took down the 2 thugs very smoothly. Chen Mingyu couldn't believe how smoothly it had gone. Was it too easy? But it wasn't the time to speculate. She quickly and cautiously proceeded towards the entrance of the laboratory, fearing that someone might suddenly rush out. However, to her surprise, there was still no activity inside. The dense smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated. The protective system for the heart of the sun was quite reliable. Even with such a severe explosion, it had not shattered the outer protective glass. Chen Mingyu could see clearly that the heart of the sun was still in its original place. Chen Mingyu is a smart and meticulous person who immediately sensed that the situation was a bit strange. Could it be the ones who just bombed the laboratory were the ones she had gotten rid of these 2? Although it was her first time dealing with the Holy Fire Organization, she had heard of this international organization. How could such a loud and big organization send these mediocre guys to snatch things from her Qin family? Who do they think they are looking down upon? There must be a problem. The next moment, she understood. These people must not be able to defeat the protection system, intentionally trying to make her open it, and then take advantage to seize the heart of the sun. After realizing this, Chen Mingyu decided not to go in. After all, weren't there no more people inside? She just had to wait for the police to arrive. However, as she turned around, she found a woman in blue standing behind her. Chen Mingyu was startled and quickly stepped back half a step, staring coldly at the other person with the gun raised in her hand, and asked, "Who are you?" To be able to appear silently behind her, the woman in blue was certainly not someone to be taken lightly. The woman in blue sneered and said, "I might as well tell you, I'm Blue 13 from the Holy Fire Organization, the Fire Hall. Miss Qin is indeed clever to have discovered our intentions." Chen Mingyu, seeing the other so calm, couldn't help but feel even more nervous. It seemed that the other was absolutely confident in subduing her. But she continued calmly and asked, "What do you want from my Chia gang group?" "Hey Blue 13 sneer, you've just praised Miss Qin from the Qin family for being so smart. Even heard she's the #1 goddess of wisdom in Cloud City. Yet you still need to ask such a foolish question. Besides the heart of the sun, what else does your Qin family have to attract our Holy Fire Organization's attention? You've had your eyes on the heart of the sun for a long time, haven't you?" Chen Mingyu ignored the other's provocations and continued to gather information. At the same time, she was also trying to buy time. She was waiting for the police to arrive. Blue 13 was not stupid either and quickly discerned her intentions. Suddenly, she took a step forward and came in front of Chen Mingyu. So fast. Chen Mingyu's beautiful eyes trembled a bit. She wanted to shoot, but found her wrist already gripped. Dang. The gun went off, but missed its target without a doubt. With a strong force, Blue 13 made Chen Mingyu wince in pain and the gun fell from her hand. Blue 13 picked up the gun, pointed it at her face, and smirked. "Now, miss, can you please go inside and help open the protection system?" Chen Mingyu clenched her teeth lightly, step by step being pushed by the gun into the laboratory by the other. What should she do? She knew there was a vast difference in their martial arts skills. Now, with no gun, she had no room for resistance. "Please, Miss Qin," Blue 13 said, pushing Chen Mingyu in front of the glass enclosure and threatened, "Don't force me to leave a few bloody holes on you. A beauty like you, it would be a shame even for me to ruin you." Chen Mingyu could feel that the other was a merciless killing machine, someone who would definitely act on their threats. Like any woman, Chen Mingyu also cared about her appearance. In the presence of such a woman, showing toughness will only bring trouble. That if she really opened the protection system, the heart of the sun might not be safe anymore. What to do? What to do? Well, if Miss Jin doesn't want to drink the toast, then you'll have to taste my punishment. I'll ruin you. Blue 13's eyes turned cold as she prepared to shoot at Chen Mingyu's legs. The holy lady had only ordered her not to kill her, but she hadn't mentioned not hurting her. Just as she was about to take action, a black figure came swiftly like the wind. Dang! Blue 13's wrist took a hit, causing the gun to shoot off target and hit the ground near Chen Mingyu's feet. Even so, Chen Mingyu broke out in a cold sweat. Had that idiot Ling Yu come to her rescue, but the next moment, she realized it wasn't Ling Yu who had come to her aid, but Yi. Blue 13's wrist felt numb, already starting to dread the newcomer. She hadn't expected Cloud City to have such a skilled expert. Blue 13 attacked first, knowing that if Yi took the lead, she might be left behind. Unfortunately, her 3 ruthless moves were all countered by Yi. With a swift move, just as her last move was exhausted, Yi threw a punch with great force. Blue 13's pupils dilated in shock, hastily crossing her hands in front of her chest, but she was still sent flying by the punch. Crash! Blue 13 spat out blood and flew out of the window. Yi didn't care whether she was alive or dead. Quickly approaching Chen Mingyu, and asked, "Miss Chen, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Thank you." Chen Mingyu's polite tone carried an icy demeanor, making others hesitant to approach. "That's good." Yi sighed in relief. "Miss, you were too reckless. How could you face the thugs alone? If anything happened to you, your husband would be heartbroken. In fact, he would be more heartbroken. Unfortunately, he had no right to say such things. She was his sister-in-law." When he mentioned Ling Yu, Chen Mingyu couldn't help but clench her fist slightly and coldly hum, "I wonder where your subordinate has taken that man." "Well," Yi paused, not expecting the goddess to have this side to her. It seemed like she was jealous. "I'm sorry, but because the Holy Fire Organization had said they would kill Ling Yu, that's why I sent Zhu to protect him." Yi apologized, taking responsibility. "He needs Zhu's protection too." "Captain Yi, don't you think your decision is a bit foolish?" While Chen Mingyu appreciated Yi Zhao's dedication, she couldn't help but criticize his decision-making. Yi knew that his actions might be seen by his sister-in-law as sending kindergartners to protect a champion, but he had his intentions. "All right, Miss Chen, the thugs have been driven away now, you can leave here." Yi quickly shifted to official business. After some thought, Chen Mingyu decided to open the protection system, took out the heart of the sun, and carried it with her, leaving it out in the open like that made her feel unsafe. Yi was about to escort Chen Mingyu out, but as they stepped out of the laboratory, they heard a distinctive melody. A guzheng? This melody, like a living being, invaded their bodies. "Miss Chen, be careful." Yi knew that someone who could play such a tune was absolutely extraordinary, and he felt a great pressure himself. "May I have the heart of the sun back?" The next moment, a woman in flowing white garments seemed to descend from the heavens, landing silently in front of them. Tsk. What light footwork! Yi suddenly felt immense pressure. He had faced countless masters in his life, but there was no one who could achieve such an ethereal state as her. Moreover, the other exuded a fairy-like aura similar to Chen Mingyu's. Yi was really not good at being an opponent to such a woman. Chen Mingyu's cold eyes were fixed on the other person. Although the woman in white covered her face, she also realized that she wasn't Chen Yuxuan. However, Chen Mingyu had lived with Chen Yuxuan in the same family for many years and was very familiar with this mysterious younger sister. The figure of the other person was indeed very similar to her younger sister. No wonder that night, Ling Yu had also suspected that she was Chen Yuxuan. It seemed that the woman playing the guzheng at the nightclub was her, right? What a ridiculous story. Chen Mingyu was momentarily flustered. "I've met people with thick skin before, but never someone as shameless as you," Chen Mingyu said coldly. "The heart of the sun has always belonged to my Chen family. When did it become yours?" "A thief is a thief," spouting all these thief theories. Hearing Chen Mingyu scold like this, Yi Xiaozhang was also slightly taken aback. Such a beautiful and ethereal woman could also get angry like an ordinary woman. Even more unexpectedly, the woman in white also started scolding directly, talking about thieves. "It's your Chen family. Did you produce this stone? Did you buy it with your money? Wasn't it picked up from someone else by you, yet forcibly claimed as your own? The shameless one is you, Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu was also slightly surprised. Just now she didn't dare to be sure if this woman was her sister, but now arguing like this, it was truly the authentic Qin Yuxuan. What? The law belongs to our Qin family, it is still mine now, you can't accept it. Trying all means, coveting it for so many years and still not getting it, your mood must be very bad, right? Qin Mingyu deliberately infuriated her, continuing to probe. The woman in white also was slightly surprised, feeling that this cunning woman must have guessed her identity. Did Ling Yu tell her something? But even if she guessed, so what? They don't have any evidence. Our Holy Fire organization does indeed want to take back this stone, but it's not that we don't have the ability to take it, just that the timing wasn't right before. Letting your Qin family temporarily keep it for us, do you really think you're smart? The woman in white sarcastically retorted, Humph, a dying duck will still quack. Wait till you get it back and then talk big. Shameless woman, always resorting to despicable means. Qin Mingyu also started directly insulting. She wasn't only talking about the stone, but also involving her man. How many times had this woman across tried to seduce her husband? With so many men in the world, why was she focusing on someone else's man? HMPH. Then I'll take everything of yours. Let's see how arrogant you'll be then. The woman in white also said, her eyes filled with anger. Yi Xiaozheng was puzzled. Did these two women know each other? Listening to their argument, it sounded like two sisters in a family quarrel. How can you two have such a fight, living up to your beauty and grace? Your fans, seeing this, what would they think? Next moment, the woman in white directly reached out towards Qin Mingyu. Yi Xiaozheng didn't care about their relationship in this situation. He must protect his sister-in-law. Asterisk smack. Asterisk. He slapped the woman in white's wrist. Although he thought of protecting her, he didn't expect her to grab his wrist by flipping it over. So fast. Such strong inner power. Yi Xiaozheng realized he had underestimated her. This woman in white was way more powerful than the Blue 13. Just now, he quickly swept at her lower body, forcing her to release his wrist. But the woman in white, like a wisp of white smoke, instantly moved behind him, twisting his arm almost 90 degrees in the opposite direction. Asterisk crack, crack, asterisk. Yi Xiaozheng's bones were making sounds. Remember, his body had undergone the 1,000 hammers and 100 forges of the Northern Territory. Qin Mingyu felt her scalp going numb, exclaiming, Captain Yi. She wanted to help, but Yi Xiaozheng shouted, Miss Qin, don't come over, you run, don't mind me. Just after 2 moves, he knew his crippled body was no match for the woman in white. He just wanted to stall her so that his sister-in-law could escape. She was a woman he would protect even at the cost of his life. Qin Mingyu wasn't one to dither and waste time, immediately turning to run. She had seen such scenes in TV dramas before. Those foolish women were refused to leave a dangerous situation, staying and acting out a melodrama, only making it easier for the villains to kill the rescuer and then easily capture her. Qin Mingyu was not that foolish. She knew that if she ran, the woman in white would most likely release Yi Xiaozheng to chase after her, so escaping was the best way to save Yi Xiaozheng. As expected, the woman in white kicked Yi Xiaozheng away with a single kick, ready to intercept her. But before she could leap up, Yi Xiaozheng grabbed her ankle as she fell to the ground. Hey! Victory isn't decided yet. You are in such a hurry to run. Yi Xiaozheng was a demon in battle. Even with a crippled body, he wasn't one to easily admit defeat. The woman in white narrowed her eyes, showing a hint of annoyance. The next moment, with a fierce look in her eyes, she flicked 2 strings from her fingers like lifelike venomous snakes, wrapping around Yi Xiaozheng's neck. Yi Xiaozheng was taken aback. In his fighting career, he had never encountered such a skilled opponent. In a life-or-death moment, he quickly pulled out his military knife. The woman in white exerted force, aiming to strangle him. Yi Xiaozheng quickly cut her strings with his knife. Even so, his face turned red, almost instantaneously choking. The woman in white didn't pause, bringing her palm down. The speed was immense. Yi Xiaozheng lost the opportunity to react, unable to match her speed, only staring wide-eyed as he took that blow. He finally understood why Ziazu had nearly been killed by her palm just now. Even with his body, he couldn't withstand that blow, spitting out blood and falling to the ground. Swish! The woman in white didn't waste time to kill him, heading straight to chase after Qin Mingyu. But Qin Mingyu had vanished. The woman in white chased after her, but didn't see a trace of her. Deceptive woman, always playing tricks. How infuriating. The woman in white's eyes were filled with anger. She must triumph over Qin Mingyu today, wasting away her belongings, unaware that Qin Mingyu had actually gone back up to the 5th floor. Don't forget, the research building had 2 sets of stairs. Just now, she pretended to escape down, but actually ran over to the other staircase, then went back up to the 5th floor. While her combat skills might not match the opponent, her intellect could suppress her firmly. Indeed, she successfully tricked the woman in white to go downstairs. As a group CEO, she had the authority to check the surveillance, and upon opening her phone, she found the woman in white at the front door downstairs, so she quietly went downstairs, leaving through the back door. The path by the back door wasn't smooth. She had left her shoes behind. Her feet were cut and bloody from rocks and debris, a situation she had never experienced before. Thankfully, the heart of the sun was safe. Qin Mingyu kept looking back nervously, not knowing the current situation inside the research building, fearing enemies might suddenly appear from behind. Just then, a white sports car stopped in front of her. Qin Mingyu was secretly surprised. Could she still not have escaped the encirclement of the Holy Fire Organization? Big sister, get in the car quickly. The car window on the passenger side opened, and it was her sister Qin Langyi, loudly calling out to her. Qin Mingyu panicked and instinctively looked back. Qin Langyi shouted so loud, she was afraid she might have alerted the woman in white. Indeed, the next moment, she saw the gate she just locked being forcefully kicked open, frightening Qin Mingyu to drop her phone to the ground. After weighing her options, she bit her lip lightly, choosing to quickly get into her sister's car. Compared to the woman in white, Qin Langyi was easier to handle, and since they both shared the Qin surname, Qin Langyi wouldn't harm her, right? But only after getting into the car did she realize the man driving was actually Liu Yejian. On the other hand, Ling Yu carried the weak Xia Zhu and walked for half a day, finally entering a primitive and rudimentary garden. Although humble, it was not simple. Ling Yu quickly discovered that there seemed to be many strange plants planted in the garden, which were extremely rare outside. There were flowers, plants, and fruits and vegetables. Judging by his eyesight and knowledge, these plants were not medicinal herbs, but rather seemed like a strange farm. This place was inconvenient to reach, almost like a primitive society, and he didn't know why anyone would choose to live here. This was the place closest to the bottom of the cliff and had signs of human activity. Is anyone there? Is there anyone? Ling Yu shouted loudly, still full of energy. Xia Zhu admired him even more with each passing moment. She had never met a man with such great physical strength before. Since yesterday, from daytime until now, climbing up and down, carrying her on his back, and almost not eating anything, even she could barely endure it. How did this man still have so much strength? What would it be like to be the wife of such a man with great physical power? She suddenly felt curious. Ling Yu ignored Xia Zhu's thoughts and after shouting for a while with no response, he directly carried her towards a large gate made of fences. Without any mistakes, that should be the entrance of this garden. Unexpectedly, just as he shouted and no one responded, as he walked towards the gate, an old man with a bent back approached, gesturing towards them, but it was unclear what he meant. Hello, sir. We are the police, here to investigate some things. Ling Yu directly spoke, knowing that Xia Zhu had her documents, so it would be easier to ask questions with his police identity. The old man shook his head and pointed to his ears, then his mouth, continuing to gesture with his hands. So he's deaf and mute. But it was quite a coincidence that Ling Yu also understood sign language to some extent, knowing what the other person was trying to convey. Afterward, he temporarily put down Xia Zhu and started communicating with the old man using sign language. Xia Zhu watched Ling Yu with increasingly surprised eyes. Although he was annoying, he was truly talented. He actually knew sign language too. It was not just him who was surprised. The hunched old man was also very amazed. He didn't expect to meet someone he could communicate with this time, and was quite cooperative with Ling Yu. Well, all right. After a bit of communication, Ling Yu sighed in helplessness and walked back to carry Xia Zhu away. Hey, what did he say? Curiously, Xia Zhu asked. I asked him if he had been to the bottom of the cliff and seen a young woman, but he said no. He also mentioned that in this area, he was the only person around and hadn't seen anyone else for a while. Ling Yu explained the content of the communication to her. That means Lin Qingshuan was not saved by him. We came here for nothing. Xia Zhu was also a bit disappointed, realizing that they had been wasting their time these past 2 days with no gains. However, as they turned to leave, the old man watched their backs with a glint in his eyes. Ling Yu stopped suddenly as he walked out of the perimeter of the garden. This was because he noticed some footprints that seemed to have been left recently. They were not his, and judging by the size, they didn't seem to belong to the old man he had just spoken to. "Hey, what are you doing now?" Zia Zhu asked curiously, feeling like this man was quite meticulous and seemed to have discovered another clue. "That old man just lied to me." Ling Yu frowned, saying, "Clearly, there are other people coming in and out here, but he claimed to be the only one. Could it be that his hearing is bad, so he doesn't know that others have been here?" Zia Zhu suggested her guess. That's a possibility," Ling Yu nodded. "But there is something strange here. Lin Qingshuan may be hidden here." Thinking about this, Ling Yu felt a sense of fear, and a shiver ran down his spine. If Lin Qingshuan was really not dead, he wondered what she was going through now. "Let's go back for now. We'll come back tomorrow with a team to thoroughly search this place," Zia Zhu suggested. Ling Yu sighed slightly. There was no other option at the moment. Carrying Zia Zhu up the mountain, Ling Yu found a moment to check his phone for the time, only to realize that his phone had long been dead. He wondered if the iceberg lady had tried to call him today. At that moment, he felt a shiver on his back. Zia Zhu's face turned red instantly. It was embarrassing. How could her stomach growl against the man's body? "Are you hungry?" Ling Yu didn't think much of it. With no food for a day and a night, anyone would feel hungry, including him. Now he wanted to eat a good meal. "Yes, I know of a nice restaurant nearby called Li Yi. Let's get back to the car, and I'll drive us there." "Okay." Ling Yu nodded, picking up the pace to climb up the mountain. Meanwhile, at Li Yi restaurant, Qin Mingyu was sitting in a room, looking a bit nervous. Just now, Li Yijian brought her a pair of beautiful silver crystal shoes and intended to help her put them on herself. After being rejected, Li Yijian had temporarily left the room, presumably arranging something. "Elder sister, it's fortunate that we have the great young master Liu this time. In a critical moment, my senior brother is reliable." Qin Len and I, who was sitting next to her, was talking into her ear. "Wait, how did you end up with him?" Qin Mingyu interrupted her, her expression tinged with wariness. "Hi. After I returned to the country, I had breakfast with my senior brother every day, discussing various matters. This morning, when I suddenly heard that the thugs were attacking our research lab, the great young master Liu immediately took me there." Qin Len and I promptly responded, "The great young master Liu can also foresee things. He guessed that, elder sister, you would definitely go and take the heart of the sun, so he thought of going to the back door. He didn't expect to run into you, elder sister. This is both wisdom and fate." "I see." Qin Mingyu was a skeptical woman. Even though Qin Len and I seemed natural and not like she was lying, she couldn't let her guard down. Who knew what Liu Yijian's intentions were for bringing her to the Liu family restaurant? "Lan and I, let me borrow your phone." Qin Mingyu directly reached out. She had lost her phone while escaping. If not for that, she would have already notified Qin family's bodyguards to come pick her up. "Elder sister, who do you want to inform?" Qin Len and I asked. "This is great young master Liu's property, with him protecting you. It's very safe. Give it to me," Qin Mingyu demanded firmly. Qin Len and I had no choice but to hand her the phone, but at the same time muttered, "You're not thinking of calling Ling Yu, are you? That man is unreliable. You're in a dangerous situation today, and my senior brother has come forward for you. But what is your husband doing?" This indeed stung Qin Mingyu's heart. At the research building, she had tried calling Ling Yu repeatedly but couldn't reach him, though she knew it wasn't intentional on Ling Yu's part. Hearing Qin Len and I say this made her angry. "Elder sister, forget about that man. My senior brother loves you more than he does. You two are a perfect match. He's the one best suited for you." Qin Len and I continued to persuade her. When she felt the coldness in Qin Mingyu's eyes, she shivered slightly and dared not continue. Qin Mingyu wouldn't choose Liu Yijian over Ling Yu just because of this incident, but a series of occurrences had put her in a bad mood. If it continued this way, the resistance to her being with Ling Yu would only increase. Willow Leaf Restaurant. After knowing that his eldest son, Liu Jianchu, had brought Qin Mingyu from the Chang'an research building to the Liu family's restaurant, he hurried to the scene as well. At this moment, the father and son were having a conversation in another room. "Qian, tell me, What do you plan to do now? Liu Jianchu's expression became serious, especially since he already knew that the heart of the sun was now on Qin Mingyu. If the Liu family were to take action now, it would be easy. He also knew that Liu Yejian had obtained a lot of data from Qin Langyi, and as long as their family obtained the heart of the sun, they would definitely gain huge commercial benefits in the future. Not much, just want to have a good meal with Mingyu, Liu Yejian said casually. Liu Jianchu slightly trembled. With such a good opportunity, you only care about the beauty, but have no thoughts on the heart of the sun. Yes, Liu Yejian confessed, but our Liu family is not like those brigand organizations of the sacred fire. Can we openly do something that an elite robber would do? That's true. Liu Jianchu, being a businessman, understood very well that one's identity determined what they could do and what they couldn't. As long as I can win Qin Mingyu's heart, it's definitely more valuable than obtaining the heart of the sun. Liu Yejian smirked, then left the room. Liu Jianchu admired his eldest son for this decision. In fact, he hurried here because he was afraid that Liu Yejian wouldn't be able to resist the temptation of the heart of the sun and might directly seize it. If that happened, it would completely tear apart the relationship between the Liu family and the Qin family. Even if the Liu family managed to grab the heart of the sun, they would face challenges from the Qin family and the Sacred Fire organization in the future. It would be difficult to say whether they could protect it or not. It would definitely be a bad move. At the moment, Liu Yejian didn't do that. He was still trying to capture the heart of Mingyu. As the art of war says, attacking the mind is the most important. Winning people's hearts is the best strategy. On the other side, Ling Yu and Ziazu also entered the Willow Leaf restaurant. The two hungry people enjoyed the meal immediately upon arrival. Suddenly, applause caught their attention. Ling Yu then noticed a European-style stage with a grand piano in the restaurant. Ziazu, seeing his focus, proudly said, "Are you also attracted to that piano? But you surely don't know its origin, do you?" As a business magnate from the Zia family, she had some knowledge. Her medical and martial arts skills couldn't match Ling Yu's, but in terms of knowledge and insight, she wanted to outshine Ling Yu. Unexpectedly, Ling Yu immediately replied, "That's the Ornament Crystal Grand Piano. There are only 3 in the world, each costing around $2.5 million. Its unique tone, I bet if I play it, I can instantly transform into Chopin." You actually know? Ziazu was dumbfounded. She felt surprised and annoyed. Why was it so hard to outwit this man? Frustrating. Ling Yu found her reaction amusing. As a North Border War Wolf, he had traveled to many countries and undertaken numerous special missions, so he had some knowledge of such world-renowned items. However, he soon ignored Ziazu and shifted his attention back to the stage. At that moment, a handsomely dressed man walked onto the stage. With his refined features, sharp eyebrows, starry eyes that resembled gemstones twinkling in the night sky, he exuded an elegant and noble aura. It seemed like he was about to perform on the piano. The previously quiet restaurant was suddenly buzzing with excitement. Oh my goodness, isn't that young Master Liu? Is he going to play the piano in the restaurant? I heard that the domineering leader of the Liu family is talented in many aspects. Today we have the privilege to listen to his piano piece here. Young Master, I love you. I'm your loyal fan. Young Master, can you just glance at me? Just one glance. In the restaurant, a group of young women cheered for Liu Yejian, as if they were crazy, resembling young fans seeing a big star. Ziazu found Liu Yejian very charming at this moment, as if he was radiating a faint glow. She couldn't help but grip her hands together and say, "Ling Yu, look at him. When will you shine like him?" Unexpectedly, her words triggered a reaction from the couple at the next table. The woman, after looking at Ling Yu, with a disdainful look, retorted, "Ziazu, don't compare any random man with young Master Liu. Can his taste match young Master Liu's?" Ling Yu had just returned from a 2-day trek in the mountains and cliffs, managing well, considering. As for his current attire and demeanor, how could they compare with the well-dressed and charismatic Liu Yejian? What are you laughing at? Even the man at the next table is not as good as him. Seeing her male companion sneering, she retorted. Her companion widened his eyes, holding back his anger. However, Ling Yu paid no attention to these bystanders and even ignored Ziazu. Truth be told, he didn't mind Ziazu's words. After all, Liu Yejian did have a great presence, much more charismatic than Ling Yu. Moreover, his piano skills were indeed exceptional, and if he wanted to enter the entertainment industry, with his looks, demeanor, and talent, he would definitely have a high chance of becoming a top star. Suddenly, an unexpected scene unfolded. After a prelude, Liu Yejian elegantly stood up with a charming smile, and with deep affection, he said to the audience, "The next piece, Nocturne in E-flat major, is specially dedicated to my beloved woman Qin Mingyu. I hope she will hear my sincerity." What on earth was happening? Ling Yu and Zia Zhu were taken aback. Qin Mingyu was also in the restaurant. Zia Zhu felt guilty, as she had been monopolizing someone else's husband for 2 days and nights and was currently having dinner with him. Ling Yu was even more confused, as he thought his wife should still be at the company. How could she be in a restaurant with Liu Yejian? Wow, it's so romantic. Yes, I've always thought that young Master Liu and Miss Qin from the Qin family are a natural match. Darling Jian, I really like you. I can't contest losing to other women, but losing to Miss Qin from the Qin family, there's nothing to say but to wish you happiness. The women at the scene were in an uproar. The high-pitched screams from the women at the neighboring table were piercing Ling Yu and Zia Zhu's eardrums. Everyone immediately followed Liu Yejian's gaze. Qin Mingyu walked out with a cold demeanor. Even after the morning battle, she looked a bit tired, with simple makeup, but she still outclassed the women present. Moreover, the aura of the recently battled women carried a strong presence. Take a look at her. 2. Finally, the man at the nearby table found a chance to retort his female companion, pointing at Qin Mingyu and saying, "You are far behind Miss Qin. Sometimes, I really lament the gap between women, which is even greater than that between women and Saz. You. The woman who admired Liu Yejian was instantly red-faced, unable to rebut. Despite her pride, she didn't dare to compare herself to Miss Qin from the Qin family. Ling Yu continued to ignore the neighboring table, his eyes widening as he watched Qin Mingyu approach Liu Yejian, his heart pounding. What had happened during his absence in these 2 days and nights? Liu Deshaun is truly talented and versatile. His piano playing looks like a prince from a fairy tale. When Qin Mingyu spoke, the scene immediately quieted down. The smile on Liu Yejian's face became even more charming. In the audience, Qin Langni was full of anticipation, like a flower about to bloom. She hoped that her eldest sister and senior brother could be together. They truly were the prince and princess of Yun City, the golden boy and jade girl. And if the Qin and Liu families joined forces to dominate Yun City, even ruling the national business scene would not be a dream. Then she would truly become the princess of the Dragon Kingdom. However, Qin Mingyu unexpectedly said, "Unfortunately, I don't understand piano music well. It seems I won't be able to grasp the emotions in Mr. Liu's music. Mr. Liu, please play it for the discerning listeners. Excuse me for now." What? The audience, expecting a romantic love drama, suddenly became nervous. What a scene of unrequited love, with no intent from one side. It seems reality is indeed not a fairy tale, right? Mingyu. Two calls simultaneously came from both ends of the restaurant. Liu Yejian and Ling Yu both stood up at the same time, calling out to the same woman. The expressions on both of them were so tense and caring. After calling out, they both glanced at each other at the same time. The whole room was amazed. Qin Langni also stared at Ling Yu, wondering why this man appeared here. It was really ruining the atmosphere. Qin Mingyu saw Ling Yu's lips slightly parted and felt a strange sense of relief in her heart. The sun was still shining on her, and she was worried that Liu Yejian might harm her, especially knowing his intentions. He wanted to win hearts. If she couldn't have anyone, she feared Liu Yejian might forcefully claim her heart. With Ling Yu appearing in front of her, she could set down her worries, as long as her husband was there, who would dare do anything to her. However, upon seeing Ling Yu facing Summer Snow, her eyes couldn't hide her anger. She ignored everyone and just left. Mingyu. The two men called out at the same time again, then ran towards Qin Mingyu. The people in the restaurant were stunned. They loved watching such drama. Although Ling Yu moved faster, Liu Yejian was closer. Liu Deshao was the first to hold Qin Mingyu's wrist. But, in the face of absolute strength, being faster was completely useless. Ling Yu caught up and all of a sudden punched him in the face, knocking him down while shouting, "Lei Yaogui, don't touch my wife." What? His wife? The diners were seriously shocked, especially the couple who had been sitting next to Ling Yu, joking around. They were amazed to learn that Ling Yu was actually the husband of the Qin family's eldest sister, and he dared to boldly take down the domineering male president of Yun City. Unbelievable. You brute. Qin Langni quickly rushed over to help Liu Yejian up, scolding Ling Yu. Ling Yu paid her no mind. He had warned Liu Yujian several times, yet the man still pursued his wife, so he had it coming. Which man could tolerate someone nobly pursuing his wife, let alone holding her hand in front of him? The next moment, a group of security guards rushed out of the restaurant, surrounding Ling Yu and his wife. As soon as Liu Yujian gave the order, they would definitely pounce. A battle was about to break out. However, Ling Yu remained unfazed, standing in front of his wife. This is interesting. That man's fate is definitely grim. How dare he strike Liu Deshao? He's clueless. Exactly. The domineering president thought he was just living off his reputation, right? Liu Deshao will surely give him a rhythmic demise. I heard that those who offended Liu Deshao before couldn't survive in Yun City. The fate of that guy is doomed. The crowd discussed and eagerly awaited Liu Yujian's reaction. However, to their surprise, Liu Yujian remained inactive. Ling Yu, let's go. While Qin Mingyu was upset with Ling Yu for disappearing at a crucial time, she was somewhat satisfied with his appearance and performance, so she gently took his arm and left. The security guards all looked at Liu Yujian. Liu Yujian wiped the blood off his mouth but never dared to give the command to act. Coward. The whole place was once again shocked, marveling at the fact that they couldn't believe this was the domineering president of Yun City as rumored. If he hadn't just displayed remarkable piano skills, they would have suspected it was an imposter. Oh my god. The man who had been sitting at the table next to Ling Yu was stunned and then rose from his seat, his eyes nearly bulging out in shock. His female companion wasn't any different. She had just been mocking Ling Yu, but now her husband, Liu Yujian, had been publicly defeated. Heh. Look at them. Summer Snow couldn't help but tease after seeing their reactions. After teasing them, she couldn't help but feel envious of Qin Mingyu. She was also a daughter of the Eastern City's commercial family, fair skin and beautiful, so why didn't she receive treatment like Qin Mingyu did? Ling Yu escorted Qin Mingyu out of the restaurant. Liu Yujian didn't give the order, and no one dared to act. It wasn't until Ling Yu and his wife left that Liu Yujian left in a huff. His gaze was inscrutable. Nobody knew what he was thinking. Once he entered his exclusive room, Liu Qinqi immediately followed and stood behind him, asking, "Why didn't you make a move? Don't you think by doing so, we're losing face for the Liu family? With so many talents in the Liu family, are we afraid of one person like Ling Yu?" Liu Yujian's gaze was profound, yet he didn't show the expected anger. He hadn't responded to his father's words, remaining as calm as the night sky's clouds. Only when Liu Qinqi sighed and was about to leave did Liu Yujian speak slowly. "Father, if you plan to hand over the Liu family to me, you should trust me. I actually understand better than you where the Liu family should be heading." Liu Qianqiu's eyes flickered with hope and worrying, eventually turning into a sigh before nodding and leaving. In the eyes of ordinary people, the Liu family seemed to be flourishing, but in reality, they were just surviving between cracks. The power struggles of the upper class, one wrong decision could ruin the entire family's future. At a villa on the outskirts, information immediately reached where Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu were leaving Liuwi restaurant. Zhao Wuji looked at the information and couldn't help but clench his fist, his excitement barely concealed. "Ha ha. Zhao Wuji, I don't think I've ever seen you with such an expression. Looks like the final battle is about to begin, right?" Mo Chu saw him like this and couldn't resist speaking up. Apart from Mo Chu, there were several other experts in the Vios hall, as well as a large group of black-clad people outside. Just like Mo Chu, they all thought Zhao Wuji was going to show his best under pressure. As time grew shorter, if he didn't get the Sun Heart back to Yin Jiang, the future successor of the Zhao family would be out of his reach. Yes, the ultimate hunting game is officially starting. This time, I will definitely retrieve everything. Zhao Wuji didn't hide anything from Mo Chu as he opened an electronic map, adjusted his glasses, and said, "See the red dot on Zhongbin Road? That's where you'll have the showdown with Ling Yu tonight. If you win, there's also the incredibly beautiful Holy Maiden as a reward. You must be excited, right? Ha ha. I've tasted all kinds of women, but I wonder what the taste of the Saintess of the Holy Fire Organization would be." Mo Shu was indeed excited, licking his tongue and saying, "But Zhao Wuji, you really have guts, daring to use even the Saintess. Aren't you afraid of consequences?" Zhao Wuji's eyes sparkled as he said, "There are two types of cold-hearted people in this world. One is schemers, the other is actors. Schemers are heartless, seeing through the numbness of the world. Actors are heartless, performing all kinds of emotions in the mortal world, and I am both. Huh? Mo Shu couldn't understand, unable to resist saying, Zhao Wuji, can you speak normally? Come on, I'm not a cultured person. Why are you using all this cultured language? However, Zhao Wuji just laughed and waved his hand, saying, let's go. This time, he must completely wash away the previous humiliation. He was well aware that this might be his last chance, just as he didn't expect. As soon as they walked out of the door, a familiar luxury car fleet blocked their way. Zhao Wuji frowned slightly. The next moment, the door of the Rolls-Royce in the middle opened, and under the protection of bodyguards, Zhao Wenjin led Su Yingku towards him. Brother, Wenjin, why are you here again? Zhao Wuji quickly relaxed his eyebrows and put on a casual smile. He didn't want Zhao Wenjin to know what he was going to do, but Zhao Wenjin had already guessed. Holding his hand gently, she said, Brother, are you going to steal the heart of the sun again? Who told you that? It wasn't me. Zhao Wuji got angry immediately, pointing at Mo Shu and the others, saying, was it you? Or you? Who's spreading rumors here? Mo Shu shrugged, his lips curling. The other people behind him all lowered their heads in silence. How could they, mere servants of the Zhao family, interrupt the chat between the young master and the young miss? At most, they would say more wrong words. Wenjin, don't make wild guesses. We are going out for some business. You should go back to rest in the Cloud City. Brother will come to find you later. Zhao Wuji tried to dismiss Zhao Wenjin. He was really in a hurry. If he missed tonight, he might never have another chance to turn the tables. The Zhao family was so cruel. No. All true aristocrats were cruel. There were only rulers and the exiled. Brother. Zhao Wenjin still held on to him tightly. Knowing she couldn't persuade him with words, she quickly gestured to Su Yingku. Su Yingku waved her hand, calling a man who was almost identical to Zhao Wuji in physique and height. Even his hairstyle and glasses were the same. Wenjin, what are you planning to do? Zhao Wuji asked a bit angrily. Brother, you are knowledgeable. You should understand. There's a saying. Handsome man, the success is determined before the battle. The victory is 1,000 miles away. Zhao Wenjin's eyes were resolute, forcefully saying, whatever you are planning, if necessary, let the stand-in take your place. You stay here with me. What if I don't? Ha! Zhao Wuji was rarely angry. Brother, please, I beg you. I'm afraid. I'm really afraid this time something unexpected might happen to you. Zhao Wenjin used both soft and hard tactics. She was worried about hurting her brother's pride, so she tried to be tactful. She was really afraid that her brother might die this time. She had a strange ability since she was young, often predicting things that would happen, so she came to the Cloud City multiple times to save her brother's life. Nonsense. Zhao Wuji finally lost his patience and pushed Zhao Wenjin away. Wenjin, you should know, I'm not a coward who hides in the strategic rear, whether on the battlefield in the past or facing Ling Yu after arriving in the Cloud City. Every time I will confront him face to face, because brother is the knight of Lin Qingshuan, not a strategist. Also, because brother is the heir of the Zhao family, image is important, understand. Seeing his determination, Zhao Wenjin looked helpless and could only watch him leave with his men. On the other side, at the Willow Leaf restaurant, after Qin Mingyu walked out with Ling Yu and let go of his hand immediately. Mingyu. Ling Yu quickly grabbed his wife's arm, concerned, are you angry? What happened these past 2 days? At this moment, Ziazu also walked out of the restaurant. Seeing the couple seemingly having a dispute at the door, she quickly hid inside. She didn't mean to, but could it be that the couple outside were having a disagreement because of her? What happened? Do you really care about me? Qin Mingyu shrugged off his hand, angrily saying, what kind of words are these? You're my husband, of course, you should care about me. Ling Yu held her hand again, not letting her go. Let's not quarrel in a place like this. Qin Mingyu still wanted to break free. This time, Ling Yu, with experience, hugged Qin Mingyu tightly. Seeing this scene behind them, Ziazu was shocked by Ling Yu. So, this man got Qin Mingyu like this. People are not what they seem like. He looks so silly usually, but very decisive when pursuing women. Ling Yu didn't care about the people watching, explained to Qin Mingyu. I had no signal at the cliff's bottom, and when I came up, my phone was dead. I'm sorry, but I didn't purposely ignore your calls. If you had a problem, I would definitely rush to you. I wouldn't have brought Ziazu here for dinner. Ziazu was in a bad situation, hadn't eaten for 2 days, she was starving. Out of humanitarianism, Ling Yu brought her here for a meal. Feeling his sincerity, Qin Mingyu's anger eased a bit. At that moment, 3 cars arrived behind them. Ziwang hurriedly got out, as he had just received Qin Mingyu's message and rushed over with his company's personnel to protect Miss Qin. But as soon as he got out of the car, he saw Miss Qin and Ling Yu hugging tightly, and felt a bit dumbfounded. What was this situation? Fortunately, he reacted quickly, turned around, and dry coughed, saying, "Ahem, Miss Qin is fine. Let's wait here, not to disturb Miss Qin's affairs." Qin Mingyu blushed immediately, feeling extremely embarrassed. In front of others, she always maintained a cold demeanor. Ling Yu quickly let go of her, his face a bit awkward. "Ziwang, come over here." Following Qin Mingyu's instructions, Ziwang quickly walked over. Qin Mingyu had already regained her composure, with no expression, asked, "What's the situation with the company?" After she left with the willow leaf store, and due to the loss of her mobile phone, she couldn't get any information for a while. Reporting to Miss Qin, "After you left, the police arrived quickly and together we wiped out the gang of thugs. Today, we eliminated 23 of them, all males." All males. Qin Mingyu immediately frowned. It was clear that the white-clothed woman and the blue-clothed woman were not in the net. The boss was still out there. Their actions may not have ended yet. "How are the injured employees at that company?" Qin Mingyu asked immediately, looking a bit nervous. Ling Yu also felt tense, as his cousin and Zhao Xiaobo were both security guards to the Chang'an group, and he didn't know if they had been injured. Especially his cousin, known for being an honest person, always the most proactive in any situation. This time, he was probably at the forefront. Report to General Qin, 7 people have died at the company, with 23 injured, totaling 30 people. Ziwang spoke up, and Qin Mingyu's heart skipped a beat. She was very worried that Ling Shitang might be one of the 7. Ling Yu noticed her abnormal expression and immediately became anxious himself. "So, how is Ling Shitang now?" Qin Mingyu asked cautiously, focusing on the key point. Report to General Qin. Ling Shitang's condition is more severe. The doctor says he will be disabled and may not be able to work in the future. Ziwang's words made Qin Mingyu's expression instantly very complicated. She first let out a sigh of relief, then sighed again. It was good that he was alive, but the consequences were too severe. Ling Yu, holding on to Ziwang's shoulder tightly, anxiously asked, "What happened to my cousin? Why is it like this?" Before Ziwang could answer, Qin Mingyu spoke hastily, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let him go with me to get the Sun Heart. He took a bullet from me." Ling Yu was stunned. He knew Ling Shitang better than Qin Mingyu did. His cousin was the kind of warm-hearted person who was always eager to help. And considering how well Qin Mingyu treated him and Ziwei, it was normal for him to take a bullet for her. Damn it! Ling Yu's fists clenched. His eyes seemed to spark with flames. Ziwang felt scared. Qin Mingyu apologized again. "Ling Yu, I'm sorry. It's because of my actions." "No, it's not your fault." Ling Yu quickly turned to put his hand on Qin Mingyu's shoulder, biting his lower lip and saying, "Who are those thugs? Do you know who sent them?" He was determined to avenge his cousin. Ziwei was already a single parent, and now with his cousin disabled, what would happen to his family in the future? Unforgivable. Watching Ling Yu like this from the entrance of the restaurant, Ziazu also felt a bit scared but also self-blaming and angry. If she hadn't taken Ling Yu away, maybe if Ling Yu had been with Qin Mingyu, this wouldn't have happened. It's the Saint Fire organization, led by a woman in white. Upon hearing Qin Mingyu's words, Ling Yu immediately guessed the woman's identity. After a while, Ling Yu turned to Qin Mingyu and said, "Mingyu, let Ziwang and them go back. I'll take you home." He knew that since the Saint Fire organization had begun its operation, they wouldn't give up halfway. Ziwang and the others were not combatants, and although they could handle ordinary people, facing the ruthless Saint Fire thugs would only result in more casualties. After all, they were just workers earning a wage, not even the hired guards of the Qin family estate. Unarmed and unreliable in life and death situations, especially with such a large group following them, they were more likely to be targeted. After a moment of pondering, Qin Mingyu nodded and allowed Ziwang and his team to go back. "General Qin, please be careful." Ziwang and the team left, leaving only a Bentley for Ling Yu and his wife. Ling Yu drove, taking Qin Mingyu away from the restaurant. "Ling Yu, what are you planning to do now?" Qin Mingyu asked. "Wait, I'll make a call to Captain Yu first." Ling Yu opened his phone through the car's charging system, dialing Yizhao's number while driving. Chen Mingyu also cared about Yizhao's current situation and said to Ling Yu, "Today, in addition to your cousin, Captain Yi also saved me. Okay, I have to thank him properly." Ling Yu sincerely said, but at the same time, with a lingering fear, if it wasn't for Yi, his hard-won wife might have been lost. Chen Mingyu coldly hummed and felt a strange sensation in her heart when Ling Yu spoke. Ling Yu's words made it seem as if she belonged to him. "Hello, Captain Yi. This is Ling Yu." As soon as the call connected, Ling Yu hurriedly said, "I'm with my wife now. She told me you saved her life today. Thank you very much." From the outset, he told Yi that he was with his wife and cautioned him to mind his words. Yi understood, quickly laughed and said, "It's part of my duty, Mr. Ling. There's no need to be so polite. If you really want to thank me, just send me an embroidered flag, and I'll be happy to accept a big red envelope." "Ha ha. Definitely." Ling Yu also smiled casually. Yizhao's style was such that he appeared cold but was actually quite jovial when communicating with his brothers. However, soon Yi got to the point and warned them, "According to my investigation, a large number of Saint Fire Organization members have entered Cloud City recently, probably more than the 20 or so to date, and their targets are the Qin family Sun Heart and also to kill you. So you both must be on high alert, and if necessary, I can send people to protect you 24/7. No need." Ling Yu refused directly. From now on, he wanted to protect his wife personally. Moreover, he felt that behind every incident, Zhao Wuji's shadow was sure to lurk. If a large number of police protected them, the Saint Fire Organization and Zhao Wuji lurking behind would surely hesitate to act recklessly, making it difficult to lure them out and seek revenge for the deceased and injured loved ones. Ling Yu was now burning with anger. He had no intention of letting the members of the Saint Fire Organization and Zhao Wuji off the hook. But upon hearing him refuse police protection, Chen Mingyu seemed hesitant. She also knew that once the true enemies set their sights on the Sun Heart, they wouldn't stop until they achieved their goal. The police protection could only be temporary. Only by eliminating the real enemies or by becoming stronger and intimidating them to not act recklessly could they fundamentally solve the problem. However, Ling Yu's refusal of police protection may have been too reckless. But the next moment, Ling Yu continued, "If possible, I hope Captain Yi can listen to my arrangements, receive my instructions, and mobilize the troops quickly." "Of course. I believe in Mr. Ling's leadership abilities." Yi agreed without hesitation, knowing more about the plan. "I also want to remind Ling Yu that the leader of this operation by the Saint Fire Organization is a woman in white, likely their saintess. She holds a high position in the organization, and her martial arts skills are profound." Yi said, "I got it. Please stay alert at all times." Ling Yu ended the call. Although he wanted to take down the Saint Fire Organization and Zhao Wuji, due to his wife and the Sun Heart's safety being at stake, he wouldn't act rashly and face the large and unknown enemy alone. He also knew about the high martial skills of the Saintess. "Mingyu, let's go back to the estate now." After hanging up the phone, Ling Yu said to Chen Mingyu. Chen Mingyu, however, frowned slightly and said, "There are only two routes back to the Qin family estate from here, but no matter which route we take, there will be a narrow path, and if the Saint Fire Organization sets up an ambush in advance, we could easily fall into a trap." "I know," Ling Yu nodded and analyzed, "but if we don't go back to the Qin family estate with a strong defense system, and instead go back to the Yunshan community or somewhere else, even if we can return safely, no one can guarantee our safety going forward. Wouldn't we be on edge when we sleep at night?" Chen Mingyu also felt that he was right. Only by returning the Heart of the Sun to the Qin family estate would she be able to feel at ease. After all, life doesn't just last for a day. A safe night doesn't mean everything is fine. With the Heart of the Sun on her, there was a huge risk of it being stolen at any time. "Mingyu, please believe me. As long as I'm alive, I will definitely protect you and the Heart of the Sun." Ling Yu suddenly looked at Chen Mingyu with fiery eyes. He felt a bit regretful for not being there for his wife when she needed him the most today, and had an inexplicable desire to show his worth. "Come on. Why are you suddenly saying all this?" Chen Mingyu pretended to be aloof, but in reality, she had already dissipated her annoyance. "If I didn't believe in you, could we still be together now? Let's go." "Okay." Ling Yu smiled knowingly and started the car. Zia Zhu finally dared to come out of the restaurant and couldn't help muttering to herself, "It looks like this couple is going to have a big event tonight." After a moment of thought, she quickly got into the car and contacted the police station. She didn't care that she was still very weak. She even felt like the opportunity to save Ling Yu's life might be approaching. After about half an hour, Ling Yu drove onto the highway, which was smooth all the way. At the end of the highway, there would be a fork in the road. Just as Qin Mingyu was still considering which road Ling Yu should take, Ling Yu's phone rang. "Hello, Grandpa." Ling Yu picked up the call on speakerphone, making it convenient for Qin Mingyu to listen. "Xiao Yu, where are you? Ziwang just said you don't need them to escort you home." "Grandpa, I'm taking Mingyu home right now." "Don't worry." "What? Where are you?" "I'll arrange for the professional escort team to meet you." Qin Chang'an sounded quite worried. After all, the Sacred Fire Organization was an international organization with a long history of criminal activities, and many big families were afraid of them. Of course, the Qin family couldn't compare to the Sacred Fire Organization, but Cloud City was still their territory. A powerful dragon can't crush a snake on its own turf. Qin Chang'an wasn't completely afraid of them. While Qin Mingyu hadn't decided which road to take, Ling Yu answered, "Grandpa, send your men to wait for us at the entrance to the mountain road tunnel. We'll take that road." After leaving the highway, there would be two roads leading to the Qin family estate. One was the Jiangku Road, and the other was the mountain outskirts road. Jiangku Road was relatively open and less prone to ambushes. However, there's a saying, the more dangerous a place is, the safer it actually is. If the enemy really planned to ambush them, they would predict that they wouldn't dare to take the mountain outskirts road and would choose the Jiangku Road instead, which could expose them to a potential ambush. Qin Mingyu also seemed to have guessed Ling Yu's thoughts and silently agreed with his choice, thinking that these seemingly foolish men were actually quite clever when they needed to be. "All right, I'll send a 100-man escort team to meet you." Qin Chang'an couldn't afford to be careless. The safety of the heart of the son and his precious granddaughter were at stake, so he had to be prepared. After hanging up the phone, Qin Mingyu felt a little more at ease. With Ling Yu by her side and her grandfather sending the Qin family escort team to meet them, things should be fine now. The Bentley was about to leave the highway and enter the mountain outskirts road. Meanwhile, at a building near the downstream of Jiangku River, a startling scene unfolded. Doom. Doom. The Bentley was about to enter the tunnel when a huge fireball suddenly rose in front of them. A mountain had exploded. To achieve such a terrifying effect, it must have taken a lot of explosives. Qin Mingyu's face turned pale in an instant. It was at this moment that she realized her understanding of the Sacred Fire Organization was still too shallow. Or perhaps, she knew nothing about the true evil forces. "Mingyu, don't worry too much." Ling Yu's large hand was placed on her delicate hand at the right time, giving her courage. As soon as he nodded, Ling Yu quickly made a U-turn. His skill in quickly turning the car on a narrow two-lane road made Qin Mingyu couldn't help but marvel, wondering what kind of man she had married. Was he used to facing gunfire on the front lines in the past? Despite her amazement, she quickly recovered her worries. The entrance to the mountain road tunnel was now blocked by rocks, and the reinforcements sent by her grandfather would not be able to get through. Both she and Ling Yu had guessed wrong. Was the Sacred Fire Organization waiting for them on this road? Or was it that no matter which road they took, it was a dead end? "Husband, be careful." Ling Yu, however, had no time to think further. After the car escaped from the danger zone, he quickly stopped the car, grabbed his wife, and leapt out of the car, because there were already several blinding lights shining on their car from behind. Immediately, two commercial vehicles crashed into the back of their car in a suicide mission. If they had jumped out of the car a little slower, they might have ended up dead. Everything happened very suddenly. The sudden turn, the bright lights, and all these unexpected circumstances made Qin Mingyu a little dizzy. But she didn't scream or cry like other women would have. She just let Ling Yu take charge. As long as she believed that this man could protect her, that was all that mattered. After jumping out of the car, Ling Yu rolled with Qin Mingyu on the grass next to them, until they were out of the light. Then he pulled her up by the hand and ran to a secluded area to hide. "Ling Yu, what should we do now?" Qin Mingyu asked softly. "We can only fight back with all we've got." Ling Yu's eyes suddenly turned grim, like the Grim Reaper. With no way forward and pursuers behind them, they had no choice but to fight back. Moreover, The Sacred Fire Organization was so evil that it didn't hesitate to sacrifice innocent lives to achieve its goals. It was simply unforgivable. Chen Mingyu trembled slightly. She looked at the cold, fierce man in front of her. Although she thought he seemed a bit ruthless, she also felt a bit icy and unfamiliar. Was this the same clueless straight man who could even sit at the wrong matchmaking table in the beginning? Mingyu, if there's danger, call me, Ling Yu ordered. Chen Mingyu nodded, feeling strange. Before, no man dared to order her around, especially men of her age. She didn't like being told what to do, but this feeling wasn't bad. Swish! Ling Yu suddenly leapt, jumping several tens of meters away from Chen Mingyu and shouted loudly, "The heart of the sun is here." Indeed, in the next moment, several gun barrels were aimed at him. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. Ling Yu observed the enemies around him and silently counted. The next moment, gunfire erupted like firecrackers. Hidden in the darkness, Chen Mingyu felt a bit nervous. Her husband was fighting for her. Unarmed, could he make it? In a moment of worrying and suspicion, Chen Mingyu suddenly lost sight of Ling Yu. Searching around, when she saw Ling Yu again, 2 big men had fallen before him. This idiot! How is he so good? Chen Mingyu couldn't help but think of the Wolf King from Country. She suddenly felt that her husband seemed to be not inferior to him. Was this what they called love being blind? Her husband was just an obstetrician in Yuncheng. How could he be compared to the master of Nangong? Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots brought Chen Mingyu back to reality. Under the cover of night, 2 big men hiding in the shadows fell from high above. Bullseye! Chen Mingyu was completely shocked by her husband. How could this man be so powerful? Ling Yu also didn't expect the enemies to be fewer than he imagined and easier to handle. In a short time, he took care of the discovered enemies and remained cautious of potential ambushes. After confirming the area was clear multiple times, he hurried back to where they were before. Mingyu, Mingyu. Ling Yu realized Chen Mingyu was gone and panicked. Just when he was about to call out, the icy beauty suddenly appeared in front of him. "You scared me. I thought you were gone." Ling Yu breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This little detail made Chen Mingyu's heart surprisingly warm, feeling like a deer bumping into something. It seemed like this idiot really cared about her. Lies could be told, but that subconscious expression of concern couldn't be faked. "I just hid better." Chen Mingyu brushed her lips and spoke up. "Are you okay?" Afterwards, she nervously scanned his body, afraid he might be injured. "I'm fine. Just some small fries." Ling Yu smiled casually. His wife was beginning to show genuine concern for him, which was quite different from before. "The tunnel ahead is destroyed. We can't go back that way," Chen Mingyu worried. This meant the team her grandfather had sent to pick her up would also have trouble meeting them. "We can only take the path through Jiangku," Ling Yu said, after thinking that there might be ambushes there too. "Then why not notify Captain Yi now?" Chen Mingyu suggested. As a businesswoman, she was well versed in military strategy and tactics. With the mountain tunnel road destroyed and the attackers not many, it was obvious that it was just a feint attack, designed to drive them on to another row, where a real ambush was likely waiting. Notifying Easy now can indeed lead to a showdown with the Holy Fire Organization, ensuring our safety home. But Ling Yu hesitated, only revealing half of his thoughts. "You don't want to do that?" Chen Mingyu, sharp and intelligent, immediately asked. "Do you have deeper motives?" Ling Yu nodded. He felt this matter needed to be resolved. Behind the events of the past few days, Zhao Wuji's shadow must be present, as he was best at deduction, even if Zhao Wuji wasn't orchestrating everything. Ling Yu wanted to take down the mastermind behind this event, seeking revenge for his cousin and the deceased Chia gang group members. Furthermore, this would also deter others from attempting to steal the heart of the sun, making them think twice before targeting the Qin family. Otherwise, would the Qin family always have to hide under police protection in the future? "All right, I'll accompany you on the path through Jiangku, Mingyu." This. Ling Yu suddenly got nervous and quickly tried to dissuade her. "It's too dangerous. There's no need for you to risk it with me. Aren't we husband and wife?" With a single statement, Chen Mingyu silenced Ling Yu, causing his body to tremble. "Besides, since it's a carefully planned operation, without me and the heart of the sun as bait, you won't be able to draw out the mastermind behind it." This. Ling Yu still didn't want Chen Mingyu to accompany him on the dangerous journey. "What? You said you would protect me no matter what. Was that just a casual remark?" "Can't stand the test." Qin Mingyu used a provocative tone. Are men all fond of wildflowers? How could that be? Ling Yu reacted immediately. Mingyu, don't talk nonsense. My time with Zhu was just for business, but protecting you is a lifetime commitment. Dang. Another subconscious statement struck Qin Mingyu's heart like a bullet to the forehead. It seemed like she was starting to like being with this idiot more and more. Because of this heartfelt exchange, the two fell into a brief silence. Ling Yu's face also blushed slightly, wondering when he started saying such corny things. Did Master Guanruru teach him well? Let's go then. Qin Mingyu spoke out and turned around. Ling Yu quickly followed. Although the Bentley's rear end was completely deformed from the collision, the quality of the luxury car was still good, and the engine was intact, so it could still be driven. The car changed direction and re-entered the national highway. Before entering the Jiangku path, Qin Mingyu had already called her grandfather to inform him of the situation. Ling Yu also called Yizi, asking him to send someone to deal with the situation on the mountain road. Subsequently, the car left the national highway and entered the Jiangku path. Both were mentally prepared. They had expected the same kind of explosive reaction as before, but surprisingly, the journey was quiet. Quiet to the point of being eerie. Even though the river road was devoid of traffic after 7 p.m., tonight besides their car, there was no one around. Seeing this, Ling Yu suddenly thought he might have made a wrong decision and couldn't help but sneak a glance at Qin Mingyu. As if knowing what he was thinking, Qin Mingyu remained impassive, reminding him, focus on driving. Controlling the flow of people on this row isn't difficult. Just block off the mouth of the river, put up obstacles, road signs, or impersonate traffic officers. Even arrange real traffic police to control the flow. For some people, it's all too easy. It's you who shouldn't waver anymore. Since you've decided to do this, go ahead and let go. I'm your wife and I'll support you. Qin Mingyu's words warmed Ling Yu's heart. He was very grateful that Qin Mingyu didn't blame him for taking such a risk. It seemed that the iceberg lady was well prepared to advance and retreat with him. There was still no movement. Just as the two of them were wondering if they had guessed wrong and were about to pass the Jiangku Bridge section, a head suddenly appeared upside down in front of the glass window. Silent and sudden. Qin Mingyu was startled, almost screaming. But upon a closer look, they realized that it wasn't a ghost but a living woman. Qin Mingyu had seen her before. She was Lan Shizhen. These people were really agile, and they wondered how they had trained themselves like that. Mingyu, be careful. Ling Yu saw Lan Shizhen and loudly warned, ready to defend against her pulling out a gun and shooting at them. But she didn't. The next moment, a black cloth completely covered their front window. Lan Shizhen's intention was clear, to force their car to a stop. Qin Mingyu immediately looked at Ling Yu. Ling Yu had no choice but to stop the car as he couldn't see the road. Otherwise, accidentally crashing out was not a joke for Qin Mingyu. With a glance at his wife, Ling Yu made a sharp turn and stopped the car, then opened the door and jumped out with Qin Mingyu. Doom! Almost simultaneously, their car exploded. Lan Shizhen had directly used a bomb to destroy their car. Now it wouldn't be easy for them to escape the encirclement. Mingyu. Ling Yu quickly protected Qin Mingyu. I'm fine, Qin Mingyu said calmly, her beautiful eyes staring intently in one direction. The woman in white appeared again. Following behind her were only two people, Lan Shizhen and a tall, thin man in a red robe who didn't seem friendly. Both of them showed great respect to the woman in white, keeping a respectful distance and slowly approaching. The next moment, Qin Mingyu took the initiative to hold Ling Yu's hand and secretly slipped something into his hand. Ling Yu trembled slightly and couldn't help but glance at her. Qin Mingyu gestured with her eyes for him to stay calm. She knew that they were likely to face a tough battle next, and the heart of the sun would be safer with Ling Yu. Otherwise, with her strength, it could easily be taken away at any moment. Mr. Ling. Miss Qin, nice to meet you again. The woman in white didn't rush to take action and instead stood still, speaking with interest. It's really you again. Qin Mingyu stared at her, looking disapproving, sternly scolding. Is everything you planned? For personal gain, you commit murder and arson, causing widespread destruction. Do you have no humanity? Of course it's me. The woman in white wasn't angry, but coldly sneered, countering, if Miss Qin hadn't appropriated the stone belonging to our holy fire organization for herself, why would we have caused so much trouble? It's all because you grabbed someone else's things, and instead of returning them, you're now accusing me of being the mastermind. Twisting the truth, Qin Mingyu angrily said, you claim something is yours, and it automatically belongs to you. You shameless witch, Truly despicable. Watch your mouth. The man in red robe heard Qin Mingyu insult their holy lady and immediately pointed at Qin Mingyu angrily. Qin Mingyu wasn't afraid of him, as this sorceress had a man following her. She couldn't be unprotected, could she? Seeing his wife's eyes, Ling Yu quickly shielded her and said to the woman in white, "The Sunstone indeed belongs to the Qin family. It's now my wife's. If you think it belongs to you, you can take it to court, and we'll settle it through legal means, without harming innocents or damaging public property." Hehe. Upon hearing Ling Yu's words, the woman in white laughed arrogantly, her chest trembling provocatively, as if intentionally taunting Qin Mingyu. Qin Mingyu bit her lip lightly, finding it hard to believe this woman was Qin Yushuang. This little sister had always liked to show off her larger chest. Of course, Qin Mingyu also bragged about her height being higher, probably something like 172 centimeters against 168 centimeters, both having their own strengths. So who fears who? Mr. Ling, you're really humorous. The woman in white laughed before responding to Ling Yu. Decades ago, the Holy Fire Organization built a great project with the heart of the sun. Our organization was born because of this stone. So, if you claim it's not ours, whose is it? What? Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu shuddered slightly. They weren't aware of the traditions of the Holy Fire Organization, but judging by the woman's expression and tone, she didn't seem like she was lying. However, the next thing she said left them dumbfounded. Not only the heart of the sun, Mr. Ling should actually be my man. Miss Qin just shamelessly stole you away. You shameless woman. Qin Mingyu immediately scolded. Her attitude towards the woman in white was clearly different from how she treated other women. In fact, many people have dual natures. For example, some people are very cold and reserved in public but quite talkative and lively around friends. Qin Mingyu was no exception. She had a particular dislike for the woman in white, making her more prone to anger. Lan Shizhen and the man in red robe were also shocked upon hearing the Holy Lady speak in this manner. The Holy Lady was held in high regard within the organization and had countless admirers. She was considered an extremely pure woman by many, so how could she utter such words? Moreover, they had come tonight to capture the heart of the sun, with over 100 brethren stationed at the head of Jiangku Bridge, guarding against the police and Qin family guards. How could the Holy Lady delay in such an important situation for a petty argument? However, since the Holy Lady held a lofty status, they didn't dare act without her orders. Miss Holy Lady, your words are going too far and undermine the credibility of your previous statement. Ling Yu maintained a calm and objective stance. I've never dated anyone from childhood to now. Mingyu is my only wife. How could I suddenly become your man? Unexpectedly, the woman in white coldly snorted. Mr. Ling, are you trying to deny what you did? Qin Mingyu stared sharply at Ling Yu. Ling Yu was sweating on his forehead now and quickly denied. I didn't do anything. I never touched you. When did I ever come into contact with you? That night, at the Paradise Nightclub, you didn't have fun with Fairy. She deliberately stopped mid-sentence. Don't say that. Ling Yu was really getting anxious. He quickly explained to Qin Mingyu. Mingyu, don't listen to her nonsense. Nothing happened that night between us. Mr. Ling, you were so fierce when dealing with others. Why are you so afraid of your wife now? The woman in white taunted again. Is your wife very domineering? Why don't you just divorce her? There are plenty of women gentler than her, such as me. You. Ling Yu was also losing his composure. Dealing with a woman like this was really difficult. Was she trying to dismantle their relationship first and then break them down one by one? That's enough. Qin Mingyu finally spoke coldly. Ling Yu thought it was all over. The woman in white looked quite satisfying and said, Miss Qin, the Long Kingdom has always valued chastity. You shouldn't have become Mr. Ling's woman yet, but he's mine already. So aren't you stealing someone else's man? Ling Yu was angered to the point of coughing up blood by the woman. How could a dignified holy lady say such things? Lan Shizhen and the man in red robe were also astonished. Why did the holy lady act so differently from her usual sacred and inviolable self in front of this married couple? Men, putting on a show outside is a common thing, especially for men in our business world, right? Thankfully, Qin Mingyu was not a foolish woman. She calmly took Ling Yu's arm and sneered at the woman in white, saying, I often make tonics for my husband with Chinese Angelica. Do you know what that means? The woman in white's proudful expression immediately disappeared, replaced with a hint of annoyance. It means that no matter how wild he is outside, he must remember to come home every night. As for the women outside, they can flirt all they want, but do they also want to walk into my home? Qin Mingyu was different from her usual self. Since she knew the other party's intentions, why should she lose? Besides, she had never lost to this woman before. Whether it was a battle of wits or storytelling, bring it on. Shut up. Lan Shizhen finally couldn't bear it. How dare this woman insult their sacred woman like this? The sacred woman, in the hearts of countless people in the Holy Fire Organization, was supposed to be inviolable. Now, she was being so discredited, saying her man was just using women for pleasure. Ling Yu was also at a loss. How were these two women painting such a dark picture? Now they were even talking about using other women for pleasure. Were these the words these women of such appearance should be saying? Also, he was still a virgin. Okay, dang. Just as the two women were about to argue further, gunshots came from the other end of the bridge. Lady Saint, it seems someone is coming to rescue them. Let me take care of this man. Better to end things before the night gets longer. The man in red could not tolerate Ling Yu any longer. The Lady Saint in his heart was sacred and inviolable. How could she be spoken of so disrespectfully, allowing her man to use women for pleasure? Do as you wish. But, before the woman in white could finish her sentence, the man in red impatiently leapt into action, striking a fierce blow towards Ling Yu's vitals. You trash, go die. This man was so arrogant, daring to insult the saint repeatedly. He would see how capable this man really was. Ling Yu quickly shielded Qin Mingyu in front of him. Qin Mingyu gently grabbed Ling Yu's clothes, showing a hint of nervousness, because she knew very well that these three individuals were not small characters, especially the woman in white, who seemed to be quite formidable. Awoo! Suddenly, Ling Yu's entire body burst with momentum. He didn't roar, yet the terrifying aura emanating from him was like the roar of a dragon. As he struck out with his palm, it was like a dragon emerging from the sea. The man in red was completely overwhelmed by his aura, like a helpless small animal before a giant dragon. Slap. Crack. Their palms clashed, followed by a chilling sound of bones breaking. Qin Mingyu looked closely and was horrified to see that the man in red's arm bones had pierced through his own back, showing how terrifying Ling Yu's palm strength was. The man in red screamed in agony, the strong force of the impact sending him flying back over 20 meters and straight into the river. Sout. It wasn't until the sound of his fall into the water that Lan Shizhen snapped out of his daze. Ling Yu was so powerful. The Northern Dragon reversal palm, truly deserving of its reputation. The woman in white couldn't help but marvel. As a saint, she had heard of the 10 great martial arts in the martial world, and the Northern Dragon reversal palm, consisting of 17 strikes, was the third most powerful. It was said to be a unique martial art passed down through generations of commanders in the north, incredibly strong and fierce. Even with her status and position, she had never seen anyone use this move before. It was rare to witness it tonight, and it was truly stunning. However, the woman in white also noticed that Ling Yu had used his left hand to strike. Was he left-handed? Or did he look down on her subordinates? Or was there another reason? Qin Mingyu also stared at the man in front of her. How did he keep getting more powerful? She previously thought that Ling Yu was under Yizi in the north, but judging from his martial arts now, could he actually be Yi Zhao's superior? But if he was Yi Zhao's superior, how could he mix so poorly? His nearly 3-year stint as a gynecologist at the hospital was an undisputed fact. Qin Mingyu's logic was in chaos. Attack together. The woman in white couldn't afford to be careless anymore, so she called Lan Shizhen to join forces against Ling Yu. She had initially believed that everyone around was on her side, and with 3 against 1, defeating Ling Yu should have been easy. But with the situation becoming urgent, she had to go all out. Mingyu, stay behind me. Ling Yu shielded his wife behind him, his expression also becoming serious. Having used all his strength for a swift victory over a strong opponent earlier, his internal energy was greatly depleted. Now facing 2 strong enemies simultaneously and having to protect Qin Mingyu, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Concentrate, don't mind me. Qin Mingyu also spoke. She knew how strong these 2 women were in battle, especially the woman in white. If she was indeed Qin Yuxuan, she didn't know where she learned such martial arts from. Although Qin Yuxuan had made numerous excuses to study abroad and had been away from the Qin family for at least 10 years, she had also spent 10 years at the Qin family. While Qin Yuxuan had some martial arts skills, the actual power she had displayed before was worlds apart from this woman in white. Had she and Ling Yu mistaken something? Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, the woman in white took the lead, with Lan Shizhen assisting her, their attacks overwhelming and disorienting. Not forceful, but intense. Not like a raging storm, but like endless raindrops, each raindrop carrying unexpected lethality. Ling Yu could only fight desperately, using all his might in every move to drive the opponents back and prevent them from getting close. However, the woman in white soon discovered Ling Yu's weakness. It seemed his right arm had recently been injured, and he couldn't exert any strength. 13. I'll hold him off. You go attack his right side with all your might. If you have the chance, grab the woman behind him. The woman in white loudly commanded. Yes, ma'am. Lan Shizhen had been cautious at first, as Ling Yu's aura from defeating the man in red had put great psychological pressure on her. Her strength was not much different from the man in red's, and if not for the saint leading the battle, she wouldn't have had the courage to fight Ling Yu. But she quickly realized that Ling Yu was mostly using his legs to block her attacks and rarely used his right arm, indicating that his right arm was injured. Understanding this, she unleashed her attacks more fiercely. Knowing his weakness had been discovered, Ling Yu understood that continuing the fight in this manner would not work, as he would soon be unable to keep up. In order to protect Qin Mingyu, he took the initiative to grab the hands of the two women, pulling them backwards, and they all fell from the bridge into the river below. Ling Yu, you idiot! Qin Mingyu hadn't expected Ling Yu to do this and quickly laid down by the bridge, gazing at the dark river. The current was fast, the night was dark, and no one knew where the three had been swept off to in an instant. Jiangku intersection. A large-scale life and death struggle is underway. Quick, drive back these thugs and rescue the young lady on the bridge. Zheng Fuxian, the captain of the Qin family estate's bodyguard team, personally led 100 bodyguards to escort the young lady home today. Just when they were blocked at the mountain junction, upon receiving orders, they quickly rushed to the Jiangku section. At this moment, at the head of Jiangku Bridge, the well-trained bodyguards are engaged in a bloody battle with the thugs from the Holy Fire Organization. These 100 people are different from the security guards of the Chang'an group. They receive higher salaries, or more professional in life and death battles, and in a situation where the numbers are similar, both sides are evenly matched for the time being. However, soon, there was the sound of police sirens coming from the other end of the bridge. Upon hearing this sound, the momentum of both sides took a different turn. The Holy Fire Organization has always been a gang of bandits, beginning to feel a bit anxious, but without receiving orders from above, these desperate felons will not retreat easily. Seizing this opportunity, Zheng Fuxian led a few elites to rush onto the bridge, running hundreds of meters, finally seeing a graceful figure. Thank goodness, isn't that their young lady of the Qin family? However, seeing the young lady's actions at the moment, he was almost scared out of his wits. She was standing on the railing of the bridge. Is this something a pampered young lady, a high and mighty female CEO, should be doing? Young lady, what are you doing? Qin Mingyu did not even care about the people behind her, looking at the unusual turbulence and falling into contemplation. Usually, the water of this river is not so turbulent, but tonight it is exceptionally so, and there is only one truth. Someone upstream secretly opened the sluice gates. Who could be behind this mischief? On the other side, Ling Yu, after jumping into the river with two women, immediately felt that something was amiss. He often escorted his wife home and had passed by this road many times, paying attention to the flow of the river, which was never as swift as it was tonight. He originally planned to use his swimming skills to defeat the two women in the river, but as soon as he jumped in, he was almost disoriented by the swift current, and the two women were swept away by the rapids. Ling Yu vaguely heard Qin Mingyu's shout from the bridge and the police sirens from the bridgehead, confirming that Qin Mingyu should be safe. He followed the current downstream. Just as he emerged from the water's surface, he heard a sharp sound. A string of a zither cutting through the night wind flew towards his neck. Ling Yu quickly crouched back into the water to avoid the attack, and then leapt out. The woman in white pushed her palm towards him swiftly. Her wet clothes clung to her graceful body, making her chest appear more towering, with warm water droplets dripping from it. It seemed that she had just come ashore as well. As for Blue 13, it seemed like he hadn't surfaced yet. Swish! The woman in white's lightning-fast palm missed, and she couldn't help but feel frustrated. At this point, she was really going all out to defeat Ling Yu, because she had realized that the situation was gradually slipping out of her control, and if she failed tonight, it might not be easy for the Holy Fire Organization to regroup and make a comeback. Unfortunately, even with his right arm injured, Ling Yu was not someone she could easily defeat. After a series of moves, the woman in white realized that something was wrong. Her whole body began to weaken. What's going on? The woman in white stopped attacking, looking at her own palm with a tinge of panic in her eyes. Ling Yu didn't care what she was doing. Seizing the rare opportunity, he used a grappling move to control her. However, the next moment, he also trembled violently. Ha ha ha. Following that, a triumphant laugh came from the darkness. The next moment, a specially made metal net descended towards the two of them. Ling Yu quickly let go of the woman in white and escaped for his life. Although the woman in white's whole body was weak and powerless, she used her extremely fast movements to evade the big net, and then aimed a palm strike at the ugly man who had emerged from the darkness. Dang! Her palm successfully hit the man, but it didn't have the effect she had imagined. Instead, she ended up numbing herself. Iron bell cover. The look of terror in the woman in white's eyes grew deeper. She had never expected to encounter such a master, feeling like she had been played. How dare someone have the audacity to challenge the sacred woman of the Holy Fire Organization? Hehe, so the sacred woman only has this much skill? Or did our use of soft scent in the river overpower even a tigress like you? Ha ha. Moshu finished speaking and then mercilessly punched the woman in white in the abdomen. Coincidentally, after being hit, the woman in white flew towards Ling Yu. Ling Yu's mood was also complicated, but he still reached out to save this former enemy, holding her in his arms and quickly activating a few acupoints to prevent her from suffering an external blood rush. He had originally thought of teaming up with the woman in white to deal with the ugly man, but the next moment, a large net on the ground suddenly contracted, swiftly enveloping them. Not only that, more metal nets fell down from above in succession. It was like a net in the sky and a net on the ground, making escape impossible. Ling Yu attempted to struggle, but like the woman in white, he found himself lacking strength, eventually being tightly bound by the metal net alongside her, unable to move. In the dark, a group of people suddenly appeared around them. The woman in white gritted her teeth, clearly realizing that they had all been manipulated. Haha, that Zhao Wuji is damn good. He actually managed to predict everything. Mo Shu laughed heartily as he walked over, looking at the pair of men and women tightly bound by the metal net, laughed disdainfully. I wonder what's so special about the sacred woman's skin compared to other women. I really want to touch it. But you ugly man dares to touch me and see what happens. The woman in white threatened coldly, her chest heaving with anger. Ha ha, what would happen if I touch you? Would you die if I did? The more she reacted this way, the more excited Moshu became. However, just as he was about to reach out and touch the woman in white's face, the police sirens from the Jiangku side grew louder. Helpless, he could only curse and say, "These police are so annoying. Throw them in the trunk and take them with us." Yes, soon. Two men came over, lifted Ling Yu and the woman, and like catching a big fish, threw them carelessly into the back of a van. It was apparent that these two underlings were also careless, not caring about the position of Ling Yu and the sacred woman, and just threw them casually in such a way that Ling Yu full body pressed down on top of the sacred woman. The woman in white had a fuller figure compared to Qin Mingyu, and being pressed under her, it felt soft and comfortable. Just like Qin Mingyu, this woman also had a unique body scent. Though it was not the exact same scent, it was still very pleasant. Their faces were almost touching, and Ling Yu had to exert effort not to have them kiss unintentionally. HMPH, weren't you the Wolf King of the North Border? How come you're so weak? Easily caught by a few bandits. The back of the car only had the two people, and the woman in white was obviously in a bad mood, immediately ridiculing Ling Yu. Ling Yu's expression was the opposite of hers, still having a relaxed smile as he said, "Let's not even talk about me not having any position in the North Border, and just look at your sacred woman status. Isn't it on par with the title of Wolf King? Weren't you caught just as easily? You." The woman in white was so angry her chest rose, biting her silver teeth and saying, "You man, truly, have you been influenced by Qin Mingyu? At such a critical moment, you still want to argue with me?" Ling Yu sneered, looking relaxed as he silently stared at the woman in white from a close distance. The woman's cheeks seemed to blush as she suddenly became breathless, trembling as she said, "What are you doing? Why are you suddenly staring at me like that? This man, wouldn't he take advantage of her?" To be honest, the woman in white had a very good figure, especially now that she was soaked all over. emitting a sense of warmth and moisture that could easily drive a man crazy with lust. But Ling Yu was not affected by it. He stared at her for a long time before suddenly asking, "Can you tell me, are you Rainfrost or not?" He felt he couldn't be mistaken. People can change their appearances, but eyes don't lie. The eyes of the woman in white were exactly the same as Chin Rainfrost's. HMPH. Can you guess? The woman in white teased, her eyes showing a hint of satisfaction. Bantering with this man, she surprisingly didn't feel any sense of danger from being tied up. Maybe she was influenced by this idiot man. Then I won't guess, Ling Yu said directly, already having an answer in his mind from her reaction. Why not guess again? You're no fun, the woman in white complained. At this moment, Mo Shu, who was driving, seemed to have heard their conversation and grumbled dissatisfied. Hey, can you be serious? You're being kidnapped by me. Why are you acting like you're here to have a love affair on my car? Am I your driver now? Hearing his words, the woman in white laughed. This feeling was quite enjoyable. Maybe money can't buy this kind of feeling. Ling Yu casually responded to Mo Shu. Since I'm going to die anyway, don't I deserve to enjoy myself a bit? Xiao Wuji will definitely kill me, right? Ha ha. You. This guy. Mo Shu also laughed. To be honest, I don't even want to kill you. You're quite interesting. But you provoke Xiao Wuji. That kid is much more petty than me. Resign yourself. Ling Yu found Mo Shu's response unsurprising. The woman in white, on the other hand, gritted her teeth. That bastard Xiao Wuji. How dare he use me? I will definitely kill him. Ha ha. Saint Miss, you're a bit cute with your innocence. Mo Shu laughed and continued. You think Xiao Wuji would still think about letting you go alive after doing such a thing to you? If you disappear like this, the Holy Fire Organization will only blame your death on Ling Yu and the Qin family. How despicable. Ling Yu and the woman in white cursed simultaneously. Ha ha. You two are quite a match. Mo Shu laughed. Too bad in this world, beauties are not matched with handsome guys, but with scumbags. Tonight, I'm lucky to savor the body of the Saint Miss. Hey. Ling Yu couldn't help but feel disdain for this lecherous man who was shamelessly straightforward. Just then, a pair of warm lips suddenly pressed against his mouth. What's happening? Ling Yu was caught off guard, staring at the woman pinned beneath him with wide eyes, as if asking, "Are you crazy?" The woman in white ignored his expression and continued to kiss him passionately. She even extended her tongue. Teasingly, she hadn't expected to survive this night, let alone think about what man might defile her next. So why not seize this opportunity to be intimate with the man she liked? Ling Yu wanted to resist, but he was restrained all over and couldn't do anything about it. Oh God, someone save this poor child. What's going on? Hey, you two. Why are you silent? After a while, Mo Shu's voice came from the driver's seat again. Why were they talking so well and suddenly stopped talking? You're not thinking of running away, are you? Mo Shu continued. It's useless. We spread a sedative on the river. You're poisoned. And this wire mesh is specially made. You can't escape. Despite his warnings, the two behind him remained silent. After a while, Ling Yu shouted, "Help! Help me!" What's going on? Mo Shu was getting closer to their destination. He accelerated and took a turn, stopping the car before quickly getting out. When he opened the trunk and saw the two kissing, he was dumbfounded. And to top it off, it was the Saint Miss who took the initiative. What's this situation? Damn it. So the saint of the Holy Fire Organization is actually this kind of woman. I thought with your title, you were the type of martyr who'd rather die than forsake purity. Mo Shu yelled in frustration. Shouldn't a saint be associated with qualities like purity and integrity? How could she be this kind of loose woman? The woman in white stopped pursuing Ling Yu and turned to Mo Shu, looking satisfied, as she said, "What? Just realizing I'm this shameless woman. Now that you're no longer interested in me after drooling over me, right?" Whether or not Mo Shu was interested, Ling Yu wasn't. If the iceberg lady found out about this, trouble would surely follow. He was just forced into this situation. Ha ha. Mo Shu laughed. I just like carefree beauties like you. I'm afraid of those who know nothing and lie on the bed like dead fish. Exciting. I got lucky tonight. Tut. What strange tastes he had. Ling Yu and the woman in white silently scorned this guy in their hearts. Mo Shu didn't care. He picked up the wire mesh and took both of them into a building. Even though it was dark, Ling Yu and the woman were both martial artists with exceptional vision and could tell this was likely a forested area. Based on the journey, they guessed it was near the border of the river and the mountainous outskirts. You stay put here. I'll go find that brat Zhao Wuji. Mo Shu left them on the ground, walked away clapping his hands. Despite his lecherous behavior, this ugly man still had professional ethics. He needed to let Zhao Wuji finish his business before dealing with his own. This time, the woman in white was pressed against Ling Yu, leaving him with no room to resist her if she wanted to kiss him forcefully. Wait, do you still want to escape safely from here? Ling Yu quickly whispered. The woman in white was slightly surprised. Do you have a way too? You. Ling Yu chuckled before joking. I thought you had resigned yourself to fate. Humph. Did you really think I was desperate for you? The woman in white playfully acted proud. Only she knew that her kiss with Ling Yu just now was half real and half fake, partly to escape and partly out of personal preference. We've put several types of drugs in our mouths as senior members of the Holy Fire Organization. When needed, we can break them and use them to commit suicide or send a signal. I just used your mouth to cover up. In reality, I broke a small sachet of incense. If Lan 13 smells it, he will definitely come to save me. After hearing this, Ling Yu couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Thankfully, she didn't use a poisonous sack for suicide just now, or he would be in big trouble too. By the way, what did you mean by asking me just now? The woman in white asked. Nothing. I didn't mean anything. Ling Yu smiled and said, I thought you were about to cause trouble again. Just trying to change the topic casually. Let's just wait for someone to come and rescue us. The woman in white stared at him, half believing and half doubting, always feeling that this man was not so simple. With this kind of ability, how could he have survived in many life and death battles in the Northern Territory before? But in this situation, what other tricks could he have? At the same time, on the bridge at the riverside, Ziazu led her team to Qin Mingyu. The thugs of the Holy Fire Organization neither died or fled, and the crisis on this side was completely resolved. However, Qin Mingyu did not feel happy at all. She was waiting for news of the search for Ling Yu by the Qin family's bodyguards. For a moment, these people couldn't possibly find out about Ling Yu's whereabouts. Miss, why don't you come back with us for now? Zheng Fuxian suggested. Once we find out about Mr. Ling, we will notify you first. Qin Mingyu remained silent, just shaking her head, looking at the dark river. The rushing stream was still very turbulent. Without the help of the stream, walking along the river downstream would take at least 2 hours. Ziazu looked at Qin Mingyu like this, with a sense of unease. Sure enough, the next moment, Qin Mingyu unexpectedly jumped into the river. Hey, are you crazy? Ziazu cried out first. Miss? Zheng Fuxian also exclaimed, quickly ordering, Quick, someone, go and save the young lady. Everyone was in chaos for a moment. Following that, Zheng Fuxian and the others also jumped down one after another. They were Qin family's bodyguards. If anything happened to Miss Qin, they wouldn't be able to explain to the old master. A crazy woman. Ziazu was also shocked by Qin Mingyu's move. In the past, she would have jumped down without hesitation. Why could Qin Mingyu do it and not her? Unfortunately, her current physical condition couldn't allow her to act recklessly, so she quickly drove a police motorcycle and swiftly headed down the rugged riverside road. After jumping into the river, Qin Mingyu realized how fast the water flow was. Fortunately, she was good at swimming, and with no sharp rocks in the river, she managed to survive and floated downstream. Cough asterisk. Qin Mingyu coughed desperately. She climbed ashore, her whole body drenched, feeling cold. Before she could recover, a dagger was raised to her neck, causing her whole body to tremble. Looking up, she saw it was Lan Shizhen. I didn't expect Ling Yu to protect you so desperately just now, and now you've come to deliver yourself. Lan Shizhen sneered. Hand over the heart of the sun, and perhaps I'll spare your life. Qin Mingyu was not afraid, and coldly replied, The heart of the sun is not with me. I gave it to Ling Yu long ago. If you don't believe me, you can kill me. See if you can get the heart of the sun. Qin Mingyu showed a fearless attitude. If she was afraid of death, she wouldn't have jumped in alone. Ling Yu and the heart of the sun were both very important to her, and she had to ensure that they were safe. Lan Shizhen could see that she was not lying, so she didn't plan to kill her. Not out of mercy, but because Ling Yu had just effortlessly defeated the man in red, which cast a shadow on her mentality, and she was afraid that if she killed Qin Mingyu, Ling Yu would tear her apart. So until she found Ling Yu and the Holy Maiden, she would keep Qin Mingyu for the time being. But the next moment, the dagger in her hand was brought to Qin Mingyu's neck again, leaving a shallow cut. Are those people behind you? Lan Shizhen pointed to Zhang Fuxiang and the others, who had jumped down. They are my bodyguards. If you want to find your master, you better not act rashly, otherwise, we will all die here. Qin Mingyu also noticed signs of a fight at the scene, and a lot of footprints and wheel tracks, speculating that Ling Yu and the woman in white might have been ambushed by others. And that person was likely Zhao Wujin. That man was best at this kind of deduction. Let go of the young lady. The next moment, Zhang Fuxiang and the others also climbed ashore and confronted Lan Shizhen coldly. Lan Shizhen didn't want to waste time fighting with these people, especially since she, like the woman in white, was affected by the soft bone powder and unable to exert strength. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have needed to draw her dagger to deal with Qin Mingyu. At this moment, she suddenly sniffed hard, then followed the scent. Follow me quickly. Qin Mingyu also hurriedly followed. Although she didn't know what the woman had smelled, it must be related to the Holy Maiden. As long as they found the Holy Maiden, they might be able to find Ling Yu and the Heart of the Sun. On the other side, Ling Yu and the woman in white lay on the ground for a while before Mo Shukai led people in and order, put handcuffs on them and take them away. Asterisk click asterisk. The cold handcuffs snapped onto their wrists. Then, Mo Shukai led them to a large room. Ling Yu glanced around, surrounded by people who all seemed to be highly skilled. A familiar figure stood in the center, wearing a strange half-mask and a pair of golden-framed glasses on top of the mask. Seeing Ling Yu and the woman, the masked man smiled wickedly. Welcome, both of you. Ling Yu did not respond, mainly because the man's voice was electronically generated, but it was indeed Zhao Wujin's voice. Humph. Zhao Wujin, why are you wearing a mask like a turtle hiding its head? Do you think I can't recognize you like this? The woman in white said coldly. Ha ha. Recognition aside, in this day and age where evidence matters in everything, it's necessary for me to cover my face. Zhao Wujin walked down, glancing at Ling Yu and said, I didn't expect, in the end, the victor is still me. Zhao Wujin, if I guessed right, Qin Mingyu should have handed the Sunstone over to you to keep. Oh, why do you say that? Ling Yu asked with a seemingly smiling face. Because it's harder for someone to take things from you, and since Qin Mingyu trusts you so much, she would have certainly given it to you. Zhao Wujin pushed his glasses framed man said with a smile. Indeed clever. Congratulations, you guessed right. Ling Yu still smiled calmly, showing no nervousness or worrying about falling into the hands of his enemy. This reaction made even Mo Shukai frown and say, Ling Yu, why are you still so calm? I can't understand. Do you still have a chance to turn the tables? With the soft bone powder taking effect and his hands shackled, what does he rely on? Even Zhao Wujin subconsciously stepped back, not daring to get too close. Ling Yu's abnormal behavior made him suspicious and vigilant. Even the woman in white was curious. What kind of hidden card does Ling Yu have? Could it be that he was intentionally captured and brought here, just to meet the mastermind behind the scenes? The Qin family manor. After Qin Qianggong learned about the situation on the Jianghu Road, he anxiously paced back and forth in the hall. His granddaughter, grandson-in-law, and the Heart of the Sun, weren't they all treasures in his heart? If the most important three things were lost tonight, he estimated that even his old bones wouldn't be able to hold up anymore. Life would lose its meaning. Master, please rest assured. I believe Ling Yu will definitely be able to protect Miss and the Heart of the Sun. The bodyguard team went out, while Bai Lao stayed behind at the manor, responsible not only for protecting Qin Qianggong's body but also soothing his soul. I trust that boy, but I fear unexpected events. Qin Qianggong sighed. Life is not like the feel-good novels. Real characters have flaws, they are not invincible, and the endings are not always necessarily happy. Through years of ups and downs, he has seen more clearly than those young people, so he always prepares for the worst in everything. Ling Nafei has been waiting in the hall for her daughter and son-in-law to return. She was calm just a moment ago, but upon hearing Qin Qianggong's worries, she couldn't sit still. In her heart, she was even more worried about one person than Qin Qianggong. Qin Yuxuan. Would she mess up tonight? If she die, what should she do herself? Should she give up and live peacefully in the Qin family as a serene lady of nobility? At the same time, in another place, Zhao Wujin didn't dare to approach Ling Yu rashly. Originally, he planned to personally search for the Heart of the Sun, but he changed his mind last minute and loudly ordered, You guys, search him. Yes. Young master. Two big men immediately walked towards Ling Yu, one in the front and one in the back, to search his body. As soon as one of the big men reached into the pocket, Ling Yu smiled and asked, "Did you find it? Huh, this. The big man's face was full of fear. "What's this? Why is it so big?" The other big man reached into the back pocket of Ling Yu's pants, with a similar expression. "Why is it so big? And it's not in the right place." Hey. Lao Yu, what are you doing? Mo Shu noticed their abnormal facial expressions and immediately shouted, "Duh. Big. So big. Even bigger than yours. What on earth?" Mo Shu furrowed his brows, full of doubts. "Oh." At the next moment, the screams of the two big men rang out. Once they took their hands out, everyone saw that their hands were bitten by two green snakes. The wounds changed color instantly. Ling Yu smirked, "You thought you could capture me with these. Seems like I have underestimated it." Following this, a fierce shout, he effortlessly broke the handcuffs with his hands. The whole scene was shocked, especially the woman in white who just realized that Ling Yu never fell to the poisonous trap as she did. How did he do it? It turns out he had been strategizing all along. Ling Yu gradually released a murderous look. He had seen through this whole situation from the beginning, knowing that Zhao Wujin was setting up and controlling everything. Fast-flowing water, fragrance scent dispersed. He was not a fool. He saw through all these tricks early on. As the fragrance scent dissipated in the water, as long as he didn't inhale the river water, his skin could handle the minimal contact. He was always vigilant and could switch his breathing technique as needed. These little tricks couldn't trap him. He had already arranged for the snake spirit to follow him secretly. In this mountainous old forest, snakes held the advantage. Good job, indeed. Mo Shu couldn't help but marvel and gave Ling Yu a thumbs up. Putting a snake on your belt, even a master like him with a golden bell covering technique might not dare. Little did he know that the snake wasn't placed by Ling Yu. At that moment, screams outside the door rang out. "Ah! A snake! There are snakes!" Some were bitten by snakes and were screaming, while others were just simply afraid of snakes. Snake spirit. The woman in white was also quite surprised, looking at Ling Yu in an increasingly incredulous way. Wasn't the snake spirit clearly disabled by her hand? How could it still wreak havoc? Dang. A sudden gunshot interrupted her astonishment. "Kill them! Kill!" Zhao Wujin held a gun, shooting at Ling Yu while shouting furiously. It was evident that he was extremely desperate. His usual refined and strategizing demeanor was completely different, as if two different people. Despite careful planning leading up to this point, unexpected events still occurred. It felt like playing a game and failing at the 99th level, then having to start over again. Who could bear that? Dang, dang. More gunfire followed. The saintly woman struggled, quickly falling to the ground. At that moment, an ugly man rushed towards her, shouting, "Damn it, plans may fail, but this beauty is not allowed to escape." Oh no. The saint realized her current state and was utterly helpless against this ugly man. She was at a loss. With split-second timing, Ling Yu punched Mo Shu and then single-handedly grabbed the saint and threw her into a concealed corner. The saint fell on the ground, biting her lip in anger. This straight man was truly detestable. He seemed to have no regard for people. Due to anger, she almost forgot that Ling Yu just repaid her kindness earlier. Ling Yu saved her simply because he recognized her as Qin Yushuang. How could he watch his younger sister-in-law die in front of him? Rumble. Mo Shu was hit with a powerful force from Ling Yu, crash landing on a wall, creating a human-shaped dent. Witnessing this uninspiring scene, even the saint was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that a small cloud city would produce two world-class martial artists? These two individuals, with their strength, could easily dominate an entire city. Though Ling Yu knocked down the strong enemy, his left arm also felt a strong tingling sensation. Nevertheless, he couldn't worry about that now. He hurriedly chased after Zhao Wujin. Tonight, he absolutely could not let this demon escape again. Amidst the bustling fight scene, the sounds quickly faded. After a few minutes, the saint stood up, dragging her limp body to leave. However, before she could step out the door, a huge snake blocked her way. No, that wasn't a snake. It was a person. Under the cover of night, a group of people were running. Lan 13 was deeply loyal to the saintess, and as he caught a whiff of the fragrance, he couldn't help but feel anxious. This was the signal for help from the saintess. Who could have put the saintess in such grave danger? Qin Mingyu was also running alongside Lan 13. Her stamina was far inferior to Lan 13's, and she was already panting heavily, relying solely on her willpower to keep going. Behind her, Zheng Fuxiang, accompanied by several professional bodyguards, continued following to ensure the safety of the young lady. However, the river had been contaminated with a large amount of bone-dissolving powder. Inhaling a bit of it had caused their bodies to go limp, draining their energy with every step, making it increasingly difficult to keep up with the young lady. Dang, dang. Just as Lan 13, who was nearly unable to run any further, heard gunshots coming from the forest path ahead, he felt a surge of adrenaline and pushed himself to keep running. Ling Yu, you fool, please don't die. Ling Yu, using her strong willpower, continued to move forward, but she couldn't keep pace with Lan 13. In the mountain forest at this moment, the snake spirit had one hand as agile as a snake, coiling around the Saintess's neck, pulling her towards him and revealing to Snake fangs as he smiled. Saintess, did you ever dream that one day you would fall into my hands? The Saintess desperately grabbed his snake-like hand, trying to struggle, but she had no strength left, feeling helpless. Back then, you broke my hands and feet. Did you not expect me to come back alive? Your holy fire organization is truly ruthless and despicable. It's truly disgraceful. Chi, you traitor, still has the guts to say such words. The Saintess, her face pale, maintained a lofty posture. You betrayed the blood spider. The blood spider hired me to clean up the mess. I made a mistake last time in not killing scum like you from the organization. It was my biggest failure. And now, you dare to treat me like this. The Holy Fire Organization will make sure you pay the ultimate price. Am I trash? Am I scum? The snake spirit's eyes turned bloodshot, his anger boiling inside. How many people have I killed for the organization? How much money have I made for the organization? How much benefit have I brought them? But what have they ever done for me? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They treated me like a dog. A tool for killing. One mistake, and the organization wants me dead. So I'm just a dog that can be eliminated anytime for the organization's benefit? A disposable tool? Even if I'm just a dog, even if I'm a tool for killing, after doing so much for the master, can I not fail once? I refuse to accept this. I resent it. I hate it. The snake spirit said animatedly, tightening his grip on the Saintess's neck. The Saintess's face grew paler, but her eyes remained defiant and unafraid, showing no signs of fear or mercy. Letting you die like this would be too easy. The snake spirit clearly had no intention to let this woman die like this. Remembering the torture he had endured from the organization and the pain of having his legs cut off by her, he decided to repay his pain tenfold. In the next moment, snake after snake crawled onto the Saintess's body. There were big ones, small ones, in various colors. Head, these snakes are all venomous with different effects. They will make you taste all the pains of the world before slowly letting you die. As someone who has killed countless for your holy fire organization and ruined many lives, this is your punishment. You, being a facade of a Saintess, are set to suffer the most. The snake spirit's eyes held a hint of cruelty. He hated the Saintess not only because she had once crippled him. He hated the Blood Spider organization. He despised the Holy Fire organization for selling them, siblings, to the Blood Spider. If not for the Holy Fire organization, he could have lived a normal life instead of being transformed into something inhuman, neither human nor snake now. He was a monster. And now, he had become a wandering hound. Only by protecting his sister and slaughtering his enemies could he find a sliver of meaning in his existence. Ooh. The Saintess finally let out a weak cry. A snake bit her on the calf, oozing purple blood. Another red snake bit her on the thigh. Subsequently, the buttock, waist, chest, shoulders. All non-lethal parts were bitten one after another. Various sensations of pain flooded her mind, making this once lofty Saintess feel like she would prefer death. Hey. Does it hurt? Is it pleasurable? Do you now understand the taste of being tortured and wishing for death? The snake spirit derived pleasure from avenging his enemies. However, he found the Saintess's lack of cries or pleas for mercy somewhat boring. And because he hadn't completely lost his humanity, he decided to give this woman a satisfying blow. Go to hell. Just as he was about to strangle the Saintess, a strong sense of danger suddenly came from behind him. The snake spirit immediately transformed into a snake form and swiftly crawled away on the ground. It turned out to be an ugly man who took the opportunity to rescue the Saintess. What the heck? Seeing the formerly ethereal Saintess being tormented by the snake spirit, the ugly man lost all interest and couldn't help but curse loudly. You damn monster, ruining such a great goddess like this. Damn it, all my efforts tonight have been in vain. Ling Yu missed it again. The sun heart was not obtained. Now even playing with the Saintess failed. He truly had a disastrous night of defeat. Reflecting on this, he could only feel anger and struck out towards the snake spirit, roaring, "I will kill you, monster." The snake spirit's legs, similar to a snake's tail, fiercely struck the ugly man, but with a loud thud. The blow nearly caused more pain to himself while the man seemed unharmed. Golden Bell Shield. The snake spirit realized the opponent's technique completely neutralized his abilities and decided not to engage further, quickly darting away. A warrior like this was immune even to the bites of his small snakes. Damn it. Bad luck. Unable to catch the escaping snake spirit in the cover of night, the ugly man also cursed and rushed out through the back door, heading out to chase Zhao Wuji. The Saintess lay on the ground, her consciousness growing increasingly blurry, wondering if she was going to die. At that moment, a woman in blue rushed in. Saintess. Seeing the Saintess lying almost lifeless on the ground, Lan 13 was shocked and quickly carried her away from the scene. On the other side, Ling Yu was chasing after Zhao Wuji. Passing through a thicket, suddenly two masters descended upon him. Ling Yu simply struck out with fists and feet, sending them flying. The two experts spewed blood in midair, their expressions full of shock. They had been active in the city for years, bullying ordinary people numerous times, and had encountered many top masters, but someone like Ling Yu, who could effortlessly defeat them, was truly a first. Of course, if they had encountered someone like him before, they probably wouldn't have survived until now. Ling Yu paid no attention to these foot soldiers, his eyes fixed intently on the masked man fleeing ahead, exuding a chilling murderous intent. Zhao Wuji, let's see how you can escape tonight. Hearing the voice behind him, Zhao Wuji felt his heart nearly leap out of his chest in panic. He never imagined that the situation would develop to this extent. This Ling Yu was truly invincible. Before this person, all his calculations and deductions seemed utterly ridiculous. Two people chased each other along the jungle path by the river. Ling Yu was getting closer and closer, almost catching up to Zhao Wuji, when a roar echoed. Die. With Zhao Wuji losing his composure, he desperately pulled out his gun and shot wildly backwards. Ling Yu dodged. He wasn't in a hurry to kill the other party, as they were already like a walking corpse in his eyes. He couldn't escape. Zhao Wuji obviously knew too. Once he ran out of bullets, it would be the end for him. However, if he kept shooting, Ling Yu would send him to the netherworld at any moment. Just as it seemed hopeless, a woman appeared on the other side of the river bank, panting heavily as she walked over. It was unexpectedly Qin Mingyu. Unable to keep up with Lan Shizhen, she heard the gunfire over here out of concern and rushed to the scene. At this moment, she accidentally collided head-on with Zhao Wuji. Heaven is helping me too. Zhao Wuji's desperate eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Taking advantage of Qin Mingyu's exhaustion, he quickly leapt behind her, holding her neck with one hand and pressing the gun against her temple. Mingyu. Ling Yu caught up and widened his eyes upon witnessing the scene. No matter how he calculated, he never anticipated that Qin Mingyu would come here alone to find him. Ling Yu. Qin Mingyu also didn't expect it to turn out this way. She came here out of concern for Ling Yu, only to worsen the situation unintentionally. Ha ha. Ling Yu. It seems that fate is on my side. Zhao Wuji laughed triumphantly and threatened Ling Yu. If you take another step forward, I'll shoot her immediately. Ling Yu gritted his teeth and stood in place. Ling Yu. Don't worry about me. Just kill him quickly. Haven't you always wanted to avenge Lin Qingshuan? What are you waiting for? Qin Mingyu's tone was firm as she gave instructions. She didn't want to be a burden to Ling Yu. She would rather die. However, how could Ling Yu bear to let her die? He dared not act recklessly at all. Ha ha. Ling Yu, it seems you really love your wife. Ha. Zhao Wuji teased. In that case, shall we make a deal? What deal? Ling Yu asked, following his lead, his mind racing to find a solution. His speed, no matter how fast, couldn't match Zhao Wuji shooting at such a distance. What to do? Hand over the heart of the sun, and then let me shoot you in the head. I'll spare your wife. How about that? Zhao Wuji said arrogantly. You're insane. Not a chance. Qin Mingyu immediately retorted. Our relationship isn't as deep as you think. We are merely contract spouses. If I die, he is the one who benefits the most, and the heart of the sun will be his. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji seemed somewhat suspicious. Go ahead and shoot. Qin Mingyu sneered coldly, turning the tables on Zhao Wuji. After you kill me, see how you'll die. Ling Yu will never spare you. Zhao Wuji was taken aback by Qin Mingyu's analysis. He didn't dare shoot and kill Qin Mingyu either. If Qin Mingyu died, he would lose all bargaining power. He couldn't imagine facing Ling Yu's wrath next. Ling Yu remained silent throughout. He understood Qin Mingyu's intentions. Now was the moment to see who would show more ruthlessness. The more he showed he cared for Qin Mingyu, the more he found himself at a disadvantage. All right, then I'll kill you. Zhao Wuji suddenly smirked. Having a beauty accompany me in death is worth it. Click. The trigger seemed to move. Wait. Don't shoot. Finally, Ling Yu stopped him. You fool. Qin Mingyu was exasperated by Ling Yu's actions. Why stop now at this critical moment? Ling Yu had no choice. Looking at Qin Mingyu earnestly, he said, I'm sorry. Mingyu, you are my wife, and I don't know when it happened, but I've fallen in love with you. I absolutely cannot let you die. Fool. Qin Mingyu suddenly teared up. The Ice Queen CEO was in tears at this moment. This fool was confessing his love to her at such a time. Truly the biggest fool in the world. Ha ha. What a touching scene. Zhao Wuji laughed triumphantly. Ling Yu, bring out the heart of the sun quickly. I swear on the name of the Yang Jingfor, I'll kill you and take the heart of the sun, but I won't touch Qin Mingyu. Ling Yu looked into his bloodshot eyes, noticing the difference from his usual self. This man seemed to have transformed tonight. It appeared that he was cornered and could no longer maintain his previous facade. Perhaps this was the true face of a demon. I'll count to 3. If you don't comply by then, I'll shoot. 3. Zhao Wuji began the countdown, applying pressure on Ling Yu, not giving him time to think. 2. Zhao Wuji clenched his teeth, looking ferocious. 1. Wait. I'll give it to you. Ling Yu was ultimately defeated. This was a game where whoever cared more about the other would lose. He knew he would definitely lose because he loved Qin Mingyu. The heart of the sun is here. Take it. Ling Yu held the heart of the sun in his hands and reached it out to Zhao Wuji. Hey. Good. Very good. Come over slowly, Zhao Wuji said, smiling, waiting until the distance was closer. Then suddenly, his eyes turned fierce, roaring. Now die. Dang. He fired at Ling Yu suddenly. Ling Yu's eyes widened, and he fell to the ground in response. Ling Yu. Qin Mingyu cried out, her voice piercing through the night. She didn't know where the sudden strength came from as she fiercely slammed her head back into Zhao Wuji's nose, then rushed towards Ling Yu regardless of the consequences. Hey, you woman. Wiping his bleeding nose, Zhao Wuji wore a malicious grin and slowly approached, raising the gun aiming at the back of Qin Mingyu. Since you are so heartbroken, then accompany him in death. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly widened. The previously fallen Ling Yu suddenly raised his left hand and grabbed his wrist, his eyes resembling those of a demonic abyss. How is this possible? The bullet clearly hit you moments ago. Zhao Wuji looked incredulous, unable to accept what was happening before him. When Ling Yu raised his hand, he sneered contemptuously at Zhao Wuji. See this iron shackle on my wrist? It's what you gave me to block bullets with. This. Zhao Wuji was in disbelief, realizing that the bullet he shot towards Ling Yu was indeed deflected by the piece of iron on the handcuff. The broken shackle that Ling Yu had torn off still had this use. However, the Werewolf King was adept at utilizing everything on the battlefield. This was just his basic operation. Zhao Wuji, pay the price. Ling Yu unleashed a fierce punch that struck Zhao Wuji's chest. Crack. The bone-crunching sound was horrifying. Zhao Wuji spat blood, flying into the river with a thud. Ling Yu's anger overflowed as he plunged into the river and ruthlessly pummeled Zhao Wuji's floating body. Pay for King Xuan's life. Pay for the innocent Lev Xingujin. Pay for all those you've killed. Ling Yu expressed his fury, unable to restrain it, landing blow after blow until the surrounding river turned a dark red. Ling Yu, that's enough. It was unclear how much time had passed when Qin Mingyu also rushed into the river and tightly embraced Ling Yu from behind. Initiating such a hug with a man was something Qin Mingyu would never have dared to dream of before, but at that moment, it felt so natural. Ling Yu had just risked his life to save her, and even if there had been an iceberg in her heart, it had long since melted. At this moment, she just didn't want to see her man so out of control. Ling Yu also slowly released his grip. The man he had just beaten to death was beyond rescue. The corpse was swept downstream by the river, and even the bloodstains had been washed away moments later, as if nothing had happened. Finally, they had avenged Qing Xuan and the people who had been killed by Zhao Wujing. Ling Yu suddenly felt empty inside. He turned around slowly and looked at the beauty in front of him. This time, Qin Mingyu took the initiative to tilt her head up and kissed him. Her heart was also in turmoil at this moment. This man had said he would protect her with his life, and he had followed through. The Sun Heart and their safety were secured, and they were the victorious ones tonight. Surviving the ordeal, the emotions in her heart needed to be released fully. Ling Yu had never expected his wife to be so passionate. The surge of emotions in his heart was definitely not weaker than Qin Mingyu's. By shattering the plans of the Holy Fire Organization, taking down Zhao Wujing, and protecting the Sun Heart, the Qin family should be worrying free for a while. As their bodies relaxed, he held Qin Mingyu's delicate waist tightly and kissed her affectionately. When emotions ran deep, the mind gradually blanked out. The situation that Qin Chang'an had mentioned finally manifested. Ling Yu had finally proven himself to be a true man, and as feelings surged, his hands became restless unconsciously. Qin Mingyu shivered inwardly. Ling Yu, the fool, had finally acted recklessly towards her. But this was in the wild river. Why was the originally cool river suddenly feeling so warm? Even a hint of heat could be felt. Qin Mingyu's already soaked clothes were becoming scantier. Ling Yu would remove a piece and toss it to the shore, not giving her a moment of shyness. Finally, the iceberg in everyone's eyes was now bursting with heat from within. She had long shed her aversion to men, and even felt a shy but eager desire. Her jade-like hands wander unconsciously over Ling Yu's body. The two spouses didn't know how long they had been kissing, and their clothes had disappeared at some point. They had even forgotten what had happened in the river half an hour ago. They had forgotten it all, until a voice came from the riverbank after some time. "Miss. Where are you, miss?" It was a disaster. Qin Mingyu was startled. Her current state couldn't be seen by others, could it? Ling Yu was even more cautious. How could his wife's current appearance be seen by others? He quickly took her under the water to hide from the search by the Qin family guards led by Seng Fixiang. Qin Mingyu was extremely nervous. She and Ling Yu hadn't separated yet. If the servants of her family saw what she and Ling Yu were doing now, they would surely be scared to death. Ling Yu's heart raced too. He hadn't expected that his first time doing this would encounter such a situation. It was all his fault for being too reckless. This wasn't home after all. Qin Mingyu also thought Ling Yu was too wild. He had done things in the wild river that he wouldn't dare do at home. But the thrill of it all was making her feel even more excited. Her heart was beating rapidly. Perhaps she would never forget this feeling in her lifetime. Not finding the miss. Keep searching ahead. Finally, a group of servants walked away. Ling Yu had no intention of stopping. He continued to embrace his wife tightly in the water to finish what they had started. This guy. Qin Mingyu cursed silently in her heart. How could he be so rude and rough with her? Yet, despite his unruly behavior, why didn't she resist in her heart and even felt pleased by it? Meanwhile, Ziazu was searching for Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu in the night as part of her duty. She had dreamt of saving Ling Yu once to prove her worth. She hadn't found them yet. But, as she passed the river bank, she noticed some commotion in the water. What was happening? Were there water spirits? With her bravery and professionalism taking over, she sensed that something was off in the river and decided to investigate. At the next moment, two people suddenly sprang out of the water, almost making her family's hair stand on end. When she realized who the two people were, she was even more astonished and couldn't find words to say. It was too wild, too daring, too crazy. She didn't know what to say in that situation. You both. How dare you? This is too crazy. How can you do such things? Ziazu was speechless with shock. Would anyone in Yun City believe this? Was this the iceberg CEO? Her face was flushed. Ling Yu didn't know what to say either. Well, he had managed to avoid men, but not women. They had been discovered, after all. As the saying goes, if you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. Miss Xia, we are husband and wife. Should we ask for your permission for everything we do? Or do we need to report to the police? However, Qin Mingyu remained calm and cold, her face icy as she said, Miss Xia, you have disturbed us. Well, Ziazu was at a loss for words. She had come here tonight to save Ling Yu's life, not his child's. Couldn't believe it. Whatever. Let them handle their own lives. This officer is out. Ziazu left, turning away, not understanding why her heart was beating so fast. Was it because of the anger from Qin Mingyu again? After Ziazu departed, Ling Yu found the clothes thrown ashore. Fortunately, the night was dark, and the rough guards hadn't noticed anything. The couple got dressed and went ashore. Ling Yu. Let's go. Chen Mingyu nodded but had not taken a step yet. What's wrong? Ling Yu asked. Chen Mingyu gave him a cold stare, as if sizing him up to cut a piece off his body. Men were all big klutzes. With her current condition, could she walk normally? I'll carry you. Ling Yu wasn't all that clueless, so he quickly crouched down. Chen Mingyu gave a cold snort before climbing onto his back. Ling Yu carried Chen Mingyu out of the riverbank, only to find Zia Zhu still there. Ling Yu gave instructions. Officer Zia, Zhao Wujing died in the river, along with some of his criminal accomplices nearby. Please arrange for them to be dealt with. If you need assistance with the investigation, we can discuss it tomorrow morning. HMPH, do you need to teach me how to do my job? Zia Zhu retorted proudly before warning, you dared to kill even Zhao Wujing. Your audacity will bring the wrath of the Zhao family down on you and the Qin family. Ling Yu and Chen Mingyu were prepared for this and didn't show any change in expression. Soon, the couple disappeared into the night. It wasn't until the early morning that they returned to the Qin family estate. Qin Chang'an, who had stayed up all night, came out of the living room as soon as he heard them return. He shivered slightly upon seeing his eldest granddaughter's condition. Sister, how did you end up like this? Indeed. Mingyu, what happened tonight? Elder sister, where are you injured? Why are you walking like this? Lin Fei, Qin Ruhan, and Qin Langyi were all gathered around Qin Mingyu, looking concerned and worried. I'm fine. Qin Mingyu remained as cool as ever, responding to the three people before finally turning to Qin Chang'an. Grandfather, the heart of the sun has been retrieved. Leaf Zi will send someone to handle tonight's events. If there is progress tomorrow, I will report back to you. I'm tired. I want to rest for a while first. The other three women were still very worried. Why didn't Qin Mingyu tell them the details, and where was she hurt exactly? Why did she walk so strangely? It was Qin Chang'an who noticed something, and after a moment of hesitation, he laughed heartily. Good. Good. Not urgent. You and Ling Yu go back to your rooms first. Take care of your matters. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei, Qin Ruhan, and Qin Lanyi, the three women, had never experienced such things before. So how could they know where Qin Mingyu was hurt? Only this old fox, Qin Chang'an, knew. But he also found it very incredulous. Ling Yu, that brat, used to be as timid as a quail before, living with his granddaughter for almost half a year, and he still hadn't gotten her settled. Who would have thought that with tonight's situation, they ended up, hey. The thinking of young people nowadays, this old man couldn't understand. It would be best if no lives were lost. Back in the room, after locking the door, Qin Mingyu stared fiercely at Ling Yu. Ling Yu rubbed his nose, feeling embarrassed under his wife's gaze. You fool! You made me lose face. They must know what happened. Qin Mingyu had no time to think about all that in the heat of the moment, but now that she was back home, she realized it wasn't right. Ling Yu was so clueless about being gentle, she probably wouldn't be able to walk normally tomorrow, and she dared not go to the company. If the people at the company were to guess what happened last night, it would surely spread like wildfire and cause a huge uproar. Sorry, I didn't think much at that moment. Ling Yu smiled bitterly. He really wasn't a beast, but men were beasts. All he could do now was apologize. Humph. Qin Mingyu coldly snorted and went into the bathroom to take a shower. As the night dissipated, in a villa on the outskirts of the Cloud City, Zhao Wenjin had stayed up all night, still waiting for news. Su Yinghu finally came up to her and sighed. Miss, Lord Wuji's operation plan failed. His body was found downstream in the river. Zhao Wenjin sighed sorrowfully and fell silent. Her mother had a special status, having married into the Zhao family after the family master had already taken to wives. Her mother gave birth to a boy and a girl for the Zhao family, but due to her status, she was not accepted by the other members of the Zhao family. When she was young, she was often bullied by other children in the Zhao family, and her brother always protected her. She had a strange illness since childhood, weak in body, and her brother had tried every possible way to keep her alive. Her brother had done many surprising and admirable things with his intelligence, finally gaining the recognition of the elders of the Zhao family and being included in the list of potential successors. As long as he could bring back the heart of the sun to the Zhao family, he would become the heir, and they would be able to take over the Zhao family together. But who would have expected that her clever brother, who had always succeeded effortlessly in the past and was praised by the national Confucian scholars of the Dragon Kingdom as the wise venerable, would fail repeatedly in this matter? The man who caused her brother's failure and even death was named Ling Yu. Although there was no evidence, based on speculation, he was very likely the former Wolf King of the northern border. Brother, I will avenge you. Tears welled up in Zhao Wenjin's eyes. Others thought that Zhao Wuji was going after Ling Yu because of Lin Qingshuan, but in reality, it was for his sister. Her strange illness and Lin Qingshuan's were somehow linked in a mysterious way. Her brother wanted to marry Lin Qingshuan back to the Zhao family, but only for the sake of his sister. Seeing her mistress in such a state, Su Yinghu clenched her fists in anger. Her master had put down her pride to come to Yanjing to find Ling Yu, begging him to spare Lord Wuji, and he could have agreed to any conditions. But that man had ignored the mistress's pleas and killed Lord Wuji. He was too arrogant and must not be forgiven. Yinghu, let Vice President Pei handle the affairs of the company for me. I will stay in the Cloud City to avenge my brother and retrieve the heart of the sun for him, declared Zhao Wenjin. Miss, this, Su Yinghu wanted to say something more, but seeing her mistress's determined look, she swallowed her words. The next morning, Ling Yu, who had stayed up all night, was still not fully awake when he was awakened by his ringing phone. Hello, Mom, what's wrong? Ling Yu asked grudgingly. Xiao Yu, where are you? Something big has happened. What's wrong, Mom? Ling Yu immediately sat up in bed. Qin Mingyu had no intention of going back to work today either. Disturbed by his movements, Xiao Wei suddenly had a fever, vomited, and passed out. And now your cousin is lying in the hospital with no one to take care of him. Chen Nailin's voice was full of anxiety. Mom, don't worry, I'll come right away. After hanging up, Ling Yu quickly got up to wash and saw that Qin Mingyu was also awake. Mingyu, I have to go to the hospital. My mom said Xiao Wei has also been taken to Renai Hospital. I'll come with you. Okay, but don't you have to go to work? Ling Yu realized his silliness the moment he asked that question. Sure enough, Qin Mingyu coldly glared at him, looking like she wanted to strangle him. After being so rough with her last night, causing her so much pain, today, how could she still go to work? It was a perfect excuse to go to the hospital to visit his cousin without drawing attention to what happened last night. Then, I'll wait for you outside. Ling Yu hurried to freshen up and then made a quick exit. Soon, the couple arrived at Renai Hospital. Director Guan came with Guanro softly to receive the two people. Director Guan was focused on the official matter, so he didn't notice anything unusual about Qin Mingyu, but Guanro seemed to notice something different about her. Although Qin Mingyu tried to walk normally, there didn't seem to be any obvious signs at first glance, but Guanro, being a medical student, wasn't as oblivious as Qin Ruhan and Qin Lanny, and quickly figured something out. While Qin Mingyu and Director Guan were inquiring about the specific conditions of Ling Shitang and Xiao Wei, she quietly pinched Ling Yu and whispered in his ear, Did you finally rise to the occasion last night? Congratulations, Ling Yu's old face immediately blushed. He hadn't expected there to be after effects of such a thing. Should he admit it now? It was too embarrassing. I'm your emotional counselor. What are you shy about? I should get some credit too. You have to take me out for a meal to repay me. Guanro teased quietly. Okay, after I deal with the important stuff. Ling Yu hurriedly tried to shift the topic, as it would be more embarrassing if more people found out. Heh, fine. Luckily, Guanro also understood and closed her mouth immediately. At that moment, Ling Yu happened to overhear Director Guan sighing. The bullet hit Ling Shitting's 7th and 8th thoracic vertebrae and spine just right. Although he has survived the danger of death, he is very likely to be paralyzed in the future. As for his son, after a detailed examination, I believe he has been poisoned. But unfortunately, our hospital's doctors lack experience in treating this, and are currently at a loss. Qin Mingyu thanked Director Guan for the report, but still wanted to personally go and see Ling Yu Tong and his son Ling Wei. What did Guan Ruru just say to you? Qin Mingyu asked quietly in Ling Yu's ear as they walked out the door, her eyes sharp. She guessed what Guan Ruru was talking about. It must be related to her. It was really embarrassing. If it happened again, she might not be willing to do it anymore. Nothing. She just told me about Ziwei's condition. I need to go check on Ziwei first. Ling Yu still had some survival instincts, and this wasn't entirely a lie. After all, Guan Ruru did mention that Ziwei's situation was more urgent. Chen Mingyu could only give him another glance and not bring up these personal matters, but walking was still painful, burning hot. She had known that this kind of thing was not a good sign. It was too harmful for a woman. Who would want to do it if not for love? The four of them soon arrived at Ziwei's room. Since the two father and son were in different wards, Chen Ailan was taking care of Ling Yu Tan. And surprisingly, it was Yu Tingting who was taking care of Ziwei. Little Wei's uncle, Miss Chen, you're here? As she saw Chen Mingyu and Ling Yu, Yu Tingting quickly stood up, feeling a bit subservient. Yes. How is Ziwei doing? Ling Yu asked casually. His body is very hot. He must be very uncomfortable. He just fell asleep after being sedated. Yu Tingting looked at Ling Yu and said. Chen Mingyu kept watching her. How could this woman, looking at her man with such admiration, how much did she like her husband? Only Ling Yu seemed oblivious, nodding and starting to check Ziwei's condition. Director Guan once again was like a little apprentice, eagerly asking as soon as Ling Yu finished checking, Xiao Yu, how is it? Do you have a way to treat him? I know of a way, but I can't do it right now. Ling Yu smiled bitterly and shook his head. In fact, he already knew Ziwei's specific condition, and there were also many records of goo poisons in the medical records of Shenghu. At the moment, since Director Guan asked, he also spoke frankly. If I'm not mistaken, this is a kind of goo insect that can make people lose their minds, extremely rare. It's unknown who spent a lot to plant this kind of goo insect on Ziwei. This goo insect won't come out once it parasitizes in the human body. To remove it, you must plant another corresponding goo insect on Ziwei, and after the two goo insects merge, they will die in Ziwei's body, and then slowly be expelled. This, Director Guan found it a bit hard to believe. Chen Mingyu, Guan Ruru, and Yu Tingting, the three women, were even more shocked. It was like a plot from a supernatural novel. However, no one doubted the authenticity of Ling Yu's words. Right now, I can only try to temporarily seal this goo insect in a specific part of Ziwei's body, but over time, it will still erupt. Ling Yu sighed. To completely relieve Ziwei's pain, we can only find the person who gave him the goo, and may need to go to the Miao region. After speaking, he began using silver needles and the 9-yang finger technique to temporarily restore Ziwei's condition. Once again, his medical skills impressed everyone present. Yu Tingting's admiration for him grew a bit more. Guan Ruru's appreciation for him also increased. Chen Mingyu's suspicion of him deepened. Who is this guy after all? He has so many unique skills and strange knowledge. She only now realized that she seemed to have given the most precious thing to a man without understanding him. It seemed a little hasty. Mingyu, let's go see our cousin again. After finishing up, wiping off the sweat, Ling Yu said to Chen Mingyu. Chen Mingyu was slightly startled, then deliberately said with an expressionless face, Okay, Tingting, do you want to come with us? Ling Yu then invited Yu Tingting again. He and his sister still hoped that their cousin could marry Yu Tingting. Unfortunately, Yu Tingting declined politely, saying, I'll stay here and help take care of Ziwei. Well then, Ling Yu had no choice but to accept, and then he and Chen Mingyu went to Ling Yu Tan's ward. Xiao Yu, Mingyu, you finally came. Seeing them, Chen Ailan, who had been guarding the war, immediately stood up and greeted them, subconsciously grabbing Chen Mingyu's hands, looking excited. Mom, thank you for your hard work, Chen Mingyu said politely. After all, Ling Yu Tan was injured because of her. President Qin, Xiao Yu. Seeing Chen Mingyu, Ling Yu Tan, who was lying on the bed, unable to move his lower body, even tried to sit up with his hands. Ling Yu hurried over to support him, saying, Cousin, don't force yourself. Ling Yu Tan still tried to push through. Being a small employee in front of the big boss naturally instilled a sense of awe. It wasn't until Chen Mingyu spoke up, Cousin, don't move around. Ling Yu Tan nodded and lay back down. Ling Yu also personally checked Ling Yu Tan's condition, and as Director Guan described, he didn't have any particularly good solutions at the moment. He could only plan to go back and look through books to see if there was still hope for his cousin to recover. Xiao Yu, what should we do now? Chen Ailan asked worriedly. Originally, your cousin's family doesn't have a woman to manage the household, and now that your cousin is paralyzed, no one is there to take care of them. It's not a big deal. Chen Mingyu said directly, I'll hire a nanny for my cousin's family, or I'll send two maids from the Qin family over to take care of their daily lives. Chen Ailan was a little stunned. She had worked hard all her life, How could she ever consider having servants serve them? For a while, she shook her head and said, "This is not a long-term solution. It's better to help your cousin finish the wedding quickly so that he has a wife to take care of him. I'll be at ease then." This made some sense. Normally, a wife is definitely more reliable than other women in the long run. Ling Yu actually agreed, provided that his cousin married Yu Tingting. But if he married John Ryu, he felt it was unreliable, so he didn't say anything for a moment. "Xiao Yu, I'll go talk to the Zhang family. Let's get the wedding done quickly. When the time comes, you and your sister can take the time to help your cousin with the preparations." Chen Nailan made the decision directly. "Mom, isn't this too rushed?" Ling Yu didn't support his cousin marrying John Ryu, and now to hurry the wedding, he naturally didn't agree. "What's too rushed about it? When you were younger, your cousin often took care of you. Now that he can move, is it a problem for you to help him?" Chen Nailan was a bit angry. "Mom, that's not what I mean. I'm willing to help with the wedding for my cousin. It's settled." Chen Nailan had made up her mind, immediately saying, "I'll go talk to the Zhang family now." She also knew in her heart that her daughter and son were not happy about letting Ling Yutong marry John Ryu, and they were probably looking down on Zhang Ru's clear background compared to Yu Tingting. But recently, John Ryu had made a lot of efforts for money and a house, doing well on the surface, especially in front of Chen Nailan, saying all the right things, even buying her gifts secretly. On the other hand, Yu Tingting had little interaction with her, no facade, and hadn't been in contact with Ling Yutong for a while. Chen Nailan didn't have the insight of Qin Mingyu and her children, and all she wanted was to help Ling Yutong settle down, so she was completely taken in by the situation. Plus, the betrothal gifts were sent, the bridal chamber was arranged. This wedding was bound to happen sooner or later. Under the current situation, sooner rather than later was appropriate. "Oh, you want to have the wedding sooner?" Zhang Ru's mother received a call from Chen Nailan and said, "It's not possible, but doing it suddenly like this, if you want to speed up, the cost will increase. And there are the arrangements and costs for the wedding banquet. Your side, the groom's side, should take care of everything." "All right, we, the groom's side, can take care of the wedding etiquette. So, mother-in-law, does that mean you agree?" Chen Nailan was eager to quickly get married and find a wife for Ling Shitang to take care of their father-son duo, so she didn't think about it too much. Moreover, according to the customs in Longguo, in most places, it is fine for the groom's side to handle the wedding arrangements. Heh. Then you pick a date. Zhang Ru's mother said joyfully. "Mother-in-law, hold on a moment." Although Chen Nailan was anxious, she still wanted to see Ling Shitang's situation. She turned to ask, "Shitang, when do you think is a suitable time for the wedding? How do you feel physically?" "Mom, I don't know. Standing up is impossible now, but I can sit up using my hands, it's no problem." You decide. Ling Shitang's main characteristics were being pain-tolerant, hardworking, and self-deprecating, without much of an opinion. Even when it came to important matters, like marriage, he had decided to marry Ziqian in a snap decision. "Then let's do it in 3 days, sooner rather than later." Chen Nailan was just too eager. "Mom." Ling Yu wanted to say something, but Qin Mingyu gently pulled him, signaling him not to say anything more. Qin Mingyu was the female CEO of a listed company and had a clear understanding, seeing through things more than Ling Yu. Chen Nailan's views and perspectives on Zhang Ryu were definitely different from Ling Yu's. And since the elderly are always anxious about their children's marriage, she, seeing Ling Shitang as her son, would definitely be anxious. Due to this, it was impossible for Ling Yu and his mother to reach the same position and consensus, arguing would only damage their mother-son relationship. Moreover, Qin Mingyu was also clear about 2 other strange psychological phenomena. In the minds of many elderly people, while they may prefer children who do exceptionally well, they always worrying the most about the one who is least successful. Therefore, often, most of the parents' energy and time are devoted to the least successful child. For example, the parents of Liu Qianqi. Liu Yejian was much more outstanding than Liu Heding, but Zhao Wei always cherished and focused on their youngest son, Liu Qianqi. Chen Nailan was now in a similar situation. Ling Yu had started a family. Ling Ruoxu was dedicated to entrepreneurship, so she put most of her thoughts and efforts into Ling Shitang, wanting to help him establish a good family. Such elderly people are very likely to fall into delusions. After being stopped by Qin Mingyu, Ling Yu didn't argue with his mother, he could only let Chen Nailan take care of the arrangements. Moreover, his cousin followed Chen Ailin's lead, insisting that he would be discharged from the hospital in 3 days and pushed for the wedding to take place the following week. Leaving the ward, Ling Yu asked his wife, Mingyu, why did you stop me from persuading my mother? Do you also hope my cousin marries John, are you? This was a rhetorical question. He knew Mingyu's judgment couldn't be wrong, just wanting a negative response. Of course not. Chen Mingyu indeed deny. Now your mother has fallen into a delusion. Forcefully changing her mind may not be the best decision. It could backfire. In our business dealings, we need to use smart methods. Oh, smart methods? Ling Yu was interested. Since he had agreed to help the Qin family assets increase by 60%, he needed to enter the business world. So learning strategies from his wife was crucial. Yes, internal factors often determine the external. John Laryu hasn't come to take care of your cousin now. What do you think she wants by marrying your cousin? Qin Mingyu asked. Of course, for money. Ling Yu bluntly replied. Exactly. We just need to magnify the shortcomings of Zhongru's family endlessly. Your mother will eventually notice it. Qin Mingyu analyzed. Surface efforts can't last forever, and inner thoughts can be easily induced. Your mother has just fallen into delusion, but she isn't unreasonable. Once she sees the true face of John Ryu, she definitely won't continue pushing your cousin into the fire. As the saying goes, to destroy someone, first make them crazy. We'll just let John Ru's true nature show in front of your mother, and let her go crazy. Qin Mingyu's words struck a chord with Ling Yu. In reality, he had also thought about this issue, but his thoughts had been focused on Zhao Wuji and Lin Qingshuan previously, without a careful consideration of his cousin's situation. Now, hearing Qin Mingyu's words, his eyes lit up. Mingyu, do you have a plan? Qin Mingyu's lips curved slightly, not speaking immediately. After getting into the car, she called Zia Xiaodi. Xiaodi, investigate all the members of Zhang Ru's family and find ways to stimulate their desire for money lately. It's best to drive them to the point of insanity. Oh, will do. Zia Xiaodi received the order, a bit surprised. However, given her close relationship with Qin Mingyu and understanding of Ling Shitang and Zhang Ru's situation, she immediately understood why Qin Mingyu was giving such instructions. After agreeing, she brought up the matter regarding Ling Yu's cousin. Qin General, I can help with Ling Yu's cousin, but what about matters on my cousin's side? Qin Mingyu immediately asked with concern. Shoshan, what's wrong with him? Ling Yu also perked up his ears, as he was more concerned about his sister than his cousin's affairs. Oh, Ling Yu's sister won't give him a chance, so he's been drowning his sorrows in alcohol every day recently. His parents have differing opinions. I'm afraid they'll take it out on Ling Ruoxu. Zia Xiaodi expressed her worrying. Zia Qia was the only son of the Zia family. Even though he hadn't been involved in the family business before, the family elders still doted on him like a canary. Now that he was drowning his sorrows in alcohol, always getting drunk, the family elders would definitely not overlook how someone had brought him to this state. If they dared do that, I won't let them get away with it, Qin Mingyu said firmly. Since Ling Ruoxu wasn't toying with Zia Qian's feelings, why should the Zia family blame her? Ling Yu felt the same way, but the situation had unfolded unexpectedly. However, he understood his sister's feelings. Perhaps the saying was true. Feelings cannot be forced. Although they wanted to do a good deed, if they continued to push his sister into blind dates and finding a man, it would only backfire in the end. After putting down the phone, Qin Mingyu took the initiative to say to Ling Yu, Let's go see sister together. I want to understand how she really feels about this blind date. Since she suggested the blind date, now that this issue had arisen, she couldn't just ignore it. She didn't plan to return to the office today, so it was a good opportunity to go see Ling Ruoxu and have a good chat with her. A couple arrived at the Qin Shai Fengshu shop. They only realized that business here was getting better and better, with 2 more staff members added. Mingyu, how come you're here? Ling Ruoxu, who was busy, saw Qin Mingyu and reacted just like Chen Ailin, excitedly walking over to hold Qin Mingyu's hand, completely ignoring Ling Yu as if she didn't exist. Ling Yu felt like mother like daughter. His wife was popular and he was just a rock. The customers and staff in the shop also got excited after seeing this scene. Wow, isn't that Miss Qin from the Qin family? The cold CEO from Cloud City. Her sense of style is indeed high. Don't compete with me, I'll buy the same style as her today. The last time Qin Mingyu visited, she had already made a name for this small shop. She was like a star in Cloud City. Many Cloud City residents who weren't into following celebrities recognized Chen Mingyu. Ling Ruoxu even made a poster of Chen Mingyu and put it outside the store. Many people were rushing to buy the same clothes as Chen Mingyu. Of course, she did this with her siblings' permission. At this moment, Ling Yu felt a bit overwhelmed witnessing this scene. Many female customers even requested to take photos with his wife and asked for autographs. Surprisingly, even the usually aloof Chen Mingyu did not refuse. Ling Ruoxu and the 2 new staff members she hired were helping to maintain order. In the end, a group of women getting excited made Ling Yu feel redundant. Just as he received a call from Yizi, he decided to leave. Mingyu, Yizi is looking for me. I need to leave for a while. You go. I'll ask Ziwan to come pick me up. Chen Mingyu didn't even spare her a glance. She just wanted to help Ling Ruoxu handle the affairs of the shop and then talk to her alone about summer matters. Ling Yu drove to a private club near the police station. After leaving the mall, Yizi had also arrived. This time he didn't bring Ziazu, which surprised Ling Yu, and also made him feel relieved, avoiding another awkward situation like before. Haha, no need to look. Ziazu has handled a few cases for me. She must be very busy these days. She definitely won't come today. Yizi was Ling Yu's good brother and, of course, understood Ling Yu's thoughts. After entering a private room with his arm around Ling Yu's shoulder, he immediately said with a smile, "How is the progress of handling the case?" Ling Yu didn't beat around the bush. He was here to find out about the follow-up of the case. The Sacred Flame organization is truly an international giant organization. The ones they sent earlier were all fanatics. Some died, some escaped, and those captured chose to die by their own hands. Yizi continued. The leader of their operation this time is the organization's Saintess. Her status in the Sacred Flame organization is extremely high. She is the belief of hundreds of thousands of ordinary organization members. Looking at Cloud City, perhaps only the boss can compete with her. Yizi was not exaggerating. Even as a captain, facing off with the Saintess almost got him killed. Only the Wolf King boss could defeat her and ruin her plans. If it had been anyone else protecting Chen Mingyu and the Heart of the Sun, they would have been killed long ago. What about Zhao Wuji? Ling Yu immediately brought up another person of concern. Didn't you take care of him yourself, boss? As for his body, it still hasn't been found. Yizi responded. I inquired. The Zhao family in Yanjing is currently experiencing a major earthquake. The members of the Zhao family are very angry. They have vowed to avenge him. I found out that Zhao Wuji's younger sister seems to still be in Cloud City. She will definitely cause trouble for you in the future. You need to be careful. Hearing this news, Ling Yu's face turned cold. After a while, he spoke. I'm not entirely certain if that guy was Zhao Wuji. Although his voice and appearance were identical to Zhao Wuji's, he was wearing a mask. I felt like his actions were unnecessary and he was easier to kill than imagined. Yizi understood his meaning and exclaimed. Do you suspect he was a body double? Zhao Wuji isn't dead. It's a possibility. Ling Yu analyzed. But the Zhao family in Yanjing is so angry. And if someone is still in Cloud City trying to kill me, it seems likely to be true. Haha. No matter what happens, we'll face it head on. I believe the boss won't be afraid of a mere Zhao family from Yanjing. Yi Shao's words were bold and adventurous. Other people would not have the courage to face the wrath of the Zhao family. They were one of the four major families in Yanjing, top-tier noble families in the Dragon Kingdom. But in front of the Wolf King boss, the reputation of the four noble families might not be so impressive. By the way, Yizi, there's something I want to discuss with you, unrelated to the case. Coincidentally, boss, I also have something unrelated to the case to discuss with you. Oh, you go first. Ling Yu was curious about what this guy had to say that wasn't related to the case. Yizi didn't beat around the bush and said directly, Boss, you must know about Kunji Taion Military Industries, right? Ling Yu nodded. The long-standing top 3 military industrial enterprise in the world that even named for the top spot. How could the Northern Territory Wolf King not know? This military enterprise is currently looking for a super engine cooperation partner globally. I think the Qin family's energy project might just be suitable for a collaboration with them. Yi Xiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Who doesn't know about them globally? If they can cooperate with Kunji Taion, the profits would be immense. Many entrepreneurs have become global Forbes billionaires by becoming their partners. Ling Yu couldn't help but laugh at this. Boss, What's so funny? Yizi was a bit nervous. Do you think this news is useless? Do you also know that Kunji Taion only cooperates with big families with military backgrounds, and the Qin family doesn't seem to fit the bill? Ling Yu shook his head. Still smiling, your news came just in time. The thing I wanted to discuss with you is to introduce some military industrial enterprises because I want to help Tiagang Group grow bigger and stronger. Yizi was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. Ha ha, boss, that's quite a coincidence. I can actually help you a lot with that. Consider it repaying you for helping me with recovering my health. Thank you so much, you are indeed my timely help. Ling Yu also patted his shoulder, quite happy. He had made a promise to the Qin family to help Tiagang Group increase its assets by 60% and also join the Chamber of Commerce. Swift action was required. This would save a lot of time. However, boss, although the Qin family is the leader in Cloud City, it is ultimately not a military family. I'm afraid Kunji Taion might not be interested in them. Yizi continued, expressing his concern. It's all right, isn't there me? Ling Yu assured confidently. Boss, are you thinking of revealing your identity? Is that a good idea? It might alert the enemy, and might bring down the Qin family entirely. Yizi was Ling Yu's trusted confidant and understood the bigger picture. Their goal was to bring down the chairman of the General Chamber of Commerce, and they needed to leverage the Qin family, but prematurely revealing their identities would mean the mission was almost destined to fail. Tang Ning would definitely spare no effort to crush the Qin family then. However, Ling Yu shook his head. Identity must not be revealed, but cooperation needs to help Tiagang Group secure the deal. I will find a way. Zhu Fangfang, as the marketing department manager of Mingyu Building Company, is under a lot of pressure tonight. Just now, the general manager told her that the mysterious boss wants to discuss a project collaboration and appointed her to take charge. The collaborating party is none other than the internationally renowned Taoyuan military industry. Upon hearing this name, she couldn't help but tremble a bit. Furthermore, the boss made it clear that this must only end in success, no room for failure. Although sealing the deal would earn her a commission of 1 million, should she fail, she would have to bear the consequences. It's a double-edged sword. This kind of opportunity, to put it plainly, is a rare chance for ordinary employees striving for advancement. However, for someone at her managerial level, it's more like a white elephant. With her annual salary in the hundreds of thousands, a 1 million commission might be tempting but not significant for her. Even if she succeeds, can she expect a promotion to general manager from the company? Besides, as a woman, she prefers stability and wants to delegate this task. However, she is struggling to think of a suitable candidate. If she picks someone in haste and the mission fails, she, as the marketing department manager, will still be held responsible. It's truly a headache. The next morning, Zhu Fangfang stepped out of the residential compound onto the street. Usually, she drives herself to work, but last night, due to lack of sleep and feeling a bit unfocused, she decided to take a taxi for safety. When she finally hailed a taxi, someone else managed to flag it down before her. Seeing that she was about to be late for work and the general manager had made it clear they would discuss the project, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Upon approaching, she was surprised to see that the person trying to take her taxi was none other than Shen Xiaopeng. Shen Xiaopeng had been eyeing her curvaceous figure, gulping at the sight of her ample chest. Only then did he realize it was Zhu Fangfang. Ow. Manager Zhu. What a coincidence. Are you taking a taxi too? Yes. What a coincidence. Zhu Fangfang wanted to get angry at first, but when she saw that it was someone related to the general manager, she let it go. Despite the general manager clarifying that this guy wasn't a relative and almost firing him, in the end, he invited him back. It was all just for show. Manager Zhu, you can take it. I'll use a shared bike to get to work. Shen Xiaopeng was quite understanding. Of course, if it were not a beautiful manager but a burly man, he might not act the same way. Oh, thank you. Zhu Fangfang responded politely, boarding the taxi and saying, I don't like owing favors to others. If it weren't urgent, I wouldn't have taken this taxi. Rest assured, I'll make it up to you for this. Ha ha. Manager Zhu, we're colleagues. It's a small matter. Although not a very generous man, Shen Xiaopeng appreciated how Zhu Fangfang usually treated him well, so he wasn't concerned. After Zhu Fangfang left, he found a shared bike and set off. He thought she might invite him to ride together, but that didn't happen. As he neared the company, Shen Xiaopang received a call. It was from an old drunkard. "Hero, why did you spend so much money on buying me alcohol yesterday? Are you up to some shady deals?" Shen Xiaopang felt the urge to curse. He wished he was involved in such deals where he could benefit financially. However, on second thought, he felt more at ease. Among everyone, his master still held him in high regard. "Master, rest assured, I found a good job. I received my salary yesterday, and it will only increase next month." "Ha ha," Shen Xiaopang proudly exclaimed. The old drunkard was genuinely worried. "You, an illiterate, looking like a winter melon, found a good job. Are you doing something illegal?" Shen Xiaopang felt offended. "Master, I am now working in the marketing department of a large company with a monthly salary of 8,000. Who are you looking down upon? I still don't believe it. Based on what?" The old drunkard was skeptical. No education, no connections, no good looks. For Shen Xiaopang to enter a large company's marketing department seemed unrealistic to him. "Master, if you keep saying this, I'll get angry. I got this position based on my skills." Shen Xiaopang was already upset. All right. The old drunkard didn't want to argue further, just reminding him, "Remember the rules of our sect. Since ancient times, we don't enjoy owing favors to others. If someone helped you land this job, you must repay the favor." "Got it. Bye." Shen Xiaopang impatiently hung up the phone. He knew the rules of the sect. He genuinely secured the position in this company based on his skills. Who had helped him? In this society, it's all about capability. For instance, that Lin Fan, with higher education, taller stature, and slightly better looks, or rather worse looks than him. What of it? He was let go shortly after joining the company, while Shen Xiaopang thrived within the company environment. Back at the office, colleagues were buzzing about. "Did you hear? Our company will be discussing a collaboration with the Italian military industry. Heavens, that's an internationally renowned giant company. Do we have the capability for this?" "Not sure. It's something our boss wants to do. They say if this project succeeds, there's a commission of 1 million. Shen Xiaopang wasn't particularly interested in these exciting news. After being in the company for so long, he still didn't know his role. The only word to describe it was aimlessly floating around. Nevertheless, the 1 million commission piqued his interest, but he knew such a significant task wouldn't fall into the hands of a newbie like him. "Hey, whose breakfast is placed in the wrong spot?" Shen Xiaopang sat at his desk, noticing an additional breakfast meal. Not the cheap meals Laura and the others usually gifted him. This was a luxurious and nutritious feast. "Hero, that's from Manager Ju, to thank you," Laura explained. Shen Xiaopang was pleasantly surprised. Manager Ju was exceptionally kind to him, giving her car and now luxurious meal. "Ha, how can I accept this?" Shen Xiaopang said. Feeling the warmth, he quickly devoured the meal. But thinking of his master's reminder, he realized Zhu Fangfang had been overly kind, and he owed her a substantial favor. "Gotta repay this," Shen Xiaopang sighed, pondering how to return the favor. Later, he noticed that Zhu Fangfang had been in the general manager's office for a meeting all day. It skipped lunch. When she finally came out around 2 p.m., hungry, Shen Xiaopang handed her a sumptuous lunch. Zhu Fangfang was taken aback. She had already arranged for her lunch, but what was Shen Xiaopang up to? "Manager Zhu, this is to thank you for the breakfast. Our sect doesn't appreciate owing favors to others since ancient times," Shen Xiaopang said proudly. Zhu Fangfang was initially going to decline, but feeling grateful, she accepted and said, "Shen Xiaopang, thank you so much, but now, I owe you another favor." "Ha, Manager Zhu is exaggerating," Shen Xiaopang chuckled, saying, "I just said, our Shen family has never owed favors since the Qing dynasty. Offering a ride in the morning was a favor from before, and now it can be considered as repaying the favor for the morning breakfast the manager sent." This. Zhu Fangfang wanted to say something, but Xiaopang hurriedly retreated. To avoid owing more favors, one would have to repay them in the future. Thinking that the matter was settled, an hour later, Zhu Fangfang suddenly called a department meeting. Shen Xiaopang also went. Zhu Fangfang unexpectedly announced publicly, "The company has assigned a task. We need to negotiate a major project with Taiwan military industry and commerce. If successful, the person in charge can earn a bonus of 1 million, and there will be promotions and salary increases." Wow! The entire marketing department was excited. 1 million. Many employees may not even save up that much money in their lifetime. Of course, everyone wanted to try their luck. Even if they failed, they could at least try. But what if they succeeded? Unexpectedly, the next moment, Zhu Fangfang directly announced, "I plan to assign this task to Hero Shen to be in charge." What? The whole room was suddenly shocked. They all thought that such a major project should be handled by a manager-level person or experienced negotiation experts. Who would have thought that they would send the newest employee? Unscientific. Too unscientific. Me? Shen Hero was also taken aback. Although he was the type to daydream a lot, he never dared to think of such matters. "Yes, it's you." Zhu Fangfang, adjusting her black-framed glasses, said, "The president of Taiwan military industry likes unconventional approaches, and we need similar talents to deal with him. After much consideration, Hero Shen, you are the most suitable." This didn't make any sense. In fact, she was just thinking, Shen Hero is related to the general manager, right? If he succeeds, she would be considered insightful. If he fails, the general manager would support him, so she wouldn't have to take the trouble and make personal efforts. After the announcement, Zhu Fangfang even walked up to Shen Hero, patted his shoulder, and said, "Hero Shen, I have high hopes for you. Don't let me down." As the department applauded, she gently nudged Shapang Shen and whispered, "Consider this as repaying your favor from earlier. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, my Zhu family has never owed favors since the Ming dynasty." "Damn. Your family hasn't owed favors even earlier than mine." Shen Hero was trembling all over at this moment, unsure of his feelings. Manager Zhu was too good to him. She was like his benefactor. If this worked out, with 1 million on the line, he didn't know how to spend it. Was he supposed to go to nightclubs and be with 17 or 18 girls? He wasn't that kind of person. And then there would be the weight of the favor. He didn't know how to repay it. Everyone envied this chubby guy so much. He might have a lucky star shining on him, finding another great opportunity. Meanwhile, Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu returned to the Qin family's estate. Although Qin Mingyu had not been going to work for the past 2 days, she had been managing the major affairs of Chiagang Group. While the second phase of repairs to the research building was ongoing and the new product had been successfully developed, further expansion was needed, and establishing new production lines for mass production was crucial. These were minor issues. The main concern was that the market had not been tapped into at all. To make a profit and earn big money, it was essential to swiftly develop a market. Although Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu had not yet discussed it, they both had a consensus in mind: to increase the Qin family's assets by 60% within a year, with hopes pinned on this new energy product. "Aunt, why are you back?" As the two entered the front hall, they saw Aunt Qin Hanshu, Aunt Qin Kinji, Aunt Qin Purple Mei sitting there. Also present were Qin Langyi and Qin Ruhan. Seeing Ling Yu, Aunt Qin Purple Mei still had a trace of disdain in her expression. Despite Ling Yu successfully assisting in the development of the new product last time, she still believed it was Langyi's credit, and Ling Yu just lucked out. Prejudice was truly frightening in such situations. "Mingyu, we came to bring you news," Aunt Qin Hanshu approached with a smile, gently taking Qin Mingyu's hand. Ling Fei, upon hearing that Qin Mingyu had returned, also emerged from the front hall and saw the scene, feeling slightly uncomfortable. Since improving her relationship with Qin Mingyu, she was even more averse to how close Qin Hanshu and Qin Mingyu were. After all, she thought, that was her daughter, not Qin Hanshu's. This woman, Qin Hanshu, had really thick skin. "What news?" Qin Mingyu inquired. "Eldest sister, here's the thing." Qin Hanshu was about to speak, but Qin Lang eagerly interjected, "You haven't been back to the company in these 2 days. My classmate couldn't reach you, so we came to bring you a business update. The Liu family wants to collaborate with us on the new energy product, with them in charge of the market development, and they already have large orders worth 3 billion ready to go. The profit split will be 3 to 7, with them getting 3 and us getting 7. She spoke with a smile, clearly thinking this offer was very generous for the Qin family. Ling Yu couldn't help but smile. Handing over the market development to the Liu family meant having their throats under someone else's control in the future, right? "Why are you laughing?" Qin Langyi was very sensitive to Ling Yu, even though he hadn't said anything out loud. All eyes turned to Ling Yu, including Qin Mingyu's. Qin Purple Mei and Qin Langyi still looked angry. Ling Yu had to speak up. "Why should we cooperate with the Liu family? We have the capability to establish our production line, and we can develop our own market. Why give away 3% of our profits for no reason? This man was indeed greedy, but his words struck a chord with Qin Mingyu. Humph, so you're greedy and ignorant. Qin Langyi retorted immediately. Do you think the market is easy to develop? The market for such new energy products starts from scratch. Ling Yu didn't back down, stating, that's precisely why the power to compete is also starting from zero. The new product has broad market prospects and can be used for civilian and military purposes. The mere 3 billion order isn't something we should be too concerned about. Langyi, your vision is a bit limited. You. How dare you say I lack vision? I didn't say that. I just said your vision is a bit limited. You. Qin Langyi was instantly flushed with anger, breathing heavily and pointing at him. Heh. Brother-in-law said it so well. Qin Ruhan, clapping nearby, added, if you can't expand your vision, how can you run a business? Even if you have good skills, what use are they? Oh, wait, your skills aren't even that good since the experiment exploded with a bang. You. Qin Langyi was so incensed by Ling Yu and Qin Ruhan's banter that she felt like hitting someone. Unfortunately, she couldn't beat Ling Yu. Otherwise, she might have already attacked him. All right. Langyi, Ruhan, stop quarreling for now. Qin Mingyu hurriedly stopped them, deliberately asking Ling Yu, you seem quite relaxed about this. Do you have any confidence in developing the market? Having seen Ling Yu's abilities, she was slowly raising her expectations. Men with a blend of medical skills, martial arts, and various strange insights often had good connections. She wondered how long these skills could stay hidden. Well, as the Deputy Minister of the Business Department of Chiagang Group, this also falls under the company's business, so I should contribute to this. I will ensure the new product receives orders as soon as possible, Ling Yu added. Heh. Then we'll wait for your good news. Deputy Minister Ling, Qin Purple Mei immediately sneered. Don't tell us later that there are no orders. You'll have wasted our precious time in vain. Ant 5, if I can secure a deal worth more than 3 billion within a week, can you please shut up? Don't try to set up connections for the Liu family in the future, because Mingyu is my wife. Ling Yu also responded sharply. In the past, Ling Yu might have tolerated her for the sake of family harmony and everything. Family harmony and everything were often taught to him by Chen Ailin when he was young, but he has now realized that women like Qin Zimai, the more you tolerate them, the less they take you seriously. The only way is to shut her up with your abilities. Sure enough, Qin Zimai was instantly stunned. There was a strange palpitation in Qin Mingyu's heart. This idiot Ling Yu is really showing off this time, isn't he? Who doesn't know that I am your wife? Especially with you acting like that, not daring to go to work for 2 days. Okay, Ling Yu, don't disappoint us. Qin Honshu quickly intervened. She also had high hopes for Ling Yu. She had witnessed his performance before and truly believed he could deliver. Later, she said to Qin Zimai, Sister 5, that's enough. Ling Yu is right. Mingyu is his wife now. You always try to set up connections for the Liu family, which is inappropriate. Upon hearing her third sister speak, Qin Zimai coldly snorted, raising her chin and remaining silent. She was just waiting for a week to pass without Ling Yu securing the 30 billion deal. Then she would be justified in helping to set up connections for the Liu family. Let's see what this useless man could do then. Ling Afei had been silently observing Ling Yu all along. Like Qin Zimai, she used to look down on this man, but now she realized she had misjudged him completely. It must be admitted, Qin Chang'an, that old fox, was truly impressive. He had found the great god Bai Lao to guard the Qin family in the past. And now that Bai Lao was old, he had found Ling Yu. No wonder countless families in Yun City had fallen during the storm, but the Qin family stood strong and continued to grow stronger because of this old fox. After dealing with a few ants, Qin Mingyu and Ling Yu returned to their room. Once inside, she asked, Ling Yu, you're leaving Yun City again, right? Huh? Ling Yu was slightly stunned. His wife sure could predict things accurately. Seeing his reaction, Qin Mingyu began to calculate in her mind. Did I guess right? Have you found a potential market? Yes, you did. Ling Yu nodded, smiling. As your grandfather appointed me as the Deputy Minister of Commerce, I should focus on my duties. Oh, can you tell me who you want to collaborate with? Qin Mingyu was increasingly curious. Are you asking me as the CEO or as your wife? Ling Yu deliberately asked. This idiot seemed to have become less foolish than before. Chin Mingyu turned her head coldly. This isn't a company here. Am I your group CEO? Since you are my wife, I'll keep you guessing. I'll surprise you later. Ling Yu had to resort to being romantic. Before things were settled, he didn't want to mention the terrible name of Taiwan military industry. How annoying. Chin Mingyu didn't push him further. She just pretended to be cold and went into the bathroom to shower. Hearing the sound of water flowing, Ling Yu couldn't help but recall the passionate night. Images filled his mind, and his body reacted involuntarily. What's going on? Had Chin Mingyu truly cured his impotence? Or perhaps, once he stopped being a gynecologist, the problem had disappeared long ago. Moreover, to Ling Yu's surprise, the bathroom door suddenly clicked open, and Chin Mingyu poked her face out. Ling Yu, I forgot to bring my pajamas. Can you get them for me? This. Ling Yu blushed inexplicably. Although he could only see Chin Mingyu's delicate face, his mind naturally imagined her standing behind the door without clothes on. What's wrong? Why do you seem like this? Chin Mingyu, being an intelligent woman, could easily guess what this man was thinking. Evil thoughts. Was this guy having inappropriate thoughts about her? This idiot had truly changed. Could it be that her charm had increased again? Chin Mingyu found it strange. She had heard that men lose interest in women after being intimate with them, but looking at him now, it seemed like he was getting more eager for her body. Nothing. I'll go get them for you. Ling Yu sighed in relief. He also found it strange that his self-control towards his wife was weakening. Perhaps the wonderful feeling of that night had left a lasting imprint on his body's cells. Here you go. Ling Yu didn't even dare to look at Chin Mingyu as he handed her the pajamas with his back turned. He was afraid that if he looked at his wife again, he would react like that night. Seeing him act like this, Chin Mingyu raised her eyebrows rarely, feeling a bit amused. She knew Ling Yu had excellent hearing and was sure he could hear what was happening behind him. Ling Yu, who was finally relaxing a bit, immediately tensed up again. The image of his wife standing behind him without clothes on was forming in his mind. Thank you. You're welcome. Ling Yu quickly left after she took the pajamas. Heaving a sigh of relief, he felt fortunate. Seeing Ling Yu like this, Chin Mingyu looked at him with a rare pout, secretly despising this fool. After all, she was only in her underwear. Actually, after their first time, she had already considered a second time, as she hadn't conceived during the first and wasn't sure when they would successfully conceive in the future. However, she felt conflicted. While she wanted children, she also didn't want them. She was afraid that having children would affect her career and body. Oh well, she would just go with the flow. The next day, Ling Yu arranged for Huan Lihan to send the market elite responsible for negotiating with anti-military industries. This matter was crucial, so he wanted to meet with this market elite alone. Only Ling Yu's closest confidants knew about his role as the owner of Mingyu Building, but this elite had been recommended from within the company, so Ling Yu believed the person must be very talented. He wanted to assess the person first and, if possible, groom him as a confidant. They decided to meet at a leisure center near the company. Although Ling Yu had cultivated many confidants before, such as EZ and DUA, as well as some fierce fighters from the War Wolf Club, this was his first time being a boss in the business world, his first time personally nurturing a confidant. He was slightly nervous and also looking forward to meeting someone who was eloquent and knowledgeable. However, when he opened the private room's door, he was dumbfounded. Inside stood a chubby man, who seemed very familiar. Wasn't this Divine Hero? What was going on? He was the market elite for his company. Divine Hero was also nervous. Ling Yu was a new boss for the first time, and this was his first project negotiation. He had expected a middle-aged man in a suit and glasses to come in, looking very serious. But when he looked closer, he realized it was his senior brother. Ling Yu, what's going on? Senior brother, what are you doing here? Divine Hero curiously asked. Shouldn't I be asking you that? You are supposed to be the market elite for Mingyu Building, recommended by the company after the meeting for project negotiations. Ling Yu's door remained hanging open for a long time. He was too familiar with this junior brother, who had primary education and went to the village school. Besides being thick-skinned and good at talking nonsense, what business negotiation skills did he possess? Oh, so you're my boss, senior brother. Although Divine Hero had a low level of education, his reaction was still sharp, and he quickly figured out what was happening. I told you so. I told you. Shen Xiaopeng saw Ling Yu did not deny it, and immediately excitedly yelled. Mingyu Building, I told you, how could the company name have the names of senior brother and sister-in-law? It turns out this is the senior brother using the sister-in-law's money to start the company. Haha, senior brother, simply the role model for us men, reaching the extent of living off his wife's income. He is truly the biggest winner in life, he exclaimed sincerely. What's the most popular saying now? It won't be long before I get a promotion and a raise, become the general manager, then the CEO, marry a beautiful rich lady, and reach the peak of life. His senior brother perfectly achieved all of that. Compared to him, his recent encounter wasn't anything special. Ling Yu, however, was left with a puzzled look. When did he become the role model for living off others? Shen Xiaopeng, we may be familiar with each other, but there are a few things I must make clear to you. Seeing his senior brother suddenly becoming serious, Shen Xiaopeng had to match that seriousness. Firstly, Mingyu Building was funded by me. It has no relation to Mingyu, and she doesn't know that this company is mine. Secondly, senior brother did not live off anyone, and your sister-in-law never cooked a meal for me. Thirdly, are you the market development elite recommended by the company? The chubby guy automatically ignored the first 2 points, not even believing the punctuation marks he used. He knew well that men who lived off their wives would never admit it. If he ever gets the chance to freeload, he wouldn't admit it either. So, Shen Xiaopeng only responded to Ling Yu's third point. Senior brother, of course, that's me. Both the general manager and head of marketing recommended me. My abilities were recognized by them, making me the elite of elites. Elite my foot. Ling Yu was a bit speechless. What level are you at? Senior brother doesn't know. Hey, senior brother, that was a bit of a blow. Shen Xiaopeng shamelessly continued. Although I didn't study much, my abilities are not inferior to anyone, especially at speaking nonsense with a straight face. Isn't market development all about talking and looking good? Luckily, I have both. Ling Yu, whether it's about eloquence or looks, Ling Yu didn't know, but one thing for sure was that this chubby guy had a thick skin. It seemed bulletproof. Considering that, Ling Yu sighed and said, all right, since you were chosen, senior brother won't hurt your pride, but this project collaboration is very important. You must close the deal, understood? Shen Xiaopeng grinned. Senior brother, can I say no? No. Ling Yu firmly responded. Haha, settled then. Since you won't allow me to say no, I will surely give my all to secure this project, even if it means risking my life for senior brother. Shen Xiaopeng patted his chest. Ling Yu didn't buy his earnest words. Shen Xiaopeng was definitely just doing this for the 1 million commission. His name might be Ling Yu, but it's not 1 million. But since things had progressed to this point, he had no choice but to let it go. After sending Shen Xiaopeng off, Ling Yu made 2 consecutive calls, one to Huang Lihong, questioning why he assigned such an eccentric person to handle the project, and even requested to assistance for Shen Xiaopeng. Without any professional integrity, Shen Xiaopeng might not secure the contract. The second call was to Nangong. Ling Yu still believed that trusting Shen Xiaopeng with such an important task was unreliable, so he insisted on meeting with the boss of the Taiwan military industry. As the heir presumptive of the first financial consortium family in the Dragon Kingdom, Nangong would be able to assist. Haha, master. Indeed, our Nangong family does have connections with Taiwan military industry, and we have direct access to their boss. However, to directly meet their boss, your status may not be enough. Nangong received the call and was excited, but not to worry. I'll set up a meeting with their boss under a different identity. He'll surely agree. Not needing any more explanation, Ling Yu already knew who that person was. The former him, the Wolf King of the Northern Territory. Seeing Ling Yu's silence, Nangong continued, Master, you must know that these international military, industrial groups are war enthusiasts. They admire heroes on the battlefield. Once they hear the name of the Northern Territory Wolf King, their boss will definitely come to meet you voluntarily. All right, arrange it for me. But I have one condition. Meeting is fine, but my real identity must remain confidential. Ling Yu insisted firmly. Haha, understood, master, but I also have a condition. Nangong wasn't the most obedient disciple. Each time he offered his help, there was always a condition. Go on. Master, can you teach me a few martial arts moves in the next 2 days? I need to quickly enhance my skills as well. Hearing Nangong's request, Ling Yu thought for a moment and agreed. Very well. Since he had already taken 2 days off to deal with this matter, he could arrange his schedule freely. Thank you, Master. I also have something to inform you. The Pinnacle Martial Arts competition will start next week, lasting for 3 months. Our Nangong family has already registered your name. What? What name did you register? Ling Yu was surprised. Certainly not your real name, not the Wolf King either. Rest assured, Master. As for the name we registered, you will find out later. Ha ha. Nangong Wu teased him. As long as his real identity isn't exposed, Ling Yu could let him play around. On the other hand, after returning to the company, Shen Xiaopang prepared and set off. Initially traveling alone, the general manager unexpectedly arranged 2 assistants for him. Laura and Lily, though not as seductive as manager Ju, who always wore black stockings all day, were still quite good in his eyes. With female assistants by his side, Shen Xiaopang felt more confident, strutting proudly in front of his male colleagues who envied him. That night, they flew to Zhuhai City, a major industrial town along the coast. Throughout the journey, Laura and Lily were very warm towards Shen Xiaopang. Of course, he was the general manager's relative after all. If this mission could be successfully completed, it meant a promotion, a raise, and a bonus of $1 million. Despite not being the most attractive person and a bit shameless, his character was decent. Building a good relationship with him in the future would definitely yield benefits. Before his work assignment, Shen Xiaopang actually contemplated whether to marry Mei Jiali and take care of her sister Sha Hong for a lifetime. However, Mei Jiali completely ignored him. Even after he informed her that he was now senior white-collar worker earning a monthly salary of 8,000, she still showed minimal interest in him. So be it. There's a saying, a man should not die on the same tree. Since he had choices, he wanted to explore and see which tree could potentially lead to his demise. The trio arrived and checked in at a hotel. Laura was about to inquire at the front desk when she suddenly paused. Lily found her behavior strange but assumed she was just being lazy and decided to ask for information herself. Are there any rooms available? The male receptionist enthusiastically responded. Then he looked up and was instantly stunned. 3 people. Do you still have single rooms available? Lily asked directly. As soon as she finished speaking, Laura immediately added, if there aren't enough single rooms, we can also take a double room. After saying this, she glanced at the hero subtly. Damn. Was that a hint? The clever hero immediately caught on. Laura seemed to be hinting at sharing a bed with him, right? It's troublesome being too handsome. Even on a business trip, there are female colleagues wanting to sleep with him. How frustrating. Of course, we have single rooms. 3 single rooms, right? No problem. The male receptionist promptly replied. The hero was surprised for a moment, not expecting there to be so many vacant rooms in a hotel late at night. Odd. It seems like the miserable wish of being harassed by female colleagues is going to fall through. Laura suddenly said again. Sorry, I forgot to bring my ID for the business trip, so I can't check in. I also remember that Lily doesn't like sharing a room with others on business trips, right? Looks like. After saying this, she looked at the hero again. Damn. This wasn't even a hint. It was practically stating it outright. The hero felt sorry once again for his good looks. I'm sorry, without an ID, you can't stay in a room. The male receptionist stated directly. What do you mean? If he books a double room, can't we stay together? Laura reacted directly. No. The male receptionist coldly responded. We have a rule that one ID is only valid for one person. Without an ID, you can't check in. He can book a double room, and the 2 of them can share a room, but not you. All 3 were stunned. Lily was considering whether to share a room with the hero. Laura was angry and said, that's not a rule. You're deliberately making things difficult for people. The receptionist smirked. Sorry, I'm just following the rules. If you don't accept it, feel free to go to another hotel. Humph. How infuriating. Let's go to another place. We'd rather stay in a roadside inn than stay here. Laura turned and left in anger. The hero and Lily had no choice but to follow. The receptionist smirked triumphantly. Thinking you can sleep with my ex-girlfriend at the hotel where I work. Dream on. Chubby boy. After laughing, he felt both angry and expectant. Chubby Wo probably doesn't even know Laura is like a female Sea King, right? With his looks and height, the Sea King is probably after his income and position. If he sleeps with her, he'll regret it later. They found another place following the earlier experience. Lily directly asked the receptionist, can we book a double room with one ID for 2 people? We only have to this for 3 people. Sure. The receptionist replied directly. 2 people can be a couple, or you 2 girls can stay together. Okay. Hearing this response, the hero was first disappointed and then relieved. His self-control wasn't as strong as it should be. If he really slept with Laura, his 20-year streak as a virgin was at risk. On the other side, at the border of Cloud City, in a large building, Ling Yu was in the training ground instructing Nangong in martial arts, spending a lot of time and effort guiding. Ling Yu kept shaking his head. Nangong's enthusiasm for martial arts was high, unchanged after so many years, but his talent and foundation were lacking. Master, stop shaking your head. Teach me the key to this grasping hand technique. I really want to be able to grasp from afar like you. Nangong was getting anxious. When Ling Yu demonstrated the power of this grasping hand technique, using internal energy to literally grab him, he was in awe. Imagine being able to master this move and impress a girl by snatching her from a distance. How cool that would be. But when he tried, it was as if he were a chick pecking at rice. He could only say it was night and day between beers and cellar shows. Ziwu, you're lying in a pile of money, surrounded by numerous talented people protecting you. So why put in so much effort to train in martial arts? Wouldn't it be better to focus on inheriting the Nangong family? Ling Yu couldn't help but ask. Master, you don't understand. Nangong explained. The goddess I admire prefers someone with good martial arts skills and has mocked me for my pathetic martial arts, saying I'm not worthy of being her friend. So, I must improve my martial arts skills and impress her to earn her respect. Oh, I see, Ling Yu curiously remarked. So even though you're engaged, you're still daring to scorn the woman who criticizes you. Hey, when a woman gets proud, what can a man do? Nangong was shrug. Therefore, I must improve my martial arts since she's from a powerful family and one of the 4 beauties in the dragon country. She likes strong men, and unfortunately, I like her, so I have to improve my skills to impress her. That might be difficult, Ling Yu chuckled. Speaking frankly, a woman from a family not inferior to the Nangong family would have very high standards, and Nangong trying to impress her with martial arts he's not good at is like an ant trying to astonish a swan. I know it's difficult, but I still have to give it a try. Nangong continued, such a proud woman, looking down on everyone but infatuated with the Morong young master from Yanjing. Morong young master? Ling Yu inquired curiously. Yes. He's the genius in martial arts known as the #1 in the dragon country. He's always talked about. Southern Moran, Northern Volf King, that guy was named by you. Nangong excitedly said. It seemed like they had a score to settle between them. Ling Yu found it amusing. A person who's considered equal to him in the world of martial arts in the dragon country, and he wasn't aware of it. He had always focused on protecting his family and making a name for himself, never considering being the best in the world. And the world of war and martial arts are not closely connected, so he didn't pay attention to these sidelines at all. While he wasn't paying attention, Nangong was actively engaged. At the moment, his eyes were gleaming with excitement as he expressed, I really look forward to the day when you and Morong compete in a grand battle on the stage in front of everyone, defeating that guy and becoming the #1 in the world. Ling Yu. After a while, Ling Yu shook his head and said, you should read less martial arts novels and urban ancient martial arts novels. Why do I need to fight on the stage with him, with no grudge or rivalry? Why go through all that effort? Nangong wanted to say something, but at that moment, a servant came in to report, Nangong young master, guests have arrived. Upon hearing this, Nangong quickly forgot the discussion and looked at Ling Yu. Ling Yu also put on a half mask, similar to the one he wore in Y Country. Meanwhile, outside the door, several black luxury cars, raising dust, grandly parked outside the building entrance. With a few imposing bodyguards opening the car doors, a foreign elder with golden hair stepped out, his shoes shining brightly. Striding with a majestic air, the large living room in the grand building. When Ling Yu and Nangong stepped out, there was already an elderly man with blonde hair and blue eyes sitting there. In a black suit and white shirt, he looked very majestic and distinguished. Behind him, 12 bodyguards stood with extreme precision and equal distance, hands behind their backs, looking like wax figures, unmoving. Ling Yu had seen this kind of lineup before. These 12 bodyguards were definitely well-trained soldiers with iron-like discipline. In addition to these 12 bodyguards, there was also a muscular Asian man with dark skin, exuding a sharp gleam in his eyes, clearly not to be trifled with. "Hello, young Master Nangong. I have come as agreed." Although the elderly man appeared haughty, he was very mindful of social etiquette and greeted Nangong proactively in the language of the Dragon Kingdom. It was Nangong who seemed a bit frivolous, waving his fingers and saying, No, Mr. Smith, you should not greet me first, just as I should not greet the people behind you first. You should greet my master, the Wolf King of the Northern Territory." The Wolf King of the Northern Territory. 5 words that shook everyone present, including Smith and the Asian man, their expression suddenly changing. These few words were like a thunderbolt to them. No one in the war realm didn't know about this figure because of his many legendary feats. Even a mercenary group that the Taiwan military industry once supported was completely wiped out overnight by the leadership of the Wolf King. So upon hearing this name, Smith shuddered and stood up in an instant. However, his eyes still carried a hint of doubt as he asked Ling Yu, "Are you really the former Wolf King of the Northern Territory of the Dragon Kingdom?" Ling Yu nodded slightly. He needed to leverage his past reputation today in order to discuss cooperation with Smith. "Then what proof do you have?" Smith suddenly threatened coldly. "I came here specifically by helicopter to meet the Wolf King. If you deceive me and waste my precious time, you will bear the consequences." Doom. As his words fell, the muscular man beside him kicked the chair next to him flying and lunged straight at Ling Yu. Like a cannonball, Ling Yu was secretly surprised and dodged to the side. The chair crashed into the wall and shattered. Nangong also gasped in awe, amazed by the man's internal strength. The muscular man, seeing this, smirked triumphantly. But in the next moment, he shivered all over. Ling Yu had taken out a badge. It was the same one that Due had given him before. The 7-star Wolf General. Seeing these bold and powerful characters, everyone gasped in shock, including Smith. Most foreigners revered the law of the jungle, admiring the strong. Although Ling Yu and he had a feud, he dared not hold a grudge and was actually quite eager to see this legendary figure of the past. Today, his wish was finally fulfilled, not in vain. However, a mocking voice rang out in the next moment. "Hehe, who knows if that badge is forged? With Nangong's wealth, making 100 of these badges would be a piece of cake, right?" It was the muscular man, casting doubt and provocation at Ling Yu. "Are you insulting my master and me? Are you shameless?" Would the distinguished young master Nangong resort to counterfeiting and plagiarism? Nangong was furious on the spot. However, Ling Yu reached out to stop him and said to the muscular man, "How do you want to verify it? Defeat me in a fight." The muscular man sneered, "If you truly are the Wolf King, you should be able to beat me within 10 moves, right?" The 12 statuesque men standing behind Smith instantly gasped. They knew how formidable the muscular man was, yet he demanded that the masked man in front of him defeat him within 10 moves. This was quite a tough challenge. Even Smith thought it was impossible, but was intrigued to watch Ling Yu. Nangong also watched Ling Yu, fearing that his master might flinch, but he had to quietly remind Ling Yu, "Master, this man is named Luoba, a dual citizen of America and the Dragon Kingdom, one of the top 10 instructors of the 3 Lion Legion." This title alone was testament to his achievements. Ling Yu nodded, feeling a hint of pressure. In fact, he had heard of the reputation of the 3 Lion Legion. Every soldier in that legion possessed exceptional skills, and being an instructor to these soldiers was no easy task, let alone being one of the top 10 instructors in a legion of several tens of thousands. But in order to prove his identity, secure the major order from the Taiwan group, Ling Yu had no choice but to step forward and calmly say, "I will do my best." Hehe, it's not about doing your best. Luoba also leapt forward and landed firmly in front of Ling Yu, a high curve on his lips. "If you can't defeat me within 10 moves, you can't possibly be the Wolf King. If you are defeated by me, the consequence will be death." Arrogant and domineering, Nangong became increasingly excited and nervous, his body trembling involuntarily. "No, you misunderstand my meaning." Ling Yu couldn't stand his attitude, and said, indifferently, "What I meant is, I will try to make sure you don't lose so ugly." "What?" Shocked murmurs filled the room. Luoba's smile froze abruptly, his mouth twitching intensely. "You arrogant man, I'll kill you." Luoba threw a straight punch at Ling Yu. This was the Western style of boxing, known for its speed and power, seeking a one-hit kill. However, such attacks were too crude compared to the exquisite martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom. Ling Yu deliberately provoked him to make him lose his temper, as an enemy in this state would easily reveal weaknesses. Ling Yu skillfully dodged. Although the opponent attacked in anger, he was also an experienced fighter who had anticipated Ling Yu's reactions, so he lifted his knee to block. But he didn't expect that Ling Yu had already predicted his prediction and took advantage of the opening to swiftly sweep him off his feet with even faster speed. Everyone was shocked. Even Luoba broke out in a cold sweat, about to flip his body in midair. At that moment, a stunning scene unfolded. Relying on his powerful inner strength, Ling Yu used a technique called Capture in Dragon Hand to grab Luoba, who was unable to resist in midair, with his 2 fingers tightly gripping his throat. With just a little force, Ling Yu could have sent Luoba to meet marks and angles. Silence. The room fell into deathly silence. No one had expected that the mighty Luoba would be defeated within 3 moves. In fact, it was almost 2 moves if one went by Ling Yu's count. I yield. Ling Yu pushed lightly, and the already terrified Luoba retreated repeatedly, his legs going weak as he sat down on the ground, completely losing his air of a master. Clap, 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 clap. Smith applauded vigorously, unable to contain his excitement and admiration, with a look of amazement, truly deserving of the title of the Wolf King of the Northern Territory. Such amazing skills. This individual's strength is definitely top-notch in the world. Overrated. Ling Yu just nodded towards Smith without a hint of pride. Luoba also stood up and respectfully bowed to Ling Yu, saying, I admit you are the king of werewolves. If you weren't the king of werewolves, I would be even more ashamed to show my face. The 12 bodyguards behind them agreed. If there was someone stronger than the man in front of them, wouldn't that make them look even worse? They refused to accept it. Little did they know that Ling Yu's current strength was only at about 70% of his peak. Ling Yu, of course, remained humble and said calmly, Instructor Luo, the gap in martial arts proficiency between you and me is not that great. Your loss to me is mainly due to mentality. Oh. Luoba was surprised by Ling Yu's words. You have been influenced by foreign martial arts philosophies, focusing solely on strength and speed, both of which are indeed top-notch, but your martial arts cultivation and depth are lacking. Ling Yu didn't hold back in pointing this out. Nangong even instructed his servants behind him, quickly, write down everything my master said. Ling Yu thought Nangong didn't need to remember, as he couldn't even grasp the basics, let alone martial arts cultivation and depth. But he didn't have the time to deal with this untalented disciple at the moment and continued to speak to Luoba. When you came up with the concept of 10 moves, I knew you had a misunderstanding in your comprehension. In a martial arts showdown, unless the gap is extremely large to the point of defeating an opponent in 1 move, it is difficult to determine the difference in skill with just a few moves. If you weren't too aggressive just now, I feel that I wouldn't have been able to defeat you within 10 moves. We might have even been evenly matched. Instead of continuing to strengthen your body, I believe your next step should focus on enhancing your martial arts comprehension, what the people of Long Kingdom call martial arts cultivation. This speech not only led Luoba into deep thought, but also gave him a smooth way to step down. Luoba felt even more respectful towards Ling Yu and said, Boing, thank you, Wolf King, for your guidance. If you don't mind, I'll address you as master from now on. Despite Ling Yu's humility, he still knew the vast difference between himself and Luoba. For instance, the grappling technique used earlier was not something an ordinary person like him could easily master. It required exceptional martial arts talent. I am unworthy of such a title. Ling Yu truly had no intention of taking on disciples, but since a partnership had not yet been finalized and he didn't want to make an enemy, he didn't want to escalate the situation with Luoba. Unexpectedly, Nangong came over shouting, Hey, Luoba, although your martial arts are superior to mine, I joined earlier than you did. You should address me, senior brother, in the future. All right, Master Wolf, senior brother Nangong, please accept my bow. Luoba knelt down, paying his respects to Ling Yu. Nangong was extremely pleased, as having such a skilled junior would now give him more material to boast about in the future. Ling Yu could only think to himself, Nangong, although lacking in martial arts skills, was quite skillful in assisting others. It seemed he had just acquired a new disciple out of nowhere. Well, at least this disciple seemed more reliable than Nangong himself, and they likely wouldn't cross paths much in the future. If he wanted to do this, Ling Yu had no objections. After all, the decision to teach or not was in the hands of the master. Ha ha, Great. This is really wonderful. Smith, witnessing the scene, was also quite excited and applauded. Luoba was already the strongest force by his side, and of course, he wanted him to achieve even greater heights, to break through his limits. Moreover, being able to apprentice under the Wolf King of the Northern Territories was a dream come true for countless martial artists. Of course, being emotionally intelligent, Ling Yu accepted Luoba as a disciple, and as the boss, he had to send a gift to him for the apprenticeship. Mr. Wolf King, Master Nangong, I heard you want to collaborate with Taiwan Military Industries. When the conversation shifted to this topic, Ling Yu immediately gestured to Nangong Wu. Nangong Wu waved his hand, signaling for all his people to leave. Smith also exchanged a glance, and Luoba promptly escorted his 12 bodyguards out. Such occurrences were extremely rare in the past, as Smith was the CEO of Taiwan Military Industries, a giant in the military industry, involved in numerous wars and constantly targeted for assassination attempts. His close protection team always had to ensure his safety. But before the Wolf King, their presence was meaningless, as they wouldn't be able to protect Smith if Ling Yu truly wished him harm. Mr. Smith, I heard you were planning to develop a super engine. With only 3 people left on the scene, Ling Yu finally spoke up. Yes, we aim to pioneer the development of the next generation super fighter and super warship, and the power source for the engine is crucial. So, no matter the cost, we must stay ahead of our competitors. Smith's eyes were resolute, and his tone authoritative and confident. People with wealth and power often appeared this way. Ling Yu understood how vital the engine power source was for the military industry, as it was considered the soul of military machinery, especially for combat aircraft. The speed and endurance of fighter jets were the most critical criteria for evaluating combat performance, as the ability to quickly arrive at the front line for fire support once combat began was essential. Many countries developed aerial refueling aircraft to extend the flight endurance of their planes, but it added an extra step in the process. Therefore, the efficient optimization of the engine power source had always been a passionate pursuit in the military industry. I can provide you with a new energy product that guarantees it will lead the industry today, but I have 3 conditions. Ling Yu spoke, and as expected, Smith's eyes lit up. Wolf King, please go on. First, you cannot work directly with energy companies. My Manhwaedit Corporation will act as the sole intermediary for our collaboration. No problem. Smith promptly agreed. Jintai Military Industries valued expertise, experience, and qualifications, and only collaborated with enterprises with military backgrounds. Since Manhwaedit Corporation was under the Wolf King's industry, it naturally fulfilled this requirement. Second, our collaboration must be under a strict confidentiality agreement, with all details kept confidential from the public. Ling Yu raised another finger to emphasize his second condition. This was to protect his identity. Sure, Wolf King, I agree. Smith readily assented. And the third condition is that you must ensure your end products are not sold to entities hostile to Long Kingdom. Otherwise, we will terminate our collaboration immediately. Ling Yu's gaze turned serious. This was crucial as he didn't want his products to be used in wars against Long Kingdom. Of course, he intended to make a name for himself with Taiwan Military Industries, but subsequently, he would develop more advanced products and then collaborate with Long Kingdom enterprises. In any case, he would always reserve the most advanced technology for Long Kingdom. Even if he provided products to Taiwan Military Industries now, they would never be the most cutting edge. Smith was just a businessman. Unlike Ling Yu, he lacked a sense of patriotism and didn't understand Ling Yu's intentions. He only wanted to maximize profit, so this condition seemed somewhat stringent for him. I will provide you with advanced energy products. Take some time to consider it. Once you've seen our products, I believe you will agree. Ling Yu was confident in his offering and spoke with certainty. Haha. Thank you, Wolf King. As long as your products impress me, I will agree to any conditions you have. Smith burst into laughter, his eyes filled with anticipation. Jintai Military Industry lives up to its reputation as an international military industry giant, truly demonstrating its financial power and boldness. After chatting with Ling Yu, Smith immediately agreed to sign a 50 billion order with Mingyu Building the same day. Of course, the details and terms of the contract still need further negotiation. With Smith's promise, Ling Yu felt relieved. The 50 billion order is enough to crush the Liu family's 3 billion order into the ground. Liu Yejian better not use this condition to flirt with his wife again, or he will definitely swell up Liu's face again. Elite market salesperson Shen Xiaopang, who is on a business trip in another city, naturally does not know about these matters. The next morning, he arrived at the Longwo branch of Jin Tai military industry with 2 female assistants. Wow! Magnificent momentum, even more stylish than Mingyu building. Truly an international giant enterprise. Shen Xiaopang walked in, and his body couldn't help but tremble naturally. Fearful, excited, nervous. He felt that he was becoming more and more formidable. To think that he could lead a team to this kind of company for business negotiations. After returning to the village of heroes, he can show off in front of his buddies for a year. No. For a lifetime. Hello. Please wait here for a moment. I will inform our general manager. After a female staff member led the 3 of them to a separate office, she left with these words. Shen Xiaopang nervously rubbed his hands constantly. Laura and Lily were also nervous, but they were both trying to comfort Shen Xiaopang emotionally. Brother hero, don't be nervous. The general manager and manager Ju trust you so much. They must see your abilities in some aspect. You can do it for sure. That's right. They're massaging your acupoints to relax. One was pinching his arm, and one was rubbing his temple. Both kept calling him an elite and talented. Shen Xiaopang really believes it. Since he has achieved this level, he must be talented or good-looking, otherwise, why would he deserve it? In that case, what is there to doubt anymore? Just be confident. On the other side, a female secretary also came to the general manager's office to inform her. The general manager is a woman in her late 50s, nicknamed General Wu because of her last name. When the female secretary entered, she happened to be on the phone with the boss Smith. The boss had informed her yesterday to come specially and talk about the cooperation with Mingyu building, and also asked her to help book the hotel. General Wu, this is the room card for the presidential suite that you asked me to arrange. The female secretary placed a gold rune card on the table and reported respectfully. Also, the negotiation team from Mingyu building has arrived and is waiting in the reception room. Oh, good. I know. I have prepared a welcome gift for them. Take it and give it to them, and tell them I'll be there shortly. General Wu casually took out several gift bags from under her desk and placed them on the table. She was handling multiple tasks and her old age made her movements somewhat unsteady, so accidentally, her sleeve swept the room card that the secretary had just placed on the table into one of the gift bags. All right, General Wu. The secretary did not notice and left with the gift bags. She also handed 3 gift bags to Shen Xiaopang and his team. Mr. Shen, these are for you. The female secretary praised Shen Xiaopang. Our general manager also praised your potential. Please wait a moment, she will be here soon. Haha. Thank you. Your general manager has great insight. Shen Xiaopang shamelessly responded. The female secretary couldn't stand him and didn't know what kind of company Mingyu building was, but the 2 female assistants were presentable. Shen Xiaopang, as the person in charge, seemed like a rural teenager to her. She didn't know what special skills he had, but she kept these thoughts to herself, smiled, and left. The 3 of them happily unpacked the gifts. Wow, and Thai company is so generous to send us such expensive gifts. Yes, mine is an iPad worth thousands. Laura and Lily exclaimed. Their gifts were different but of similar value. Wow. Even the assistants received such good gifts. So the person in charge must be even more impressive, right? Shen Xiaopang quickly unwrapped his gift, revealing an iPhone 14 Pro Max worth 13,500 yuan. Wow. Brother hero, your gift is so amazing. Yes, I'm so envious. The 2 women's nicknaming of Shen Yuan was becoming more affectionate. If he succeeds in this mission, a promotion and $1 million commission increase, the 2 women would probably want to give him more. Shen Xiaopang smiled broadly. However, the next moment, he found another gold card in his bag. What's this? Shen Xiaopang was happy at first, then slightly shaken. Brother hero, this is a room card. For the presidential suite. Wow. The 2 women chuckled after looking at it. The implications were obvious. Shen Xiaopang was puzzled. Why did General Wu send me a room card? Is she worried that I won't sleep well at night? Brother hero, you're smart, but too naive. This is an unspoken rule in the workplace. Laura sighed as she explained to him. What? Shen Xiaopang finally realized. He was still a virgin. How could he accept such an unspoken rule? No way. Absolutely not. Yeah. I know this kind of tactic, Lily chimed in as if she understood well. When doing business, giving the other party a room card means that a contract can only be signed after spending the night together. Shen Xiaopeng became even more confused, especially because he heard that General Wu was almost 60, had been divorced, and had 3 sons, with the youngest son being 3 years older than him. What's this all about? Little did he expect that at that moment, someone knocked on the meeting room door. The secretary helped to open the door. General Wu walked in with a smile and said to Shen Yuan cordially, Mr. Shen, you are the person in charge of Ling Yu building this time, right? You are truly promising. Once again, the mention of being promising. Shen Xiaopeng was puzzled why they kept emphasizing his age. Was the old lady hinting that she liked young and strong men? Shen Pengzi awkwardly smiled, not sure how to respond. Unexpectedly, General Wu noticed the room card in his hand and exclaimed, "Ah, this is my room card." What? Shen Xiaopeng shuddered. Even though he was handsome, did the old lady still have to remind him so blatantly? Surely this cute little guy knew it was hers. Should he return it? Shen Xiaopeng hesitated. He wasn't stupid and knew that if he returned the room card now, not giving in to the old lady's strategy, she would likely refuse to sign the contract. His senior brother would be disappointed, and the $1 million commission would be gone. What should he do? What should he do? Wu, you have an important meeting later. The secretary reminded Wu beside him. Got it. I know. Wu actually knew there was an important meeting later, but he was worried about neglecting the guests at the Ling Yu building for too long, so he came to say hello first. After all, the boss had emphasized that the guests here were very important and must not be slighted in the slightest. Now that he had greeted them, he turned to the chubby god with a warm smile and said, Mr. God, wait for me. I will make time to see you tonight. Let's chat more later. What? Tonight? God Chubby's heart sank halfway. Just now, he thought it was a misunderstanding, but now that the other party had made it clear, they wanted to get at him. I have to say, the business world is really messy. Laura and Lily also exchanged glances. They had just thought there was a misunderstanding, especially since they were close to God Chubby because he was a popular figure around the general manager and had money. But what did someone like Wu aim at this chubby guy for? Was he really young and promising? It seems that the old ox likes to eat tender grass. Huh. After Wu and the secretary left, God Chubby was at a loss for a moment, asking the two, Laura? Lily, what should I do now? That old hag is so disgusting. As he spoke, he covered his chest, pretending to be virtuous. Laura and Lily also found it disgusting, but the old hag had a fondness for it. What could they do? God Chubby, I think for the sake of the company, you might have to make a sacrifice. That's right. It's actually good for you too. After all, an evening's effort can translate to $1 million, which is worth it. Both of them advised God Chubby to yield to the other party. In any case, according to their principle, 100 yuan, bled. What do you take me for? 1,000 yuan. I'm not that kind of person. 10,000 yuan. Annoying, but I'll be yours from now on. 100,000 yuan. Darling, you can bring as many people as you want at night. $1 million, Dad. No matter who comes tonight. But God Chubby still had a little more principle than them, mainly because the old hag was really hard to swallow, so the two advised him like this, making him even more hesitant. 2 hours later, he was wandering around, hoping the evening wouldn't come so soon. Until 6 o'clock, he finally decided to leave. His virginity couldn't be taken by an old witch. Although he looked average, he still longed for love. But just as he was about to quietly leave the entire company, he received a call from Ling Yu. Chubby, is the contract signed? Senior brother. This. Do I have to sign it? How can't you? This collaboration is crucial for us. It must not fail. I'll send you our conditions now. Take a look and make sure to include them in the contract. God Chubby didn't know what difficulties he had encountered, but for Ling Yu, this mission was a matter of success, not failure. After all, he had already taken care of Smith, and now the chubby guy just had to sign the contract, confirm the details, with the assistance of 2 female assistants. What could be difficult about that? But God Chubby didn't know. After listening to Senior Brother, he could only sigh and say, Senior Brother, then I'll try harder. Hang up the phone. God Chubby looked desolate. In his life plan, this shouldn't be the case. He thought he could marry a virtuous and kind wife, not necessarily very pretty, but not bad either, at least similar to Delic Barb. She must be pure and kind. preferably a few years younger than him, no more than 3 years apart. And then, they would both protect their virginity until marriage, devoted to each other after marriage. He wouldn't cheat, and she wouldn't give him cause for jealousy. Their life would be like a fairytale prince and princess. But now what? His virginity had been targeted by an old witch. $1 million was definitely a strong temptation for him, but although he had thick skin and loved to talk nonsense, he didn't think his virginity and love were only worth $1 million. But with Senior Brother's emotions added to the mix, it was hard to say. Senior Brother had always taken care of him since he was young. Not only that, it was because of Senior Brother that he could enter Senior Brother's company to enjoy life and had the most beautiful moments. Old Drunkard had warned that their family doesn't owe anyone favors. Now Senior Brother had him come to seal this contract. How could he desert? And cause Senior Brother great loss? No way. Absolutely not. Might as well assume I've been possessed by a ghost. I'll close my eyes and pretend I know nothing. After making a decision, Godchubby decided to return to the entire company office. As for Laura and Lily, they didn't know he had just considered running away. It was past 6 o'clock, and they were just off work. When they met the returning Godchubby, they encouraged him once again. Hero brother, we'll be watching you tonight, right? We're also counting on your bonus, so keep it up. After all, they weren't the ones possessed by a ghost, so they could casually give advice. Godchubby sighed once again and returned alone to the reception room he had just left. At this moment, Wu had just finished an important meeting and went to the conference room to find someone. Initially, there was no one inside. She was about to leave, but suddenly she smelled a sour smell. Strange. The entire company's employees all knew she was a cleanliness enthusiast, very fond of cleanliness, including fresh air, who dared to bring back something that smelled sour. Wu sniffed hard and only then noticed that the smell was coming from a piece of clothing hanging on a chair. To confirm better, she walked over and sniffed at the clothing. Godchubby had just returned and happened to see this scene. Seeing the old hag actually sniffing at his coat, he was scared to the point of almost wetting himself, quickly turning to hide outside, closing his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth and cursing silently. To perverted. Does the old witch really want to get to me so badly? She's even taken to my belongings. Wu, unaware that Godchubby was hiding outside, reluctantly returned the clothes, fanning her nose before walking out. If an employee of her company smelled so sour, she would definitely fire them. But the person in charge of the Ling Yu building, there was nothing she could do about it. Unexpectedly, as she walked out, she met Godchubby turning back in, and the two bumped into each other head-on. Godchubby was startled, and inadvertently knocked the old lady down. Out of humanitarian considerations, he quickly caught her with one hand, lest she hurt herself in the fall. So, the two locked eyes. The air seemed to freeze. Wu let out a sigh of relief and smiled, saying, "Young man, thank you for helping me up." Damn, is she hitting on me? Godchubby had goosebumps all over, hastily helped her up, wiped his arm, and spoke in a cold voice, "You're welcome. Then Mr. God, shall we start discussing business? Have you had dinner?" Wu extended a warm invitation. After all, the group CEO had spoken. They needed to entertain this guest well and discuss the details of a good contract. Godchubby shook his head. "We then warmly invited. Then let's go to a hotel together. Let's have dinner and then discuss more deeply." Discuss more deeply. Godchubby felt like he was entering an ice cellar again and tensed up, asking, how deep do you mean?" Wu smiled and said, "As this is our first collaboration, we must thoroughly understand each other. How can such a huge project work without a deep understanding?" But Godchubby interpreted it wrongly. He didn't want to go deep, and was scared he couldn't go deep enough. Oh God! Save the child. Shen Xiaopeng followed which general into the elevator and arrived at the underground parking garage. In front of them was a red Porsche. Which general smiled and asked, "Mr. Shen, can you drive?" Shen Xiaopeng, still lost in his thoughts, was taken aback once again. He often reads free novels and, of course, knows what driving is. How dare this old witch ask him if he can drive? Isn't that too brazen? I am very innocent. Of course, I can drive my own car. Which general chuckled. Could he have driven all the way from Yun City to this city by himself? But Shen Xiaopeng took a step back in fear once again. Oh God, please send Fahai to take away this old demon witch. I don't want to drive her car. No. I can't drive. I definitely can't drive your car. Shen Xiaopeng refused on the spot. shaking his head. If it weren't for his senior brother, he would have run away long ago. He thought the old witch would get angry. The witch general just smiled kindly and said, "That's okay. You look so young. You probably haven't got your driver's license yet. Don't worry, I'll drive. And I can even teach you how to drive." Oh no. Shen Xiaopeng was dumbfounded. He was prepared to be cursed by a ghost, but it seemed like the old witch wanted to slowly teach him how to drive. "Come on, get in the car." Witch General was still very enthusiastic as the cooperation was instructed from above, and she didn't want any trouble. Shen Xiaopeng, however, evaded her hand and hurriedly climbed into the back seat of the car. Witch General sat in the driver's seat and was immediately dissatisfied. "Mr. Shen, aren't you being too reserved?" She had been in business for many years and had never seen a child so lacking in manners. "Hurry up and sit in the front passenger seat." Witch General was starting to get angry. Unable to refuse, Shen Xiaopeng swallowed his fear and sat in the front passenger seat. Witch General then smiled, thinking he chose not to sit in the driver's seat for safety reasons, and reassured him by saying, "Don't worry, I've been driving for many years and I'm good at it. Many male colleagues at the company have ridden in my car and have praised my driving skills." Hehe. This is too perverted. Shen Xiaopeng clenched his eyes and teeth. He realized he wasn't the first victim. This old witch, taking advantage of her authority, had used so many men before. Although he thought he was a bit handsome, it wasn't that obvious. So how could this old witch pick him out in one glance? It turned out she liked fresh meat and didn't even spare him. An outsider. This was just too much. "Mr. Shen, are you okay? Feeling unwell?" Witch General saw his pained expression and couldn't help but ask. No. I just don't like your car." Shen Xiaopeng hinted, but it was futile. Witch General drove off directly. He didn't know how to drive, didn't have a car, and didn't like her car. Why would he fly to the hotel? They soon arrived at a big hotel. Entering a private room, a lavish meal was already prepared. As they were about to sit down, Witch General's phone rang. The CEO was calling her. "Mr. Shen, I apologize, but I'll be right back." With that, she left the private room. As the cooperation between the two companies was crucial and she couldn't afford any slip-ups in her conversation with her superiors, Shen Xiaopeng wolfed down the food while she was away. By the time Witch General finished her call and returned, he had filled his stomach. Opening the door, Witch General was shocked by the mess. Unable to hold back, she exclaimed, "Mr. Shen, are you always this fast when eating?" "Haha, I'm always fast. Fast at everything. Very fast to finish whatever I'm doing. Can't help it." Shen Xiaopeng hinted frantically once again. He hoped the old witch didn't like fast men, but Witch General just smiled and said, "That's fine. Since you finished eating, go upstairs and take a shower. It's better to change your clothes so we can delve deeper into our discussion later." Oh no. Shen Xiaopeng felt like crying. Did the old witch have to be so explicit, asking him to shower and change clothes before she comes to dominate him? Shen Xiaopeng once again had the urge to escape, but the thought of his senior brother's kindness made him nod with tears, heading upstairs to the room. This time only. After repaying his senior brother's favor and receiving the 1 million bonus, he would never do this again. Holding on to this thought, Shen Xiaopeng took the room key provided by Witch General, swiped it, and entered the presidential suite, where he walked into the bathroom, feeling helpless and crying in the bathtub. On the other side, Witch General finished her meal and prepared to find Shen Xiaopeng. Just as she told him to take a shower and change clothes because of the sour smell of his attire, Smith also arrived at the hotel and met her. "Boss, you've arrived." "Yes. Is my room ready?" Smith nodded. "Yes, I'll take you there." Witch General escorted the boss to the room hospitably. Since it was her own property, Smith did not bring any bodyguards. Beep beep. Shen Xiaopeng, who was still bathing in the bathroom, heard the door swipe, sigh, put on a bathrobe, and walked out. He wanted to get it over with quickly to sign the contract and leave. Since he had decided to sacrifice for his senior brother, he broadened his mind and jumped out of the bathroom, shouting with his eyes closed, "Witch General, bring it on. A coward is not a hero." "What's going on?" Witch General and Smith were both startled. Especially Witch General. How could this chubby guy from Moonlight Building Corp be in this room? And why was he wearing a bathrobe? The atmosphere suddenly quieted. Shen Xiaopeng sensed something was amiss and quickly opened his eyes. Then he startled back, exclaiming, "Oh no," jumping back in fear. You, oh no, That damn old witch not only wanted to prey on him, but also play 3 in the bed games, and she even brought another old man back, and a foreigner at that. You. This is too perverted. I can't take it anymore. Shen Xiaopeng couldn't hold back any longer and cursed the old witch, clutching his bathrobe tightly and rushed out the door. He couldn't take this twisted game anymore. You. Are you crazy? Little chubster. After he left, Witch General finally reacted and angrily scolded him back, her face flushed with rage. Really? How could Moonlight Building Corp send such an idiot to sign the contract? Were there no other employees left? Witch General, what the hell is going on here? Smith was also very angry. How could there be another man in his presidential suite? Boss, I don't know. Witch General was truly innocent. Smith was also furious and asked her to leave first. This partnership was important for Ling Yu, but even more so for his company, Antai Military Industry. Meanwhile, Shen Xiaopeng left the hotel, running and crying. I can't accept these dark and perverted deals. I really can't live up to my senior brother's expectations. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Ling Yu. Shen Xiaopeng. What exactly happened? Ling Yu had just briefly contacted Smith and roughly understood the situation, so he quickly reached out to Shen Xiaopeng for questioning. He had originally wanted to guide this junior brother, hoping to see him happily marrying with a 1 million dowry. But how could he mess things up like this? Senior brother, I'm sorry, but I just can't accept the conditions the other party proposed. Shen Xiaopeng said with a crying tone. What exactly were the conditions the other party presented? Ling Yu was quite curious. Smith clearly respected him and was eager to obtain the new energy source. They shouldn't have proposed strict conditions. So what grievances could Shen Xiaopeng have received? Kevin cry. She. Sigh. I'm embarrassed to say it. Hurry up and tell me. Ling Yu didn't have time to chit-chat with him. He sternly pressured, waiting to sign the big contract and deal with Liu Yejian. The young master of the Liu family was obviously trying to snatch his wife. That old witch is a pervert. She saw me young, strong, good-looking, and with a good figure, so she wanted to take advantage of me. She even asked an old man to join in. Senior brother, don't you know who I am? I'm chaste and won't submit to such a thing, Shen Xiaopeng said with pride. What the heck? Ling Yu was astonished, his brows furrowed. It took him a while before he angrily said, Little fatty, you're talking nonsense. What good looks and good figure? Isn't that shameless without a limit? Does the president of Taiwan Defense Industry need to make a move on you? With Ling Yu's intelligence, he absolutely didn't believe it. And he knew his junior brother was the type to think too much. There must have been a misunderstanding in the middle of this. Senior brother, don't scold me. Can I make up this kind of thing? Laura and Lily also said the same. Could that be fake? You know how obvious she was being. Shen Xiaopeng quickly told his senior brother about his ordeal, including the other party secretly sending room cards, sniffing his original clothes secretly, hinting at driving together, and even asking him to shower and wait for her. After hearing this, Ling Yu also found it too unbelievable. He knew his junior brother, although shameless, had a proper character and wouldn't lie to him. Therefore, he decided to call Smith and tell him about it. What? Such a thing happened? Smith, upon hearing this, also became furious. He immediately assured Ling Yu, Lord Wolf King, rest assured, I will handle this matter seriously. Also, tomorrow I will personally negotiate with a representative from your company on the contract, ensuring your satisfaction. Alright, you better investigate if there's a misunderstanding in this matter. As for the data and design concept of the new energy products, I will immediately arrange to have them sent to you. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation. Ling Yu was also quite sincere. After all, this collaboration involved many important matters for the Qin family and was the foundation of everything. That night, Smith did receive a document from Ling Yu regarding the design concepts and data of the new generation of fighter jets and warship engines. After reading it, Smith clapped his thigh in admiration. He was truly worthy of being the Wolf King of the northern border. His insights and technical concepts on military and weapons were truly profound. After reading these documents, Smith felt enlightened and was even more excited about the new energy products. To show sincerity, he decided not to investigate any misunderstandings and directly dismiss Ms. Witch, as she made the representative sent by the Wolf King uncomfortable, showing her incompetence. Little did he note that the document was designed by Ling Yu based on the Sun Heart and the Nine Palaces energy diagram. with some core techniques still kept secret. Money was one thing, but he would never hand over the most advanced technology to foreign enterprises. Furthermore, he planned to impose key restrictions on the final product to prevent any mishaps. The next morning, Ms. Witch received the news of her dismissal. She was taken aback. As for Shen Xiaopeng, as per Ling Yu's instructions, he continued to stay at Ontai Company for the cooperation discussions. Seeing Ms. Witch being escorted out of the company, Xiaopeng even made faces at her. It was really disrespectful to the elderly, corrupting the younger generation. She was so old yet still wanted to prey on young men. Shameless. Ms. Witch glared at Xiaopeng, her eyes filled with resentment. Although she didn't know what was going on, she was sure Xiaopeng was behind it, and she would never forgive him. Smith sent another trusted aide to negotiate contract details with Xiaopeng. With the assistance of Laura and Lily, after a morning of negotiations, they finally signed the initial order of 50 billion. As for the official order, Ling Yu would have to deliver the new energy products to Smith to confirm the template before it could be issued. Haha. A pleasant cooperation. Xiaopeng shook hands with the new male general manager holding the contract. The male general manager used to be under Ms. Witch's command, but was friendly and even offered to personally escort them to the airport. Upon boarding, Xiaopeng remembered last night's incident and mentioned Ms. Witch to him, thinking this new general manager would also gossip about that shameless old witch. However, to his surprise, the general manager exclaimed, "Mr. Shen, are you mistaken? Ms. Witch is a very serious person. We did use her car indeed. It was really her car. You might be overthinking things." "What?" Xiaopeng was taken aback, then asked, "But why did she secretly give me a room card then?" The general manager looked at the room card in Xiaopeng's hand and chuckled. "Mr. Shen, this was the presidential suite ordered by our CEO last night. He asked Ms. Witch to book it for him. It must have accidentally ended up in your gift bag." "Oh." Xiaopeng was dumbfounded, realizing the misunderstanding had escalated. Laura and Lily felt embarrassed because they were the ones who helped Xiaopeng misinterpret Ms. Witch in the first place. "Then why did she smell my original clothes and ask me to take a shower and wait for her?" Xiaopeng continued to inquire. The general manager chuckled. "Mr. Shen, forgive me for being straightforward, but your clothes had a smell that Ms. Witch was sensitive to. She asked you to shower and change clothes probably to avoid that smell while talking to you." "Oh no. What should I do now?" Xiaopeng wasn't being intentional, and upon learning the truth, he felt extremely guilty. He jumped up and said, "Laura, you guys take the contract back first. I must find Ms. Witch and apologize to her. They couldn't owe anyone a favor, least of all wrong a good person." Unfortunately, the general manager informed him, "Mr. Shen, it might be too late. Ms. Witch left the city in a hurry during our negotiations." Xiaopeng sighed. It's over. Hopefully he wouldn't see Ms. Witch again. On the other hand, at the Qin family manor, Ling Yu hadn't returned yet, and Qin Qiangan was discussing matters with Qin Mingyu in the living room. In front of them was an application form for the Southern Zhu Chamber of Commerce. "Grandfather, is it necessary for our Qin family to join the Chamber of Commerce?" Qin Mingyu didn't know what Ling Yu and Qin Qiangan had discussed before, nor did she fully understand Ling Yu's ultimate goal. Therefore, her desire to join the Chamber of Commerce was not very strong. Joining the Chamber of Commerce certainly had great benefits, but it would also involve many complicated interests that could easily create enemies, a mix of pros and cons. "Well, my suggestion is that we must join." Qin Qiangan had completely handed over the company's affairs, but he still hadn't completely let go of the Qin family's future direction. He said to Qin Mingyu, "If the Qin family wants to stay in a safe corner, the current situation is indeed sufficient. Standing in the shoes of an old man like me, I definitely wouldn't wade into deeper waters and try to ride the waves. But you and Ling Yu are different. You're young. If you don't have dreams, how are you different from a dried fish?" "Ha ha, of course there's a difference." At this moment, Qin Ruhang returned from outside and happened to overhear the conversation between the two in the living room. Joining the Chamber of Commerce was not a major secret. Qin Qiangan and Qin Mingyu did not intend to hide it from their family, which is why they were discussing it openly in the living room. After all, for such matters, perhaps the entire family needed to be united in order to achieve it with cohesion. If my sister and brother-in-law don't want to join the Chamber of Commerce and don't have bigger goals, it's like two salted fish versus one salted fish. There's definitely a difference. Hearing her younger sister's joke, Qin Mingyu also chuckled casually. She understood her younger sister's meaning. Yes, I also agree to join the Chamber of Commerce. Qin Langyi suddenly interjected, raising both hands excitedly and saying, moreover, if we form an alliance with the Liu family, joining the Chamber of Commerce would be so easy. We might even become one of the 20 formal members of the National Chamber of Commerce. A magnificent future. The National Chamber of Commerce had over 200 informal members, but only 20 formal members, along with 7 permanent directors. Each member represented a family or a group of interests and had a say within the Chamber of Commerce. The power held by the 7 permanent directors was unimaginably vast. The Jia family in Yanjing was one of the 7 permanent directors. TSK. Upon hearing Qin Langyi's words, Qin Ruhan immediately scoffed. I thought after 20 years, we would finally agree on something, but it turns out you're still the same foolish person. Do we really need to marry into the Liu family to become one of the 20 formal members? What a joke. You are a joke. Qin Langyi retorted and quarreled with Qin Ruhan. Now the Qin family and Liu family are the leaders in Cloud City. If the two families join forces, there will be mutual benefits. If they fight, both will suffer losses. Once the two families unite, they will undoubtedly become a powerful force in the southern continent. Who would dare to overlook that? When the time comes for us to join the Chamber of Commerce and become formal members, who would disagree in the south? In truth, she made a valid point, but it was too idealistic, overlooking many details, such as emotional issues. Qin Ruhan then chuckled. All right, let's form the alliance then. Since the eldest sister is already married, and it's not suitable, I also don't want to marry into the Liu family. It's most appropriate for you to marry your senior Liu. Should I help arrange your marriage? You shut up. Qin Langyi immediately stopped her. If senior Liu likes me, of course, I would also be willing. But if he likes the eldest sister, are you trying to meddle in others' relationship? Ha ha. Qin Ruhan purposely let out 3 cold laughs before retorting loudly. I'm meddling in the relationship. The eldest sister likes her husband, and they are already married. Yet you keep trying to set up the eldest sister with Liu Yejian. That's meddling, right? You hypocrite. Did studying in the West make you learn the Western tradition of dual standards? You. Qin Langyi wanted to start a fight with Qin Ruhan, but with their grandfather and elder sister present, she dared not. She could only hold in her embarrassment with a flushed face. Hehe. Mingyu, think it over yourself, or wait for Ling Yu to come back and discuss it with him. Qin Chang'an's attitude had changed completely as he decided not to participate in the argument between his 2 granddaughters. He lazily stretched and stood up. Mei Jiali quickly came over to support him back to his room to rest, showing great care and consideration. Qin Mingyu also returned to her room, feeling a bit downcast. She wondered where Ling Yu, that fellow, had gone these past days. Why hadn't he come back yet? Just as she was thinking, someone knocked on the door, then pushed it open. It was Ling Yu. Mingyu, I'm back. As Qin Mingyu was pondering how to respond to her husband, who had been absent for 2 days, her phone rang. Ling Yu glanced at it and saw that it was from Liu Yejian. Why is this man calling at this late hour? Feeling jealous. After being intimate with his wife, his attitude had subtly changed. Previously, he wouldn't have been so sensitive about his wife. Qin Mingyu's lips curved in a smug smile. What? Feeling jealous? What if you don't come home for 2 days and your wife gets taken away? Ling Yu remained silent. If it were that easy to take her away, he wouldn't have been able to marry this wife in the first place. However, the reasoning was sound. He was feeling a bit jealous now. It was just a coincidence that Ling Yu came in at that moment. Qin Mingyu was actually not very keen on answering Liu Yejian's call at the moment. But even if she had to make this man jealous, she had to answer. Hello, Mingyu. Liu Yejian seemed surprised that the call was answered. What's the matter? Qin Mingyu answered the call, but her attitude was still very cold towards Liu Yejian. I heard the Qin family wants to apply to join the Chamber of Commerce. I want to discuss something with you. Heard? Qin Mingyu paused, already knowing but still asked, who did you hear it from? Langyi said it. After Liu Yejian's reply, Qin Mingyu felt a bit angry. The matter discussed by the Qin family tonight had leaked to Liu Yejian within half an hour. It was clear that the Qin family's secrets should not be shared with Qin Langyi, or else there would be no secrets between the Qin and Liu families. Why don't our Qin and Liu families join forces and apply together with the same team? This way, the chances of success will greatly increase. And there's also a chance to become one of the 20 formal members. Liu Yejian continued, fearing that Qin Mingyu might hang up the phone suddenly before he could state his purpose. He had never been this submissive while talking to Qin Mingyu before, but now that he had made his feelings known, he also understood the pain his younger brother had gone through. While that reasoning sounds valid, why should we collaborate? Weren't we enemies all this time? Qin Mingyu asked coldly. In the business world, there are no permanent friends or enemies. How about this? I will treat you to dinner tomorrow night, and we can discuss it further. I have a 3 billion order that I can transfer to the Chang'an group, which I believe you would be interested in. This was where Liu Yejian outshone his younger brother. Previously, attempts by Liu Hitang to invite Qin Mingyu for dinner had always failed. Let's talk about it later. Qin Mingyu didn't agree, nor did she refuse. She simply hung up the phone, then looked at her husband, intentionally evoking a satisfied smile. Mr. Ling, how do you feel now? Should I go have dinner with another man? Irrational. I have no reason to forbid you from attending a business invitation, Ling Yu said with a wry smile. But I worrying about my wife going out alone to dine with another man, especially someone with the surname Liu. Qin Mingyu was also concerned. Liu Yejian had previously helped Liu Hitang plot against her. If Ling Yu hadn't appeared in time back then, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Mingyu, do you think the Qin family must join forces with the Liu family to dominate Cloud City and become formal members of the National Chamber of Commerce? Ling Yu asked earnestly. Not necessarily. Qin Mingyu also replied seriously. In fact, I have another method, but it may not necessarily be easier than teaming up with the Liu family. Oh, I'm very interested to hear it. Ling Yu responded with enthusiasm. The Qin family signs up to participate in the peak martial arts competition held in Nanzhou. What? Qin Mingyu's words surprised Ling Yu. He never dreamed that his wife would be interested in such things. Your reaction seems a bit over the top, don't you think? Qin Mingyu observed keenly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ling Yu. Yes, I am quite surprised. Ling Yu laughed to cover up. Don't women usually have no interest in fighting and killing? HMPH. I'm not like those gentle and virtuous women like Lin Qingshuan. Qin Mingyu deliberately replied coldly. The sudden mention of Lin Qingshuan's name by his wife caught Ling Yu off guard. He was also surprised at how difficult his wife was to deal with at the moment. In fact, he had received a call from Zhu today. Zhu led the team to search the strange plantation and found no second person, no underground tunnels, secret passages, or hidden rooms, dispelling Ling Yu's various doubts. After all, Zhu also mentioned how many beautiful women are kidnapped into remote mountains and forests, secretly imprisoned by men, and subjected to abuse, living worse than death. Ling Yu feared this the most. Now that Lin Qingshuan had not been found, while he was worried, he felt a bit relieved in this aspect. Why are you silent? Thinking about your ex-girlfriend again? Qin Mingyu regretted bringing up that name, making Ling Yu think of another woman in front of her. Mingyu, let's focus on the matter at hand. Ling Yu knew Qin Mingyu would be jealous of Lin Qingshuan, so he quickly redirected the conversation. My opinion is, we can sign up for the peak competition. After all, it is a great way to enhance the family's reputation and visibility. But we can also talk with Liu Yejian. Maybe he is sincere. As long as the conditions are not excessive, we can consider it. In business, one should not mix love affairs, and one can talk with people they don't like as long as it benefits the Qin family and Tiagang group. The main thing is, Qin Mingyu insisted on participating in the peak competition to expand the Qin family's reputation and influence. He would definitely have to work for the Qin family then, leading to a collision with the Nangong family. Nangong family. When roles are split, identities will be exposed, and he doesn't want that. The words he spoke were exactly what Qin Mingyu had in mind. So Qin Mingyu directly said, "Then, let's do this." Meanwhile, Liu Yejian hung up the phone and realized his father was standing behind him. Jian, did you make an appointment with Qin Mingyu? Yes. What's done is done. Since I've already taken the first step, I can only continue on this path. I will take over my brother's flag and continue to be a loyal follower of Qin Mingyu. Liu Yejian self-mockingly said, "It's pressure in the business world, making countless choices, some soar while some perish with one wrong choice." However, being hailed as a business genius in Cloud City, Liu Yejian still had confidence in himself. The next day, Ling Yu received a call from Chen Ailan to help his cousin prepare for the wedding banquet. Ling Yu was unsure how to respond when Chen Mingyu took the phone from him and said, "Mom, Ling Yu is going to help me with something now. I will arrange for help with the wedding." Indeed, a wife's word outweighs 1,000 words from the sun. After hanging up, Chen Mingyu walked out with Ling Yu to keep the appointment set by Liu Yejian the night before. "Sister, brother-in-law, where are you going?" Qin Ruhan noticed them and rushed over. "We are going to have dinner with Mr. Liu. I want to go too. I want to go too." Qin Ruhan insisted on following Qin Mingyu. Not wanting to be a third wheel, Qin Mingyu had no choice but to let her come along. Just as the three got in the car and reached the gate of the estate, they ran into Qin Langyi. "Hi. Big sister, where are you going?" "To have dinner," Qin Mingyu replied simply. She didn't want to bring Qin Langyi along, knowing her sister's heart was set on Liu Yejian. "Are you going to have dinner with Senior Liu? Take me with you." Qin Langyi wanted to get in the car. Qin Mingyu didn't agree. "It's inconvenient with too many people." "Ling Yu, drive." "Okay." Ling Yu started the car and didn't let Qin Langyi get in. Qin Ruhan even opened the rear window and made faces at Qin Langyi. Qin Langyi was livid. She didn't understand why her sister was favoring Qin Ruhan. She was more capable and superior to Qin Ruhan in many ways. HMPH. It must be because of that man. "Ling Yu. As long as I can drive Ling Yu out of the Qin family and make Liu Yejian my brother-in-law, then my big sister will certainly favor me," Qin Langyi muttered to herself before quickly leaving the estate. Half an hour later, Ling Yu and the others arrived at the Liu Yi restaurant. This was Ling Yu's second visit to the restaurant, and for some reason, there were far fewer customers than the last time. And there was an area completely empty, set up very romantically with fresh flowers, a pond, fish, lights, and mist. It was truly a romantic paradise. "Mingyu, you're here?" Liu Yejian welcomed them as they walked in. Tonight, the young master of the Liu family was immaculately dressed, looking like a prince from a fairy tale. His appearance immediately drew out screams from many women. Of course, Qin Ruhan couldn't help but wonder if these women were hired props. While she had also thought Liu Yejian was handsome before, was he really more charming than her brother-in-law? Not necessarily. Why were these women so enamored when they saw Liu Yejian? "Well, let's find a quieter spot," Qin Mingyu said calmly. In Cloud City, if there was any woman whom Liu Yejian would personally welcome, it would be none other than her, Qin Mingyu. In the eyes of other women, she could withstand the envy and jealousy of Liu Yejian's admirers. All right. Liu Yejian wasn't upset that Qin Mingyu brought others along for the appointment. He led the three to a specially arranged dining area, courteously pulling out chairs for the Qin sisters. Then with a charming smile, he said to Ling Yu, "Mr. Ling, please have a seat." Ling Yu chuckled. "You didn't help me with the chair. I thought you didn't welcome me." Ling Yu sat on the seat next to Qin Mingyu. They shall see what tricks Liu Yejian has up his sleeves tonight. Ha ha. It seems Mr. Ling is not as much of a tough guy as rumors say. He's actually quite humorous. Liu Yejian laughed in response to Ling Yu's words. Then, he extended his hand to Ling Yu proactively. "How could I not welcome you? We did have some conflicts before, but now I would like to get to know Mr. Ling again. I am the CEO of the Liush Qianqi Group, Liu Yejian. Nice to meet you." Liu Yejian's arrangements for today are very clever. The environment was beautiful and romantic without saying, setting the dining location in a public area but far away from other customers. This way, many people could watch them, see their actions, but not hear what they were saying. "Mr. Liu, sorry, you just spoke for too long. I didn't remember what you said. What position are you in?" Ling Yu apologized. Qin Mingyu smiled inexplicably. This idiot was obviously mocking the other party. If he really wanted to make friends sincerely, did Liu Yejian need to deliberately show off his long title during the introduction? It seemed that Ling Yu saw through Liu Yejian's intentions. Then, "Mr. Ling, you can just call me Liu Yejian." "Oh, I'm Ling Yu, the Deputy Minister of the Business Department of the current Chang'an Group, and the husband of Qin Mingyu, the CEO of the Qin family Chang'an Group. Nice to meet you." Ling Yu imitated the other party's speech, even spoke longer than the other, before shaking hands with Liu Yejian. Liu Yejian's charming smile became a bit stiff, but he maintained his composure and withdrew his hand, snapping his fingers. Soon, several waiters in suits pushed forward a sumptuous and romantic feast. "Mr. Liu, you're spending a lot. Is this a Western romantic feast?" Did Ruohan and I intrude on your careful preparation? Ling Yu's words had a sting. Nonsense. Liu Yejian obviously prepared a romantic dinner alone with his wife. Which man could tolerate someone trying to seduce his wife like this? If he had known Liu Yejian's intentions, he would have declined his wife's invitation last night, and would have directly agreed to spar with his wife on the stage. Qin Mingyu seldom saw Ling Yu like this, but she liked seeing him like this. Qin Ruhan was watching eagerly from the side, coming here precisely to see her brother-in-law and Liu Yejian's confrontation. The scene of two men fighting over a woman was so exciting. Why so? Liu Yejian was a highly educated talent graduate from MIT and had studied psychology. It wasn't easy to disrupt his rhythm. He smiled charmingly. This restaurant has this style. Please don't overthink it, Mr. Ling. The implication was, don't be so petty, man. But how could Ling Yu not overthink it? This guy had confessed his love for Ling Yu's wife several times, even fantasizing that he just wanted to discuss business cooperation with his wife. Little did he expect this guy to shamelessly flirt with his wife in front of him. How could he endure this? Qin Mingyu even wanted to hear what Liu Yejian would say tonight, so she stopped him and said, Ling Yu, Mr. Liu knows I'm your wife. How could he pursue me? What are you saying? I guess so. Although Ling Yu was angry, he still went along with his wife and nodded. But Mr. Liu, your younger brother, had tried several times to drug my wife. I'm truly scared. Liu Yejian wasn't one to be taken advantage of. Not only did he not feel embarrassed, he even raised his glass to Ling Yu. If such an incident occurred, I apologize on behalf of the Helian family to both of you. Ling Yu looked at his expression for a while before raising his glass. In fact, he deliberately annoyed Liu Yejian for another purpose, to test his intentions. Now it seemed that this man not only lusted after his wife's beauty, but also genuinely desired to cooperate with the Qin family. What exactly is his deeper purpose? People around them couldn't help but discuss. Some had seen Ling Yu slap Liu Yejian's face last time, and couldn't help but marvel at their harmonious interaction today. They wanted to see Ling Yu and Liu Yejian fight again. When Liu Yejian couldn't take it anymore, he would let the bodyguards pounce on that arrogant man. How could they talk and laugh in front of Qin Mingyu? Did any man give up Qin Mingyu, and the two of them became friends without fighting? If that was the case, it would be too dramatic. Come on, everyone, please enjoy. After clinking glasses, Liu Yejian remained graceful and warmly greeted several guests. Qin Ruhan was puzzled. Could it be that this young master Liu was willing to be a spare tire for her sister-in-law? Liu, young master, let's get straight to the point. Qin Mingyu also didn't want to beat around the bush, wasting time, so she spoke directly. Liu Yejian looked at her and smiled faintly. Mingyu, we all know that members of the Chamber of Commerce are based on a commercial entity. The larger the entity, the easier it is to join the Chamber of Commerce, and the more easily they obtain the right to speak. So, the Liu family wants to join forces with the Qin family to enter the Chamber of Commerce as one commercial entity. Qin Mingyu nodded slightly, remained non-committal. After all, what he said was not entirely wrong. How do you want to cooperate? Qin Ruhan warned directly, if you still want a marriage alliance, there's no way, unless you go marry Qin Langni. Liu Yejian smiled awkwardly. What was the use of him marrying Qin Langni? First, that woman's appearance was average. Second, that woman wasn't in charge of the Qin family. However, he couldn't say that directly. He could only smile and say, Mingyu, we don't necessarily need a marriage alliance to cooperate deeply. I have a 3 billion new energy order here. Ling Yu listened quietly while focusing on Liu Yejian. Meanwhile, there was a sudden movement in a corner of the restaurant. Qin Mingyu and Qin Ruhan didn't notice it. Ling Yu quickly scanned over and saw a man raising a gun. He shouted, Wife, Ruhan, be careful. As time went by, Ling Yu quickly opened his hands and jumped up, pushing his wife and sister-in-law to the ground. His brain was spinning rapidly. Could it be that Liu Yejian invited them here for dinner? In fact, he wanted to kill them. Dang! The sound of the gun rang out. Ling Yu turned back to counter the assassin, but was surprised by what he saw. Liu Yejian had opened his arms to shield Qin Mingyu. At this moment, blood was dripping from his arm. Ah, there's an assassin. Quick, catch him. Protect Mr. Liu. After the gunshots, chaos erupted in the restaurant. Several security guards quickly subdued the armed assassin. Ling Yu and Qin Mingyu were shocked. They had already speculated about Liu Yejian's plans tonight, but they never expected something like this to happen. Liu Yejian was indeed ruthless, playing by his own rules. Ling Yu couldn't help but wonder, could this assassin have been arranged by Liu Yejin? Especially Ling Yu, coming from the northern border, knew very well that reality wasn't like a TV drama. Unless, like him, a professional, ordinary people in that situation couldn't react immediately, let alone open their hands to block bullets at the first instance. The most reasonable explanation would be that Liu Yejian might have known early on, but without proof. The truth was that Liu Yejian shielded his wife bravely from a bullet. "Young Master Liu, are you okay?" Qin Mingyu had to stand up as well, concerned about Liu Yejian's condition. Until the truth was clear, in front of everyone's eyes, she had to consider Liu Yejian as someone who bravely took a bullet for her. Otherwise, with so many people watching, if she left heartlessly, she would surely be caught in a storm of public opinion tomorrow. I'm fine. Due to the massive blood loss, Liu Yejian's lips looked quite pale, but he still smiled at Qin Mingyu. The women around the restaurant were moved to tears at this scene. I never thought that the plot we only see in novels and TV dramas could happen right before our eyes in reality. Yes, young Master Liu is really so manly. How many men can actually take a bullet for a woman in such a critical moment? Sob. I feel so sorry for young Master. Young Master truly loves Miss Qin. I really hope they can be together. Upon hearing these discussions, Ling Yu and Qin Ruhan felt uneasy. Looking at the sincere expressions of the women, it didn't seem like Li Yejian had paid them to act. Some were even live streaming the events. Senior, are you okay? Qin Langyi suddenly emerged from the crowd. She had rushed to attend the dinner tonight and was taken aback by the scene. Hurrying over, she watched as the restaurant's medical staff treated Liu Yejian's injuries, and upon hearing everyone's discussions, she immediately pointed at Ling Yu and scolded angrily. "You coward! My sister is technically your wife now. When she was attacked, what were you doing? In the end, it was my senior who took the bullet for her. You are not worthy to stay by my sister's side. If you have any shame, just leave now. Get lost." Her voice was hoarse. She felt extremely heartbroken for her senior. Why did her senior, who was so well off and sincere, not able to be with her sister? It's just not fair. Qin Langyi, shut up. Qin Ruhan scolded loudly. The brother-in-law is a man. He doesn't want to argue with this woman. Let her be. Just now, my brother-in-law saved us at the very first moment. He could have saved us without getting hurt. Why did he have to use his body to block the bullet? If you were not involved, you have no right to speak. Stop talking nonsense here. The two sisters were at odds again. Seeing that Qin Langyi was about to lose her temper again, Qin Mingyu coldly spoke up. "You two, that's enough." Not to mention they didn't even have the decency to say anything. The two sisters saw their elder sister getting angry, so they immediately turned away from each other, not daring to argue further. This was the aura of the elder sister. "Young Master Liu, please go to the hospital for treatment first. Thank you so much tonight." Qin Mingyu could only say these words to Liu Yejian, giving him some credit. In reality, she also suspected that everything tonight was orchestrated by Liu Yejian, but without evidence, she couldn't treat him based on that. "All right, Mingyu, let's talk about our matters later." Liu Yejian smiled charmingly at Qin Mingyu again before leaving with the medical staff. The group of women at the scene were in tears. "Ling Yu, let's go too." Qin Mingyu didn't pay attention to the scene and had no intention of taking Liu Yejian to the hospital, even if she was sure to be criticized for lacking sympathy. "Okay." Ling Yu nodded and left the restaurant with Qin Mingyu. He would ask Yizi about the aftermath later. Qin Ruhan also made a funny face at Qin Langyi and followed her elder sister and brother-in-law's footsteps. I'm so angry. Qin Langyi stomped her feet, secretly swearing to drive this shameless man Ling Yu out of the Qin family and help her infatuated and brave senior win his beloved woman. By then, she would also isolate Qin Ruhan at home and in the company to see what she could brag about. Humph. After venting her anger, she quickly caught up with Liu Yejian to accompany him to the hospital for treatment. Ling Yu drove the Qin sisters back home. Along the way, the couple didn't speak, and Qin Ruhan didn't dare to speak. It wasn't until the couple returned to their room that Qin Mingyu spoke up. "Ling Yu, what do you think of tonight's events?" Ling Yu hesitated slightly before saying with a serious tone, "Mingyu, I'll be honest, I hope you won't scold me." "Hehe, already afraid of being scolded by your wife." Qin Mingyu couldn't help but laugh. Was she really such a difficult wife to deal with? Yes. Ling Yu smiled slightly and said, Which husband in the world isn't afraid of being scolded by his wife? Speak up quickly. Chen Mingyu gave him a cold glance that made him feel like she was a tigress. She didn't like it. Well, I think today's events were all orchestrated by Liu Yejian. Ling Yu analyzed directly. Firstly, he is not a professional combatant, so it's impossible for him to make judgments and reactions in the blink of an eye. Secondly, the actions of the restaurant's security personnel were too prompt, as if they were rehearsed. Thirdly, the bullet happened to hit his left arm, not a vital spot, and if the assassin really wanted to kill you, why did he stop after one shot? Only scripted TV dramas unfold like this. A real assassin would continue shooting to achieve the target. After hearing his analysis, Chen Mingyu nodded slightly, almost smiling. Your analysis is spot on and aligns with my thoughts. Then why are you afraid of me scolding you? Ling Yu smiled wryly. Because Li Yejian took the bullet for you, and I'm worried that you might think I'm petty or suspect me of being overly suspicious. Chen Mingyu chuckled. If only you were indeed petty. I'm afraid that your excessive straightforwardness might not suit the business world. I've known early on that Liu Yejian is not a good person, but I didn't expect him to go as far as shooting himself. Unbelievable. Ling Yu also sighed. Indeed, he's ruthless. I have a newfound respect for him. In fact, he never underestimated Liu Yejian and knew he was 100 times more difficult to deal with than Liu Hedong, but he still didn't expect him to be this ruthless. If he insists on being our enemy, it might be more difficult to deal with than Zhao Wuji. Ling Yu suddenly added. Chen Mingyu also understood the implications of his words, asking, So, do you think we should collaborate with him? I don't want to. Ling Yu admitted, with this kind of person, if he becomes our partner, it could be more dangerous. There's always a possibility of being betrayed by him at any time if he decides to be our enemy. While Chen Mingyu didn't like hearing this, she knew that Ling Yu's analysis was sharp. Dealing with such a man was truly a headache. Besides, looking at the bigger picture, blocking the bullet was just a tactic for Liu Yejian, not his ultimate goal. He would definitely have further actions to take. The next day, Ling Yu arrived at Ling Shidong's new home. Xie Shaodi was indeed efficient, decorating the bridal chamber very festively. Early in the morning, they had someone help his cousin dress up decently, turning the humble farmer into someone with a bit of sophistication. Unfortunately, Ling Shitang still couldn't stand up, so he had to conduct the wedding while sitting in a wheelchair. Cousin, you look really handsome today. Ling Yu sincerely praised as he walked over with a smile and helped push his cousin's wheelchair. He remembered when he fell and his cousin carried him home and then carried him to school the next day. Now, his cousin had become disabled due to saving his wife, and it was his turn to take care of him. Xiao Yu, don't make fun of me. Although Ling Shitang felt he wasn't handsome, he still smiled, then suddenly worried. I'm holding the wedding banquet while sitting in a wheelchair. I'm afraid that the relatives on Zhongru's side might look down on me. It's okay. Anyway, today everything is in my and my sister's hands. You don't need to be afraid. Ling Yuyan comforted Ling Shidong's emotions. At the same time, he was also thinking that his eldest cousin gave Zhongru's family 500,000 dowry, bought a wedding house, arranged the wedding banquet well. If Zhongru's family cooperated well, that would be easy to negotiate. But if they dared to be difficult, he absolutely couldn't indulge their family. Soon, a wedding procession arrived at the neighborhood where Zhongru's family lived. Make way. The groom is here to pick up the bride. Zhongru's family happened to live downstairs. Hearing the drums rumbling, many people in the neighborhood came out to watch the excitement. Ling Shitang sat in a wheelchair, accompanied by Ling Yu, Lin Fan, Jia Xiaobo, and a few other groomsmen. He excitedly arrived in front of Zhongru's house and shouted loudly, John, are you? I've come to marry you. There were not only groomsmen, but also many friends and relatives behind Lin Shitang. Yu Tingting, under the persuasion of her god-sister Ling Ruoxu, also came to the scene, standing at the back and watching. To be honest, seeing this scene, she felt no waves in her heart, and even silently blessed Ling Shitang and Zhang Ryu. After all, she really didn't like Ling Shitang. Even now, all she could see was Uncle Away. He looked so handsome in a suit. Zhang Ryu, come out. Bri, get in the wedding car. Curry, don't act like an old lady. Jia Xiaobo and Lin Fan, as Ling Shitang's friends and colleagues, also enthusiastically shouted for Ling Shitang. Finally, the door opened with a creak, but only Zhongru's mother came out, slammed the door shut, put on a sour face, and glanced sideways at Ling Shitang. Hey, I'm telling you, Is this how you come to pick up the bride? Do you think someone would want to marry you like this? Lin Fen and others were stunned. Ling Yu also had a bad feeling, not knowing what Qin Mingyu had done to make Zhongru's mother look like that. Did his cousins still owe their family a huge debt? Ha. I understand. After a moment of confusion, Ling Shitang quickly instructed Lin Fen and Zhao Xiaobo, brothers, help me stuff the red envelopes in. Okay. Then we'll use a red envelope rain to break the door open. Everyone also felt that Zhang's family wanted red envelopes, and started stuffing them into the door gap and windows. Sure enough, inside, many women, upon seeing the red envelopes, immediately rushed over to grab them playfully. However, the door still didn't open. Ling Shitang, a man who had been through a divorce before, had been difficult by when Yuexia and Zi Chunyan before. So he immediately understood Zhongru's mother's meaning and quickly took out a large red envelope from his pocket and handed it over with a smile. Mother-in-law, I am sincerely looking to marry. Please don't make it difficult for me anymore. Zhongru's mother took the red envelope, glanced at it, and frowned. Bah! How much can this kind of red envelope contain? With so little sincerity, do you think I won't make it difficult for you? Dream on, ah. Ling Shitang suddenly felt a bit flustered. The lively atmosphere around gradually quieted down. Having seen others make things difficult for sons-in-law and grooms, they had never seen anyone so shameless. Quickly, everyone see how many red envelopes are left. I'll give them to my mother-in-law. Ling Shitang just wanted the wedding to proceed smoothly, so he quickly instructed the groomsmen around him. Everyone handed the remaining red envelopes to Zhongru's mother. But Zhongru's mother still remained arrogant, and bluntly said, with so few red envelopes, don't even think about me opening the door to let my daughter marry you. What? What do you mean? Ling Shitang was completely flustered. What do I mean? I've raised a daughter for 30 years. How much money have I spent? To marry her to you, serve you father and son, bear children with your surname, is 500,000 dowry enough? Zhongru's mother opened her mouth wide. Tell you, if you don't pay an additional 500,000 dowry today, don't even think about marrying my daughter. Everyone was shocked. What was this? This was setting a base price. They had seen shameless people, but never such a shameless one. Ling Shitang also looked at Zhongru's mother trembling and pointed at her, sweat dripping. Inside, Zhang Milan stood by the window, watching the scene outside, smiling smugly. Heh. Ling Yu, want to help your cousin find a wife? I'm afraid you'll have to dig deep in your pockets. There were other bridesmaids inside. Upon hearing Zhang Milan's words, one couldn't help mentioning, is it really right to do this? Zhang Yu also felt a bit guilty. After all, asking for a dowry unexpectedly, her family was at a disadvantage. What's wrong with it? Look at that man, old and ugly, disabled now. Would you want to marry him for 500,000 dowry? Zhang Milan retorted. The other bridesmaids fell silent instantly. They really didn't want to marry an old disabled man. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yu also regained her confidence. Yes, if they didn't pay up today, she absolutely wouldn't marry. Outside, Ling Yu finally couldn't help but speak up. Zhongru's mother, what you're doing isn't right. How can you ask for a dowry once and then again? Everyone else also agreed. Even those onlookers supported Ling Yu. However, Zhongru's mother ignored the gazes of these people, and proudly declared, when I asked for the dowry before, your cousin was normal, but now he's disabled. Even if I ask for another 500,000, it's not enough. No. A further 1 million must be paid today, otherwise my family will have no future. Oh my goodness. Everyone was stunned. What was this? This was clearly a price hike. They all felt that if Ling Shitang gave her a 1 million, she would still likely increase it again in no time. This isn't right. How can a wedding proceed like this? Ling Shitang, an honest man, also couldn't sit still. If he hadn't been paralyzed, he would have been up in anger. Chen Ailin wasn't originally part of the groomsmen. According to their customs, she shouldn't appear, but now seeing this scene, she also couldn't help but speak out. Mother-in-law, the amount of dowry was agreed upon beforehand. You accepted our 500,000 dowry, and now you want another 1 million. Isn't it clearly setting us up to jump in a pit? She spoke very politely, but if she had been a little more irritable, she would probably have been shouting at Zhongru's mother. HMPH. Whether you want to give or not. If you don't, just go back where you came from. Zhongru's mother raised her chin, feeling pleased with herself. After all, they had received the dowry. Ling Shitang couldn't afford the final payment. They would profit from this transaction. No matter what, they would make a killing. Of course, Zhongru's mother hadn't originally planned to do this. It was all thanks to Xia Shaoti's efforts. She spent a little money, bribed the gossip around Zhongru's mother, kept blowing in her ear, stimulating her greed. Now, Zhongru's mother's greed had been fully exposed in front of Chen Nailin. Chen Nailin was indeed trembling with anger. Yes, her family's economic situation was good now. Her daughter-in-law was also making a lot of money, but no one's money just blows in like the wind. She had no reason to ask her daughter-in-law for money to give to Ling Shitang for the wedding. It was unreasonable. Zhang are you? What's the situation now? Ling Shitang, even as naive as he was, couldn't continue to ask Ling Yu's family for money to marry in this wedding. It wasn't about the money, but about swallowing this humiliation. He wanted Zhang Aryu to clearly state if she would marry or not with just a word. Shai Tang, if you truly love me, give me 500,000, and then give me another 1 million. Zhang Aryu was inside, putting on makeup and responding, my mother is right. You are disabled, and someone is still willing to marry you. Are you really reluctant to spend another 1 million? Our love is not equal. In fact, she hadn't even put on the bridal gown yet and hadn't really thought about marrying him. She just wanted to make more money first. If the price isn't satisfactory, then she won't marry. UHH. Ling Shitang didn't know how to respond for a moment. After all, Zhang Aryu had her reasons. Shitang, if I marry you, my parents will be your parents. If you don't show filial piety to my parents, then why would I marry you, right? Zhang Aryu continued. Oh. Ling Shitang was at a loss for words, unable to respond. He looked back at Ling Yu. Ling Yu's face was dark with anger. Lin Fen had already experienced the cunningness of the Zhang family, and seeing Ling Yu's expression now, he thought of what Zhang Milin had said to him in the hospital. He immediately shouted angrily, I curse your mother. You treat your parents as close relatives, but are you not planning to treat Ling Shitang as a human? How much money can he earn in a month? You're draining all his money. You have no intention of spending your life with him. Truly, they were best friends. The things Ling Yu said were exactly what he was thinking. Unexpectedly, Zhang Aryu had thick skin and smiled, saying, I know Shitang has no money, but doesn't he have a good younger brother? Also, the Qin family is his siblings. For them, 1 million may not even be considered anything. Confident, her ulterior motives were completely exposed. Chen Nailin was annoyed. Zhang Aryu didn't usually show this side of her. Why had she become like this today? Even if her daughter-in-law was wealthy, she was still her daughter-in-law. How could she keep focusing on her daughter-in-law's money? She knew that if she truly dared to do so, she would definitely be criticized. Ling Yu didn't know how to respond. After all, this was his cousin's marriage. He feared that if he forced his cousin not to marry Zhang Aryu, it would trouble him in the future. So he patted his cousin's shoulder and said, Cousin, make your own decision. Zhang Aryu, listen. By this time, Ling Shitang's eyes were red with emotion, yelling, Yes, I am disabled. I am not deserving of you. What you said is true. After we marry, your parents will be my parents, and I will show them filial piety. But right now, I truly have no money. Let's get married first, and after I earn money, I will then show filial piety to our parents. This statement was giving Zhang Aryu a lot of face. The people around sighed as they listened. Ling Ruoxu didn't know what to say for a moment. Her cousin was truly foolish. Should they continue with the wedding at this point? Yu Tingting couldn't bear to see the current state of Ling Shitang and also felt a pang of sadness. Little Wei didn't step forward to participate in the wedding, but even though he couldn't see his father's painful expression, hearing his father's words from the crowd made him cry behind everyone. Yu Tingting hurried over and gently hugged and comforted Wei. Ling Shitang, that won't do. I can't trust you. This time, Zhang Aryu didn't speak, but Zhang Ru's mother outside shouted, You have this behavior, you're useless. Can you even earn 1 million? If I marry my daughter to you now, and you don't admit it in the future, what will you do? You. Ling Shitang was so angry he was shaking, pointing at her with clenched teeth, unable to speak for a moment. Ling Yu couldn't take it anymore and angrily scolded them. The Zhang family, are you deliberately making it difficult for my cousin? Are you lacking in morality? Selling your daughter even without an ounce of shame? Did you wait until now to raise the price because you were afraid we wouldn't agree? Exactly. Shameless. Disgusting. For the sake of 1 million. Not even willing to marry someone. A crowd of people started to curse Jongru's mother. Even some bystanders joined in. Although Jongru's mother was a bit flustered, she still stood her ground, saying, "Quit the nonsense. If you want to marry my daughter, then pay up. If not, then as I said, go back where you came from. You." Ling Shai-tang was trembling with anger, and he couldn't find the words to respond, pointing at her with gritted teeth. Jongru's mother smirked. "What? Want to hit me? Look at you. Old and ugly. Disabled, without spending money. What girl would want to marry you? TFFT. Ling Shai-tang, who was still recovering from his injuries, was now embarrassed and infuriated by Jongru's mother's insults, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Cousin, Shai-tang, calm down. Hey, pull yourself together." The groomsman quickly consoled him. Ling Yu was filled with anger. Jongru's family had to pay the price for this. "I'll marry." At this moment, Yu Tingting, who was at the back of the crowd, couldn't bear it anymore and rushed forward, saying loudly, "Ling Shai-tang, I'm willing to marry you." What? This statement stunned everyone present. Even Jongru's mother was astonished. Ling Shai-tang was trembling with disbelief, tears in his eyes, looking at Yu Tingting. She was his goddess. "Tingting, what? What are you saying? I said I'm willing to marry you. Don't marry John Ru. I don't even want your dowry. Just don't find me burdensome." Yu Tingting was kind-hearted. She didn't want to see Ling Shai-tang and his son in such unbearable pain. Nor did she want to see Jongru's family bullying this honest man. She acted impulsively and ran out. She hadn't thought about what would happen next. Her mind was just overheated at the moment. Ling Shai-tang was both shocked and happy, and he didn't know how to respond at once. Fortunately, Ling Ruoxu and Ling Yu were there to immediately show their support. "Great, Tingting, your choice will definitely be the right one. I guarantee it." "Cousin, why are you standing there foolishly?" quickly proposed to Tingting. Ling Yu then took out the prepared engagement ring for his cousin and handed it to him. Ling Shai-tang opened the box in front of everyone, and with Ling Yu's help in the wheelchair, he approached Yu Tingting, trembling all over, and handed her the ring. "Tingting, shall I propose to you? Will you accept me?" An honest person is an honest person. He didn't even know how to say a romantic line. Fortunately, the pigeon egg-sized laughing diamond ring was eye-catching enough, and everyone's attention was focused on the ring. "Oh my, that diamond ring is so big, it's probably worth at least 1 million. Haha. I can't believe it." The Zhang family insisted on raising the price, not knowing the engagement ring they prepared was worth more than 1 million. Look at the expression on Jongru's mother now. Haha, take a picture of it and hang it on the wall. It will definitely ward off evil spirits. Everyone laughed and made fun of Jongru's mother, some even crazily taking photos. Yu Tingting didn't care about anything else. She looked at the sparkling diamond ring, then at Ling Yu standing in front of her. Yes, her gaze naturally fell on Ling Yu, even though she knew it wasn't Ling Yu proposing to her.